Okay, trying this again. This time with the correct settings. So that I don't, instantly die. Also, 90% of the world should be an ocean. With 200% ocean in between land, whatever that means. I don't feel good. I feel ugh. Where is my heart monitor? What do you say? What's your opinion, heart monitor? 97 over no, 97 and 108. It doesn't do pressure. It just says, "Oh, now it's 84." Okay. 82, 99, 100, 96, 93, 90, 85, 83, 82, 87, 89, 95, 104. God, yeah, no, my rhythm is hacking it. Maybe that's why I'm feeling woozy. Yo, triggering the libs, am I right? Um, you're super liberal, right? Oh, I can't do it. I used to be able to do a really good British accent, but that was it, bro. That was it. Me and my sister used to do British accents all the time, and I was doing this acting thingy, this like a like ad libbing and stuff, like a bit of a like part acting, but part improv. And at one point in time, I was a yeesh. I wish you could like just save. You could just save which one you want. But it's always the same one because I don't want to. Oh wait, I can't even. Yeah, I can't even hear it because I have to change the settings. Let's just do. Ugh. Let me change the hair. Maybe that's why. Nah. Yeah, I like that a lot more. Yeah. Hmm. I could only assume that sounds good. There we go. Now I can hear it. Graphite. Yo, what? Oh, shit. I don't really know. Oh, okay. I see how it is. Okay, I see how it is. Um, okay. Let me get the laydown of the area. Are these the poisonous ones? These are. I need those gourmand points. And I have the far seer mod, so if I don't see an island in the distance, that literally means that there is no island in the distance. Okay, we got 10. I need cattails though. I need cattails. Oh, 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 jeez, man. Let's get. Oh, legs, legs. I can't do it. Oh gosh, Scoob. What are we supposed to do? Cucumber. You slumbered, you dozed, you wozed. Ah! Why would you do that to me, bruh? I don't want poison bushes. Shit. Shit. Okay. Okay, if there is no cattails, I at least need clay vessels. How come like a third of all the like matter on this island is just poisonous? Oh, okay. What about this? Yes. Shit. Okay, I'm gonna visit the trader because not having I need cattails, bro. Please help me. Shite the fuck. Shit. I know, hilarious. I know, hilarious. Okay. Shit. I can't progress without clay. That looks like that's clay. Yes. Okay. It's not hopeless. It's like really close to hopeless, but it's not. So I'm gonna just stick it out. I'm gonna put out, you know. Never mind. You know, I should low key not have it 200%, but 150. Okay, this is enough for maybe 3. I'm gonna have it done right here. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. On 3, right? Shush, 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 shush. Where's music? Wow, I turned it up and there's still no music. Oh, there you go. So yeah, no, I'm on an island. I didn't really check like the Farseers. Wait, hold on. F. Nope. I think I have to press F when I'm not looking at something. Or is it Control F? No, I still have to do it like this. Okay, that's low key. That's low key loud. There we go. I recall. I don't want a supermassive fire destroying all my shit. 2 question mark? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna be working with very low inventory space for a while. Whoa, mega deja vu. Okay, I think this is the world. Okay. Hmm. Oh. Wait, no, yeah, there's peat, like, all around the island. I just gotta find some peat. I remember peat, and this is a good opportunity to look at the shore. Maybe there's something in the distance. F, Control F. Control Shift F. Okay. Oh, just okay. Shit. Maybe. Okay, yeah, no, it's chill. It's chill. I thought I needed rope for a second. I was gonna start flipping out. Okay, if you start a fire, I'm gonna be upset. Okay. So now I'm gonna go look along the shoreline. I also need food. I also need food. Food. I use this opportunity to also clear out the shoreline. I don't see anything along the horizon. Which means for a good long distance, there's actually nothing around me. Shit, why did I do that? God damn it. Well, I do need eventually got to do that as well. Now, how I usually like to do this is I like to skip the copper age altogether. I want to go straight to bronze. I hate dealing with copper. Upgrading from copper to bronze is doing too much. Don't. Oh, there really is nothing. Oh, don't mess with that. Hold on. Yeah, don't mess with that. Okie dokie. I'm gonna start doing another thingamabobber. If you started a fire, I'm gonna be upset. Let me just be extra safe. Okay. Should do it right here. Okay. So the plan. Finish this storage. Make a hay bed, go to sleep. No, wolf, don't do that. So, being extra careful with the fire, because if a fire happens on this island, I would just basically die. I would just die. There'd be no hope. What is that? Oh, super poison. Okay, never mind. Oh, this is taking forever. How much do you need, bruh? There we go. God damn. And I need to make a bed. Fast. Why no? Don't you have a bed? I feel like you have a bed. You do. What time is it? Not yet, but in a bit. Hmm. I should and will make something else. Now let's just go to sleep. No, actually, let's clear out the area so I can see better. Not as dark as I thought it would be. I have more than enough sticks. Let me just go to sleep and hopefully it'll already be done. I wish I knew how much time. I need to eat. That's what I need to do. And while I'm gonna eat, I need to propagate the good plan. Bad sign. not really good for me. How are you still going, bruv? Goddamn, and I can't stack these. Wait, you have storage, right? Barely, okay. But barely is good enough for me. I don't have any storage. I need clay. Okay. Yes, just in time. Okay. It's like the sounds of a hell portal nearby. Okay. Gonna do some general cleanup of the island. Oh, I just realized there's no fresh water. Oh, it's gonna take a while. Now I should make a torch at some point in time. Okay, back to clearing. Who knows, hopefully I'll never need sticks ever again. Generally, having a need for sticks is way worse than having too many sticks. Huge margin. And grab the flowers to eat. Okay. Okay, what was the recipe? That seems reasonable. Oh, I don't have any more. Oh, it's gonna take a long, long time. Okay. I think a good next step would be to collect this stuff. Oh, this is graphite, which I don't really need. I can only assume you can use it for like writing and stuff, but I don't really need it aside from that. I'll count that as part of the same one. Gonna need a lot more low key. Oh, oh, clay. Blue clay. Whoa, okay, I'm pretty sure Marvel's really good at it. Something tells me I should not eat the ones called Death Cap. I already got some from that. I'm running out of gourmand points to get, bruv. I need my gourmand points. Yes, actually, I do need to start killing those. Looking for a specific animal. Either a pig or a fox. Although I guess it would be better for me to search. Or you guys. I think you guys also work. Oh my god, that's a scary ass sound you make. Whoa. Looks like a pretty small island. Oh, fuck. Where'd you go? Shit. Okay. Remember to get a leather backpack. And skip hand baskets altogether. And I really do need to start collecting more of the copper and shit that's on the ground. And also need to be on the lookout for a ugly mofo. What's in the water? It's making all that sound. Well, I actually do need to start picking these up so I can make cobblestone, so I can make a forge. And it'd make it easier to see the actual ores and stuff. I already ate one before. Buy a Gark. That would probably one-shot kill me. Oh no, it wouldn't. Let's do this. Yeah, no, it wouldn't. Get that gourmet. I don't have the storage space to do that. Okay, dokie. And I have to actually do charcoal. I completely forgot about that. Any vines? Any more vines, at least? Okay. Oh, having a lack of inventory fucking sucks. Okie dokie. Yeah, it's approaching a good place. So what I need to do is make I need dirt. So I round out the edges a bit. Three by 2 should be enough. That means... Wait, don't go there before I do. Ugh, there we go. Where is... Okay, be like that. Fine, be like that. Give me that one. Give me you. Why are you doing this? Oh, there you go. Oh, I still need cattails. Are you fucking kidding me? God damn it. Oh, shit. Okay. Really? Really? Gonna do that? Really? You know what? Let's do this then. God damn, that knockback is insane! Run away, run away. Okay. There you go. I literally don't care about you guys, I just want to finish this. God damn, you guys have health. And I'm collecting vines so I can make rope, because I need to make a raft eventually. Because I need cattails no matter what, apparently. Nothing in the horizon. Or and dirt. Perfect, 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 perfect. New distractible episode.
People look at me like I'm that, but for plumbers, because I have another plumber tale. So we had a new kitchen faucet installed, and whenever the person came to install the kitchen faucet, I was like, hey, can you take a look at our bathroom faucet too? Well, our kitchen faucet wasn't working. I went to refill the dog bowl in the bathroom faucet, and it came out like milky white, and that was disconcerting. So then I dumped it out, cleaned it out, and I used like the filtered system that we have and a mixture of that and bottled water. And he's like, oh yeah, let me take a look. And he's like, okay, it's mineral buildup, this and that. If you get a new sink or if you get a new faucet, I can install it for you, but you're gonna have to get one that's like, you know, fits the sink, blah, 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 blah. And then he's like, well, while I'm here, let me take a look at some of your other plumbing things too, because some of them might have similar issues. So we took a look at like our sinks and bathrooms and toilets and things. Ultimately came to the conclusion that 2 of the toilets upstairs were some of the flaps
Are you
were starting to have
kidding me,
issues.
bro?
They were older toilets, and he's like, you could try to fix the innards, probably better to replace it. It'll be cheaper in the long run if you just get a new toilet in there. So we replaced 2 toilets and 2 sinks, and nothing went wrong on the wood, except for a couple days later, I went to turn on the kitchen sink, and the kitchen sink has like the top half that swivels, and then the base with the handle that's not supposed to swivel. I went to turn it on, and the base also swiveled. And I was like, well, that doesn't seem right. I don't think the whole thing's supposed to turn. This isn't like a fun little puzzle put together, then you get to wash your hands. It's supposed to be just turn on the sink and water comes out, and you can aim the top. I've also had some issues with the basement has had some clogging problems. The basement toilet had some clogging issues, and then a couple of times the shower has the shower drain has had things like some mud or something come out of it.
Oh, mud. Yeah, get a lot of mud in drains.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know why there's mud coming out of our shower. I should probably have a look at that. Well, it's not mud. Not mud.
Stinky mud?
Yeah, so we went to clean it out. He had one of those little, like, tunnel snakes, whatever the hell they're called. No, that's Fallout 3, the tunnel snakes.
No, tunnel snakes, I think that's correct. I think either tunnel snake or tunnel fucker.
Yeah, he has tunnel fucker, and he put it in my toilet hole, and was like, well, there's no clog here, so, we're gonna have to go look at another pipe. So we go into, like, the unfinished part of the basement, and he's, like, opening up pipes and putting a
snake in your pipes?
He's putting a snake in my pipes.
If only you'd been able to pay him.
We open the door, and there's like, so the water heater has like a drain next to it, right? There's a pipe that goes from the water heater to this drain, so that if your water heater has issues, the water goes somewhere instead of throughout your house. Well, that drain was supposed to have a white cover. It was brown, and there was wetness around it, also brown. It's like, man, there's a lot of mud coming into our house. That's weird. And the guy opened up one of the pipes, and for some reason, he opened up like 3 or 4 different pipes. One of them he opened up, and immediately the horrible sewer smell that no one wants to have, like, was like, oh god, and sat in our basement for like 3 days. It was awful. But he found this backflow prevention system. Ultimately, the backflow prevention system, which is like a cylinder with a flap, and when you flush or run water, the flap opens, stuff goes through, flap closes. If anything ever comes the opposite way, like if there's a backup, the flap is closed, so things can't come back up into your house. The problem is, if the flap itself is either clogged or blocked, then the stuff can't get out and it stops, and then the things attached to the other side of the backflow comes out that way. He opened it up, and immediately whenever he went to open it up, the lid was cracked in half and was just laying there not usefully. Inside there's like a gap and then like a little twisty lid. That twisty lid had like a rubber band, sealing band or whatever around it that was oversized and like corroded and not fitting properly. And then laying on top of that lid was the flap. So when he opened it up, there's no flap. So this system exists. It's supposed to stop backflow, and it's not working at all because the thing that stops the backflow was taken out and just sitting there. And the pipe goes from 4-inch diameter, I think, to 3-inch diameter right before you get to the cylinder. So it kind of constrains the solids, as he called it. And then it got into the cylinder. Things, I guess, started like coalescing, gathering there, having a nice little shit party, and causing some of the backup issues. And this had happened before we even moved in. When we first moved in the house, we had some construction. My office was built. I noticed that the shower had mud in it then too, and I was like, these guys are fucking like building my office, then taking a shower and leaving their fucking muddy boots shit all over our shower. What the fuck? It's really weird because when the shit came out through the shower, it looked the exact same as the mud that his workers had left. That's crazy to me.
Oh, weird.
So now that I know that shit is getting caught and backflowing into our house,
Okay, try to find something to pan. Now there's obviously this, but I'm gonna try to check underwater.
Putting in a normal pipe, repaving the pavement, and then they want to put a more powerful toilet in the basement.
Not muddy gravel.
It's got a motor on it.
Shit, there's only muddy gravel for the sea.
But it has a stronger like flow, so it can push stuff so it won't get caught in the pipe.
I don't want to get the sand from the shoreline.
What stuff? Mud? You talking about mud? That guy you dealt with before, who was always like, "Yeah, I just need more mud." Was he talking about something I didn't understand?
The way that guy handled our house, I would not be surprised if he went, ate like a burrito, came over and was like, "Man, I got more mud."
Took a minute, but I made you some more mud for your wall.
But yeah, so anyway, more plumbing. So we got our sink tightened, and now we got to get concrete cut out to remove this backflow thing to put in a pipe. So yay!
That's nice.
That's my story I was saving.
So you just been holding it in this whole time since you moved in?
I haven't gotten to poop in 6 months.
Gotta keep my mud inside.
Keep my mud
Hey,
inside.
just give me a minute, the mud will settle.
I never know when I'm gonna need this much mud.
Guys who work on drywall must be agony. You got a big project next week. No, I can't.
When's my next job?
Oh,
God,
God.
I need the business.
When I first noticed the issue was right after you guys visited and Mark had used the basement bathroom, so I was like, what did he do?
What? What do you mean? What did I do?
Shortly after that's whenever the stain appeared in the shower, and I was
Don't
like,
blame this on me.
Mark came to my house and took a muddy shower in my shower.
he's like, I've been filming a movie for 2 years, I haven't showered, so wait, I took the first opportunity I had.
Listen, I gotta admit though, your problems might be caused because I remember when we were watching something.
Television.
Your walls were shaking so much. You don't think that maybe the vibrations are knocking things loose in your house, like your radon?
The subwoofer that rattles the entire house.
Well, I mean, we found out it was just the light fixture making the rattle noise, right? I thought it was something on the shelving unit, but you said it was a light fixture. But no, that, the boomy bassy is boomy bassy.
It's bassy, all right.
Yeah, like Molly had a full foot massage in her office when I was watching like Jack Reacher because like the gun scenes were just like
Oh my
"What the hell are you watching down there?
God.
My whole office is shaking. Can you imagine that big bassy porn? That'd be kind of crazy. Yeah, big bassy porn.
They just had the vibe to every impact.
Lots of really bassy thuds going on.
It's like a wrestling match, foot porn.
WWE, the porno.
Really?
WWP.
Ah.
Wouldn't it be WWXXX?
And my
I guess
torch
they
went out. I
have
didn't even
the
fucking think about my
WWE
torch.
Raw.
Oh, that's it, right? Why we didn't need to come up with anything else?
I prefer WW protection.
WWE safety.
I just thought of the scene in Naked Gun where they put on like the full body condom.
I just watched Naked Gun the other day.
Did you? It's so good.
Good small talk. Good small
My
talk.
turn.
Okay, Mark's turn.
I will say, just a disclaimer for everyone out there, handy dandy information. Apparently, the Northern Lights are going to be very good this year, but they're going to be even better next year. So if you're ever planning some travel, going up north, apparently solar flares are going to be so intense, either we're all going to die, or it's going to be really pretty when we do.
Wait, so our two options are both die?
One's an ugly death, one's a pretty death. That's called optimism, baby.
All right, what a disclaimer.
All right, anyway, so I've been building my render farm. I'm a render farm expert. I'm an expert.
You're still on about that?
I've discovered the magic that is blown fuses again. So it turns out computers draw a lot of power. A lot of power. And so for those that aren't aware, that even just running one computer all day long is an incredible draw of power. It's like running a microwave constantly. So one of the things that I'm looking into is getting power into my house, like figuring out the power system. I'm trying to get like a better battery backup. But I was doing something yesterday
The
that
knockback
was
for this
okay.
is
So I was up on my roof,
insane.
right, and I realized how cosmically stupid what I was doing was. I climbed up on the roof and I called for Amy, Amy! And I was like, "Can you pass me the hose?" So she throws me the hose, and there I am standing on my roof, watering my solar panels because they're dirty and encrusted with grime. But I just was like standing there and thinking about it as this like wonderful
Give
era
him
that
your
we live in with
shit.
all this technology and able to
God
just
damn it.
grab electricity out of the air with solar panels. And there I stand with a garden hose, being like, "This'll fix it."
Well, if you want to grow your solar farm, you've got to water it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It just felt so dumb. It was happening, but then
I thought you were going to tell me you were cleaning out your gutters or something. I was not expecting the twist of watering your solar panel.
No, because I could understand like cleaning out the gutters. And what I should have done is I have a Ryobi power washer, and what's great about it is it has a hose attachment on it. But my hose isn't long enough, and I didn't have the batteries charged, and I was just like, let me go up see what they are, and they looked pretty crusty.
Were you using the solar panel attachment for the hose?
Shut up.
You know, they actually make a Ryobi solar panel cleaner. It's basically the same as power washer, but it's designed to work way better on solar panels.
Yeah, because that stuff is crusty. Because I got done, I washed it off, and I felt like I was playing Power Wash Simulator because I didn't have enough pressure. Because I had one of those little handles, but at the distance, the wind alone was beating me. So I got done, everything was wet, and I thought I washed it thoroughly. I saw some gunk run off, and by the time I got to the end, I went back to the beginning, and the beginning was dry, and it was just as dusty. It was like super, like just as crusted over. Couldn't see a single cell, and I was like, damn it. So I bought. Amy bought a big mop with a big handle, so today when I come to mop my solar panels.
If people out there want to know what the celebrity lifestyle is like, it is mopping your solar panels on your roof.
So yeah, that's what I get to look forward to. And so I'm realizing that with all of this computer power, that man, yeah, things are going good. Things are going real good. I have all the parts assembled, but I realized that I got the wrong case for it because I'm not building a server rack. I'm basically just building a few computers for my Houdini render farm. But I got the wrong case size because it's been a while since I built a computer. I used to always do it, and then I kind of fell into people doing the custom water cooling solutions because I was like, I don't really want to fiddle with all that, so I'd rather get it from a company that's gonna do it. But for these things, like the prices are so stupid for like business level stuff. That's why businesses don't make any sense. I don't know how businesses ever make money when they pay like business prices for things, because you got like home internet. You pay home internet, it could be like up to $100 for good internet, and that's pricey. A business internet line starts in the thousands, and I'm like, wait a minute, where does this jump occur? Why is this? But that's just what businesses pay for. They just do that, and other people charge businesses like these exorbitant rates, and it's like it doesn't make any sense because the price of these big workstation computers from a pre-built manufacturer, like there's a markup for pre-built computers for consumer level hardware. What should be like a $10,000 computer if you bought all the parts in a very good computer, someone will mark up to $50,000 for the entire thing to be assembled. If you look at some of the higher end workstations, it doesn't make any sense. So I'm building it myself again because I've done that before and it's not much different. But I got the wrong case because it's an SSI-EEB motherboard, not an EATX motherboard. And even though the case said EATX and the motherboard I bought was listed as EATX.
Have you tried the EAT-ASS motherboards? Our old house, I couldn't get fiber internet. And I called, I was like, can we get fiber? I would love to have like gigabit speed. And they're like, oh, no, I'm sorry. They're like, the only way we can find that you can do is if you upgrade to business. And I was like, okay, so what's that take? And it was like $3,000 or $4,000 or whatever. And I was like, oh, wait. So what you're saying is if I pay that price, there is gigabit speed that goes to our house? Yes. But I can't get the gigabit speed under a residential price. No, we don't offer it there.
Neat.
But the infrastructure is physically there. Yes, sir. Got it. No, I will not be paying $3,000 a month for internet, but I'm glad to know it exists.
That's the thing. It's like the way prices are segmented are just absurd. Like absurd.
I think it's unclear because
that
is also my experience because I've looked into business class internet before. I feel like the business class stuff is meant if you have like, we have 80 employees, we're going to have several hundred things on the internet minimum. We need bandwidth to have one internet connection that effectively services potentially thousands of things happening at one time on the internet, which is a whole other scale, even from like a small business. Like if I worked at Jimmy John's, right? We had internet at Jimmy John's. We didn't need that. The business class internet is kind of like misleading. It's really for like buildings. If you have like an office building and you're like, I need internet for this whole fucking thing.
I want to see like a bratwurst size Ethernet cable.
Oh, they exist.
That big. They're like, yeah, like a good old brat size Ethernet cable where they're like, oh, you got the business class. Bring this puppy in.
That's why they call me business class. 8 inches around.
I can't even assemble the other computers until I get my power sorted because right now I don't have enough. So I'm looking into getting a battery system because maybe I'm misconceiving something about how solar and battery works. But my understanding should be that you have solar panels and you have a battery system, right? The solar panels charge the batteries. The batteries are able to power your house. You have enough that it could back up the whole house in case of emergency. But if you have solar panels and a battery, it should power the house and also charge the batteries simultaneously. I know that's a tall order. Some batteries can't do that, but this is solar we're talking, right?
In theory, you charge the battery, you use some of the battery in your house, but it's still charging and holding charge, I would think, yeah. In my brain, yeah.
Yes, exactly. And then when the sun goes bye-bye, then the batteries pick up, and so as much as possible, you're not using the grid's power. So I called someone up and I consulted about this, and I told them, like, yeah, I want to be as independent of the grid as possible. I want to be using as much of the solar panels to generate my own electricity. I want to pay as little on my power bill as possible. And he looks at me, he goes like, what? No one's ever asked for that. I've never installed that before. That's absurd. Why would you even think that? And I'm like, I thought that's how it worked. I thought you get solar panels and you do the thing and it makes you have power. I thought electricity pumps in through those and you get that and then you don't have to pay for it as much. He's like, what are you talking about?
So this is a little tinfoil hatty. The electric companies caused that to happen on purpose. That is not a mistake. Because this is what I was surprised by this too. When we lived in California, we got solar on the house that we lived in. And I had the exact same idea that you did. I was like, cool, so the battery will feed the house. And the way that they've set up, and this is to benefit the grid, is once your batteries are charged, if you're still generating excess power, most systems direct that into the grid. They install a special kind of smart meter thing on your house, and instead of you using that power in your own house and staying off the grid, you send that power somehow onto the grid and it goes to everyone else, and they give you credit for that.
Mark, thanks for the power, dude.
Well, you're a little far away probably, but maybe.
It's a long, thick, broad grid.
If you don't have that set up, if you move, right, which someone else lives in that house we lived in now, we gave them the info, but if you don't get the info for the smart thing to have that set up on your account, that extra power just goes to the grid for free. PG&E doesn't give anybody anything for that, and I don't think that's
these boxes are
so it's entirely possible that you are, and that's just because you didn't build this house or have the solar installed, right? Somebody else did that, and now you live here, and I don't know if you have that set up, but if you don't, there might be supposed to be credits on your account with them that then later you would get back.
That might be why. Oh my god.
But if you don't have that set up, they're literally just taking that shit from you and being like, oh, whoops, sorry, we didn't, I just thought that was our power.
But no, that makes so much sense because I was looking we just talked about this. My power bill is $800 a month. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. If
It's
I
more
got
like
all these
$3,000 a month
and here I
now.
am washing it off with a hose. Why am I paying so much? It don't make so sense. If we didn't,
There's an employee that was walking to your house with a hose about to clean. He saw you up there and was like, this guy's awesome, man.
he's fixing up our solar panel. Wow.
Yeah, anyway, so you might want to reach out to PG&E and or the way ours was set up, ours was managed by a third party in between. So you had to contact the company that we got the panels from, and they would communicate with the power company and set it up so that the credits were applied to our power
Still
account
fucking
correctly.
doing it.
It's it's an actual scam because the point is you're not separate from the grid. Then you are benefiting the grid, and they might not even have to give you credit for it. You still pay them just as much if you don't get those credits back. It doesn't. You're just giving them solar power
Okay, I know
for
it's
free
death
and
caps,
go fuck
but,
yourself.
how much
it's
death
an
are we
absolute
talking
scam.
about?
Mark's trying to get off the grid and instead he's
Cool.
You think you're trying to get away from the
Too much
system, and
death
you're just
at the moment.
participating in it.
Well, then
What's
what
the
I'm probably
gourmand
gonna
point?
do is I'll call them
Just
and reach out about
8 or
that
6
because
or something.
I didn't set up any of this. So there were batteries here before and a solar system here before. I was like, this is great, this is fantastic. But then there's also this Generac ass generator, which I do not like. And I'm like, why is this here if we got the battery backups? And I had a complete misconception of how the whole system was rigged. And even when I had the guy out here looking at it, he's looking at the solar system and he's like, I don't know this. I have no memory of this place. I have no memory of this place. And he was really I don't want to have to tear into that. And I'm like, I will pay you to tear into that because I want the solar to feed my batteries and then that power the house and then if I need more pull from the grid. Only then.
I will say, what you want, because I did also look into this, I was disappointed that was how our solar worked, and I couldn't change it. That was how the system worked, and that was the only way that system worked. It's possible to get exactly what you want, but that's not what they try and sell you on. If you work with any of the mainstream companies that do solar stuff, they're all
I
in
really
the
need to
system
read.
of, we'll give you the one where the power goes back to the grid, and then you get the credits, and then it's all... But it's 100% possible to get what you want. You just need to find a company that will, like, offer that. It totally exists. That technology totally exists.
All right, good. I'll make some calls after that.
I'm curious if you find the right company who will give you what your actual goal is there, because that is also how I felt like solar power should work. I was like, well, why is our battery always at like 95% charge during the hottest part of the summer when we're running the AC and stuff? And it's like, that I want to use that. That's our juice there in the batteries.
That's our juice, comrade.
All right, so probably I'm gonna need an electrician to really, really hammer at this thing.
Or you can do it, dude. Just get one of those bratwurst cables and set it up.
Those bratwurst cables you just invented.
I think you need kielbasa for a solar system of Mark's size.
I don't know what kielbasa is.
Different kinds of sausage. Yeah, little in fact, the different gauges of wire, the actual official denominations are all sausage based. You got Little Smokies, you got Red Hots, you got Bug Length, you got small brat, like ballpark brat, and then you got like Johnsonville's.
You just gotta be careful how much voltage per girth North America you get, because you don't want to get your bratwurst too close to the VGNA.
I don't know.
Read it, Mark. What does VGNA sound like if you try and say it out loud?
Vista Grande Neighborhood Association?
I don't think he gets it, Wade.
That's okay.
Vagina.
Hmm?
Vagina.
Hmm?
Vagina.
Hmm?
Any hoozle. Good small talk. Sad small talk for Mark, but good small talk, everybody.
Mine was shitty. His was sad.
Good all around. Lots of points. Excellent work. So listen, we've had some tough times around the game of 20 questions on the show.
Oh, baby, I'm ready.
And I've got a topic for today that I feel like is gonna change our history with the idea of 20 questions. So we're not gonna play the guessing game, 20 questions, where I pick something and you have 20. We're gonna play 20 other questions, also known as easy 20 questions. It's just trivia, guys.
Oh, God.
I've got 20 trivia questions that I think you're going to know the answers to. If you don't know them right off the bat, I think you definitely have a strong chance of figuring them out. I'm not going to make you like push a button to ring in or anything. I just have a list of questions here, and we're going to go through them, and you get like a point for every one that you get correct. No punishments for not knowing. These are, I will say, they are sort of history and also like science themed. Or like classic trivia stuff. And these, I think you'll know some of these. I think you'll know these.
Do we answer every other one, or how are we doing the answers?
Yeah, we're gonna alternate. One of you gets a chance to answer, and the other one can steal if you get it wrong or if you don't know.
Okay.
But we'll go back and forth. Who wants to go first? Should I flip a cap?
Yeah, flip a cap.
It's an even number, right? So we each get the same amount, no matter what.
What if you spin the wheel? Come on, spin the wheel. Spin the wheel.
No, I don't need to add percentages for this. Mark, Wade. It hit the camera. It landed, triangle of fairness. It landed this side up. I believe that was Wade's side.
All right, I got nervous when you said that. Now I gotta pee. Let's do it.
Easy questions. What is the name of the first artificial Earth satellite launched by the Soviet Union in 1957?
Sputnik?
Yes, very good.
But I almost said Hubble, so 1957. Because I was like, so the Hubble. The Soviets had that Hubble telescope. Remember that one?
All right, Mark. This is an equally easy question, Mark, and no one's going to be mad about this. What is the name of the principle that states that no two electrons in an atom can have the same set of quantum numbers?
Dude, do you remember this?
The Pauli exclusion principle.
Holy fuck, are you serious?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Well done, man. I was gonna steal that one too.
Did you know that one?
No, I thought it was the polyamorous principle. I would have gotten it wrong.
All right. See, I was afraid that I went too hard, but that's fine.
I feel like I got my one and only one correct.
Are all of my questions like this?
They're randomly jumbled. It's gonna be fine.
Okay, time to
Civilization
find
is credited
some.
with the invention of the wheel.
Well, that does that. Let me check the recipe.
I have no fucking idea. Was there even a civilization then? I thought that was kind of like okay, oldest civilization. So I'm just thinking out loud here. Babylon was pretty old. China. What else was really old over there? You know, Babylon did it.
Wrong. Mark?
Sumeria.
Yes.
Really?
Yes, the Sumerians are credited with the invention of
Oh, this is gonna be Mark's greatest day ever.
I thought this episode was going to go in a whole other direction, and it still might. But I guess I'm showcasing how smart you guys are today, and I actually love that for us.
I've never even heard of Sumeria.
You've heard of the Sumerians. Sumerians are like one of the first civilizations.
I don't even know where they are in the world. I don't even know what. I just know it's an old one.
All right, Mark. What is the name of the process? I swear to God, these are randomly jumbled. This is not. Mark, what is the name of the process by which a solid changes directly into a gas without passing through the liquid state?
Sublimation.
All right, that's. Okay. There's going to be a lot of points in this episode if you guys are getting all this.
Now, can I name the 3 states of matter?
Wait, what was the name of the first known written legal code? Hey, you almost went to law school. You should know this. Created by a Babylonian king. You just said the word Babylon. You basically know this one.
I did. The first code as written by Babylon was called, I'm gonna go fuck myself.
Surprisingly, close, but no. Mark for the steal?
Magna Carta.
No.
Is it that letter from the copper salesman to the guy who bought the shitty copper from the dude?
It's the Code of Hammurabi.
Oh, I've actually heard of that.
Mark, what is the name of the effect that describes the change in frequency of a wave in relation to an observer moving relative to the wave source?
Doppler effect?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. All right.
Dude, I am fucked. I peaked at Sputnik.
Wait, this is middle school here. You got this.
Don't say that, man.
I know that you know this. It is science.
Tell me they're hard to make me feel better when I'm wrong.
It's a science one, but it's something you have a good chance.
Something's gonna. Eventually, something's gonna be west.
Where light bends around the edges of an object.
Fuck, I should know this one. Is this refraction?
Sorry, that's not correct.
Well, damn, that was gonna be my answer.
Guess a word that has to do with light.
Lensing.
No, it was diffraction.
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay, you know, I don't feel as bad as I could have for getting that one wrong, because
No, that's pretty close. Refraction was very much the right idea.
I forget things easily, and you were toggling things that are like 10th grade.
It's fine. No, you know what? You guys have already done better than I expected.
I thought this was easy. You prefaced this with this was easy.
Yeah, well, it should be easy, but you're doing great. Mark, your turn to go first. What was the name of the ship that brought the Pilgrims to America in 1620?
Is this one of those trick questions where a name jumps to mind, but it was actually a different one? I'm gonna say the Mayflower.
Yay!
Okay. I could have sworn this was going to be one of those different names.
Mark paid attention in 5th grade history.
You know, my first thought was like, oh, Theseus. I was like, wait, you know, I thought it.
All right, Wade, your turn. What is the name of the principle that states that the laws of physics are the same in all inertial frames of reference? Easy questions, guys.
Dude, I was a physics major. I studied all of these things. I don't know, like the law of conservation of matter or something.
No, wrong law. Marked for the steal?
I mean, you're calling it the principle, but isn't that the theory of relativity?
The listed answer is principle of relativity. Judges, are we going to accept the theory of relativity? Yeah, that's the judges say yes.
That's fine. That's good enough for me. You know, that's fine.
Wait, I can't tell if you're going to definitely know this one or if this is another.
Dude, you never know with me.
You got this, buddy. Which Roman emperor is known for his wall that spans all across northern Britain?
How many Roman emperors do I know other than Caesar?
Oh, but they probably know this one.
Caesar!
Nope.
Oh, Tim. Roman Emperor Tim.
Caesar, Maius Augustus, Tim.
Well, I'm guessing it's not Maius Augustus, no.
That's a made-up name that's not even a Roman name, probably. That's nothing.
Maximus Thane.
I love Emperor Thane.
Why is your Roman Emperor a League of Legends character? What happened?
I think Thane's a Jarrell, is he?
Emperor Hadrian. Hadrian's Wall.
Yep.
Oh, that's Rocky's wife. Adrian!
Oh.
All right, Mark. This is a very fair game, and these are jumbled very fairly.
Okay.
Mark, what is the name of the
Oh, God
physical
fucking
boundary
damn it.
around a black hole beyond which no light or other radiation can escape?
The event horizon.
Very fair. It's very fair. It's
Oh.
very fair. It's very fair.
Dude, I don't know any of this shit, so I can picture the black hole. I remember the little like gas fart coming out, but I couldn't tell the name of any of it.
The gas fart is one of the parts of a black hole. Hey Wade, I know that you know this. You don't. I have a clue I can give you if you would like a clue on this one.
Yeah, I'll take the clue before I take the question.
All right. Think about RVs.
Yeah.
What was the name of the treaty that ended the 30 Years' War in 1648?
Winnebago.
That's all right. I'm afraid that's incorrect. Mark, do you know what treaty this was?
Oh, the Treaty of Airstream.
What if I said yes?
Do you remember Sputnik, man? Can we go back to Sputnik?
All right, I don't. My clue was not very helpful, probably, but it's the Treaty of Westphalia. It's also a type of the camper van type thing.
Is it? Never heard of that one. Man, I really thought I had.
Astatine.
Almost. Astatine. I don't know what that is.
Okay, go with your made-up elements. Get out of here.
Astatine. I brushed my teeth with that, dude.
Wade, which battle in 1066 marked the beginning of the Norman rule in England? Think about English battles. There's some famous ones that everyone's kind of heard of.
The Battle of Fuck You, Mike.
That's Australian, but do you want a serious answer or?
But you know, that was before Australia was a penal colony, so the Australians were still part of Britain in 1066.
So they all already had the Australian accent before they left. I didn't know that.
Yeah, when was Australia founded? Am I right about that?
Like 1980 or something? I don't know. Mark,
The Battle of Wales.
that's actually the right idea. It's very close. It's the Battle of Hastings. Mark, what's the name of the paradox that questions why the night sky is dark despite the vast number of stars in the universe? What is the name of the paradox that questions why the night sky is dark despite the vast number of stars in the universe?
You know, I'm only thinking of the Fermi paradox, but do you mean by light darkness?
Yeah, well, like, why is it, incorrect? Wait.
Oh, Cloverfield paradox.
Close enough.
Really?
Have a point for making me chuckle. No, but it's Olber's paradox.
Oh, Olber. That's Wilbur the pig. It's his uncle.
It's his old uncle, Olber. Wait, you know this one.
This episode is brought to you by...
Oh.
Anyway, hi, welcome back to Distractible. You heard half of that song because the recording already started.
It wasn't meant for anyone but you.
This is the new intro to the episodes. The moment the recording starts, put that in.
Welcome to Distractible. My name is Mark Blair. I'm joined with Bob and Wade here. Wade, the musical master. Bob, just a guy, but a great guy. And these two are going to compete today. You've read the title of the episode, and trust me, I fixed it. I got it good this time.
It's like season not to date it too hard. Then the Blue Jackets
Oh,
are
goddamn. This is taking forever to get
everyone's
there.
hearts. If you're not a hockey fan, the Blue Jackets are the Columbus hockey team.
Far as hell.
And they were pretty mediocre this year. It was a weird season. Our star player and his brother actually died tragically in the off season, in between seasons, in an accident. And so a lot of the beginning of this season was sort of, there were a lot of memorials and like, I can't imagine having to like go and play on a professional sports team where that occurs and then the season starts and you have to jump in and try and be focused and on it. So it's been a kind of a different season for that. And they've done fairly well considering that must have been on their minds for a lot of it and hard to deal with, I'm sure. But it's the end of the season. There are literally a couple games left and the Blue Jackets are literally doing the exact bare minimum to where they're not mathematically eliminated But literally, there's another team that needs to lose out to the end of the season, and the Blue Jackets need to win out to the end of the season. And if maybe one or two other thing happens, we can maybe get the last wild card spot. And every day I'm almost like, just lose. Just end this.
This is an Ohio sports thing, is it? The Bengals did the exact same thing last year.
Yeah, it's just like that. Like, literally, the odds makers are like, the Jackets have a 0.7% chance of making the playoffs. And the Jackets were like, so you're telling me there's a chance?
I know sports a little bit more, and it's not all of Ohio that's causing all these pains, because the Cleveland basketball, whatever their name is,
Cavaliers. Yeah, they're a 1 seed, aren't they?
They're tied. There's 2 number 1 seeds. They had an incredible record, and so they're doing outrageously good. Take that, LeBron.
Yeah, his team now sucks, probably.
No, third. They locked in the 3 seed the other day.
I don't follow basketball. Isn't that where Luka went? The whole thing where Luka got traded and everyone was like, what? Didn't he go to the Lakers and now he's with LeBron?
Mark's not wrong that they were the West is set up where it was like the Thunder are like a mile ahead of everyone. The 2 seed I think was pretty close to locked up, and then like 3 through 8 was like a game difference between all of them. So it was very like, who's going to end up where? Until like a week ago, the Lakers locked up the 3 seed. It was very contentious. Luka is with the Lakers. I don't know who Cleveland star players are, but Mark is right. They are the 1 seed for the Eastern Conference, I think.
All right.
So yay. And the Browns in Cleveland, they have people on their team.
And pressure their taxpayers to buy them a stadium for them to play all their good football in.
Well, they lost one of their biggest star players, Cleveland did. Myles Garrett was like, I will not play for Cleveland again no matter what. I want to go to a contender.
I thought they paid him money and he stayed.
What? No, he was staying on his principles. No dollar.
here.
I just heard the whole bit. You're right. I remember you and me doing a bit where he did that, and they're like, never mind, money is great.
It's still funny.
You're right, it sure is.
I hope the Blue Jackets have better luck than the Bengals of beating the minuscule odds.
Nah, they won't.
I don't like the looks of this
but they will
island.
try. They literally will lose it. It's whatever. It's Ohio sports.
Cattails,
I'll just go watch the Cavaliers. That's fine.
Okay, fair enough.
Also, I put up a bird feeder today. Huh?
Did you make it?
No, well, it's one of those ones with the webcam in it.
Don't need
so
clay,
we're
I
gonna get
need
sneaky
cat
pictures of all the
tails.
birds coming to eat our bird seed now. But I put up a solar panel and then wired it up and then put up
There
the
ain't
bird
no
feeder
way that
itself.
there's no
It's cool.
cattails.
We're gonna get bird pictures. Guys, bird pictures.
Sneaky pictures.
They won't even know, I assume. Unless birds understand how webcams work.
Everything you're saying is like perfectly fine to do, you know, bird watch, but with the way you're saying it, like sneaky bird pictures, they won't even know.
It's like we're in their bedroom. It's like we're in the privacy of their home.
The bird comes home, takes off its leg scales, just reveals like hairy man legs, and you're like, I didn't know birds could do that. It'll be the first discovered case of birds actually having hairy legs.
Leg scales? Do they have scaly legs?
No, they don't.
Whatever the yellow, whatever their textury weird yellow.
That's called skin.
Nah, that can't be it.
I'm pretty sure.
Didn't they evolve from dinosaurs? And dinosaurs had scales, therefore birds must have scales.
Okay, alright, actually now, given that I've eaten a chicken's foot, I guess it does have a bumpy, I wouldn't call it scaly, but it is probably a little bit like that.
It has a texture like skin.
By the way, I don't recommend, I know people, it's a Korean thing, and probably other countries too, but chicken feet, it's full of collagen, and I don't doubt that. It's just really unpleasant to eat.
No, I think it's a Chinese thing too, because I think a lot of, if you go to a traditional dim sum place, they'll have chicken feet as one of the little things you can get off the cart at the whatever. My dad likes those. I could never. It's too chewy stuff. Like, I get it, it's good for you, and it's a specific thing. I could never do it.
You'd have to be the type of person that when you eat chicken wings,
This
like,
was kind of a
clean
nothing
that
burger, but
stuff.
I
There's
did see
only
another
bones
island
left, and even them have a bite mark at the
to
end of them.
the
Yeah, you could be that type of person.
question mark.
That ain't me.
I've got some updates.
Ominous. Are you a doctor?
You might want to sit down for this. I finished the Animorph books, all of them finally. And it was a series I started reading as a kid in like 2nd grade. Like I was very young. I think it's probably aimed more at teenagers than it is like maybe like 13 to 17-year-olds, you know, young adult teens. It's a very, very brutal book series. very brutal, very graphic. There's lots of like, oh, they clawed my back leg off and I'm bleeding profusely kind of like stuff. It's like kind of wild for gaming addiction. And I don't know if you guys are going to play it or not, but it's a game called Blueprints. It's like a puzzle mystery game. I just started recording it last week. I kind of took last week off from streaming and stuff. I tried to take a little mini vacation, and that turned into me recording like 14 hours of Blueprints instead. So yay, good job me. But I had a lot of fun with it. You kind of like build your own building, and then there's all kinds of mysteries and secrets along the way, and like each day things reset and you start over again. What was it called? Blueprints. Prince. Blueprints.
Is it different than the word blueprints, or are you just saying it with a weird emphasis?
It is called Blueprints. Prince. But blueprints is like a pun because you're building a blueprint. So it is.
I see.
But there's a lot more to it. Like the first couple of days, I didn't really know what I was getting myself into. It's a very deep game with a lot of stuff going on in it. You don't really realize at first. But I've been having a lot of fun with it. A lot of fun. And my last update is actually a plea for help from you.
I'm not buying you a car.
And I don't know what I'm doing anymore because it's just been so long. So I need advice. I think my camera that I've had for like 7 years is starting to have issues recognizing that there's an SD card in there. I think like something's going on where it's like, because I've got multiple SD cards, and I was like, oh, I need to swap it. This SD card's finally dying. But like, it's really being finicky about what it's wanting to record onto SD cards right now. So I'm like, okay, this thing's 7 years old. Maybe something's going on with the reader. Maybe it's time for a new camera. What is the new camera or camcorder to get in 2025?
I always forget that you actually still press
What
record on
the
the camera
fuck
and
is that?
record onto an SD card. I haven't done that since like 2018.
The message
even though we
on
had
the
a
radio,
at the beginning
but
of
it
it,
is
it's been working pretty flawlessly for like 5 years now. OBS recording a double wide image with your video going into it, because you have your video going into your computer right now. Like, we're seeing you.
Yes.
You just put that in OBS.
Can you record like 2 scenes at once? I just don't want to have like my camera placated on.
Literally, you set it up so that you record 2 things. One of them is your whole desktop, and one of them is your whole face, and it's one file, which is double as wide as a normal.
3840 by 1080.
And then when you edit it, you just go, "Yup," and the other one will go, "Yup," and then you have each file.
I think.
You can't even upgrade it. You mean fix it?
I think this one is. Wait, what's the new series? New series is 50 series, right?
It's not out yet, is it?
It's out, but I wouldn't do it. It's not worth the upgrade.
I don't know. I think I need to take my computer and get looked at. It's just having some boot up issues where every now and then it'll launch up. My whole computer will be super laggy, and I have to like go in, restart it, and then usually second or third restart, it's like, yeah, I'm fine. But I've had a couple of crashes during streams and like gaming sessions lately where something, I don't know, it could be software, but I think there's some faulty hardware, and I don't know how to narrow down what it is, but I think something needs to be looked at. So maybe not to buy a new computer, but at least repair.
That sounds kind of like a RAM issue to me, I'm not going to lie, but I'm also not an expert on this.
I figure maybe I'll take it in. But that means I need to go there.
Yeah, going to Micro Center's the best.
All right, so off camera, I will have one of you help me set up OBS so I can record without having to use my SD card.
It will take 5 minutes. It's amazing.
It will save you so much time in dumping footage off your camera, and then editors won't have to sync it up. It's really nice.
I haven't put an SD card in this camera literally since we were on tour, because I had this camera with me on tour, and I was recording stuff handheld with it.
I'm guessing, I forget what I record my game footage in, but I recorded something that I have it auto remux to like an MP4 or something, right? Do you do the same thing with your camera?
Should be MKV, right?
Yeah, I think it's MKV. Do you do the same thing?
Yeah, it's the exact same thing. All you literally do is change a couple settings in the scene and arrange your things. That's it.
That means I should be dealing with smaller file sizes too, right? So my camera's files won't take like 10 years to transfer.
Yeah.
They won't transfer at all. They'll already be on there.
Oh,
Right where you tell them to be.
I still have to transfer because I drag them into like the external storage, but yeah.
Yeah, but that's like on your network NAS, right? Like that.
You gotta click and drag it over to. Oh man.
I don't trust anything to record to an external device. I record it on my computer, drag it over, then I.
Oh, I do the same thing.
This is the most pointless question, but I'm just curious. When you remux, Wade, do you remux directly to your final destination, or do you remux it to the same spot and then copy the file from there to the final destination?
I do that one.
I figured. You know, you don't have to do that. You could set the destination when you do the remux and just be like, put it over there.
Well, I think the only reason I do is sometimes whenever I'm doing like bulk recordings, I just want to like quickly go. Like I'll stop, it'll do a fast remux, then go. If I remux to the other one, it takes a little bit long for that file to transfer to the Synology for whatever reason.
Why don't you just do all the remuxing at the end?
I don't know. I just have to set to auto do it.
You can batch them.
You would set to auto. Oh.
OBS will auto remux when I hit stop recording.
Either way, it's all good. I guess.
But the remuxing takes very little time, typically. It's the
Man,
transfer
no,
to
the
Synology
island's
takes
still
a little
there.
bit longer.
I can't believe you're finally entering the 21st century of recording. I would say that. I guess.
Dad.
You're right. Whoa!
Wow, what an intro.
Oh, that was close.
Let's hit me.
Uh-huh. All right, so I've gone through many iterations of this. I've dwelled on this multiple times, and I think I've finally landed on a version that is what I've always dreamed it to be. And I want to start by setting the scene. All right, the Museum of Antiquities. Perched atop a hill in the heart of an old city, there's a fortress dressed as a neoclassical museum. Its prized treasure, the heart of Mabut, a flawless 1,200 carat diamond, the size of a beach ball. Actually, I have no idea how large 1,200 carats would be. Okay, beach ball would be too big. I guessed wrong. There's a 1,111 carat diamond that someone is holding in their hand, and it's like this big. So this one is like just a little bigger than that, right?
Like a grapefruit.
It rests in a levitating prism of pressure-sensitive glass at the center of the atrium, the main atrium with the glass dome over top, and it's literally floating midair, right? It's a 12-story glass chamber rigged with motion-tracking lasers that shift hourly according to a randomized algorithm. The museum boasts triple-layer defenses, biometric access on all doors, an elite guard of X-Special Forces rotating.
I think it's funny because he literally dropped all of this.
A proprietary AI surveillance network with cameras everywhere.
Dropped
that
all of
scans
this.
both
None of this.
infrared
Like, he
and
did this
has
in the last
pattern
one, too.
recognition across its entire fleet of cameras, right? The atrium floor is actually just a dead drop that goes 60 feet straight down. So if you see this thing, it's a glass thing floating midair on the
glass dome above, glass box of like bulletproof glass with the diamond's house floating. There's a cutout beneath it where it just goes straight down 60 feet, right? To get to it is like a 10-foot gap, right? And it's up. So unless, and it's just out of reach, let's just say you can't jump and grab it, right? You couldn't be there, jump and grab it, you would fall, probably die.
So the center, you have the pillar with the diamond. Then you've got this big gap. So the ground comes in like this.
Yeah.
There's a gap, 10 feet.
Yeah.
And then it's also elevated on top of that.
Yeah, so there's a gap and it's floating above where the floor is, where everyone else would come in the museum.
I have a
How high
spoon
up
in my mouth, by the
from
way.
like the ground level?
10 feet up and 10 feet out in the middle. So it's like a
Is this some a squared plus b squared equals c squared shit to like figure out the diagonal?
well, it just say you can't jump to get it. You could get to it with other means, but
I can't. Do you know? You're right.
neither of you can. Got all that? There's an AI scanning all the cameras. It can see infrared, it can see normal, it has pattern recognition, face recognition, dog recognition, can separate animals, because that actually can be. If you buy security cameras nowadays, it can do this. There is Special Forces guarding, rotating at every hour, and I'm not going to say whether or not that has a gap in between, but they rotate every hour. But assume they're Special Forces, and they're pretty quick on that rotation, right? Also, pressure-sensitive glass, both on the roof dome of the atrium, both on the security thing of the diamond, the heart of my boot. Is that all clear?
It's glass, Mark. Of course it's clear.
Bob, you and I are working together on this, or we're...
No, that's the trick. You two are both fighting for the spot of the greatest criminal that has ever lived or ever will live. You both happen to be going for this particular diamond at the exact same time, and only one of you can walk out with the diamond. How it's going to work, unlike previous things, is not one of you is not going to be the guard. I'm the security. All of it. All of it is me. I'm struggling to get all of this underway, and you two are trying to beat me in terms of making it to this diamond and making it out. Now here's how it's going to work. It's going to combine all the elements that I've loved from Nide Win and other various games that I have. So both of you can either do one of two things. You can take an action to get closer to the diamond, and it's literally like you have to roll to defeat each of these objectives, or even get closer to the objectives. There's a detection roll. So once any of you gets detected or you get caught, it's basically game over. Your special time bracelet resets you back to the beginning. You redo all of your actions, and you get to the next step. And each of you is trying to get to this diamond. If either of you get caught, the entire system resets. That's what it is, because the game's up. Okay, all right, wait, no.
He's doing the thing.
I was debating that, whether it would reset everyone or if it would just reset one of you at a time, going back to do it all over again, right? I can't remember.
Well, good thing you wrote it all down.
Well, I didn't write it all down. I wrote some of it down. I was thinking of it. Let me just ask you guys. Obviously, you're probably very lost.
I'm going to say you don't want it to reset everyone if you ever want this game to finish. Because all you have to do to foil your opponent is get yourself caught to drag it all back to the beginning.
You're right. Okay, all right. So each of you independently can be caught, and you would have to reset and try your actions, except you can change the last action you just did. But every successful action still maintains itself, okay? Does that make sense? And we'll make them up as we go along.
We're building a scene here, and once something is a successful action, then that's
bad sign. I don't see any cattails.
Exactly, right. Okay, and I'll try to keep track of everything.
Oh,
I have
that
my dice up here.
or
I have my
hospitality
wheels
dirt.
up here. You're still gonna get random special spy items. You're still gonna get random unspecial debilitating weaknesses.
Do we get to bring anything ourselves?
Yeah, you're gonna get random things you're gonna bring.
Okay, but nothing that we can't just have brought something.
You're the greatest thieves alive. I'm assuming you have the basics, like lock-picking kit, rope.
Okay.
Let's assume you have that stuff, kind of generic stealing things, plus bonus items.
Wait, can you take your headphones off for like 30 seconds?
Okay, take it off, close your eyes.
I'll cover my mouth. Anyway, am I allowed to get captured on purpose as part of my plan in a sort of Ocean's 11-y sort of arrangement?
I will allow it.
And how much of the layout of this building can I freeball before, like, what's the leash on that? Because obviously if that's my plan, I'm going to have to sort of make up some locations and do some stuff.
I was going to say there's generically like 3 rooms, at least 3 areas in between the entrance and this thing.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. I don't know why it really mattered if Wade heard that. I just don't want him to get any ideas.
All right, you guys rig this against me? Let's do it.
What I want you guys to do is, since Wade just did it, Bob, I'm going to have you take off your headphones, cover your eyes, and I'm going to ask Wade what his opening move is.
What if I just turn my headphones off but leave them on my head?
I don't trust. I
They'll be off. I won't listen.
don't trust you. No, because you're going to tell me the same thing, and that's just so we all start from this. We all know where everyone's starting, and you won't influence each other starting. Because if you are both independently the greatest thieves in the world, you wouldn't consult each other or plan your plans based on the other one. You wouldn't even know the other one was doing it.
That's true.
So I'm setting the stage so that this could interfere. All right, Bob, take off your headphones, cover your eyes. All right, Wade, what is your opening move?
Okay, so I gotta get into this place. Can you describe what it's like from the outside?
It's very much like a beautiful museum. It's perched atop a hill, so there's no dead drop cliff. It's just at the top of a hill and a very, very sturdy-looking museum.
I gotta go in the sewer.
That's great. I think that's enough to start with. Okay, Bob. Oh, we can't hear. How do we get his attention?
Well, we'll just wait a second. What were you guys talking about before? Oh, damn.
All right, Wade, now take off yours. Close your eyes.
Yeah, I'll give you like a good 30 count.
All right, so Bob, what is your opening move? What I said to Wade was this is a museum, a very sturdy-looking museum at the top of a hill, but otherwise it doesn't look like it's a secured building fortress. It's meant for people to go in. So what's your opening move?
I am wearing a dark jumpsuit, like coveralls. I have a big sack with a $sign on it slung over one shoulder, and then a ladder that looks like it's about the right height to climb up to reach the diamond slung over my other shoulder. And I just walk up like I'm gonna walk into the museum carrying these things. And I have an obviously fake mustache glued to my lip.
All right, gotcha. All right, here we go. Okay, so here's the scene. Bob is going in the front door.
Yeah.
With a dark jumpsuit. He has a bag with a $sign on it. He has a ladder that's exactly reached the diamond height and a fake mustache.
Did you roll for that, or did you just say you had that?
This is how he's starting. So, none of these are like crazy items, so I was like, yeah, this all seems fine.
Oh, I didn't give you any of my items or anything. I didn't know we were allowed to do that.
Well, you didn't say. You're going in...
All right.
No, wait, you're going in the sewer. I'm assuming, Wade, you have a sewer wetsuit.
Yes, okay.
You have rope
Basics.
in the basics. You got your
Cool,
bag. You
okay.
got your...
Wade's naked in the sewer. All right.
All right, you heard it. Wade's naked in the sewer. All right.
I'm naked under my wetsuit.
Nope, naked.
Okay.
You didn't specify. Bob was smart enough to specify dark jumpsuit. I like that. It's bold.
Well, didn't I ask if we could bring our own items before? You're like, you get the basics. I was like, all right.
I said we get the basics. So you got a bag of the basics.
I want my stinky wetsuit.
Clothes are not included in basics.
I will be naked in the museum. I don't care, but I want my wetsuit for the stink.
All right, fine. You got your wetsuit, but you're going to take it off as soon as you get up there because it's stinky.
There's a lot of nudity in these.
I don't know where I'm hiding all of my basic tools, but I've got them.
Here's your extra tools that you guys are going to get, all right? Here.
All right.
I know there's a lot of setup, but it's like I wanted it to be right. All right, so let's have Wade, your first step. You're going to get visible UV reactive ink.
That seems pertinent.
Bob, you get
Solving handcuffs? All right.
glass cutter.
Is that Wade?
Yeah, that's Wade.
No. Oh, wait, yeah. I thought that was going to say acoustic guitar.
All right, interesting. These are weirdly pertinent to this robbery. All right, Wade, your last item.
Ooh. Like a Wade climbing rope.
And Bob, your last one.
Come on, acoustic guitar. Edible water.
Fascinating.
to use on your dissolving handcuffs.
And that's okay. Wade, you have invincible UV reactive ink, glass cutter, and breakaway climbing rope. Bob, you have dissolving handcuffs, acoustic glass breaker, and an edible lock pick. Now, Wade, you have a debilitating weakness or benefit. We'll see what happens.
Oh, benefit? Could they be good?
It could be.
What kind of good thing could I
How
get?
can it be known?
Is it like he has to be wearing glasses or he can't see?
Yeah, you have glasses because your vision's bad.
If only they'd invented contact lenses.
Can't take those in the sewer. Are you crazy?
That's how you get shit eye.
You have.
Epileptic memory? What the fuck does that mean?
Oh no! So I put eidetic memory on there, and I was like, "What's a counter to that? Epileptic memory."
So anything I have to remember is all like I'm like an epileptic.
I don't know what it means. You just have it. It's up to you.
Oh, okay. Okay, great.
You want me to spin again?
Wouldn't the opposite of eidetic memory just be aphantasia?
I guess. No, because you can still remember things.
What the fuck is that?
Concept form.
But the thing about eidetic memory is it's like a photographical memory, right?
Well, it's epileptic memory. Alright, I'm rolling again. Fine. Alright.
Ah, okay.
Hang on, can I opt to just keep my epileptic memory and create the
Yeah,
definition
you
of what
do
it
that,
is
yeah,
before we
for
get
sure.
started? I
Shit.
asked
Okay.
the chatbot and I got epileptic memory is a rare and highly particular cognitive condition in which a person involuntarily and vividly recalls memories that never actually happened. These recollections come in short, intense bursts, triggered by sensory inputs like flashing lights, loud noises.
We laugh, but also that sounds kind of terrible.
That sounds horrible, yeah.
I like this.
Four Toes Williams is because I put Two Toes Johnny on here, and then I was like Three Toes Larry, Four Toes William, Five Toes Torrance, and I was like, and one, and you'll see above it is one toe to rule them all. I don't know what the fuck I was
Would you write these at 3 a.m. after like a fever dream state?
Dude,
What
can I
happened
read
here?
all of them? Because it's just like, I'm really happy with them. So it was like, I started with lazy eye, and I was like, you have a lazy eye, you have a focus eye, heterochrome lasia, which is just both your eyes are lazy. Heterochrome foci, which is both your eyes are really focused. Eye patch, monocle. Heterochrome patch, you have 2 eye patches. Peg legs, apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. Heterochrome fetia, robot hand, bald, ankle length hair, sweaty. Heterochrome stentia, which I think just is your stinky. Speak and spell, that's your voice, ankle length. Boobs with the fur. Eidetic memory, epileptic memory, diving world record, world's shortest breath, which Wade, you got that. Trypophobia, edging world record, echolocation, never leaves home without it, never leaves home with it, wet and dry.
Beautiful.
You know, Wade, you're getting another one. I don't care.
Wait, so do I have both of mine? Am
Yeah, you
I?
got 4 toes. You're fucking stinky as hell, man.
You know what? I don't need the wetsuit then.
That's why you went in the sewer. You're fine. You blend in.
Wade, you get another one.
Yes!
What does that mean?
Oh, yeah, no, it was like yeah, I wanted to put 2 left feet. I think that's what it was. Just you have 2 left feet.
Man, that would be really hard to identify with my stench 2 left feet and my glasses.
You want another one?
Yeah.
Oh God.
I'm so focused.
You have great eyesight.
That's because of my glasses.
Oh wait, how does that make sense?
They're focused with my perfect glasses.
Maybe that was your eyes only can stay pointed and straight ahead. So you can only ever move you can't move your eyes except straight ahead.
I have to turn my whole head.
You have to turn your whole head.
Okay, I think I've got enough here. Maybe you want to give Bob a couple more?
I'm happy with mine. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, he's good. He's got 4 toes and
What if I, right now, double or nothing?
double enough the amount of things that you
Unfair!
All right, he's declaring unfair. He's unhappy with the amount of disadvantages he's gotten.
Either I'm going in with 8 or we're both going in with 4. What happens if I win?
Mark will have to decide.
If it's unfair, I'll give Bob the equivalent number that you have gotten. If it's fair, super fair, then you get double.
Yeah, that's fine. That's right.
Otherwise, nothing happens. All right, here we go. Oh, tails. It's already washed.
All right, well, mine was tails, but
Well, sorry, Wade. This has been declared fair. You're wrong.
All right. Well, the rules are the rules. I believe in the coin.
All right. So, to reiterate, Wade, you're going in through the sewer. You do have a wetsuit, but nothing underneath. I'll leave that up to you. You have invisible UV ink, a glass cutter, breakaway climbing rope. You have glasses, and both of your eyes can only stare straight ahead. You're really stinky, and you have 2 left feet. Bob, you are going in the front door with a dark jumpsuit, $, bag, ladder for diamond height. It's exactly diamond height. It cannot be collapsed any further. And a fake mustache. You have dissolving handcuffs, acoustic glass breaker, edible lockpick, and you have epileptic memory.
technically I'm also 4 Toes Williams.
You're also, 4 toes.
I can only look straight ahead. I've got 2 left feet. I'm stinky, and I wear glasses.
Yeah.
Well, you can turn your head, just your eyes don't move in the socket. You just have to be like...
Yeah. Can I voluntarily remove a testicle?
When your turn, if you want to make that your turn,
Oh, I can't just go in with it? I have to remove it?
we've gone in with everything. You had your chance. Who's going first? Tails, Bob goes first. All right, Bob. The scene is set. You see the museum in front of you. You know the security system's inside now. You do not know Wade is there. You do not know. Neither of you know the other is attacking at this exact moment. You're both genius-level thieves. The weather was right. The time was right. The stars
I got what I
were
needed.
Right.
Now I'm
Everything
a
was aligned
fucking
for
bounce.
this day to be the perfect day to execute this plan. What's your first move?
I just try and walk in the front door with my sack and my ladder, and I'm just gonna go beeline straight to the diamond room.
All right, sounds fair. I'll give you a 50-50 shot of that working. Yeah. You walk right in.
Yes.
The guard assumes that you're here for maintenance. You got your ladder. You got your big bag. He laughs at the bag, actually. He's like, that's funny. It's really funny. Anyway, go on in. You're flagged in. You enter in. So you're inside. Wait, your turn.
I'm in the sewer.
You're in the sewer.
I use my glass cutter to remove my right testicle.
See if that works. One.
Do I remove both testicles?
You remove both testicles, screaming in agony. You collapse into the sewer. You fall into the poop stream. You start as your testicles float off into the distance, Ratatouille style, and then they go down this little pipe leading down. And you hear them scream on the way down.
But they end up in Paris.
So I just have an empty sack?
No, sack's gone too. I think it's just it's not good, whatever it is. I want to say, Bob, you hear, and everyone around you kind of hears this strange, distant... You don't know what it is, and it couldn't be your arch rival, greatest thief in the world, Wade. All right, Bob, what's your name?
All right. I'm standing in the diamond room. I hear the screaming in the distance, and that registers on some subconscious level. But
Okay,
I put it out
I'll
of my
try
head.
that when I get
I set
home.
down my sack, take my ladder with both hands,
Oh,
lean it up against the pedestal that the diamond is on, just below the pressure-sensitive glass, and just start climbing up to until I'm on top of the ladder, eye level with the giant diamond.
I will say that the diamond is in the very center of the museum, and you're only in the front atrium.
Oh, okay. So I'm not to the diamond yet. Okay.
So I'll say, you haven't made it to there. I'll say, it'll take at least one more action till you're there.
All right. Well, all I'm doing then is same stuff, ladder, sack, beeline for the diamond. If all I get to do is walk through the next room, that's all I'm doing. I'm going straight for it.
Works perfectly fine, 18. No problems. You have now made it to the diamond area. The guys guarding it are like, nice sack. Oh, yeah, leave that there. Anyway, you're probably here for maintenance, right? It's about time to do maintenance. I think that was scheduled today. So, go on in.
So I'm standing in the diamond room now with my ladder and my sack.
You're in the diamond room, looking at it. You've got the gap there. You're ready to rock. All right, Wade.
I walk over to where my entrance to the museum
better.
is. And I
Oh,
look
it's a
at
bear.
the grate that I need to open, and I decide to instead douse
Uh,
myself
no.
head to toe in my invisible, well, not invisible ink, but yeah, my invisible UV
Okay, I'm safe.
reactive ink.
All right. 17. You did that. You are, I want to make it very clear,
I'm not invisible.
you are not invisible. You are not invisible.
No.
Bob?
I am standing, starting this turn, I'm standing in the diamond room. I set my sack down off the floor and I slide my ladder off my shoulder and I lean it up against the diamond pedestal so that the top
I'm gonna check
bar
out
of the
this
ladder is
place,
just
and
below
then I'm gonna
the
go
pressure
home now
sensor
that I
of the
have
glass.
cattails.
And I climb up to get eye level with the diamond.
You place the ladder down. It's a precarious journey, and you've climbed all the way to the levitating platform. Let's see if that works.
Okay.
Sadly, no. The ladder tips over. You spill into the voids, fall 60 feet to your death. And then time resets.
Okay.
Now all the actions you did still apply.
So I
This
still
is
end up
basically just
standing in the room.
you will end up standing in the room, but please, next turn, guide us back in there.
Yeah, and so maybe you didn't say this, or maybe you didn't, I didn't hear it. No repeat actions is kind of the idea, right?
Yeah, don't do the same thing again.
That action is decided, it will fail the exact same way. I don't get another roll on the... Okay, got it,
Yeah,
got it.
It'll officially close off a possibility for you to do that. Wait, the only reason time didn't reset for your balls is because there was no way that could have caught you. Yes, so I didn't have that reset. That's permanently etched.
I'm glad to not have my sack or my balls back.
Somehow, in your genius, I'm assuming that is getting you closer to robbing this museum.
Well, one of them would have. I don't know if both have the second one. You kind of took away my storage for the diamond, not gonna lie.
I didn't take the roll. The roll did it. All right, okay. You still have your scrotum. I'll say you still have some of your scrotum. If that was your storage for the diamond, you still have some.
I don't know. You know what? I'll make it work. Let's do this. I am now ballless and underneath the entrance covered in invisible ink. That doesn't make me invisible, but you can't see the ink.
Nope, you can't.
I go up to open the grate. Where does that take me out?
Let's assume it takes you out in a bathroom or something, or a janitor's area, somewhere back where there would be a drain, like one of the kitchens or one of the cleaning rooms in the back. It's a utilitarian room, but it's within the normal public area that they could go to. You're behind enemy lines, let's say that.
I pop out. I think about rinsing myself off, and I remember I covered myself in my ink. I don't want to waste it, so I'll keep the stench, and I try to make my way stealthily to the diamond room.
Okay, so you're climbing up and you're stealthily crossing this room. Let's see if this works.
Naked Wade.
Shockingly, it does. 18. There's no one there. You knew that this was the perfect time. Not only did the guards shift at this time, the kitchen staff were shifting out for third shift to come in. No one's there. No one can smell you, no one can see you. You're on your way. You are making it. I'll say you're making it towards the diamond room, because Bob had to get in and then to the diamond room, but I'll say you're right there. You can see it through a gap in a doorway. Mm-hmm. All right. Bob, you smell something faint. You smell something sewery. You smell something really reeking of a horrible eye-stinging chemical, but just the faintest notes of it starting to waft.
My plan's coming together.
I'm standing in the diamond room. I set down my ladder and my sack, and I get out my acoustic glass breaker, which looks like a shoulder-mounted bazooka. Get it out, and I obnoxiously, I get it out, I pull it out of my pant leg and get it on my shoulder, and just and I power it on, and it goes, and it starts building, and I aim it up at the diamond, and I'm just standing, and I'm gonna shatter the glass that contains the diamond.
All right. Let's see. You got a 1-man.
Oh no.
All right. I don't know why. No one knows why, but as it builds up, you were holding it backwards. You didn't really know what it was all about. The two guards behind you are like, that's a weird doohickey. They get evaporated, just, and then just gone. And so also all the glass from here to the very front of the entire museum is just absolutely poured through. I'm gonna go ahead and say that that's a reset worthy event.
I opened my escape route perfectly.
Maybe the rule is one stay, whatever happens on the one, because we let...
I'm okay with waits one stayed.
Wait, one stayed. All right, so yeah, you held it backwards.
You just have to make
Okay,
it
now that I have
bad
a bunch of
enough
cattails,
that the one stays, and
the
it's a huge detriment to the
priority
whole
now
situation.
is just
Yep,
to
there's now every piece of
look
glass from you
for
back to the
something
front
of
entrance is
importance.
broken. The two guards from behind you are evaporated into a mist, and everyone behind you is now just clutching their ears like, "Ah! Ah!" And also you're really hurting. Your ears are really hurting from that. So you're not deaf, but your ears are ringing, Saving Private Ryan style. It'll come back in let's say in one turn. After your next turn, it'll come back. Also, it triggers an epileptic memory. I'll let you decide what that does. All right, Wade, you hear the most cacophonous, explosive sound you could possibly ever hear. Not only do you escape it, though, you know what the technology is that did it. I'll let you draw whatever conclusions that is, but you know that tech.
Bobo Bagsack must be here.
It's not what I prefer to be called.
I take a moment to now clear the shit and piss out of my ears, now knowing that I'm safe, most likely, and I make my way to the diamond room. Do I have to roll to get to the diamond room from here?
I think so, just out of fairness to Bob, but okay, we've done a lot of detriments for his action. Let's just see if there's anything in your way getting there after that. Maybe alerts heightened or something like that. Nat 20.
Holy fuck. Oh, man.
The path is so clear to you. You saw it all, peeking through the door, you saw it all happen. You saw what happened. Bob's like clutching his ears. He's in the throes of a memory. You know who he is, you know what he's doing, and you're like, he's trying to get to that diamond before me. So you get to the diamond room, no problem. I want to give you another benefit. I'll give you a +1 on your next roll of whatever it is, because you got this.
I'll take it.
All right, Bob, you're deaf. You're in the throes of an epileptic memory.
Dear Penthouse 4, I can't believe it happened to me. The farmer showed up, and I know what he's up to. He's feeding me the good shit, and I know what that means. This is my last day on this planet unless I do something about it. Somehow, I escape from my pen, and I find the keys to a tractor. So I climb up in the tractor, and I'm gonna run the farmer over. For some reason, my girlfriend's there. She's just a stack of hay. What the fuck? I try to run the farmer down, but he dodges it. I crash into the barn. A lantern spills onto the ground. The oil goes everywhere. Flames, fire. I fall out of the tractor. There's no way out. I watch as a huge timber frame thing falls down from the farm's rafters onto the farmer. He's dead. But so am I. I lay there, inhaling smoke, knowing what's going to happen, and I'm back in the museum. What the fuck? God, I hate this disease. All right, let's continue, shall we?
All right, that's a good turn. I won't even make you roll on that. Let's just assume that.
That's my turn. That's all I get to do. I have a memory.
Let's say you at least open your eyes and you see Wade doing his next thing, but he's already like mid doing it. So you're looking at him and you're like, whoa, what's he doing here? So now you
Got
know.
it.
All right, Wade.
I have basic stuff like lock-picking kit and rope, but I also have my breakaway rope. So I throw my breakaway rope to go up to the glass platform. I make a lasso, throw it over there, and I'm ready to swing and climb.
All right, what is it grabbing onto?
Then around the case.
All right, cool. I just wanted to be clear because it's not like there's a fence around it or anything.
No, but I imagine it's like a thing that it's sitting on with glass above it. So it's like not the glass part, but the.
Well, it's a floating prism of glass with a small flat platform around it.
I swing over.
All right, so you swing over. So you are now on the glass platform. I will say the authorities have been alerted. They are on the way. In 3 turns, the guards will arrive. What happens there is not instant game over, but in 3 turns, the guards will arrive and things will get... Let's actually say in 2 turns, because it happened a turn ago. Guards are going to arrive and things will get exponentially more difficult from here.
I still can't hear.
No, you can hear now. You're good. You're here. It's coming back. It's like... Oh.
Okay, good. Well, I see Wade. I see what he's doing. I see him swing over, and I realize that's a breakaway climbing rope.
Do you?
Don't I? Wouldn't I know a breakaway climbing rope?
It does look a lot like a normal rope. I mean, I don't know if there's like a mark on it, like a dotted line.
All right, well, my action doesn't change that much. I realize what he's doing, going for the diamond. I take my ladder, heft it up onto my shoulder like a javelin, take a running, like weird hoppy jumps that javelin throwers do in the Olympics, where like, yeah, yeah, and I scream, and when I do it, I'm like, yeah. And I'm trying to throw it directly at the diamond, shatter the glass that it's in, knock the diamond out of its suspension, and land over on the other side of the room on the platform.
That's actually good enough.
Let's see what happened. 19. You fucking launched that ladder. I was gonna say if you failed it, your voice would crack when you screamed, but no, not a crack. not a single crack. It's just you hit the glass, and I'm gonna say it's really strong stuff. If that was a nat 20, I would say it would break it. 19, really close, it cracks it. But given that it's pressure-sensitive glass, it has now set off an alarm.
Okay.
Not that that matters much when everything else is like on fire and exploding.
Does that accelerate how soon the guards get here, or do we still have 2 more turns?
Well, it would have been 1 turn anyway after this, so I'm gonna say no, they were already on the way. It's not like they could get there faster.
Okay.
Alright, but it's cracked. You may have helped Wade here, though. Alright, so, you cracked glass. Man, I'm having trouble keeping track of all this, but you're doing great, guys. Alright, Wade.
It's in here, don't worry.
I know that my opponent, I've already forgotten the nickname I gave him, likes a big glass blower of a big ladder. He's all about the big, but I come in here naked, I pull out my glass cutter, and I start cutting in to get to the diamond where that break happened.
There's so much blood on that thing, it's not going to cut glass the same as it was before.
Good thing the glass is cracked.
There's blood on it?
Didn't he use his glass cutter to cut a sack off?
Oh, you're right, you did. You don't have that anymore.
Oh, it's one-time use?
Look, no, I'll stipulate that he has it, but he's got to be at a disadvantage or something with it, because it's all covered in blood and
That's right, you have already used it.
it's slippery, something.
I mean, he got a nat 1 on the glass cutter roll. It could have fallen off into the sewer and gone. All right, you reach in your pocket, you look for the glass cutter, and then you pull out just a tuft of pubes left over from you cutting off your balls.
I wrap them around one of my fingers to protect the knuckle, and I punch the crack in the glass.
Wrap up pubes.
Hey, any little bit.
What kind of bonus does that give me on this roll?
Oh, let's find out. 19 again. Pubes of steel. Wow, you punch through that glass, and you are within arm's reach of this diamond. I'll say your hand is on the diamond.
5 fingers, 1 pube.
Bob, it's your turn. But now you start to hear the shouting and the sirens. The guards and police have arrived. Every roll has a disadvantage now.
Well, I feel like this one shouldn't, but we'll see. I'm standing down near where the guards are coming in. Quickly, I slap on my disintegrating handcuffs and lay down on the floor like I was knocked out and lay there motionless, handcuffed, indicating that he did this to me and now he's getting the diamond, because I still look like janitorial staff, right?
Yeah. Oh, you are in a jumpsuit. That's true.
I'm trying to blend in. I want them to not notice me. I want to be there on the ground, like I'm knocked unconscious and handcuffed, and they'll see me and be like, get that guy, and then ignore me.
Okay. All right. 18. Rolls are good right now. That worked.
Nice.
Yes.
Okay, so that worked. I also forgot the rules where you don't really. I rolled. That's why. Yeah. Hearing is all the way back. Wade's hand is on the diamond, so you think of the next best thing. You put on the handcuffs, you're down. The police are now running into the front atrium. They're not in the diamond room yet, but they are on the way. By the time it's your next turn, they'll be there. All right,
Perfect.
Wade, your hand's on the diamond. You hear the police outside. They're in the front atrium.
This pit below me, is there anything down there? Or is it just like a flat bottom?
let's just say it's flat, no spikes.
I died when I fell into it, so
It's 60 feet.
Yeah, but if I were to climb down there with my long ropes, would there be an escape down there that I would know?
Your rope is from the ground level where Bob is to the.
Yeah, but I've got a normal climbing rope. This is just my special line. You said we had normal rope and block picking.
that's
kit.
true. That's true.
That's true. I did say that.
Wade is a very rope-heavy villain.
I was a magician in a previous life. I pulled one out my ass, the other out my mouth.
All right, I'll say yeah, you do have another rope, but I will say also it's just a pit.
For now, I tie the rope and I go and climb down to the bottom.
All right. Let's see. I'm dead serious. You got a 1, man.
I never learned to tie knots.
You got confused. You put your regular rope on the way to the diamond. You have your breakaway rope that you're trying to go down. It breaks the moment you go over the edge. You die.
Now I'm reset and I no longer have rope.
You reset. You don't have rope. And since it was a nat 1, I'm going to give you a -1 on your next roll.
Excellent.
Guys, look, there's a bird on the bird feeder I put out.
Ooh.
Whoa!
It's a cardinal, guys. Or no, well, it's red, but
The Ohio bird.
Very nice. All right, Bob, the guards have rolled in. And I'm going to say since you succeeded on your last roll, you look everything the part.
yeah, I'm like off their radar completely, right?
Don't I fit in?
You, man, I'll roll for that. I don't know, Wade, if you fit in. I don't know.
I'm just naked, stinky, covered in ink, hovering by their diamond and holding it with a bleeding ball sack.
All right, Bob. Assume they understand what's going. Like or they understand what you're trying to do. Like
They believe my story
they
completely.
believe it. But what do
Okay.
you say to them? What do you do to guide them into whatever you want to do?
I actually really
The
like
diamond
that.
is still in the case. Wade died. He's reset.
Please, could you go to the
Dexter
shop
reset his
and get a
hand
carton of
on
milk?
the diamond.
If
So
they have
considering how time
avocados,
works,
get
Lucy's hand
6.
is on the diamond.
And
Is
the
that-
person
but you
comes
just
back
find
with
it.
6
Like
things of
somebody
milk, being like, yeah, they
begging
had
for
avocado.
I'm laying there. They come. One of them checks on me, and I pretend like he stirs me. And I wake up, and I'm like, "Oh, the naked guy. Where did he go? He did this to me. He's so dangerous. You gotta get him." It's vague. I pretend like I'm disoriented. Anything to get them all to turn their backs to me completely and focus on Wade and imply that he's incredibly dangerous. Do we need to see if that is successful, or do I succeed in that? Because the next thing I do is another action.
They already believe you. So they buy the story, and honestly, Wade is such a naked, stinky distraction. I think they probably would have already been looking at him.
Okay.
Anyway,
Thank you.
the only reason I want to roll is because you're embellishing already a good thing.
If I did too much.
it's like to see if you're doing too much. So I'm just going to roll to see if that. And you do have a -1 penalty overall, because the entire scenario has a -1 now.
Okay.
No, they believe you. All right.
Okay, perfect.
This is great. But they all turn away from you. Not a one of them is looking at you right now. It was risky play, but it paid off. They're all looking at Wade. Every single police in the area. There's like a big circle of them now, all around the pit, all looking at you. Wade now has another -1.
Aha!
I forgot to mention that any like actions directly against the other criminal can affect their rolls.
I assumed.
All right, Wade. Things are not looking good.
All right.
You have vivid memories of your death. Your confidence is shaken.
I'm back up holding one of the 2 ropes. I can't remember which. I have my hand on the diamond. I shove it into my empty sack.
Yeah, that doesn't sound.
I knew that was your plan, but just like the visual is so unpleasant. All the police are watching you as you do this.
I want them to see.
Does it hurt him, or is it like fine?
All right, Wade. So you got a 4.
No! Oh
So
god!
it didn't work. Your sack is in tatters. All the police are like, ah! Ah! You scream in agony as you try to do this. I don't know. They shoot you or something.
I'm dead again? All right, I'm back.
You can no longer stuff it in your sack if that was your plan.
That's okay. I've got other orifices.
All right, Bob. They're all looking away. You just saw something really, truly terrible.
Yeah.
But it reset, and you're like, man, I had a weird vision that he tried to stuff the diamond.
Putting that out of my mind. I'm ignoring that. Everyone's ignoring me. I stand up. I dissolve my dissolving handcuffs, and I'm free. And as everyone else is focused on Wade, I look to my side and I see a closet on the periphery of the room, the placard on it that says maintenance. And I take out my edible lockpick and go try and jimmy my way into the maintenance closet real quick while everyone else is completely distracted.
I have a feeling that that's the same place that Wade just came from. So I'm not 100% sure that that would actually be locked. Wade, what do you think of that? Because it did sound like you come from the maintenance area if you came out of the sewer. So that door probably would be open.
I would not have locked it, so I guess I could keep this lockpick.
I think that door is already open. I'm not even going to say that you need the edible lockpick that.
I stick my edible lockpick back in my pocket as the door swings open freely in front of me before I even touch it.
You whisper, "Thanks, Wade," as you enter the room.
It's Wade. Okay. Well, the point of going to the room is I had a thought. The container for the diamond is now destroyed, and they're going to need somewhere to put it. I go into the room, and I grab the backup diamond containment cylinder.
It's gonna take so fucking
Take that
long
back
to get
out
back.
of the maintenance room. So now I look like a janitor who's carrying the backup.
Oh, I randomly got
These
okay.
police officers are about to apprehend the man who's trying to steal diamond from the broken container. So I think we can all see where this is going. You can roll to see if I succeed at that, I guess, but that seems like a...
Let's roll to see if there is one in there. It is a backup container in there.
That's fair. That's fair.
So close. It's a 7. There is none. Next turn, I'll let you improvise maybe to try to see if you can get one.
I'll come out of that room with something.
Okay, but there was no perfect replica of that container.
I got contingencies.
Yeah. All right. Wade, you are once again hand on the diamond. You got a weird ache in your sack. All of the police are shimmying up your rope, ant style. They're just like they're just swarming closer.
So the glass is shattered. There's a little platform that it was sitting on. Can that platform support my weight?
You were already on the platform.
Oh, excellent. The police are all shimmying their way to me. I take a piece of glass and I cut the rope. Watch them fall.
All right.
1.
It's a 7 again.
I cut my finger off thinking it's the rope.
No. You didn't.
You grab your dick thinking it's the rope, and...
Well, the sackless life is not worth living.
So basically, you're like, but you didn't. That's not the breakaway rope. You accidentally put your regular rope there. So what happens is one of the police comes up and basically is like already climbing and just grabs your hand and pulls it off of the rope. So that's not good for you, Wade.
It's a reset, right?
Yeah, I think it resets. So that didn't work. So cutting the rope isn't working. None of that's working.
Okay, I got another idea next time. Don't worry.
All right, cool. Yeah. All right, Bob.
I come out of the maintenance closet with a really scummy-looking mop bucket tucked under my arm. I don't know, I kind of just need to wait for Wade to successfully do anything or my part of this plan really come to fruition.
Uh-huh.
So I guess I watch.
You know what I forgot about this whole game? The whole thing that I failed to realize is, you know how I said in the beginning, I'm the guards? I forgot that I'm supposed to have turns. I do things.
You're just doing stuff, it's fine. You're doing it in the interstitial.
I totally forgot that I was supposed to do that. But anyway, next time I'll have the perfect crime. It'll be...
Oh, I can't wait. All right, so it's just I have unlimited turns till Bob can do something? Is that how it goes now?
All right, look, how about this? I'll set mine up.
Yeah.
So I walk over to the edge
So I go
of the
home.
bucket, and I get everyone.
I should have enough for an
Now
anvil
I'm ready.
plus.
And I go, hey guys!
One of the things I
diamond
need
container,
is
broken.
some
Toss it over
spears
here, I'll put it in the backup.
so that I
Like,
can
I'm,
do
like,
shit with cattails.
Prompting them to toss the diamond over so they can arrest Wade, and I'll have the janitor will keep the diamond safe until everything can settle down.
So you're like, get it away from him! Please, he's a heinous criminal!
I have a weirdly paternal relationship with the diamond. Treat it like it's my daughter. And I'm like, don't let him touch her! Don't let him put his bloody, grimy, inky, stinky fingers on her!
You got bad news, bud.
That's not good.
You got 6. All of the cops just simultaneously, their heads go to you, and they start moving towards you. All of them on the road are just suddenly coming to you now. They're just like, hey, something's suspicious about this. I don't know what's going on here.
Not a one of them's gonna bother Wade?
All right, one's. All right, let's say the ones on the rope are going back up. The rest that are still around the circle, I'll look at you. And let's say they're not coming at you, but they look at you being like, wait a minute. All right, Wade,
I really think I should cut this rope. I got a better idea. I'm gonna grab a bunch of the glass shards and put them between my fingers. And then I throw them at the guards climbing the rope. Ninja star glass flying through the air at these guards.
You know, I didn't. It's an 11, and there's a -1 on the everything. Is a 10 succeeding?
Is it more than 10 or 10 or more?
Yeah, I don't know. It's your rule.
If the dice is 1 to 10 and then 11,
1 to 10 and 11 to 20.
11 to 20. That'd be a fail if that's the case.
it would be a fail, wouldn't it? Damn.
A really good fail.
It's a good fail. It's about as close as you can. Let's say you throw them, it doesn't hit anything, but it gets really close.
Excellent. Distracted them. Now I can really do what I was gonna do.
All right, Bob.
All right, I'm standing holding a scummy mop bucket, and they're all looking at me. I'm a pretty good thrower. After the javelin success with the ladder, I look down at the mop bucket and I realize this is just a bucket-shaped javelin. And holding the diamond right now, or what?
Let's say he did throw the glass.
It's like up in the air.
I'm saying if he's been resetting for the fail state, his hand is near the thing.
But the diamond is like suspended and the glass is currently broken.
Yeah, it's on like a little claw pedestal, so it's supported from below, but it's pretty much right there.
Yeah, I just stand there for a second, look around at all the cops, and slowly back away from the edge and assume like the javelin position again, and do the exact same like jumpy, runny thing, and then open bucket towards the diamond. So ideally, the bucket hits the diamond, contains it as it flies through the air, and the bucket lands like right side up, containing the diamond, opposite side of the thing from me.
That's a hell of a difficult thing to do.
Damn, 16. He did it though. This guy throwing, great.
Yes.
He did it. Wade, you see a bucket go, grab the diamond right by you. You go, oh, and it's on the other side of the room, standing up.
I was a thrower in college.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm letting you guys do whatever you want. If the dice decide what reality believes here, and that's exactly what happens.
All these guys are climbing toward me, their heads making beautiful platforms. I run across the top of the rope using their heads to get back to where Bob is. And I've got 2 left feet. I've got practice with my weird movement abilities. I'm ready for this.
I haven't exactly given you guys much in terms of your disadvantages. I think they haven't played at all this time, so I'm not going to count it now.
Hey, I had an epileptic memory.
You have, yeah, you're right.
I smell really bad. To look around, I have to do this.
You're right, yeah. Okay. This is a weird dice. 16 again. You go doink, 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 doink. You run across all of their heads. All the other ones are outside the rope, are still looking at Bob. So you go doink, 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 and you land. Right there.
And I wave at him again and hold up the other armpit.
Oh, that's another action. You can't do
Yeah,
that.
just adding actions now.
I get ready to raise my armpit.
They see your muscles flexing in your shoulder, about to raise. They get a bad feeling, a sinking feeling in their stomach. But it hasn't happened yet.
It's only Bob. I don't want the other security guards to see me.
All right, Bob. The diamond is on the other side. You're within
Gourmet
one turn
points for
of
this.
that diamond.
Where is Wade? He ran, he jumped. Is he like standing next to it?
I pictured it, so the way I picture it is there's the diamond platform, the rope, a layer of guards, and you. I feel like I'm on the other side of the rope behind the guards facing you.
Let's assume the guards are kind of a dividing line between you two, and it's equal distance to the bucket.
Okay. Is the bucket inside or outside of the guard ring?
It's outside. The guards have actually been moving towards you, so it's kind of like a wedge in between you and Wade, and he bounced over that way, you're over this way. There's a way you could probably gun it to the diamond.
There's nothing else to it. I preemptively unzip my coveralls all the way down as far as they unzip, and then book it to the diamond on the direct path that I can see, sort of weaving through and around and whatever. Get to the diamond this turn, ASAP, right now.
Okay. 17. It works.
38.
You get it there. You grab the thing. You're good to go. You have the bucket. Are you grabbing the bucket or the diamond out of the bucket?
I picked the bucket up and the diamond's inside.
Okay, all right. You pick up the bucket. You have the diamond. It's in your arm. Wait, he has it.
But the only way out is where I'm at, right? There's 2 doors this way, so we have to come back around.
Yeah, there's basically.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the back side of everything now, right? So I have a long way to get out, kind of, is what I'm imagining.
The janitorial closet is open and unlocked. The front
Still
atrium
so
is covered in
fucking
glass,
far
but it's
away,
open.
bro.
So those are the two ways in and out of this room.
I want to run to Bob. Do I need to roll to get to him?
If that was your action, yeah.
I want to run to Bob, and I say, the only way we get out of this is if we work together.
Okay, I'm assuming this is a trick.
It has to be. I'm not allowed to work with him, but he doesn't know that.
12. Ooh, by our rules, that does work. Yes.
I run to Bob, and I say those words to you.
You don't have any other disadvantage, right?
I don't think just the -1 right now.
Yeah. So you get there, and you say the only way that we can get out is if we work together. And Bob, my God, looking around at the police and everything in the vicinity, you believe him.
For some reason, I believe my arch nemesis. In the moment, I know there's only one way. I take the diamond out of the bucket, I hand the bucket to him, and I say, "You're right. Fill this with shit as fast as you can." And when he takes the bucket and squats down to start filling it with shit, that's when I make my move and just, with the diamond up in the air like Jack Sparrow style, like sprint towards the atrium exit just on my own. Because I immediately realize I actually am not going to work with him. Fuck that guy.
I'm going to stop you there, Bob, because he got his role. Got his role, and he convinced you. That was the role of whether or not that would work. And it barely did. It barely did.
Well, then I have a plan. I give him the bucket to fill with shit, and I say, just so you'll trust me, you hold the diamond while you shit. And I still want him to fill the bucket with shit.
When I can't shit on the diamond, I have to hold it while I shit?
No, you're filling the bucket with shit for a different purpose. The diamond's unrelated to the shit.
Okay, so I'm holding the diamond and I'm shitting.
So you trust me. We're working together.
Just
you
thought
get
of
the
something
roll.
really
But you
hot
trust
with
me.
puppets.
I rolled for it.
All right, we're getting confused.
Probably,
here. All right. Wade got his
probably not
role to
good,
convince you,
but-
Bob, that they would work together.
Right, and I'm working with him.
The thing that we didn't say is what you wanted him to do, Wade. Because you just told him and he believed you.
Well, I kind of figured I didn't have much chance to get that much out. I had to run over there and say that.
I'm working with him. I am trying to work with him. I gave him the diamond so that he can trust me, so he knows I'm not going to run away with it while he's filling the bucket with shit. He's just already naked, and I'm wearing overalls. Even though they're unzipped, it's just hard to get them down that far so I can poop in the bucket.
Okay.
There's a plan.
Well, it got a 14, so whatever happened, happened.
So the result of my turn is
Yo,
where's the diamond, and
Is that
collectively we have a
finally
big bucket
my
of shit.
island on the horizon?
He grabs his wetsuit,
And you know the
wrings
fucking
it
thing
out
about the
as well to help
sailboat?
fill the bucket, but he has the
It
diamond.
is only
You're there.
a
Police are all coming.
20%
They're right
increase.
next to you. It's do or die right now. Wade?
I have two different ways I see this going, but yes. So we're around a ledge. We have to get around the ledge and through the security guards. I stand in the bucket of shit, and I say, "Push us out," as I hold the diamond.
What?
I know, it's not what either of us expected.
All right, you do that. I don't even know what this is trying to do, but you got a 17, man.
Here's my goal. Okay, well, I guess we already rolled. My goal was for him to push the bucket and then stop short of the security guard so the shit goes flying out around me and covers them in shit.
Right. Okay, why did you have to stand in it to do that?
I didn't want to walk.
Yeah, that was essentially my exact plan, minus you standing in the bucket for some fucking reason.
But now I know that you're willing to push me. I know we're working together.
All right, Bob, you pushed him. He stood in it. You were like, we're working together. You push him, tips over. He tips over with it. But yeah, there's no.
But I rolled a 17, so I'm not prone. I land, right?
Yeah, you tuck and roll. Yes.
All right, I've got invisible ink and now I've got shit boots.
Bro,
Excellent.
I want to draw
I guess my
how
original
the
plan
boats
thinking was we would
in
just take the
vintage
bucket
story can
and
be
throw
like
it and try
extra
and make a
customization
line
for
between
boats.
us and the exit,
Fuck, bro.
so it would like part the cop, because everyone would get out of the way of it, or if it hit them, they'd be disgusted and be like disoriented for a second, which would give us a gap to run through.
Brilliant.
To get to the exit. So, assuming Wade's stuff all happened, basically that happened, right? But Wade is way ahead of me because he jumped and rolled out of the bucket of shit, and I'm just sort of behind him. But that's what's happening.
I've made the horrible error of having the police just like standing looking at what occurring.
I mean, they're all like milling around doing stuff. They're ineffectuate.
I'm gonna say that in after this turn, like it'll be 3 turns till game over, and no one wins.
Oh, we don't need 3. Okay, 3 turns, Bob. I'm gonna count this time. I'm pretty sure last time he said 3 turns, it was 1. 3 turns.
Yeah. Well, that was until they got there, and then things were going to get exponentially harder. But I didn't make them exponentially harder, and I think like now
I
we
got
need to
shit I gotta
clarify.
do.
3 turns each, or like 1, 1, 1.
1, 1, 1. After this one, so it would be a dunk.
Hurry!
Okay, so we each get 2 more turns. Got it.
I run to catch up with Wade. How I see it is we're gonna run straight through the glass-covered atrium, but he's naked and and even though his feet are covered in shit, he's not gonna make it very far. And we're on a team suddenly. So I had unzipped
It would
my,
really suck if I
my
died when I got
overalls
home.
previously. I tear the top half of them off and tear that in half. There's a lot of tearing, and I offer them, and I'm like, put these on your feet, so that he can run over the glass, and we can both make it out unscathed. I'm like, I'll hold the diamond. Tie these on your feet, quick, so that you have shoes to get through the glass. Because I'm still wearing my boots, I'm not worried about it. But your feet will get all cut up.
I'm so used to being naked and mutilated. I don't know if I need them. I use glass on my dick.
Got bad news? You got 4. There was no time to do that. Please get you. Time resets.
Now it's time to reveal to Bob my master plan. I start moving back, but I'm doing it backwards, which is probably stupid, but I'm confident and arrogant. I raise both armpits and say, thanks, whatever nickname I gave you earlier. And then I turn to bolt toward the entrance with the diamond.
I think the general shit everywhere, I think that got lost in translation. Let's see. No. 5 as you go.
I trip over the glass as I raise my arms.
Time resets. 2 turns left.
All right, Bob, we're back. That never happened. You don't remember.
I'm standing behind the bucket. Wade is standing well ahead of me in a pool of shit, and there's a big gap because of the shit towards the exit. I see that my only chance here, because he's naked, he has no grip. For some reason, he's covered in blood in his bottom half, too. It's all bad. I aim towards the door, build as much momentum as I can, and try and, like, half run, half ice skate across the shit as fast as I can right towards the exit. And as I swing past Wade, struggling for traction, I'm gonna yoink the diamond so that I end up with full momentum going straight out the atrium that's all covered in broken glass.
I'm assuming you're doing the javelin hop before you...
It's more like the long jump lead up, but it's very similar. It's like a very hoppy run kind of thing.
I'm so sorry.
No.
Let's go 3.
No.
I'm so sorry, man. You somehow slip and slide right into the police arrest immediately. I'm so sorry. I wanted that to work so badly.
I did too, because I had another plan I was going to do with him.
Wade, this is it. Hail Mary. Last chance.
All right, without turning around this time, I can't be too boastful, but I've got to boast a little bit. I go back through the maintenance door and try to get to my sewer entrance, raising only one arm as I do.
That's it?
Yeah, I just want to leave this time.
So you still have the diamond, so let's see. An 11, which means it's a 10, which means that doesn't work.
We're going to be the best of friends in prison, Bob.
Yep. Your both your time watches go out of battery right then and there. You get arrested and put in jail forever. This was not the perfect crime.
Can I make one last ditch effort?
What is it?
I have an item.
You have an edible lockpick, yes.
Just like
55.
the comic / Netflix series Lock and Key, I suddenly remember that doors can be opened anywhere if you only believe hard enough.
1, 2, 3.
And I take out my edible lockpick and I just jam it into a crack on the floor and start furiously trying to open a door in the floor. Like if it's not a 20,
Oh,
I
shit, I need a
take a
rope.
shot at it. And if the door opens, I'm just escaping. I don't get the diamond or anything. I just get out.
Wade,
Oh, yeah. I'm all in. As long as I get one final escape attempt here.
Hey, if you give a mouse a cookie,
all right, okay.
what I get?
I'm sure it's free.
Hey! What happens, Mark?
Well, the game was over. I don't know what. I don't know. You fucking pick up.
He got the DLC.
I opened the floor door and I escaped. That's what happens.
You opened the floor.
What is this? I don't even know.
I open the door in the floor and light emanates from it dramatically, and I jump up into the air and then fall through it, and gravity suddenly changes by 90 degrees and I fall flat on my back, and I'm laying in the apartment in Amsterdam that I lived in my early 20s.
That sounds right to me.
And the door slams shut behind me and disappears forever.
Wade, do you want one last only a 20 will make it work roll?
Oh yeah. Instead of a 20, can I ask to need a 1?
What is it? What is it?
I decide that I'm going to use my
So I'm not going to use
food
the
and
cattails
glass
yet because I want to turn it
escape my
all
way
into root.
at the guards.
So I
trying to
need
the police, trying to
hammer
disable them all at
and
once,
an anvil.
which will allow me more time to get out. I shove my feet into the glass, one left foot at a time, and then sprint skid by turning my feet slightly upward, aiming my toes to the sky.
Can't believe that didn't work.
Hey, that's a 1 and a 2.
You see Bob disappear through the floor. You're arrested. No one gets a diamond. I don't know what I was expecting.
They'll never keep me in prison. I smell too bad.
All right, I let this one run a little long. Apologize for that, but that was very funny. But I want to recap the insanity of this so-called perfect crime for you guys, and I need to tabulate the points at the same time. So it all started with Bob. You went in the front door. Wade, you went in the sewers. Bob, you just like coasted in both to the second door. Wade, you cut your balls off. Bob, you got to the diamond room, no problem. They all believed you. Wade, you poured your ink on yourself. Bob, you tried the ladder, didn't work. Wade, you got to the sewer, it was empty, thankfully. Bob, you used your acoustic glass cannon and blew everything up. The guards obliterated. Wade, you saw it all happen. You got the advantage there. Wade, you used your rope to get across. That's great. Bob, you had a penthouse forum moment. That was beautiful. And then Wade, you had your hand on the diamond for like 15 turns. Bob, you had the genius thing with the handcuffs. You tricked them into looking at Wade. Wade, you died again, you died a third time, and then you didn't die, but you didn't win. So Bobby had the advantage there. Bob went in a room, found a bucket, came back with the bucket, threw the bucket, got the diamond all while you were dying, over and over and over again. Ran over, got the bucket through sheer charisma. Wade somehow, he hopped across the heads, went over to you, convinced you to work together, and then just you shat in a bucket and then stood in it. I don't know where the genius was in this entire endeavor.
I had a plan. I feel like it was self-evident.
Mine too.
Standing in the bucket was clearly not part of the plan.
I know. That's why I had to throw a wrench in your plan.
But that didn't help you either.
You could have.
I can see now there's still more perfection to be had in the perfect crime. I'm gonna fix it, and next time I'll have the perfecter crime.
Editors, cut out the last hour and 20 minutes.
No!
Look, I drew pictures of what I was doing too.
Wow.
So I could visualize.
I can't show mine on camera for legal repercussions.
All right, so adding in Wade earlier, it's still funny. And then you're entering the modern era of YouTubing. Bob, you got the hockey heart tug, and then you got sneaky bird pictures. So before the wheel, that puts you at Wade 11 to Bob's 12.
All right.
Okay. I'm going to say the addition to
So
the
I'm gonna
wheels
start
will
working
be
on that
cause
next.
the most harm. Hurt your own chances. What's a good way to say that? Self-sabotaged.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Yep, I'm saying there's a chance.
That favors me a lot. I self-destruct a lot on these episodes.
So first, how many bonus points? Yep. 2 bonus points.
If listeners or viewers get one, we could have a tie. Mark, you ready for the show?
No. I need another chance to do this. I gotta get this
All
game
right.
perfect.
Bonus point number 1. Ready? Point for viewers.
I swear that comes up so much.
It really does, considering how many things are on this wheel. Yeah. Oh, boldest.
Hey, Mark, it's gotta be a tie.
You don't know that. It's fine. I believe in the heart of the everything. I'm ready.
All right, so it was 16% before.
This is so stupid.
So now it needs to be 18%, and I need 18% of 360. So 360 times 0.18 is 64. I need to turn this to 64.
That's too many. It's a big red.
It's a pretty big. It's a pretty big one. You're right. You're right. Don't worry about it, Mark. It'll be fine.
You only have 64 chances to have it happen.
Wait,
All right.
no. Look at this. Look at these spins. Look at this bullshit.
Oh yeah.
Look at the history of these spins. I mean, I wasn't on the wheel for every single one of those spins, I guess, technically, because but still.
Well, it is what it is.
Fortune favors the bold.
Yeah, Wade, congratulations. None of you won the actual heist.
I escaped. I feel like I did better than Wade did.
That's true, yes. And you went back in the time to your apartment when you were 20, or you just went there?
No, I was just, that's the apartment I did live in. Someone else lives there now. That's where I ended up.
Let's get to where that's what we're watching right now.
Well, let's talk about what's happening on the interior. On
Speak
Friday,
so
there were
long.
3 American citizen children born here who were deported along with their mothers from Louisiana down to Honduras. And according to advocates, one of them is a 4-year-old child with stage 4 cancer, a rare.
Oh, straightforwardly a demon, dude.
Having a U.S. citizen child doesn't make you immune from our laws of the country. American families get separated every day by law enforcement. Thousands of times a day when a parent gets put in jail, the child can't go with them. These, if you're an illegal alien, come to this country and you decide to have a U.S. citizen child, that's on you. You put yourself in that position.
Oh my god. Isn't this guy supposed to be aware of these sorts of things? Like, I know he's lying, but isn't it also a bad look to say, oh yeah, I had no idea my organization is doing this? It doesn't matter.
Oh yeah,
at
you
this
just
point.
put it in the
doesn't
barrel. I completely
matter.
forgot that's
my
how you
point.
do it.
Schumer
And I
on
was
the
like,
dim
how
response to
does
Trump
one do
shakedown on
that?
Harvard. We sent him a very strong letter just the other day. A very strongly worded letter. You see, it's over. Chuck Schumer wrote a very strongly worded letter to Donald Trump. He is, any day now, Donald Trump, a man who we still don't know if he knows how to read or not, is going to read that and go, wow, thanks for the feedback. I am going to go extra hard now. This kind of pressure does not matter. You actually have to protest. You actually have to make a big fuss. You have to put your body on the line, okay?
That's what the judge is saying. There should have been more of a process here.
There was due process. The 2-year-old baby was left with the mother because the mother signed the
X,
document
hammer,
requesting the
shovel,
2-year-old baby
pickaxe,
go with
yeah.
her. That's the parent's decision. I don't think the judge knows specifics in this case. 2-year-old went with the mom. The mom signed a paper saying, I want my 2-year-old to go with me. That's a parent's decision. It's not a government decision, it's a parent's decision.
The father wrote a note. Anyhow, we have to leave it there. Director, thank you for your time today. We'll be right back.
Yeah, the argument is we didn't deport these kids. We just made them choose between staying in the U.S. or their mothers. Obviously, it was totally up to them. And what Secretary Marco Rubio is defending here is obviously an indefensible thing. Let's hear what he had to say.
On the headline, that's a misleading headline. Okay, 3 U.S. citizens, ages 4, 7, and 2, were not deported. Their mothers, who are legally in this country, were deported. The children went with their mothers. If those children are U.S. citizens, they can come back into the United States if there's their father or someone here who wants to assume them. But ultimately, who was deported was their mothers who were here illegally. The children just went with their mothers. But it wasn't like, you guys make it sound like ICE agents kicked down the door and grabbed the 2-year-old and threw him on an airplane.
Because that's what happened. No, that is literally what happened. Yeah, they did that alongside their mothers, who, again, have U.S. citizen children and U.S. citizen husbands, by the way. So they're in the process. Under normal circumstances, they should be getting U.S. citizenship. Just so you recognize the depravity here, we're talking about people who are either here on like tourism visas or whatever, or visa overstayers who have children with U.S. citizens. Their children are U.S. citizens, And Marco Rubio is saying, no, you don't understand. These people are illegals, and it's good that this happened.
No. Again, if someone's in this country unlawfully, illegally, that person gets deported. If that person is with a 2-year-old child or has a 2-year-old child and says, I want to take my child with me, well, then what? You have 2 choices. You can say, yes, of course you can take your child,
actually
whether
the
they're a
perfect
citizen
amount.
or not, because it's your
Awesome.
child. Or you can say, yes, you can go,
Okay, so
but
I
your
need that
child
to
must
cool
stay
down.
behind. And then your headlines would
While that
read,
cools
you are
down,
holding
I
hostage
need-
2-year-old, 4-year-old, 7-year-old while mother deported. So the parents make that choice.
I feel like there's a third option here. Third option here is don't deport the mothers that are married to U.S. citizens and have U.S. citizen children. Give them citizenship instead. What an incredibly radical proposition, I know. What an insanely radical proposition. Shocking, I know. Nobody thought about this beforehand. Turns out there is this woke third option where you don't do any of this because why are you doing this? Are these mothers rabid criminals? Are they violent gang members? Remember when the Trump administration was lying in the beginning of this mass deportation scheme, claiming falsely that they were going after all of these rabid criminals? What happened to the gang narrative? What happened to the terrorism narrative? It was never about terrorism or gangs whatsoever. That designation came on as a justification because it is that vague, that intentionally vague designation is used in this circumstance specifically to create this incredibly violent, morally repugnant mass deportation scheme. Who makes money in the deportation scheme? I mean, the facilitators do, but this is purely ideological for the most part. That's a big part of this, because white supremacy is purely ideological. There is not really that much of a materialist assessment. You can make one, but you have to also understand, and I do believe this, there is a decent number of Americans who are just genuinely fascist, like irredeemably fascist, okay? There's a much larger number of Americans who abide by racist and fascist ideology, but that can be convinced to not do that. But there are definitely a decent chunk, I would say like 10% of the country, in the most conservative estimates, that are just straightforwardly neo-Nazi style people that like genuinely believe in white supremacy and think that this is very good and that we have to do everything in our power to just deport every single person that's even like a touch browner than they are. Oh, FD Signifier is here. This is a great conversation for him and I to have as well. Doors open! All right, so the Trump administration deporting U.S. citizen children 2, 4, and 7 years old alongside their parents. These are not like the violent criminal gang members that the Trump administration claimed that they were deporting on this like mass deportation scheme, and instead, lo and behold, they're deporting random people. Many of them, majority of them, overwhelming majority of them, don't have any criminal background whatsoever. Shocking. And the Trump administration is actively working to deport these people, and now, alongside their parents, they're deporting their children that are American citizens as well. These people are also married to U.S. citizens, too, on top of that. That's what's going on. Judge says 2-year-old U.S. citizen appears to have been deported with no meaningful process. The girl was deported Friday with her mother to Honduras, despite her father's efforts to keep her in the United States.
That's wild.
So it is shockingly cruel and completely unjustifiable. It's cruelty for the sake of cruelty, and here we are, you know?
She's joining us from the White House right now. Priscilla, you were at that briefing. What did Tom Homan say this morning?
Well, Wolf, the White House is certainly highlighting the progress that they have.
Like, she, go back like 3 seconds and look at this serve she's giving the camera.
I think you're wrong. I think Wolf is serving cunt as
Is
well.
Wolf serving more cunt? No, that's...
Wolf is always serving cunt. I have to recognize that. Apparently he knows who I am, so that's
okay. Well, we shout out the Wolf.
Shout out Wolf man.
You put yourself in that position. You put your family in that position. What we did is remove children.
Isn't it the government that literally put them in that position? That's like me breaking into someone's house and holding them hostage and be like, you put yourself in this position. You chose this house. If you lived in any other house, you wouldn't have been my hostage right now. Come on.
Balancing act trying to
Dumbass
engage
shit.
the black liberals around stop being black liberals.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, he worked for Obama, didn't the borders are that they just
Oh, Tom Homan? Yeah, he did. Obama, he worked at ICE under Obama.
Pretty much the same exact role. Or not maybe not the head role,
Yeah.
but like in the same capacity.
Yes, but also, so the thing is, Barack Obama did this thing where they restructured what they consider deportations to mean something different than what it previously did. So there's like two different types of, I guess, deportations, right? There's the catching someone in the process of like entering the border and then quickly sending them back versus interior deportations, interior removal versus removal at point of entry.
Right.
The Obama administration changed what deportations used to mean to everyone being stopped and returned at point of entry, which is why his numbers grew dramatically. Part of the reason why he did this was to capitulate the right-wing framing on this, to make the claim that, like, no, we're taking this very seriously, right?
I love the
We're
idea
taking
of reaching across the aisle.
We're doing expedited removal. We're doing we're catching people crossing the border and then subsequently removing them. And so the deportation numbers exploded. Another part of the problem, I guess, is that there are more people trying to enter the country under Democratic leadership, because I think undocumented migrants perhaps naively think that Democrats
are
less.
friends.
Democrats are kinder and more humane than Republicans, not realizing that they're not.
Right.
Right.
The kids were in cages at that time as well.
Yeah, exactly. So the major difference in Trump 1 versus Obama was that Trump decreased the limitations that ICE had for engaging in interior removal, because understanding broadly for Americans was relatively sympathetic to migrants in general. We are surrounded by undocumented migrants, some of which we know are undocumented, some of which we don't know are undocumented. It's just a normal part of living in the United States of America. There's like more than 10 million. According to Trump's estimations, 20 million undocumented migrants is a big chunk of the U.S. population. Therefore, the idea is that, like, if you've been living here and you obviously haven't done like an egregious crime, because you've been living here for a decade plus, like that, it is whatever. Like,
Right.
it is what
Figure
it
that shit
is.
out.
And that Americans actually, ironically, overwhelmingly choose mass amnesty for people like that over deportation when given the option. The problem is the Democrats have never actually shown that option or never communicated that option,
Right.
and they certainly haven't done so since they certainly didn't do so in the Joe Biden administration,
Right.
where they basically
Because it became not the best political football. It
Yeah.
became very clear, like under Obama, because you would have been pretty young at that time. But like I remember vividly, like immigration was not something I thought about until Obama. And now I was in my mid-20s, so I'm not as politically inclined then as I was now. But I'm pretty confident that like the way we think about immigration, the way that's a political football now, that starts under Obama, because that becomes a place to point to. Every couple of years, the right needs to kind of recycle their boogeyman.
Yeah. It was always around, like, post-Reagan, I would say. It was definitely, like, a point of contention that the Republicans could constantly hit the button on.
Right.
But it was a known one, and it grew in severity, I think, under the Bush administration, and then certainly grew under the Obama administration, because it was like a great way to attack Barack Obama, to be like, oh, he is doing an apology tour globally, and he wants America to be run over by Mexicans.
Yeah.
It's just like pure white nativist nonsense.
Yeah.
Obama, on the other hand, was still pretty horrible when it came to immigration as well, but he did something that the Democrats used to do back in the day before Biden, and that is a back and forth. Like, Obama used to do the I'll give you some concessions on immigration, but then I'll get something in return. That was the bargain. That was the idea that, like, Obama was going to be the deporter in chief, which was ridiculous and unjustifiable, of course. But then simultaneously, he was going to do the Dreamer Act, right, for DACA, the Deferred Action on Childhood Arrivals. For those of you who don't know, DACA is a program that was implemented by executive order under the Obama administration to offer some protections with very, very severe restrictions and very severe qualifiers to children that had crossed the border alongside their parents and had grown up in the United States of America, they would get deferred action, as in they would get protection from deportation, basically, as long as they went to school, got a job, did not leave the country. Like, there are so many restrictions on DACA immigrants. It's actually pretty crazy. So, yeah, Clinton built a wall, Bush created ICE, Obama expanded deportations, but did DACA. Trump is creating a third Reich based on immigrant persecution. That's a pretty solid assessment of the situation. So, in any case, this is something that I was very critical of the Biden administration on, because I know that they were going to use immigration as a talking point over and over and over again. And Biden had actually come into office on a wave of pro-immigration activism, because people forget that the attitude towards, and the mistreatment of undocumented migrants under the Trump administration was so gross and so severe that you had Democrats talking about abolishing ICE.
Right.
Now, a lot of that was purely resistance, liberalism, and aesthetics, but the overall public sentiment had shifted back in favor of undocumented migrants. Biden basically didn't do anything about that, and then you have the famous Haitian migrants in Texas getting whipped by Customs and Border Patrol on horseback.
Yeah.
And in the aftermath of that, the Biden administration basically took a very reactionary stance towards migrants in general, and that only calcified this position. And on October 6th, ironically enough, right before October 7th, the Biden administration did something that I consider to be unconscionable, where they adopted the right-wing framing entirely, where the Biden camp came out with their own anti-immigration package, their bill, that was written by an Oklahoma senator who is super reactionary, super far-right.
They still couldn't get that through Congress, though.
And they still couldn't get that through Congress because the Trump administration, or not the Trump administration, the
Trump at the time.
Trump at the time said, don't do this, don't pass this. That, however, was a major blow to Democrats in general, because that basically was an admission that the Democrats were lying about saying that the border wall is racist, or lying saying that, like, immigrants, this is a nation built by immigrants for the past, 40 years.
All
the
that
Democrats
shit
have
is
said.
gone in, like,
All that is gone.
Man.
And they adopted the right-wing framing that immigrants actually constituted a national security threat. That was new, because Democrats had not previously agreed to this false notion that immigrants actually constitute a national security threat. But now that they were putting forward a national security-focused bill to deal with immigrants and immigrant detention, all of a sudden they were admitting the Republican framing, normalizing this attitude amongst their constituents. The only impact that this had was they didn't want a single Republican vote on this, because they were like, oh, these guys are finally competent about immigration. The only impact it had was there were a whole bunch of liberals who get their notes from the Democratic Party who now also believed that immigrants were constituting a national security threat.
Yeah.
That's why Trump came into office with 66% approval on mass deportation.
That's a quick question on that, because hasn't that finally started to drop?
Yes.
I did a follow-up video a couple of weeks ago, about a month ago now, on like my initial Trump take, but that video was like 2 weeks after, I don't know, you haven't done, are you coming out with any 90-minute long video essays anytime soon?
No.
Okay, well.
No.
In the prestige land of the video essays, you write the essay, the editing can take 1 to 6 months.
Yeah.
So by the time, so when I was writing, he had just had like the first, not the first, one of the earliest like popularity polls or whatever, and he was more popular than he's ever been as a president. And part of that was because at the time it was like 60% of people approved his immigration stuff. But it seems like that's finally dropped.
But to be fair to you as well, I had a conversation with Ested Herndon of the New York Times, who I love. I have him on all the time. He's one of my favorite New York Times reporters. In our conversation, he did a follow-up initially to the original run-up thing that he had done, where he asked like his family members and a whole bunch of people that he'd met on the campaign trail, like what they now thought about Donald Trump. And a lot of people, and this was only like a month or two ago.
Right.
And that attitude has shifted dramatically even since then with the Kilmar Abrego Garcia story.
Right.
Basically, what he had told me at the time was a lot of Americans are still oblivious to the deportation stuff. They don't really consider it to be a major issue. They mostly were at that time focusing on Elon Musk and Doge and the unpopularity of mass layoffs coming from Doge. my argument always has been, both under the Biden administration, going all the way back to February 2021, when the CBP Haitian migrant whipping imagery came out. If the Democrats don't offer a counter narrative to the lies and the smears that these Republicans are consistently presenting, and right-wing sentiment dominates the media about migration, immigration specifically constituting a national security threat, then Americans are going to become more reactionary. They're going to care less about immigrants.
Yeah.
If the Democrats, once Trump was elected, I kept saying Democrats have to launch an opposition against this deportation agenda at some point, because you need to make Americans aware that this is happening. There's far too many things that the Trump administration is doing, but this is one of the most significant, most consequential.
And it's also an easy one to display.
Yeah, and it's also, it's super easy to vilify the horrifying practice.
I've seen enough social media posts of watching like ununiformed ICE people walking up to like women and children and essentially threatening them in like the most coming out of courts. You know what I'm saying? Going into
not even ICE
elementary
agents.
school.
We found out that ICE doesn't have the logistics to do mass deportation at this scale, which is why they've deputized like random right-wing militias and now too.
I don't know that.
It's truly, truly terrifying. And lo and behold, the reports started coming in. Shouts out to ProPublica and all of these other institutions that were investigating the background, the criminal background of all of these immigrants that were being deported to CCOT. And we found out stories of the likes of Andre, for example, from California, the Venezuelan from California, who's a gay hairdresser who had a tattoo of mom and dad on his arms. And he was deported to CCOT with no due process whatsoever, simply because he had these tattoos. And the DHS was saying these tattoos are enough to say that he is Tren de Aragua. Right, which Trump had declared a terror organization at this point. Like the gang designation had moved on to the terrorism designation. Same with MS-13.
Right.
And on top of that, there was a ProPublica report that showed that 75% had no criminal background whatsoever, and up to 90% had traffic tickets or
possession.
Just like really silly non-violent offenses that don't reach the standard of deportation. And then the administration and had one of their federal judges or one of their federal attorneys that Kilmar Abrego Garcia had a withholding of removal to El Salvador, but the administration had already deported them. So they recognized that they had made a mistake.
What is the status of that, by the way?
I'm not certain as to what is going to happen, but there is a court proceeding taking place right now in terms of
I know
there's an order from a Maryland judge, and I think that that's going to possibly escalate once again because the Supreme Court gave a unanimous 9-0 decision saying that the Trump administration must facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and yet they have not done so, and they're using facilitate like the language around facilitate to mean something it doesn't mean. They're saying it's not effectuate, it's facilitate, and therefore we don't have to do anything, right? And the Trump administration is like lying about it too. They're lying about the assessment. They're saying that it was a unanimous decision defending us when it clearly wasn't.
Peep Dark Soul real quick, 503 all the way at the top.
In 2025, the Klan is still not designated as a terrorist organization. Yeah, of course not.
Right. And because I bring that up because as a couple of years ago, this might have happened under Trump 1. This might have happened under Biden. Do you remember the black extremists, the black identity extremists?
Oh yeah, I remember the FBI designation for black identity.
Yeah,
like black
all
Israelites.
7 of them. The Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah.
They're being really mean on the street corner, and so I think about MS-13 and all these different gangs as terrorist organizations. There's so many gang culture that's really insidious. Is what I'm getting at, because you realize gang cultures has been also intrinsically connected to revolutionary action,
Back the fuck up, my guy.
Yeah,
it's gangs that usually where things start. The Black Panthers notoriously united gangs in Chicago, and so it's just dangerous and scary. I don't have any deep analysis on that, but that's not an accident, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah,
the fact that they're saying we now have the wherewithal. What's next? Is it fraternity tattoo? Is it Che Guevara tattoo? You know,
Yeah.
that's Antifa. Antifa's a gang. So
Yeah.
now we get to deport you.
Yeah,
Well,
no, that is precisely what they're going to move towards, and this dovetails into another conversation that I've been having quite a bit, which is that the Trump administration is very smart and very insidious in the way that they're tackling some of these issues, because they're getting their notes from the likes of the American Enterprise Institute and the Heritage Foundation.
People that have been studying and waiting for this opportunity for literal
Like the
generation.
unitary executive theory is not one that like the Trump administration came up with. They just simply adopted it in the Republican Party, and all of the think tanks associated with the Republicans and the conservative movement in America recognize Trump as a perfect vehicle to commit to this agenda. It's been implemented for the past 30, 40 years at this point. Same with the Federalist Society. This isn't Trump simply is the guy that is pushing all of this to its logical conclusion. And that's why I say it's insidious. They are eroding the First Amendment first by tackling the issue from non-citizens, from the perspective of people on student visas or even green card holders, as a matter of fact, legal permanent residents that are lawfully inside of the United States, by tackling the issue from the perspective of anti-Semitism, which has a lot of institutional clout and a lot of institutional power due to a lot of these Jewish affinity organizations that are simply there to defend Israel, but like can masquerade as as
anti-racist,
as anti-racist civil rights organizations, similar to the ADL.
Right.
So those institutions, those NGOs, and these organizations, they get a lot of play within mainstream media. They have a lot of institutional muscle. And the Trump administration is using that institutional muscle they have to basically collaborate with some of the most radical groups, all the way to like Beitar, which is a 501c3, but it's actually literally a terror cell operating inside of U.S. boundaries, and getting their notes from them to open the door to eroding the First Amendment.
Right.
And once they have set a precedent, a dangerous precedent, then they can utilize it against documented U.S. citizens as well. Not even documented U.S. citizens, but like just American, natural-born U.S. citizens as well.
Yeah.
It's a very sinister way of like undermining one of the most powerful, one of the most popular constitutional protections that Americans have, citizen and non-citizen alike.
Yeah, I've definitely been looking at Zillow in Canada.
Yeah, you're gonna move
in case I have to split. I've thought about that for you because you're not natural born. Like
no, I am.
Oh, I thought you.
Yeah, I'm an anchor baby.
Oh, well, I mean, it's not that matters. To be honest.
Yeah.
With you. You have any tattoos?
No.
Okay.
I don't have any tattoos. I'm pretty.
What
white.
about that beard?
I can shave it and change my name to Hank. And I'll be
Hobby.
Yeah. The thing is, like, I always say, like, I'm at the end of that list. Like, by the time it gets to me, half of my chat will be, deported. Yeah. Given my financial status and given my status as a public personality, I'm not saying that like it will never get to that point. I can't make that prediction any longer because this administration is crazy. But like all of those combined make me, they put me in the back of the list.
Yeah.
If I was who I am as a student activist, then I would be closer to on the possible CCOT list.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No, I mean similarly, I've had that kind of like because when Trump got reelected, going into the election, me and my wife talked a lot about, all right, so what do if he wins? And then afterward, what do? And it's a constant conversation, especially with I think people said, oh, this is going to be bad. I don't know who knew it would be this bad this quickly. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's already releasing Trump 2028 hats. You know what I'm saying? So, like, they're soft launching, a complete rearrangement of everything that America has stood for within the first 100 days. So it's no telling how bad it will get. I'm probably a little bit further in from you economically, but I'm still black and I have a very particular history that's attached to my time here, my family, etc. Not like my family, like my mother and father, people that are behind me, and then I'm thinking about my own children. And I think about the fact that I have the resource. Canada's expensive. I didn't know this until I started Googling. But I have the resource to get the out of here at this point in my life. But like the reality of the situation is that by the time it's time to get the out of here for the average person, it's going to look like The Handmaid's Tale. You know what I'm saying? or worse.
I'm also too stubborn. That's the other thing. Like I'm not.
You are.
I'm very stubborn. I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere.
Like if I were you, I would have reduced down to 1 4-hour stream a week. Like
no
3 years ago.
No.
I told you that last time I was like, hey, you should stream less. You should take more naps.
Yeah.
Do some yoga.
We're going to dive straight in with our main story this week, which concerns the ongoing chaos of Trump's tariffs. It's been an emotional roller coaster since Trump rolled them out last week with the help of the single dumbest chart in human history. That prompted the Dow to drop by nearly 4,000 points in 2 days. So by Monday, everyone was understandably freaking out, only for Trump to dismiss anyone concerned as panicans, which he said was a, quote, new party based on weak and stupid people. Though I'd argue the weak and stupid demo is, if anything, way overrepresented in government right now. Then on Tuesday, Trump gave a speech to Republican donors where he floated major new tariffs on pharmaceuticals, told the audience, I know what the hell I'm doing, and claimed this.
I'm telling you, these countries are calling us up, kissing my ass. They are dying to make a deal. Please, sir, make a deal. I'll do anything.
Yeah, I'm sure some have been pretty nice to him, the same way you try to be nice if you suddenly found yourself in the same room as a monkey with a gun. Hi, monkey. Good monkey, strong monkey. Please, I'll do anything. By Wednesday morning, though, Trump's reassurances were getting more desperate.
Oh, clearing the area is taking forever, and I'm getting too many sticks.
A sentence that's never been true in human history. That is the phrase you hear before someone skateboards off a roof, shows you their homemade water slide, or asks you to hold the camera while they climb into the alligator exhibit to do something hilarious. Just a few hours later, Trump announced a 90-day pause on most of his biggest tariffs, and he did it so abruptly, it caught some key members of his own administration by surprise.
A sudden change in policy came as Democrats grilled his top trade representative on Capitol Hill.
It looks like your boss just pulled the rug out from under you and paused the tariffs, the taxes on the American people. There's no strategy. You just found out 3 seconds ago sitting here. We saw you.
That's true. That's true. That congressman later tweeted out this photo showing what it looked like to watch that guy get the news. And how do you think he found out? A push notification? A work email? Or 32 concurrent messages on the office group text where one guy goes, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? And another goes, holy shit. Another's like, lol, J fucking K, I guess. And the guy who's always asked dumb questions like, wait, what's happening? And then the first guy sends the link to the Times article, and then the dumb one's like, oh my God, what the hell, did this just happen? And then everyone at the same time texts, yes, Cody. This week was total chaos. At one point, the daily trading range of the S&P 500 was more than 5% for 6 straight days. The previous times that happened were in March 2020, during COVID, late 2008, during the housing crisis, and October 1987, which, if you are too young to remember, was a stock market crash so massive, Nightline felt like it needed to do this to explain it to people.
Here once again to help us, my good friend Kermit.
Thank you, Ted. Can you tell us what is a bear market?
Yes, Ted. Well, thank you. Being a bear myself, that is one of the first things we bears were taught in the caves. If I recall, a bear market is where prices are going down for a long period of time.
So one would wish, I suppose, for a bull market
No!
to buy the bears out.
No, we don't want that.
It's not paying attention. We got rid of some good berry bushes.
Yeah, they explained a complicated financial crash with Muppets. A sentence so this show coded, I'm genuinely surprised that we didn't think of it. Honestly, if Ted Koppel had a British accent, glasses, way less gravitas, and occasionally referred to Kermit as a bona fide swamp snack, I couldn't tell the difference there. And the thing is, the turmoil isn't over, because what Trump's left in place, including a baseline 10% tariff on all imports and a 145% tariff on China, is still a monumental shift in US trade policy. And despite what some in the White House claimed, that the 90-day pause was part of the strategy all along, Trump himself seemed to admit that he did it in reaction to the market's panic.
I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know? They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid.
Hold on. A little bit afraid is a massive understatement. People were freaking out about their 401ks. There were grandmas looking at their retirement plan and getting ready to open an OnlyFans to get through the next 5 years. And it wasn't just ordinary investors. One financial analyst wrote after talking to fund managers, a few have quietly wondered if the president might be insane. Which is fair. Everyone knows the right time to ask if someone might be insane is 5 months after you elect them president. Look, this week was incredibly stupid, but it's important to understand exactly how stupid it was because we're not out of the woods yet. And the damage the president's already done to confidence in our economic system could have lasting repercussions. So tonight, let's talk about Trump and his tariffs. Let's start with the fact that none of this should have been a surprise. Not only did Trump bring up the idea of 10% universal tariffs repeatedly on the campaign trail, he's been obsessed with the idea of punishing other countries with tariffs for years now. In fact, when he touched off a trade war with China in his first term, we spent 21 minutes unpacking it, and the arguments hold up pretty well, although I clearly do not. As evidenced by a YouTube comment from this week, which said, I thought this was a new episode until I noticed John's hair was darker and face looked younger, which is both hurtful and fair. But that piece featured this clip of Trump back in 2011, laying out his whole fantasy of how tariffs could work.
Somebody said, well, what would you do? What can you do? So easy. I drop a 25% tax on China. And you know, I said to somebody that it's really the messenger. The messenger is important. I could have one man say, we're going to tax you 25%. And I could say another, listen, you motherfuckers, we're going to tax you 25%.
Okay, putting aside how striking it is to hear the word motherfucker on C-SPAN, I kind of wish he just kept doing the voices there. You can have one guy say, listen, motherfuckers, we're going to tax you 25%, and you can have an Australian guy say, oh, you bloody dingo, we're going to tax you 25%, mate. Or you could have Bjork say, I would tax you 25 butterfly rainbow sneezes in happiness soup. There's all sorts of ways that you can do it, but the tariff is the important part. The point is, Trump has long believed that tariffs can fix our trade problems, and that's coupled with his insistence that trade is zero-sum, that if we buy more from another country than we are selling to them, we're somehow getting ripped off. But that is just not how it works, because we are getting things in return. As one Nobel-winning economist jokingly said, I run a chronic trade deficit with my barber, he never buys a damn thing from me, which is just a classic economist singer. Nevertheless, Trump applied both those beliefs to his initial tariff plan, imposing massive penalties on countries indexed to the size of our trade imbalance, which led to some of the incredibly stupid calculations on Trump's chart, perhaps the dumbest of which was actually explained pretty well by Jim Cramer.
Let's go to the southern African nation of Lesotho, which had the misfortune of being one of the two most highly tariffed nations on Trump's list. They're being hit with a 50% duty on their exports to America. That happened because Lesotho only imported $2.8 million worth of U.S. goods last year, whereas we imported roughly $240 million worth of stuff from them. Now, the thing is, Lesotho's a really tiny country. Virtually everything we buy from them is either apparel or diamonds. But because it's a very poor country, they can't afford to buy much from us. So what happens now? To start, we're going to have to pay a lot more for any apparel or diamonds from Lesotho. Maybe we can replace the apparel with diamonds? I mean, that's a lot harder. And the only way for Lesotho to get out of this jam is by importing more stuff from America, which it can't do because it doesn't have any money. So the president has likely just made things more expensive for Americans and not really changed the behavior of our trading partners.
He's right. Shit. Jim Cramer was right. I think I'm going insane. And quick side note there, if you're thinking, hold on, did he say Lesotho's sitting on top of a load of diamonds but they still don't have any money? I know, but we don't have time. That's a different story that I'm sure we'll do one day. I'll put a post-it note on my computer and everything. While Trump's temporarily paused those huge tariffs on Lesotho and others, it is worth asking, what exactly is his endgame? And it depends on who you ask. When the tariffs first came down, some in the White House insisted they'd be permanent trade barriers intended to raise revenue and bring jobs back home, while others claimed they were a scare tactic designed to help us negotiate more favorable deals. But those are two very different goals with different consequences for businesses and workers who badly need to know which to plan for. So let's take each scenario in turn. And let's start with the idea that these tariffs are designed to shut out foreign competition and ensure stuff gets made here. There are a few issues with that, starting with the fact that lots of things aren't produced in the US, sometimes because they simply can't be at any kind of commercial scale. Even Trump's Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, pictured here rocking a cunty little bob, needed to understand that last month when he said this.
Certain products, if I put a tariff on a mango, right? We can't grow mangoes in America. We just can't grow a mango. If you put a tariff on a mango, the mango would be more expensive. So then that's just like another version of income tax. Okay, so the idea is to not do that.
Right. The problem is, when the tariffs were announced, mangoes weren't exempted, so we did do that. And sometimes it feels like the best way to ensure Trump does something is to tell him not to do it. He's like a toddler, both because his brain is unable to grasp negations and also because he has a short torso, huge head, always looks like he's about to fall over and won't let anyone brush his hair. That same logic applies to other crops like coffee and bananas, but that is not all, because it's also not easy to make electronics here. Take the Nintendo Switch 2. The company paused pre-orders for it this week because they didn't know how it'd be affected, as this analyst explained.
They got to figure out what they're going to get charged. Do they charge 50% more? Do they charge double? Do they even ship them?
How much of this is made in the U.S.?
None of it.
None of it.
That is a good point, but an even better delivery of it. I want that guy on hand to respond to all other situations. How much birthday cake is left in the break room? None of it. How much of the Severance Goats plot did you actually understand? None of it. How much of Trump's trade briefing did he genuinely read? None of it. And if you think, well, hold on, why don't we just build a switch factory here? Well, when it comes to high-tech goods, key components have to be sourced from complex global supply chains. So it's not a matter of simply building a factory. There is a lot more to it.
How much would it cost them to start manufacturing switches here in the U.S.?
Tens of billions of dollars.
Billions? That's because of a supply chain that's been built over decades.
It would take 4 to 5 years to even build and get done a factory here in the U.S. And the reality is the assembly, the supply chain's in Asia. If you just build a factory here in the U.S., where are you getting all the parts from? Still in Asia.
Exactly. And some of those components are presumably about to be subjected to heavy tariffs. And quick side note, among the many things that I'm mad about right now is the fact that I have to spend time talking about how tariffs will impact the Switch instead of what I really want to talk about, which is that I only just learned the president of Nintendo in America is named Bowser. That man, I don't shit you even a tiny bit, is called Doug Bowser. Now, if you don't know, Bowser is quite famously the primary antagonist of Mario, the face of Nintendo. Now, in the comedy world, the president of Nintendo being named Doug Bowser is like someone gently setting a ball on a tee, handing you a bat and saying, please, have fun and swing away. But unfortunately, because this guy doesn't understand economics, I have to look at real Nintendo president Doug Bowser and say, sorry everyone, no time for that, we've got math to do. It's a truly sad state of affairs, or to put it another way... Oh, exactly. The point is, if these tariffs stand, they can have the opposite of the intended purpose, as some business owners might realize it's now cheaper to have a factory outside the US and not have to deal with tariffs. But let's say that despite all of that, we still want all those manufacturing jobs that we lost to come back home. First, as we've discussed before, a lot of them simply don't exist anymore because they've been automated. And second, even if we wanted to build brand new factories,
You know what? I'm interested in what the barrel
higher
is.
material and equipment costs for manufacturers wanting to do that.
Is it
And in
just like a
fact,
regular
tariffs
barrel but
on
made of
building
clay?
costs have already helped to kill a $300 million plastics recycling plant in Erie, Pennsylvania, which is a real shame for multiple reasons, including that it would have helped make Erie, Pennsylvania known for something other than the town that boiled a Revolutionary War general's corpse in order to separate his flesh from his bones so they could ship him back to his hometown. The idea there'd be, they reassemble the skeleton once he was in his final gravesite. But you guessed it, some bones wound up falling out of the wagon on the trek, as bones are wont to do. It's an incredible story, and thanks to the
Can I
Ford
make a jar?
recycling plant remains the only thing I will ever know about Erie, Pennsylvania. And even if we do end up bringing some manufacturing jobs home, you also have to factor in that other countries will put tariffs on our goods in return.
Better save. That
which
shit's gonna
will
be only
hurt
vintage
other
class.
industries. The current massive tariffs on China are incredibly worrisome for people like this soybean farmer in Tennessee.
That trade relationship with China was built over decades and decades.
Will Hutchinson, a fourth-generation Tennessee farmer, says he is very concerned.
So this is going to have an immediate and drastic impact to our ability to compete on the global marketplace for our goods that we produce here in this country.
Yeah, that literal soy boy is right. This is pointless. If I wanted to watch long-standing relationships destroyed in an instant, I'd just go to a basketball game to see which couples act weird when they end up on the Jumbotron. You can enjoy relationships falling apart without jeopardizing the global economy. And at this point, I'm sure some Trump supporters are saying, well, these were never intended to be permanent. It's that second possibility that you mentioned earlier, that the tariffs were always just a way to give Trump leverage to renegotiate bad trade deals. And after he announced that 90-day pause, that was definitely the message getting sold.
This is the art of the deal. This shows how strong our president is.
A huge win for the president, a huge win for the country. His biggest accomplishment of the second term.
Trump won. He's doing exactly what he said he would do. He's a genius in negotiating. He is very calculating in how he negotiates. He understands the art of the deal better than anyone, and he's gotten results in a very short period of time.
I don't know what's more desperate there, the shameless sucking up or the needs to put the words, "we told you not to freak," at the bottom of the screen, which is funny coming from Fox News of all places, considering most of their broadcast feature messages like why you should absolutely freak about the green M&M. But let's at least consider the possibility this was all about gaining leverage for negotiating new deals. That was definitely the White House's spin after the pause was announced, with Trump's Treasury Secretary claiming it had happened because the tariffs brought more than 75 countries forward to negotiate. But a couple of things about that. First, the White House said it will not be releasing a list of the countries that had allegedly done that, so, you know. And remember, Trump's openly admitted the key reason for his climb down was people got the yippies. And remember, even with the pause, we still have 10% tariffs on nearly every country in the world, which is still massively disruptive, both to them and to us. And that includes countries like Singapore, where we're going to struggle to get a much better deal, given that we face no tariffs there and actually have a trade surplus. And I'm not saying there aren't countries where we have legitimate trade disputes, because there are, most notably China, where there are major issues from their heavy subsidies for homegrown industries to their theft of US companies' intellectual property. Resolving those issues is difficult. It requires diplomacy and a coordinated strategy with our allies. But instead, we've alienated those allies and are going into any future negotiation having provoked China into putting massive tariffs on our goods too. But don't worry, because Trump's charismatic Treasury Secretary doesn't seem to think they're going to be able to hurt us at all.
It was a big mistake, this Chinese escalation, because they're playing with a pair of twos. We are the deficit country. So what do we lose by the Chinese raising tariffs on us? We export 1/5 to them of what they export to us. So that is a losing hand for them.
Okay, setting aside that playing with a pair of two sounds like how you describe a threesome with Don Jr. and Eric. That is incredibly simplistic because it ignores that China's leverage in a negotiation isn't confined to just tariffs. It can hurt us in other ways too, including by cutting off access to rare earth elements we may badly need. And before you think rare earth elements are just some fancy powder Gwyneth Paltrow adds to a morning smoothie to enhance vaginal wellness, you should know they're actually essential for everything from wind turbines to computer chips to F-35 stealth fighter jets. And incredibly, that Whoville tax accountant wasn't even the most reckless player in the Trump administration's messaging to China this week, because J.D. Vance, true to form,
So what I
was
need to
even
do
more of a dig.
is I need these to
the
grow,
United States of America.
but it doesn't tell me
And the
when those
answer is
grow.
fundamentally, it's based on two
And
principles.
I need
incurring
copper.
a huge amount of debt to buy things that other countries make for us. To make it a little bit more crystal clear, we borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture.
Wow. I know it is hard to take from someone with this accent, but you are really not supposed to use the word peasants anymore. That is incredibly insulting, especially coming from the man who, remember, is next in line to run the country if anything were to happen to Elon Musk. So it is No wonder those comments went down pretty badly in China.
The government's response? Swift and scathing.
It's both astonishing and lamentable to hear this vice president make such ignorant and disrespectful remarks.
On China's tightly controlled internet, government censors are allowing Vance's interview to go viral, amplifying the outrage, igniting anger and sarcasm. Have you said thank you for the money we lent you? A reference to China being the second largest foreign holder of U.S. government debt, and that infamous Oval Office exchange with Ukraine's president.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid burn. And I guess, in a way, it's reassuring to know that despite our differences, the American and Chinese people can come together to agree that it is fun to dunk on this cursed Cabbage Patch bitch. And look, you can say, well, that's all well and good, but I still trust Trump.
And Grandpa Everything is here.
We actually know what happens when he starts a trade war, because remember, he did a version of this in his first term, and it didn't go great. If you look back at his tariffs back then, protecting specific products and industries like washing machines and steel, they might have worked in a narrow sense by creating modest job gains. They're credited with creating or saving several thousand jobs in the steel industry and creating around 1,800 jobs manufacturing washing machines. But in the broader sense,
Bro,
what?
I don't need graphite
Trump's
for
tariffs wound up raising
anything.
prices to the point where it's estimated American consumers and businesses had to pay more than $900,000 a year for every steel job created, and over $800,000 a year for each job making washing machines, putting the total cost of those jobs in the billions of dollars. And that's before you get to the fact that because his tariffs on metals drove up costs for other industries, one study estimated they actually resulted in as many as 75,000 fewer manufacturing jobs. And when it comes to China in particular, his first-term tariffs did bring in billions by raising the costs of their goods here. But the broader damage to American farmers after China retaliated was so severe that 92% of what we collected went right back out the door in the form of bailouts to them. And the
Big
kicker is,
one. Big
we didn't get
one.
much out of all of that. Because after a trade
Fuck
agreement
yeah.
was reached, Trump excitedly
Fuck
bragged
yeah.
he got China to commit to purchase
Shit,
an
I was not
additional
expecting to get
$200
one of these
billion
already.
in US products. But
Oh,
later
yeah,
analysis
look
showed
at that.
it effectively bought none of those goods. None of them. But please don't worry. I'm sure Trump definitely learned his lesson. And this time, he's going to get an empty promise for $500 billion. Fool him once, shame on him. Fool him twice, that's basically what everyone does. And remember, Trump's first-term tariffs are absolutely dwarfed by what he's done over the last 2 weeks. And it's not like he's negotiating
Don't
from a
start a
particularly strong
fire.
position right now, because
Don't.
everyone knows he just blinked. The bond markets got the yippies, and he blinked. And again, it's good that that happened. I'm glad he blinked. But it's weird to claim it's a brilliant negotiating tactic when you've already backed down before a single deal is reached. And the thing is, this could all cost us an awful lot, because maybe the most striking thing over the past 2 weeks has been the degree to which it's become
Yeah, I
clear
might as well
the
mine the
world's trust
graphite.
in America has been shattered. This isn't just the ordinary give and take of negotiations. Countries are openly saying things are different now. Canada's Prime Minister actually summed it up pretty well the day after Trump's initial round of tariffs were announced.
The global economy is fundamentally different today than it was yesterday. The system of global trade anchored on the United States that Canada has relied on since the end of the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped to deliver prosperity for our country for decades, is over. Well, this is a tragedy. It is also the new reality.
Wow, that is a bleak thing to hear. Tragedy is the new reality is a grim summation of the state of world affairs.
Yo,
but
another
also,
one. Let's go.
Kind of a fucking bar. Honestly, you slap that title on a new Fall Out Boy album, the girls are going back. And it's not just world leaders. Investors are making it clear they no longer have the trust they once did in the stability of the American economy. Usually, when the stock market drops, the market for US government bonds improves because they're seen as a safe investment. This week, though, they both went down, which is a terrible sign. As one economist put it, investors and central banks are selling treasuries and dollars due to a loss of confidence and credibility in American assets. Financial chaos has its cost. That is bad. And by the way, that is from Friday after the pause was announced. And that is the thing. Well, everyone may want to pretend that this crisis is past us. It's just not. Even Chuck Schumer seemed to miss that point when he tweeted out, "History will remember April 9th, 2025 as America's actual Liberation Day, the day that President Trump backed down from his ridiculous tariff fiasco." But it's not over, Chuck. We dodged a bullet, but the monkey still has a gun. And incidentally, if anyone watching this is close to Chuck Schumer right now, please take his phone, take it out of his hand, and throw it into the fucking ocean. So what do we do? Well, ideally, Congress would realize just how close we came to financial Armageddon and take away the president's power to unilaterally impose tariffs. There's actually a bill in Congress right now, co-sponsored by Chuck Grassley, that would require the White House to justify tariffs and then give lawmakers the opportunity to reject them within 60 days of enactment, which seems more than reasonable. Problem is, you're going to need 67 votes to beat a presidential veto, and Republicans like Senator John Kennedy are refusing to sign on using this logic.
I have not joined the Grassley deal. I'm not likely to join the Grassley deal. The Grassley bill will not pass, and I just think it's a distraction. The most immediate question for me is, the president is a pit bull. He's won. He's caught the car. The question is, what's he going to do with the car?
Look, that is a shitty answer in so many different ways, but the main one is the whole idiom, the dog that caught the car, is based on the fact dogs have no plan for what to do after they catch it. That is damning enough alone. No one says he's like the dog that caught the car as phase one of the dog's long-term strategy to reshore manufacturing. Also, you're a co-equal branch of government. It is your job to stop that dog, not stand back and say, "I don't know, guys, let him cook." There's always the chance of an airbud situation here. Look, I don't know where things are going to go. Taping this on Saturday, who knows what's happened between now and when you are seeing this. Maybe Trump will have rolled the tariffs back even further. Maybe he'll have put even bigger new ones on mangoes. What is clear is that he's destabilizing our economy with no real plan of action. And all I'll say is, if our next episode opens up with me sitting next to a chart of the NASDAQ and Miss Piggy, it means we are fucked.
Hey Google. I forgot it's not fucking tuned. Whatever, I don't care.
We have to dive straight into our main story tonight. The fact that Donald Trump is once again President of the United States. Sorry if this is how you found out. Honestly, I'm not nuts about it either. Incredibly, it is less than a month. It already feels like an eternity. In just the past 4 weeks, he's pardoned or sentences of January 6 rioters, drew the US from both the Paris Accords and the WHO, announced plans to take over Gaza, issued an executive order trying to undo birthright citizenship, blamed the fatal DC plane crash on DEI, renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, responded to fires in LA County by releasing billions of gallons of water to California's Central Valley, 150 miles away, replaced a 4-star general with the host of Fox and Friends as Secretary of Defense, and announced 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, a move prompting Canadians to do this. I think the only thing more quintessentially Canadian than booing the US national anthem at a hockey game is the fact they waited politely for the right time to do it. Of Trump's rationale for his tariff threat, that Canada wasn't doing enough to stop the flow of fentanyl into the US, even though the total amount intercepted at the Canadian border last year was just 43 pounds, or roughly 0.2% of all US border fentanyl seizures. Trump quickly paused those tariffs after claiming that he'd won concessions from Canada. But when a Republican congressman tried to repeat that talking point on CNN, ran into a slight problem.
He called this off, saying that he had won concessions from both of them, but is there a tangible concession in your view?
Yeah, absolutely. He won the concessions, and part of
What
it
is
is
well,
it's a commitment from Trudeau that wasn't there to help with fentanyl, to help with the black market.
He announced the plan.
Secure the border.
He announced that plan though 6 weeks ago, back in December.
Well, at least he's reiterated it and formalized it.
Why aren't you getting about this. Trump got Canada to agree to what they'd already agreed to, and it didn't cost us anything except for any goodwill between our countries whatsoever. Pissed off an entire country of the most difficult to piss off people in the world. In exchange, we got them to resend an email. It's called leadership. One of the most striking and unsurprising things last month, the extent to which Trump seems to have prioritized active cruelty. He's issued multiple EOs aimed at trans and gender non-conforming people, including one declaring the federal government would only recognize two sexes, male and female, and another banning federal funding or support for youth gender-affirming care. And then there were his multiple attacks on government diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, which were pretty extreme.
The 4-page memo obtained by CBS News instructs federal agency heads
Okay, I need copper.
DEI-related trainings and close all DEI offices. Memo went out just one day after President Trump signed an executive order giving agencies 60 days to terminate all DEI positions.
Our country is going to be based on merit again. Can you believe it?
No, I actually can't. And that is frankly a wild thing to say in front of a portrait of your dad who inherited a real estate empire from. And the assault on DEI has been treated as very petty. An employee at one government agency told reporters unidentified outside staffers tried to sweep the office of anything they felt was related to diversity, equity, and inclusion.
No, I need copper. Goddamn.
Which read, "Be kind to everyone." And at that point, I'm just surprised they didn't replace it with a poster of Calvin pissing on a copy of White Fragility. Then there were the ice raids with Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, taking Dr. Phil for some reason on a ride-along around Chicago, and perhaps the single worst version of carpool karaoke ever made. It has all been total mayhem. To some extent, that may be by design. It's worth remembering, during Trump's first term, Steve Bannon openly laid out what their thinking was back then.
So what we got to do is just hit. Momentum. The opposition party is the media. The media can only, because they're dumb and they're lazy, they can only focus on one thing at a time. I said, all we have to do is flood the zone. Every day we hit them with 3 things. They'll bite on one and we get all of our stuff done. Bang, bang, bang. These guys will never be able to recover. But we got to start with muzzle velocity. So it's got to start and it's got to hammer muzzle velocity.
Set aside that muzzle velocity sounds like a straight-to-streaming vehicle starring Steven Seagal and 6 to 10 dog extras who definitely died on set. That is a pretty accurate description of what we're all witnessing right now, though.
Shit, 12%'s the max.
We can only focus on one thing at a time. It's my ability to multitask that allows me to focus not just on how Bannon sounds like he's trying to Monday morning quarterback the football for high school he's not allowed within 500 feet of, but also how it somehow always looks like he was just recently pulled out of a wet hole. But it is true. If you try and focus on everything, you'll focus on nothing. So tonight, we thought we'd try and pull back and focus on one major theme of the last month, and that is the Trump administration's attempt to dismantle the federal government from within. To do that, we're going to try and answer a few basic questions. What they're doing, who it's hurting, and what can be done about it. Let's start with exactly what is happening right now. You might remember last year we talked about Project 2025, a playbook for Trump's second term. In that story, I mentioned one of its main architects, Russell Vought, was hell-bent on decimating the civil service. Here he is in 2023, laying out exactly what he hoped to do once Trump returned to power.
We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work, because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all of the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so. We want to put them in trauma.
You know, when I pictured the evil masterminds who would be taking down the American government from within, I pictured comic book villains standing over the city as lightning struck, not Russ from Budgets in history's worst polo shirt, blinking through his slide deck and saying he wants to give bureaucrats clinical depression. Newsflash, Russ, they already have it. That man is now Trump's director of the Office of Management and Budget and has begun carrying out his plans for a systemic purge of government workers. But he's had a lot of assistance in that. the fact that Trump's also brought in this guy, Elon Musk, seen here, looking like a scrotum dressed for a funeral. He looks like a witch from Dutch folklore. Musk's self-invented Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, has been trying to eliminate federal workers, and sometimes in alarmingly blunt ways. One of the administration's early moves sent out an email offering many a deferred resignation, where they could quit their jobs and get paid through September, or stay and risk being laid off, which is already bizarre. And setting aside whether it's even a real or legal offer, take this money now or risk being eliminated isn't how you run the federal government, it's how you run beast games. But for some workers, it's gone well beyond just getting an email. There have been mass firings, and Musk has hired a team of young aides to assist in downsizing the government, some of whom have physically stationed themselves in government offices, as this federal worker explains.
My colleagues created one-on-one check-ins with 1940 college graduates asked to justify their existence on one of Musk's top lieutenants' flight from Chicago. I've tracked them on the 6th floor of our agency and now living there.
It is madness. Imagine being a federal worker and having to listen to a guy who wasn't alive for 9/11, Shrek 1 or Shrek 2. You're being downsized. Please leave this office, which is now my bedroom, so can you please buy me a beer? And all of this is bad enough before you get to the fact that Musk's team includes members with, shall we say, checkered employment histories.
Another Doge worker, Edward Korstein, who called himself Big Balls on social media, was fired from an internship with a data security firm called Path Network in 2022. Of leaking information to a competitor. A spokesperson telling CNN his contract was terminated after the conclusion of an internal investigation into the leaking of proprietary company information that coincided with his tenure.
What a fun time to be alive this is. I'm so glad our country is based on merit again. Otherwise, candidates like Big Balls the fired intern might have been overlooked. And it gets worse because it's been reported that Big Balls at one point started a website allowing users to redirect to content on the site by creating shitposting URLs, including names like childporn.store and kkkiscool.club. And I never thought I'd say this, but I expected better of Big Balls. Or as he's now known, Senior Advisor at the State Department and Department of Homeland Security. And the thing is, some of Musk's team have had an extraordinary amount of access to data. Another Doge staffer, a 25-year-old, Marco Ellis, was given access to Treasury Department payment data, basically the checkbook for the entire federal government, which was worrying even before it emerged. But within the past year, he tweeted things like, "Normalised Indian and pay me to marry outside of my ethnicity, and I just want a eugenic immigration policy. Is that too much to ask?" And those are some bad tweets, and not even the fun kind, you know, like when Breaking Bad's Dean Norris tweeted out sex gifts. Or the Pabst Blue Ribbon account tweeted out, "Not drinking this January? Try eating ass." But honestly, it's even a bad tweet. That's just pretty good advice. And there have been claims and counterclaims of whether Ellis had read-only access or the ability to actually change data. But either way, it is alarming he had access in any form, especially given what's inside that database.
I file my taxes electronically. Does that put me inside this database, the Bureau?
It sure does. And your bank account information. That's how you get your refund electronically.
Not just who I am, where I live.
How much you made, how much your refund is.
All of that is in there.
Absolutely. The most private, sensitive data about American citizens all sits in the Bureau of Fiscal Service and the Treasury Payment System.
That is definitely not information I want in the hands of Elon's gang. But if I may, a little correction there. The most private, sensitive data about an American isn't their bank account information. It is their Google search history. Although, having said that, I am pretty sure that most American search history over this last month was a mix of what the fuck is happening? What is a Doge? Why is everyone so sad about Luca? What the fuck is happening, all caps? And what to do when country go, ah! It's frankly no wonder an internal email from the Treasury Department's Threat Assessment Unit said allowing Elon's team access was the single greatest insider threat risk the Bureau of the Fiscal Service has ever faced. And when pressed on the obvious
There we
risks
go.
here, Kristi Noem, Trump's director of Homeland Security, had a weirdly blasé answer.
I remember a time when Republicans were very careful about and worried about the government, particularly unelected people.
We can't trust the government anymore.
having access to personal data.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
You are the government.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, is that the American people now are saying that we have had our personal information shared and out there in the public.
Has access to it.
But Elon Musk is part of the administration that is helping us identify where we can find savings. His information that he has is looking at programs, not focusing on personal data and information.
Not focusing on it, but he has access.
We'll be continuing to talk to him about what all he has access to.
Respectfully, what the fuck?
Oh my god, you guys are so fucking
Says
annoying.
who? Says you. That's what I'm saying. What about data?
You better not spread fire.
Shit. What about Elon having access to personal data? We'll continue talking to him about it. Are we absolutely sure that Kristi Noem shot her dog, or did she just talk to him and its head exploded?
Okay.
And look, we're not still in the early days of Doge's incursion into agencies. They've reportedly just begun to mess around at the Department of Education and the EPA. But to see where things could be headed, it's worth looking at one place they've already done a fuckload of damage, and that is USAID. It's an agency that provides humanitarian and development assistance in over 100 countries. It's been described as the world's single largest humanitarian donor. But as soon as USAID found itself in the crosshairs, it got butchered.
Sources tell us USAID, agency that brings food, water, and healthcare to victims of natural disasters, will soon have its global workforce reduced from roughly 14,000 people to fewer than 300 employees. An internal email shared with ABC News shows just 12 employees assigned to the entire continent of Africa.
12 employees. 12! That is not even enough people to fully staff a Chili's. And to be clear, those cuts will have real consequences. People are going to get badly hurt because of what we're doing right now, which honestly is a pretty good slogan for Chili's itself. And look, you can think there's waste in the USAID budget. I'm sure that there is. And you can think the review is necessary. That is why most presidents undertake one. But this is different. And while they've claimed that this is merely a 90-day pause while spending is reassessed, I want to tell that to Elon. Tweeted last Monday, we spent the weekend feeding USAID into the wood chipper, who'd gone to some great parties, did that instead. Which first, no you couldn't, because any party you attend is definitionally terrible. And second, don't you have like 100 kids? Don't hang out with them on the weekends, you parasitic freak. Already, overseas. And the agency's name has been physically removed from its headquarters in D.C. They even went so far as to tape a black garbage bag over the logo on the glass. And I guess we're all just lucky that it's not October right now, otherwise they'd have already turned it into a spirit fucking Halloween. Some ways, USAID is an easy target with some populist appeal. Many Americans think we spend too much on foreign aid. Opinion polls have repeatedly shown that the public estimates that a quarter of the federal budget goes to foreign assistance, and they prefer it to be just 10%. Although that really shows that Americans have no idea how much we spend on foreign aid, given that the actual share is less than 1% of the federal budget, and never has a poll shown such distance from reality, which is the one where 1 in 8 men genuinely thought they could score a point of Serena Williams in tennis. And let me just say this, as a man of above average height and some knowledge of sports, if I played tennis against Serena Williams, I would die. To be clear, we get a lot in return for that minor investment. First, it's the right. But on top of that, it's also in our self-interest. Just one of the things they're involved in is disease prevention overseas. You may remember, a few years ago, it emerged that viruses don't tend to respect borders. Also, spending to gain goodwill in other countries tends to make diplomacy easier. But if you listened to Trump's press secretary, you think that all we were doing with USAID money was complete nonsense.
You look at the waste and abuse that has run through USAID over the past several years, these are some of the same priorities that organization has been spending money on. $1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia's workplaces, 70,000 for a production of a DEI musical in Ireland, 47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia, 32,000 for a transgender comic
I need
book in Peru.
food.
I don't know about you, but as an American taxpayer, I don't want my dollars going towards this crap, and I know the American people don't either.
If that sounds like mostly bullshit and spin to you, it's because it is. Though we'll say a DEI musical in Ireland, a transgender opera in Colombia, and a transgender comic book in Peru all sound like her best guesses for what Amelia Perez is. But the thing is, not only is she wildly mischaracterising some of those projects, the last three that she listed weren't even funded by USAID, but by grants from the State Department. Again and again, Trump administration and Elon Musk have boosted misinformation about where USAID money has gone. From Elon retweeting a fake E-News segment claiming it had paid to send celebrities to Ukraine, which it didn't, to Trump posting that Politico had received $8 million from the agency, which it hadn't, to his press secretary saying that the agency spent $50 million on condoms in Gaza, which it did not. That claim set off an absurd game of telephone with Elon excitedly asked Trump bumping it up to $100 million on condoms to Hamas, only for a Republican congressman to go on TV to announce that it was actually $15 million for condoms for the Taliban. Yes, Trump and Musk being outraged at any money being spent on condoms shouldn't be that surprising. These are two men who seem like they've said, but it just doesn't feel the same, more often than they've said their own fucking names. But again, none of that was real. And when a reporter confronted Musk about all of this, his answer was infuriating.
How can we make sure that all the statements that you said were correct? Let's recap just what you said.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. So nobody's going to bat 1,000. I mean, we will make mistakes. We'll act quickly to correct any mistakes.
Now, to answer your first question, who is that child? That's the new Undersecretary of Housing and Urban Development. He's one of Elon's kids, or possibly both, but it is noticeable. His answer to how can we trust what you're saying is true is basically, you can't. Also, for the record, Trump isn't even pretending to care anymore. He's so restless and bored, making the exact same face as a 4-year-old at the exact same time. But I think he does mistakes about real consequences, especially for an agency that provides critical life-saving aid overseas. The suspension has reportedly halted national food programs that serve millions of people and disrupted critical aid deliveries of food and medicine. Impacts are already being felt on the ground, as you can see in this report from South Africa.
This is just one of the sexual health clinics that have been shut down since the USAID funding freeze. This one in the heart of Johannesburg has been for women with sexually transmitted like
progress is being made.
We've seen people try and enter, turned away. Are you trying to go to the?
How long does?
It's closed. What happened? The USAID fund.
Don't know. I'm going to ask them next door. Hopefully they'll be able to assist me. They can't. Don't know. Serious.
Cattails. Vintage story.
And it is somehow made even worse by the "we value you" message.
Now called read. Okay.
They should probably now change to "value you," but unfortunately we can't help you thanks to one of the worst white guys South Africa has ever produced, which is really saying something. In fact, the demonstration now even did wait for some life-saving programs. So thanks to the sheer confusion over even eligible, waves have not resulted in consumption of many vital programs, and that is what to get about shutting down work like this. Even if it get turned back on completely, which they almost certainly.
Okay, it doesn't say how long it takes to grow.
Funds things like antiretroviral treatments that prevent HIV being transmitted to babies before, during, and after birth. As one agency employee put it, just a few days into the pause, already at a minimum 300 babies that wouldn't have had HIV now do. Which is terrible, especially given without treatment, up to 30% of HIV-infected children die by their first birthday. Another worker characterised this as the richest person in the world taking away from the poorest people in the world. People will die from this like thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. But don't worry, everyone. The person proudly feeding this agency into the wood chipper, has admitted that he's not batting 1,000. So it's fine. He definitely gets it. And even as Elon and the White House run like a buzzsaw through multiple agencies, it is worth noting that Musk has an active interest in what does and doesn't get cut. His companies have as many as 100 contracts with 17 different federal agencies. SpaceX alone holds about 22 billion in government contracts. And his companies are regulated by some of the very agencies now under attack. At least 11 agencies have more than 32 continuing investigations and complaints or enforcement actions into Musk's companies. But don't panic. White House has reassured everybody there is nothing to worry about here.
If Elon Musk comes across a conflict of interest with the contracts and the funding that Doge is overseeing, then Elon will excuse himself from those contracts.
Oh, well, that is great to hear. Thank goodness for that. Although I will say, as a public policy professor pointed out, self-determination of a conflict of interest is itself a conflict of interest, which is both true and something you probably shouldn't need a professor to tell you. I could have told you that, and I'm not even a public policy professor. I just look like this. This all feels incredibly fast and head-spinningly corrupt. It is genuinely hard to summarize how overwhelming all of this feels. And honestly, the best encapsulation I've seen of this particular moment so far didn't come from an academic or a reporter. It came from this guy.
I wanna talk about it, but I'll be late for work. And if you're saying, wait a minute, who we have to stop this? Have one, but you didn't want that lady in office. Now that we're a part of a Nigerian friend stamp, surprise, surprise, it ended up being a white man. Oh, I just wanna know what the hell do I do? Probably Drake.
Athletic sweatshirt in every NBA arena in a 500-mile radius because this should be the new national anthem. No Canadian in their right mind would be able to boom that, and I'm not alone in loving that song. There are already multiple remixes of it online, all of which are very good, and one of which is my favourite. I'm calling it now Song of the Summer. But in that excellent song, that guy actually addresses our final question tonight, namely, what the hell do we do? Is anyone going to stop this? And let's start with the people that you would naturally expect the least from, and that is congressional Republicans. Technically, what Trump is doing right now is usurping Congress's power of the purse, but they don't seem that upset about that. Mike Johnson has punted, saying if they are executive branch agencies, the executive branch is in charge of them. And others, like Senator John Kennedy, have actively cheered on Trump and Musk in the grossest possible way.
Let me try to put all this in context for you. I like omelets. I mean, I really like omelets. I could eat an omelet at every meal. I like omelets better than sex. Not really, but make an omelet without breaking some eggs.
There's just so much to unpack there. First, we got that you liked omelets when you said, I like omelets. We also got it when you said, I really like omelets, and made even further aware of it when you said, I could eat an omelet at every meal. All three perfectly effective ways of conveying your weird affinity for hard egg soup. There was absolutely no reason, though, for you to bring up sex at all, except for the fact that you clearly wanted to, and now I am very mad at you. So I haven't had to think about you having sex since you famously said this during a Senate hearing.
I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth.
That's a lovely offer, but as we've already established, there's probably half a dozen eggs in there. How on earth is it going to fit? But to be fair, it is hardly surprising Republicans have been so quick to fall in line. Democrats, though, are supposed to be the opposition, and some, like AOC, have made it abundantly clear how unacceptable all of this is, and others have attempted to match her energy, even if that meant straying out of their comfort zone.
We do have to. I don't swear in public very well, but if I'm trapped.
We most certainly do not have to do that. I believe that law doesn't take effect until at least his third term, and I've got to say, there is something genuinely charming about a non-cursor deciding that this is the moment to start. It's a pretty moving distillation of where we are right now, that a reserved 52-year-old Oregonian is like, you know what? It's fuck time. But unfortunately, when it comes to congressional Democratic leaders, they've sometimes shown far too little stomach for the fight. In the early days of the Trump presidency, when a reporter asked Dick Durbin who'd be leading the charge against Trump, he replied, I can't answer that. Give us a little time. This is brand new. But the thing is, it is definitionally not new. The presidency is not new. This man is not new. All of this was possible to prepare for. We've literally known there was going to be a 2024 election since 1789. But maybe the sums up Democratic leadership the best right now is this.
Representative Hakeem Jeffries citing New York Yankees outfielder Aaron Judge in arguing it's better to pick and choose their fights and focus on a clear message.
One of the reasons that he's a great hitter is that he does not swing at every pitch. Waits for the right one, and then he swings. We're not going to swing at every pitch. We're going to swing at the ones that matter for the American people.
First and least important, are you sure you want that to be your example? A guy who hit 184 in the postseason as his team lost the World Series in 5 games because he played bad defense? Is that really the analogy that you want to use here? Don't be mad at us. We're just like a baseball player on the most hated team in America who absolutely shit the bed in the most high-stakes situation imaginable. But much more importantly, we're going to swing at the ones that matter for the American people. Who is that exactly? Is it trans people getting denied healthcare and bullied out of public existence? Is it immigrant families being terrorized by ICE, or thousands of civil servants being harassed out of their jobs? Please, just let us know who you think is worth swinging for, because it looks to me like you are striking out looking right now. And look, if you have a representative who's dragging their feet, I do think calling to yell at them has some value at the very least. It shows them that their inaction isn't going unnoticed, and if Democrats continue not to react, we should be primarying the shit out of them, and groundwork for doing that actually. But so far, the best backstops for all this have been outside of the legislative branch. In some cases, Democratic state AGs have banded together to file lawsuits, and courts have stopped or slowed some of Trump's most damaging moves. Judges appointed by Trump pushing back.
How long does it take cattails to grow in Vintage Story?
The regrowth time for cattails, Cooper's Reeds in Vintage Story, depends on the in-game day per month settings. On the default setting of 9 days per month, it takes approximately 5 in-game days, around 120 real-world hours at default tick speed, for the time.
Oh, that's horrible. Because it's set for a full-ass 24 hours.
Charges were dismissed, he'd be better able to help with immigration enforcement. They denied it was a quid pro quo, despite it doing a pretty good impression of one. But multiple federal prosecutors flat out refused to go along with it. Several even quit in protest, with one writing a letter saying, I expect you will eventually find someone enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me. Please consider this my resignation.
Do immigrants commit more crime? Do they take jobs from native citizens? Is an undocumented immigrant a criminal by default? These are the types of questions we'll be answering right after today's sponsor. If you're trying to stay... Quote, urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit. Parolee status is granted at the discretion of the United States Citizenship and Immigration Service, and often requires someone stateside to vouch for the applicant. The process for being granted parole is rather extensive, and requires that the applicant prove that there is not only some form of urgency in the granting of their parole, but also that they pass a criminal background check. You may have guessed this already, but the requirements to even apply for parole are specifically designed to filter filter out as many applicants as possible. Because of this, the Biden administration took it upon themselves to expand the parole system to allow for an unprecedented number of individuals to seek asylum within the United States. According to the government documents obtained by CBS in January of last year, over 1 million migrants were granted parole under the administration's policies. Many of these applicants were from countries undergoing significant political or military upheavals, such as Ukraine, Haiti, Venezuela, and Afghanistan. Jesus, how the fuck is Venezuela the best place to live on this list? For example, it's estimated that by the end of July 2024, over 520,000 Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans were granted parole according to the U.S. Customs and Border Protection website. It's also worth noting that parole is one of the only ways that non-resident aliens can seek immediate entry into the US. However, by definition, parolees admitted into the United States under this program are also usually considered inadmissible into the United States under typical rules. For example, if a foreign citizen needed to gain entry into the US because they had to attend the funeral of a family member, they would only be eligible for parolee status if they had no passport, were ineligible for a green card, or otherwise blocked from any other means of entering the country. This is how the misconception that parolees are illegal immigrants came about in the first place, because if they were capable of obtaining legal entry into the country through a typical port of entry, they wouldn't need to be given a parole status at all. A migrant is only considered to be in the US illegally if they stay beyond the expiry date of their parole status. The highest estimates for how many total parolees are in the United States typically tap out at over 1 million, or roughly 8% of the estimated 11 million illegal immigrants in the country. So to bring it back to our original question of, do illegal immigrants have access to welfare? Yes, but this 8% of paroled migrants are only the ones who actually get access to it. For context, in 2024, Medicaid reported that over 71 million individuals were enrolled in the program. This means that even if every single eligible non-resident alien took full advantage of the system, this would still account for less than 1.4% of its budget. The USCIS website lists the approximate waiting period for a potential migrant to receive their parolee status, which even after the Biden administration streamlined the process, still takes around 6 months. This means an applicant must prove that there is imminent threat to themselves in their country of origin, and survive that threat for 6 months before they even hear a yes or no on their application. Additionally, social benefits are withheld from parolees for up to 5 years once they are approved, and the parole status is typically granted.
Shouldn't the barrel be done by now?
This means an applicant would have to be granted an unusually long parole term in order to even qualify for a welfare program. It also means that exactly 0 of Biden's parolee applicants are currently eligible for any social welfare programs until at least 2028. On top of this, migrants have been found to utilize these programs significantly less than natural-born citizens in the States. According to a study published by the Cato Institute, non-citizen immigrants in the United States receive 54% less welfare than American citizens. Additionally, federal income tax is required to be collected from all working citizens, whether they're undocumented immigrants or not. Hilariously, this means that the damn aliens pay billions of dollars into Medicaid and Social Security, with the vast majority of them being completely unable to cash out of those systems upon retiring due to their legal status. Speaking of working citizens, this leads us up to our next question. Do migrants steal jobs from native citizens? This has been a point so widely talked about that it's famously got its own subplot on South Park. Legal immigrants do have the ability to specifically enter the country in order to take jobs that they are qualified for under the H-1B work visa program. These are specifically offered to potential workers with education in specific categories, such as STEM fields and higher education degrees. These can be incredibly desirable for tech and pharmaceutical companies looking for highly educated individuals from countries like China and India. Applications for H-1B visas are also incredibly limited, with a cap of 65,000 being approved per year, along with an additional 20,000 held in reserve for applicants which hold a bachelor's or master's degree. Because of the high education requirements, H-1B visas are typically only requested by companies looking for engineers and mathematicians who show exceptional skill or specialized knowledge. Average salaries for H-1B workers range from $90,000 and $180,000 per year. By contrast, the average wage index published on the Social Security Administration's website lists the average American wage at only $66,000 as of 2023. However, this does mean that there is one field in which immigrants are stealing jobs from the US citizens, which is tech. According to the Economic Policy Institute, the largest H-1B employers in 2022 hired 34,000 visa-sponsored workers, in a year that saw those same companies lay off 85,000 employees. As just one example, Amazon was the top employer for both layoffs and H-1B hires that year, replacing 27,150 employees with nearly 6,200 H-1B
How
workers.
is that still
Other tech
going?
companies such as Google and Meta also hired record numbers of visa workers, to such an enormous degree that at least 15% of Meta's workforce is comprised of immigrant workers. They actually listed themselves as a H-1B dependent in their corporate tax
Oh, I
filings.
forgot.
Because
Stop
of the
hurting
sheer
me.
enormity of their foreign labor workforce. H-1B
Wait.
visas are something of a diverse topic within the generally anti-immigrant Republican Party. In one corner you have the Elon Musk tech wing, which argues that H-1B visas allow America to poach talent from other countries in order to stay competitive. On the other end of the party you have the former Trump White House chief strategist Steve Bannon. He argues that the H-1B visa program is just an excuse to replace American jobs with cheaper foreign workers, who are reliant on their positions to remain in the country. But let's look at the other end of the spectrum at low-skilled jobs. Alexander Arnhem, the Director of Business Tax and Economic Analysis at Penn Wharton Budget Model, Jesus Christ, really needs a better name. Anyway, according to this economist nerd, quote, overall, the consensus is very strong that there are not significant costs to US-born workers from immigration. Research does, however, indicate that native US citizens without a high school degree are the most likely to suffer a more competitive jobs market, as they largely share the same level of qualifications as a large share of immigrants. Michael Clemens, a professor at George Mason University, does, however, contend that both low-skilled migrants and native citizens tend to complement each other, even if they have similar skill sets. After all, the jobs market isn't static, because although migrants occupy jobs, their spending habits also create jobs within the local economy. A 2020 study also found that migrants are 80% more likely to become entrepreneurs than native workers, which is why Apu from The Simpsons is canonically accurate. Research by Perry and Alessandro Kayumi of the University of California also found that occupational upgrading generally leads to lower-skilled native workers who compete with lower-skilled migrants to earn higher wages in the future. It was found that between 2000 to 2019, such occupational upgrading accounted for 1.7 to 2.6% wage increase for less educated native workers. It's actually so cold that academics hit us with the skill issue. There is, however, evidence to suggest that enormous waves of immigrants can indeed have short-term effects within the low-skilled job market. One such paper was published by Harvard economist George Boyas, who studied the effect of Mariel Boatlift, a mass immigration of 125,000 Cuban refugees into South Florida in 1980. Boyas found that this flooding of the low-skilled job market reduced the wages of native high school dropouts by anywhere between 10 to 30%. It should be mentioned that Boyas's research into the effects of Mariel Boatlift have been disputed by other academics. But even if we can assume his findings are solid, introducing 125,000 workers into one state's job market over a period of just 6 months is a pretty extreme example. So are immigrants stealing jobs from native workers? Ultimately, it depends on where you are and what you do. For the majority of US citizens, this will never be a concern. But for those in high-skilled tech jobs, getting replaced with someone from overseas becomes much more likely. High school dropouts are most likely to share the same job market with migrant workers. However, there's limited evidence that this affects job availability. There is evidence to suggest that migrant workers can put downwards pressure on wages. However, this effect tends to be localized to specific regions and industries. Our third question is, what is the actual cost of illegal aliens entering the United States? Trying to pin down a solid answer for this one was pretty much impossible, and the answers tended to vary wildly depending on who was conducting the research. Non-profit organization, the Federation for American Immigration Reform, estimated that the cost of illegal aliens American taxpayer measured roughly $150 billion in 2024. This was done by subtracting $31 billion in tax revenue by these migrants from the $182 billion in expenses for keeping them around. However, this is where we start getting into disagreements on how much tax revenue is earned and what counts as an expense. A competing study from the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy found that undocumented immigrants contributed nearly $100 billion in tax revenue in 2022, which they argued would rise to an extra $40 billion if these workers had official access to work authorization. We also have to consider whether we're looking at undocumented migrants for a long-term or short-term perspective, as second or third generation migrants tend to be much higher contributors of tax revenue when compared to their parents and grandparents. This is particularly important for this comparison because of the $182 billion in expenses mentioned by the Federation for American Immigration Reform. $70 billion of that is in public schooling for the children of undocumented migrants. So when we remember that these children generally go on to be net tax contributors over their lifetimes, it's less of a question of how much undocumented immigrants cost, but more of a calculation of how long it takes before they, as an investment, starts paying off. That's before we consider that migrants have different costs depending on the level of government, with the local levels tending to feel a higher net cost in the early years of a migrant's stay. It's also worth mentioning
I thought the rain would have cooled them down, not gonna
Taxation
lie.
and Economic Policy is an unapologetic left-wing think tank. While the Federation for American Immigration Reform was founded by a white nationalist in 1979, you really need to pick your poison on that one. Overall, undocumented migrants do tend to
Since this isn't growing yet, I'm gonna go to the catacombs or whatever, the place from earlier, grab some stuff from there, but in order to do that, I need a big storage thing on my back.
In 2017, which measured crime rates in Texas, migrants tended to commit less crime across every single category which was measured. Legal migrants, however, tended to commit less crime than illegal migrants. However, both were less likely than native Texans to get on the wrong side of Johnny Law. Going further, according to a study published by the National Institute of Health in 2018, undocumented immigration has actually brought a measurable decline in crime rates in the communities they tend to gravitate towards. In fact, they measured a 12% decrease in violent crime in communities which saw a 1-unit increase in undocumented immigrants into their population. Much of this was attributed to the demographics who tend to illegally enter the United States in the first place. With many of such migrants being families trying to escape crime, this tends to make them inherently adverse to breaking the law themselves. This does lead us into our next question. If migrants are less likely to commit crime within the United States, why do so many enter the country illegally? The unfortunate reality is that for the vast majority of individuals trying to immigrate to the United States, gaining entry is famously difficult. You could even say it's borderline impossible. Immigration into the United States is
I
typically
hate that
handled
joke.
by
That
what
joke
is known
was like
as
just
green
really
card,
bad, and
which
I don't
can be
like it.
obtained a number of different ways.
I don't like it
However,
because
many
it was
of
just
the
so
requirements are
obscenely
either
bad.
based on work eligibility or a raffle system. For example, almost all green cards bear the requirement that somebody within the US is advocating for your admission into the country. This is typically an employer, but can also include family members under specific circumstances. As you've probably already guessed, the average person attempting to cross the border illegally usually doesn't have anyone to advocate on their behalf. America's green card raffle system is another option, but that's capped out at 50,000 entrants yearly. Considering the raffle is contested by 22 million applicants every year, that's an admission rate of just 0.2%. Not exactly a viable option for those looking to enter the country legally. Additionally, only citizens from areas that are not considered high-volume immigration countries are permitted to apply for the yearly diversity raffle. However, even potential migrants who have people who can vouch for them within the United States can face astronomical waiting lists to even have their case reviewed. For example, a married Mexican citizen who is the son or daughter of a US citizen will have an estimated visa processing time of 24 years. Faced with these limited options, it's not surprising that individuals seeking urgent entry into the country simply don't consider legal entry a viable course of action. It's also worth mentioning that many of these criminals are not actually considered criminals by law, but rather undocumented immigrants. While this differentiation may seem like pedantic hair-splitting, there is a meaningful difference. Entering the United States without proper authorization is a civil offense against the country, which can result in deportation and the possibility of fines. However, re-entering the country after being deported is a legal offence, and if caught, often results in jail time and more severe penalties. Calling an undocumented immigrant a criminal doesn't really do justice to how
Okay.
societies tend to treat other civil offences. Getting a parking ticket is considered a civil offence, but we don't brand anyone a criminal for staying 40 minutes in a 20-minute zone. I mean, we can. Don't. Our last question today is a bit harder to answer. Do
There we go.
immigrants erode
Oh,
a
and
nation's
spear.
culture and values?
There we
Those
go.
in support of stricter immigration policies will
It
often
really,
argue that if
really
too many
sucks
foreigners
that
move
this
into a
hasn't
country,
grown
it
yet
will
because
cause
I would
its
like
shared
extra
culture
storage,
to
but I have
change.
this.
This is actually true.
This is literally the
Into an area,
equivalent of
culture does
this.
tend to evolve
So.
from their influence. Whether these cultural shifts are better or worse is an eye of the beholder situation, and countries tend to have different policies in terms of how they might expect migrants to assimilate. A Stanford study would find that assimilation, for better or worse, is mostly just a question of time. Explaining it better than we could, quote, "It would be a mistake to determine our nation's immigration policy based on the belief that immigrants will remain foreigners, preserving their old ways of life and keeping themselves at arm's length from the dominant culture. The evidence is clear that assimilation is real and measurable, that over time immigrant populations come to resemble natives, and that new generations form distinct identities as Americans. This
Good evening, gentle listeners. All gone scar now and prepare.
Going back now, you're in it for the end. Our retention time needs to stay up, no matter what. I'm your host, Mark Clark, here to guide you through this episode and all therein. People that I'm going to project to my whimsical whims are these two gentlemen here, Bob and Wade. Wade, why are you making that face?
I splashed water on me and I can't unwet.
I don't know what that means, but I don't like it.
I went to take a drink and somehow...
No, that's not the part I don't know what that means. I know about the water.
I can't stop feeling wet. All of my head just feels wet. Stop, you know.
And I'm Bob. Hi, Bob. How are you? Wet? Oh, I'm excited to be here. Dry. Dry as can be.
What did the philosopher say? The unwet life is not worth living? Pretty sure.
I have a specific small talk question. I know this isn't a thing we've ever done before, but you mentioned you were going to be playing basketball. Is that happening, and how's it going? Continue.
No, I've not heard. Well, okay, not by my choice. I would love to. I never heard from my friend who was trying to put the league together. So I'm thinking about joining like a YMCA or something just so I can go and play, like with real people.
Like a pickup game?
Yeah, like something like that. But the league never came to fruition. From what I heard, it was supposed to start in March, but we're a little past that now.
Yeah, it's not March anymore.
So I don't know if there's gonna be like another summer league or what. I guess I'll reach out to my friend and see. But it's also possible he just didn't text me specifically about it, having not played in 12 years. Because apparently some of the competitors in said league are former college basketball players. Not all necessarily Division I, but like I might not have stacked up against some of the other centers as well, playing center at 6'3" or 6'4" when they're like 7 foot.
You never know until you try. It sounds like your friend really.
Maybe he just accidentally lost my number looking at the competition and realizing that I barely knew what a basketball looked like after all this time.
Describe a basketball for all of us.
It's orange.
Kind of square, has some like watermelon-y lines on it, and in the middle it's pink, and you can eat it.
As far as I know, that's correct.
Did you describe a pumpkin or a watermelon? That is the question. Udai!
And I'm anyway, you could talk about whatever small talk you were going to talk about, like how you still don't own a car. I'm 100% sure about that, but I was just curious.
I put money, I've ordered a car. It's like you order something online, you gotta wait for the delivery. Delivery hasn't happened yet. It's out of my hands now. I have done my due diligence.
What number do you call for this mysterious car? 1-800-CAR, obviously.
I have a tracker with 12 dots for car delivery.
He's got a Domino's tracker of his car. It's in the oven. All right.
Right now, I'm in the baking phase.
How many of the 12 dots are filled in? Where are you?
3. I'm on 3, but like 6 of them are production steps.
So you still are holding on to the idea that this car is going to happen, this German car?
Yes.
You know, we live in America, not in Germany. Just to be clear about that.
I dare to dream a life worth living, and that life includes this car being delivered.
You know they make cars here in America.
Yeah. So, Otherwise, taking some time off for the first time in a while. This week, with the exception of today, twice, and tomorrow, week off, and maybe Friday. I might be working.
That's a lot of time off, almost.
Yeah, well, things keep happening, and I'm like, well, I can do that. I was gonna take the week off, but I can't. Like, I have trouble saying no to things. So like, people ping me, Bob pinged me, and I was like, technically, I am free.
You said you were supposed to be on vacation, and I was like, all right, no, that's fine. It's just a stream. You're on vacation. You should be on vacation, Wade.
I have a to-do list that I've already been working on. I got some light bulbs I need replaced. I gotta take Molly's old car.
You vacation real weird.
It's a staycation where I get all the stuff done that's been put off because I've been just doing a lot of streaming, recording, podcasting.
It's not a vacation. That's just not doing some of the shit you're supposed to do the other shit you're supposed to do.
At least one day off this coming week, I will do nothing.
I don't even know if I believe you.
I don't know if I do either, but I'm hopeful.
Just make sure you get enough butthole, son.
I'm very close to finishing the Animorphs book series. I took like 2 weeks of not reading, but I got back to it. I've only got 4 books left out of like 64. And, there was a big charity stream not too long ago, a couple weeks ago at this point, I guess, but we raised about $28,000 for American Heart Association. Overall, $81,000 was raised. Playing Minecraft in 2025, of all things.
Oh. Bigger than ever, man. Hey, that movie just had come out, so that's popular again. That's probably what did it, right? Everyone loved the movie.
The movie was kind of like a big meteor coming down onto a Minecraft world. I don't know. I've heard mixed things about the movie. Some people love it. It's very divisive. Some people love it. Some people hate it. I don't know. I've not seen it, but
all I've heard is the nostalgia tripping. I expected to see a bunch of people dunking on it and being like, oh, "Yeah, it was as bad as we thought." All of the things I've seen online is people just being like, oh, and they referenced all these YouTubers I used to watch back in the day. Aww.
I have a feeling Drunk Minecraft missed the mark for that mission. I don't know that we necessarily made the cut. It would be really funny if we did.
I like to think that somewhere on the editing room floor, there's just cuts. Like, for some reason, it was shot on film, and they physically cut the film out of the...
Smokey the Bear with his wraparound penis.
Smokey the Bondage Bear.
The cannons.
The Kill Me Squidward. That's what Minecraft was made for right there, man.
You know, now that you mention it, I entirely forgot we had an extensive, long-running Minecraft.
We were Minecraft YouTubers for multiple years.
That's how charity streams used to be done. I think those were charity stream creations.
It's not the most vulgar or even the funniest thing I think we ever actually did, but the one thing I cannot get out of my head since it happened was the infinite explosion of solar panels that I think Wade wasn't even there for. It was just you and me and Technic Pack because like Wade was on his way or Wade had to leave or something. God, I love the infinite explosion.
I think of the Drunk Minecraft episode where we had to just build a tower of iron blocks, and Mark and I got duped by you because you stole all of our blocks.
Wasn't that like the first one ever?
No, it was like the reboot.
Was that like the Okay, yeah, that's like the next season.
Like the game bag. I just remember I put down like 3 blocks, Mark put down like 5, and then Bob had like 60 iron blocks.
Get wrecked, bitches!
Something like that. That's great.
Didn't I just steal them all from you guys?
Yeah, you did, and it was brilliant, and none of us saw it coming.
That sounds right.
Anyway, we'll be in the next one, just like I'll be in the next 5 Nights at Freddy's movies. For sure, it's gonna happen, guys.
And Shakira's calling me to be a backup dancer on her tour any day now.
Alright, Bob, what's new in your life?
Actually, I've been reading a lot recently. Like, very recently. I've basically started powering through this new book series. Highly recommend it. If you like sci-fi, Old Man's War. It's actually got a lot of books in the series. I'm near the end of the second book right now, but Old Man's War by John
Cena.
Jeff Scarsy? Something Scarsy.
Sorry, the one note of John Cena's theme coming out. John Cena!
Instead of his actual... Never mind.
No, I was just talking about books. It's not interesting, don't worry. But it's a really good sci-fi series thus far. There's mind transference and conscious mixing. It's a character in the one I'm reading right now who has technically has 2 consciousnesses in his body. His body is like a synthetic, but also based on human DNA. It's very sci-fi. It's very sci-fi.
This sounds like Warhammer 40k.
Hmm.
I think it's mad at me, but because I keep looking at, the blackrocklibrary.com is where Warhammer updates their books, and I keep going there like, no new books I want to read. There's nothing out there I want to read.
There's books besides Warhammer. There's no good books in this universe.
I just ordered a book. I'll show you what book I ordered. Patrick Rothfuss, The Name of the Wind. I had recommended to me, apparently it's a pretty good sci-fi book.
Now we're a book podcast, eh?
Guys, should we do a book club?
No. Well, we might steal from a book club.
What does that mean?
I don't know what that means, but I like it.
Well, we might go beat up some book readers. Yeah, wait, you take the lead, you beat them all up.
I'm the book reader.
Yeah. For how many times you punch her? Flying. Perfect crime.
Having Wade beat himself up.
Alright, so for everyone who was like in the episode maybe a week back now, I Know I'd Win Part 3, everyone was like, oh, release the cut stuff. Yeah, I bet it's great. no, man. No, it didn't work. That's why it's cut. Not everything we cut out is cool. With that out of the way, I've perfected the perfect crime.
Sorry, I had water in my
I
mouth.
didn't know the perfect crime needed perfection. Oh, it does, and it'll need a lot of perfection as we go through this, because you guys are going to be perpetrating the perfect crime. Or should I say, one of you.
Ah, that didn't explain it, but...
Oh, am I just like off today?
No.
Yep, see ya. Log off.
No. Okay, here's how it's going to work. One of you is the world's greatest
Looking
criminal.
for
The other
something.
is the world's
I
greatest
guess copper
Each of you
works.
will be presented with the same scenario, where one is trying to rob the place that the other is guarding. You will each take turns, in a similar way to Know I'd Win, where you are trying to counter what the other person is just doing to step in the way.
But I still
of
think
each
about
of
how
your
I
goals,
suggest
one of which
this
is to
idea.
protect
Not to say that,
treasure
that's something going like,
we find
they did it
ourselves
based off of me.
to steal those
I'm pretty
treasures
sure
and
it's
ride
just
off
purely
into the sunset.
coincidental.
Scott.
But still nice, you know.
There's gonna be some qualifiers here. All right. So I have a few wheels, more than one. No, it looks bad. It looks bad. It's not bad. All right. So what I just put up is a wheel with about, I'd say, like 30 entries, right? But these are all gadgets. Some are meant more for stealing. Some are meant more for guarding. Some are just bad. But each of you, each round, will get 3 of these items. And you have to use them only in that round, or they go away in the next one. But each of you
Bro,
gets
he
3 of
abandoned
these.
all
So I'm
of
just gonna
this.
go, Bob, you're first up. You get.
Is this for the criminals? Do we know what role we have?
Not yet. Motion activated, ellipses.
Pepper spray dispensers. Holy shit! I hope that could be good for anybody.
I'm gonna take notes or something.
Yeah, it's hope.
Hey, I'm gonna like scribble some stuff down.
That's a good idea. All right, removing that click. All right, wait, you get a Bluetooth jammer. I don't know how useful that is.
Well, how will the other person communicate with their partner in crime or not crime?
Maybe, I don't know. I should have put like an associate or like a partner in crime on this one. I don't have that here. Anyway, I'll also open it up to whatever you interpret it can be used. You can use it
So,
the way it feels
with
fit.
this, I'm gonna use it
I read
for...
Jammer, and I was thinking like you just jammed this.
Oh man, I got a lot of remote stuff. Voice activate.
For the hunter backpack.
You have to shout mime at the top of your lungs for the mime. That's gonna work. Alright, wait, you get it. Yeah. For anyone listening, I'm just spinning a wheel. Right here. That might work. Security badges.
It'd be real awkward if I'm a security guard with fake badges.
Hey, there's still ways to make that work. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, for sure. It's up to your own imagination on how these things are gonna help you
So,
or hinder your
ruins
opponent.
and...
Open it with a silent whistle. No, it's equally useful. Glow-in-the-dark sunglasses. Alright, and wait, your final gadget is...
I've got so many good ones so far.
What? What's that say?
Robert and partner codification. What? That could be useful. I just don't know. So that put out of my
No, I like that. I just like that if you're not the security guard, I feel like that loses a lot of its usefulness.
No, what if you're the robber and you get a notification that the alarms have tripped? You know, you could
I see. Bob, you as the security guard would be really funny with your items.
Alright, but also, you guys, welcome to the... No, this is the location. These are where this is going to take place. There's various things here. Some of them I was just typing because of alliteration. I don't know. Anyway, here we're going to be... This is where the high school takes place.
I remember Fort Rocks.
Prison breakout. Alright, so this is the prison robbery, or prison breakout.
We're going to rob the prison of a prisoner.
Listen, that's what you want. Alright, and now welcome to the Wheel of Disadvantage.
Oh, boy. Oh, look at that.
I've got about 30-something items here for various advantages, disadvantages. Notice that this pointed up directly at edging world record. Just hold on.
Okay.
Alright, Bob, you were first last time, so first again, I guess.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Alright, that's interesting.
Are those different every round?
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna hide that one. Oh, sorry, Wade, that's taken. Wade, you have... You can't hold your breath, is basically what I was doing that about. So, no matter what, you can't hold your breath.
Thank God we're not breaking into an underwater place, I guess.
How it's gonna work
They
is
chose
it's an
Alcatraz.
attack-based. Each of you are gonna take turns, and each of you has 3 lives. You're going to roll against each other, each one of these. And if you do an advantageous move, not only can it give you...
Oh, I do have my shovel. Okay.
Take away from the other person's chances.
So earlier I was like, oh, oak, I need that. Like, oh, I don't have it. And then now I was like, oh yeah, isn't there a bonus soil? And I was like, oh, I don't have it. No, I do actually have it.
And then you set up for the next round. Try to undo what they did, get ahead of what they did, and then see if you can fix this at all. I also didn't think at all if there was like a have you even been detected situation.
You just like roleplay that in.
Alright, let's just feel it out. Let's see what happens.
Do you have a wheel to determine which one of us has which role?
Yeah, I'm gonna flip a coin. Heads, Bob, tails, Wade, or... We'll go who's the robber, because they're gonna go first, no matter what. Alright. Heads, Bob's robber, tails, Wade. Try to break someone out of prison. So, to catch you up, Wade, you have the world's shortest breath, Bluetooth jammer, fake security badges, and a robbery in progress app. That's not a prison break in progress app. That's a robbery in progress app.
Okay. And I'm in prison trying to get out, or what, am I breaking into the prison break
Isn't there like a third one?
What would you rather do? Would you rather be breaking out? Because that might be more interesting. You're trying to break out. He's
Two.
Let's go with that. That's actually better than trying to break someone else out.
Okay. You have a lot of stuff for a prisoner. I sure do. And these are the only items I have. I can't just
Well, there's like 3 people over here.
But I'll say you can use the environment to your advantage, but it's bare bones. This is Alcatraz
I already went to
level
this one.
prison. Let's just say it is Alcatraz. Hardest prison to break out of. It's been done before, but it's also in the middle of the ocean, and you have the world's shortest breath.
That's a huge disadvantage. I love this for me. It's time. I take a deep breath. Cough. I can't hold my breath long to take a deep breath. Slide my tool. I go to move into the hole, leaving behind my robbery in progress notification app. It's just like a little pager and like give a little kiss. Not today, but next time. Slide the tool it back. Make sure I've got my security badges. I go out. I see the security guard. I need to cut him off.
You did one thing.
I slide the toilet, move in, slide the toilet back.
So you're in the wall, right?
I'm in the wall.
Alright, I guess what I should do is roll to see if you got detected. Right? That makes sense here.
Yeah, but the coughing of my breath covered up the noise.
There's a rough probability that you're going to break a water line, and that's not going to be good for you.
give you a 50-50 on that. So I'm gonna roll 20. If you get above 10, that works.
Oh my goodness, what the fuck is that?
What the, wait, what the fuck?
19. It wasn't
Oh.
a 20. It was, I rolled a 20 and
Hey.
then like a 20 Pokemon. I went, 20, go!
Sam, having flashbacks.
Oh, it's good for me. Okay, high was good for me. All right, don't have to hold my breath. My toilet's moved.
Interesting.
He's in the walls. All right, Bob.
I am, what are they called? Prison guard. I'm the prison guard responsible for Wade's level.
You can be the warden. I'll let you be the warden.
Oh, I want to be the warden. Oh, can I be the prisoner?
Oh, yeah, you're the prisoner.
You're prisoner number 1.
Yes.
Wait, I think it's worse for me. Wouldn't I want to be the least?
Yeah, you were there the longest, which means like you have not been successful in any of this. Or have had the longest time to plan.
For some reason, because I like it, as the warden, I just like to sit in my office and stare at all the camera feeds. Just have a big wall of camera feeds in front of me, and I'm just looking. And none of them looks into Wade's cell specifically, so I don't think I see what he does. But I'm just watching, and I'm watching, and on Wade's level, on his wing,
Oh, I didn't even notice.
I
Okay.
think the security guard is like walking slowly, doing like the rounds, right? So at some point here, I'm gonna see the security guard walk past Wade's cell and see that it's empty and start to kind of be like, hey, wait a minute, open the cell, number 1. This leads me to spring into action.
All right, I'm gonna say to you, it would all depend on where he is on his rounds to give him enough time. Now, Wade might have timed it so that that guard's around, but I'll say, like, that's also a 50-50 shot of whether or not this guard's on the other side, so it might skip this turn for you to even notice, but I'll give you a 50-50.
Sure.
All right, boink. Nat 20. Fucking ears like a fox. Not only do you know he's out of the cell, instantly you're like, he's... Oh.
Not even the guard, just me. I'm just like, he's in the wall.
You have an ankle-length thug, I forgot. He's in the wall.
He's in the wall.
Can we just point out Mark rolling dice would be a terror in an actual D&D campaign with all the 20s and 19s?
I don't know what's going on in 1920.
Alright, well that couldn't have gone better.
Wade, you got a disadvantage point now because you are fucking detected. Alright, so all your rolls are gonna get a -1.
Excellent. Your move. I planned this. I know where the hole in the wall comes out. It comes out on this level security, and there'll be someone. There's an alarm going off, I'm imagining.
He didn't hit an alarm, he just shouted.
I probably heard that because I'm right next to myself. I know where the security cameras on this level are, and maybe there's a camera watching it, but I'm going to blend in real time. So I climb out the hole, and I club with my hands, because I don't have a club, the security guard in the back of the head to knock him out.
So everyone at home is listening. He's got his hands together, fingers interlocked, and he went above his head and went, I'm gonna club him. Straight down with his hands. Got a -1 on your this is all just gonna be 50-50, so here we go. Alright, here we go. You got 19 again.
What the fuck? I think I'm practicing my can't hold my breath clubbing two-hand technique.
I don't know what's going on, but yeah, total 18, you clubbed him. He's out, he's done.
Now my plan can truly go to fruition.
Alright, Bob.
I assume, because I'm such a genius at the being warden, that the prisoner is going to have to get some kind of disguise, or has some kind of disguise. So my immediate reaction is to don my disguise. So I stand up at my warden desk and I yell, "Mine!" Voice-activated mime costume springs out of my chest like I'm Iron Man. I then use the perfect silence that a mime uses to move and do anything to start skulking around, and I go first to where Wade's cell is because I know where it is, and I do.
What I wonder is if the voice activated registered your voice.
Listen, man, you can roll whatever dice you want.
Let me just quick little. Let's see. Nat 20. What the fuck?
What? Mark, hang on.
This dice only rolls 2 numbers.
I don't know. It's the Google roll D20 right on the front page. It's It's been 1920, 1920. This doesn't show a history, so I'm going to pull up one that actually shows a history.
This just shows that Bob and I are experts in our fields.
All right, anyway, the mime, perfect. It's actually tuned directly to your voice. It's nanotech.
Yeah, I have enough.
I took the time to set it up and train into my specific voice so that it could.
We'll give you +1 on your rolls for not because you look like a mime.
I am mimiest. Anyway, I mime my way down to Wade's cell and I investigate. I use my mime warden powers to try and figure out exactly how he got into the wall, or if that's the case, or whatever.
All right, let me. You're going into the wall as well. Did I hear that correctly?
Possibly. If I can find the way, I might follow him.
Let me roll for you. You got +1. Roll. Ooh. Got a 6. Uh-oh. +1. You got a 7. You tripped on his tongue on the way in the wall. Didn't quite get there. Wait your turn.
Alright, so I get 2 rolls worth of tests, right? Alright, so I knocked the guard out, but I don't want anyone to see what happens from this point on, and I'm very thankful that this prison security system has to work on Bluetooth, so I enable my Bluetooth jammer while I put on my security guard's outfit.
How is this prison tooth enabled?
They thought it was very advanced tech about 15 years ago when they installed it. So all of the cameras have to go to these screens via Bluetooth. So if I plug in the jammer right here, the cameras aren't going to give any feed. Isn't it obvious?
You might be dumb, but I'm going to roll for him. He's got a -1, maybe completely misunderstanding how this all works. Let's see how it plays out for him.
I've been here a while, man. I'm not up to date on newest technology.
Nope, he doesn't know how Bluetooth works. You rolled an 8, -1 gives you a 7.
DC 5? DC was a 5?
No, you didn't. You waste your item and you waste your time Bluetooth jamming nothing. Some guards, AirPods stop working. He's like, hey, wait.
Excellent, that's what I wanted. I wanted them to be able to hear me as I move about.
Yeah, noise cancellation and everything, and like now a guard's on the lookout for you.
Well, then I put on my security outfit since my item failed.
I guess I gotta roll for your security outfit. Are you the right size? Let's see what happens. I'll let you put it on either way, but it's gonna look real funny if it's not your size. It's like a glove. Not quite, it's a little tight in the groin, but
as everything is.
I'll give you a +1. Alright, Bob.
Somehow I tripped and failed to get into the hole in the wall, and I stand there and look at it for a second and think to myself, I could try again. And then I turn and storm out of the cell, silent as a mime, assuming that he's going to go down. So I start searching down from where I am, circling, assuming that the hole he went down and got out a hole somewhere beneath his cell, because obviously he's going to want to.
Oh my fucking god!
So I start silently minding around, like looking through boxes and pulling on ropes and whatever mimes do. There's an elevator, just to see if I can see
that
any signs
was
of him,
okay.
and come out of the other end of wherever that wall
I survived.
leads, see if I've got any more clues.
Alright, sounds good. I'm also gonna
Not expecting to get bum rushed by a fucking bear.
big trench coat, in the hat. That's you as a mime.
Pretty much.
And also I'm gonna say, since you rolled nat 20 on mime, I'll give you some leeway in the mime world power. You won't be able to shoot him with a mime gun, but so you're still at +1. Roll, and you shouldn't have cursed all those 19s and 20s, man. You got +1. Great.
That's not great.
Whatever you were trying to accomplish didn't happen.
I was just trying to see if I could see him.
He's going down the stairs looking for me.
What, do I fall down the stairs to my death?
No, you didn't fall. It wasn't a 1. You got a 2, very close. You could have tripped on your tongue down the stairs.
You land on a mime pillowcase.
Yeah. You don't see nothing on the door.
Well, that stinks. Is that a limited enough action for you, Wade?
Oh, wait till you see mine.
Till you see mine.
I'm thinking outside the box here. This prison guard, I just put on his outfit. We're a perfect fit, which means he's a perfect fit for my prison garb. So I dress him up in my prison garb.
That's true.
I don't even know if you need to roll for that. I feel like that's allowed to happen.
Want me to roll for that?
Wait. Well, I was going to put him back in my cell afterward. If he just fits, then I'll actually be putting him back in the cell.
I think you can assume he fits, because obviously, you would know. So putting him back would be the action. Whether he fits through the wall and back into your cell. There's always a risk you're shoving him in there, you could bump a water pipe, and then you'd be in trouble.
Well, I'm not trying to put him back in the hole. I'm the guard now. I'm opening the door, putting him back in there. He's been found. Alarms can go off. The mime can go back to his office.
You're going shouting at the top of your lungs with an unconscious body over your head.
Yes. No one would ever expect me to draw attention to myself.
It might be a good move. I'm a roll. It's a bad move. Your voice turns out not like that guard's at all. Yeah, that didn't work. I think the warden is clued in.
How bad was my roll?
It was a 5. You shouted at the top of your lungs. What did you said out loud? Voice.
That's right, I knew.
So, he only heard you. He heard you and knows that you're trying to trick him. He doesn't see you. He didn't see you in the last one. So he hasn't seen you, but he heard you. And as a silent mind, he knows the world is sound. Not at all. I don't know. Which one for you? I'll take that.
As a silent mime, he knows noise.
I don't make noise, I intake noise. I know about noise. Okay, so I know the weight is loose. I understand it now. I know that there's only one way in and out of the prison. There's like a multiple gate setup type thing where you go through one and then it closes and you go through the next one, very like prison-y. I go for that because I know that's the way. And I take my motion-activated pepper spray.
Okay,
and I set
with
it
this,
on
I'm
the
gonna go
ground.
back home so I can make more storage. But this time, back
I set it on the ground, and I forget how quickly it activates, so I push the button to turn it on immediately, and then I'm sort of standing over it, looking at it, just like... But I know, even if I'm trapped here, he will also be trapped here if he comes to try and get out the exit.
I don't know how to decide this one, because I was like, items are success no matter what, but are you trapped in there?
I don't know. I guess my action is I decide I'm going to run for it, and I make a break for the gate to get back onto the inside of the prison and see if I can leave that there.
What does it hit you like in that tongue?
I guess because it has to point inward and you want to go back inward, and it's like a claymore level. I'll say that. You got the +1. This will probably work. Yeah, you're fine. You're back in, pepper spray's activated, and you're standing at the front entrance, just like...
But like a mime.
Like, all the listeners are looking around like,
Oh, yes, we should do a silent mime episode sometime for the listeners.
Wait, due to the shouting and the fact that he's now set up a trap and cut off one escape route and adding a disadvantage point here, so you're back down to -1. He's being smart about this.
I shouted. Clearly they bought it. I opened the cell, I tossed the former prison guard in, and now it's time to just waltz out the normal guard entrance exit. I pull out my fake security badges, prepare to flash them to the other guards, and I walk toward wherever I presume maybe the guards come in and out.
The exit door that I'm miming right in front of, that exit door?
Yep, I'm on.
Okay, got it.
I assume, as far as I know, my plan worked so seamlessly. I don't know I rolled a 5.
All right. In this regard, the scenario is as follows. You are wearing a security guard outfit that's well-fitting, a little tight in the groin, but well-fitting. In front of you are a number of other security guards and the warden at the front of the gate, and you can't see the pepper spray trap behind him, so you're just assuming he's standing in front. So your move is just to confidently be like, I'm a security guard, they all buy it, I'm going for it, right?
My shift ended, I'm clocking out. Not my fault as a breeder.
Don't talk. I'm gonna throw that out to you.
It's worked so far.
I believe. But you are using your fake security badge. You do have that. That was one of the things. So I'm giving that as a +1. This seems like a real risky play.
I would imagine I've got to roll to get by both Bob and his trap.
Yeah, let's say you have to roll twice. That makes sense. So, number 1, all the guards, other guards, they don't give a shit. They're just like hourly, they don't care. But the warden,
I care.
He's got a mime outfit and a big tongue. I know that man cares.
Yeah, so you're at a -1. Let's see if you... Okay, let's see if you trick the warden. You got fixed security badge. That's also a +1. So let's say you're actually at net 0. 18. Oh, Martin doesn't know, but you don't know that there's a pepper spray trap right behind him.
I do not know that.
You do not know. So he's like, hey, have a good night. Your shift must be over.
He can't hear my accent as I mime bye-bye.
Yeah, we mime at each other.
When the warden's wearing his mime outfit, I don't say bye to him. I mime it.
His badge doesn't give him an advantage with pepper spray, right? So he loses that.
Alright, I'll say that was the only torch from the warden. Alright, -1 again.
Come on, pepper spray.
You got a nat 20.
No!
I swear to God, you got a fucking nat 20. But -1, but even so, that was still wildly successful. I don't know how the fuck you did that.
I'm walking down the stairs toward the exit. I think getting by Bob and the pepper spray would probably count as my turn.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, probably.
Yeah. So not only did you get by him, the pepper spray did not go off, and by all accounts, he might be out the front door.
I know how I convince the pepper spray not to go off. I give it the can't see me as I walk by.
The prison break was not the archetype of this whole thing, because the other one had like very clear, like if you get the thing, you also have to get out with the thing.
Oh, the text message.
You're not done. This isn't it. There's
All right,
more steps to get out
What?
of the prison than get through the main gate of the
That's
prison
true.
block you're trapped in.
He's outside. Bob, you don't know.
What?
The pepper spray did not go off.
What?
But that's weird. That's a little weird. I'll give you that much. It's a little weird. It's also still armed and behind you, so fuck.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to deal with that. Alright, I'm standing inside the door. I mime my eyes to old what's-his-face, and I recognize his badge, and I'm like, huh, he shaved? And he walks out, and then right as he gets past the pepper spray, or as the second gate closes and he's starting to walk away, from up above, from Wade's cell, I just hear someone shout, Hey, this is scary! Hey, Jerry's in the cell. Prisoner number 1 got gone.
I should have gagged him.
You know, he doesn't shout. Someone else has gone and investigated. Because I was in there, and they were...
I gotta tell you about something very important. We got new back. That's right. You ever, you want to lie to people and tell them that you know somebody who died from Ozempic? You can. Buy this shirt right here. It looks really good. Tell them that this is your uncle, that he died from Ozempic, and that this is a public safety thing. I don't care. It's new match. How about all my girls on? Huh? All the girlies playing Morse code with whatever when they're reading them spicy books. I'd buy that new shirt. I don't care down there. Just buy that new shirt. Also, we got the fun shirt. Finally, some merch for our girl heart. Business in the front, party in the back. Double-sided shirt. We also got a nice bomber jacket, and it's a nice mesh shorts with it, right? Both with the meat patch, and also we have a few vegetable clear. I want to write my recipe. Something fun. What am I cooking up? So please check out our new merch. Please consider supporting this channel.
I got time for brewery fantastic cons.
Wow, it's a mouthful.
That's the title. We are almost primarily a food ranking channel at this point, from the amount of food that we consume and rank on this channel, albeit from maybe items from your childhood, nostalgic items, everyday items, into disgusting doomsday-ending items as well. But one thing that has been a constant source of debate, at least here at the Beat Studios, is what's the best family dine-in chain? Right? From your Applebee's to your Cheesecake Factories, which one's the best? I had to know. So I took the crew out along with my beautiful wife, and we decided to go out and try all of them in one day. Mistake number 1. List of places that we decided to go was Cheesecake Factory, Yard House, Applebee's, Chili's, Texas Roadhouse, Outback Steakhouse, Red Lobster, and Olive Garden. Ladies and gentlemen, have sympathy for I and us. By the end of this excursion, we wiped this out. That's all I gotta say, we wiped this out. So, without further ado, we're going to take this as a what's the best place for your weekly after-church meal. Roll the beginning.
For people, you see,
with an just church, Jehovah Witness, right? And we witness the Lord done anything. What are we? Something. Take. Smile. Say something. Okay, it's happening. We're sitting here asking something. I said, stop that. Like this. What's your What's so funny? Stop it. Don't touch that. Don't touch that. Today we're going to be ranking every city. We get into it. Okay. So first we went to Cheesecake Factory. 1, 2, 3. Cheesecake Factory.
I want some cheesecake. What do I have in mind?
Let's see it.
Yeah.
There it is. The drinks, we got the factory peach bellini, chimpanzini banana. Our total was $85. This kind of became the idea of rankings was we're going to base it on their appetizer, their entree, a dessert, house cocktail, and
Okay.
vibe, right? Just to give context.
I didn't go where I meant to go. The original plan was to go down and then just bypass that and just go right down there.
But not a lot of it. When I hear Cheesecake Factory, I either want industrial machines, like little belts of cheesecakes going around, or anything. I mean, I don't know. I'm so confused by the aesthetic choice.
Actually, I'm gonna say we're a spaghetti factory. A picture like Italian factory.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about Cheesecake Factory, so. On the walls, I mean, the whole thing is like, is it supposed to be like Tuscany? It's like a little Italy thing, but it looks like a weird mixture of like, I don't know, house. Set piece of Aladdin, like it kind of has a Middle Eastern touch to it for some reason. Did you get that vibe?
I did.
I got it. As soon as I was walking in, I was like, this feels like a Middle Eastern guy with a watch on. Like, that's the Cheesecake Factory. I haven't been to one of these in a long time. Don't get me wrong, like we'll go to like Red Robin or like get food from there just because we have one close to us. But it's not like we're like, hey, let's go hang out at Red Robin. Like that's not convenient for us. So every time we went to some place, I don't know if it was at Cheesecake Factory, but a lot of them have the general manager's name on a sign outside of the building. We're really going to mention attached to your general manager. Put a picture up of it. Is that weird? Why is that?
Maybe if you complain.
Yeah, well, I know who to talk to. It's just like, oh, of course it's him. Whatever, doesn't matter. All I know is the vibe. I was just like, Cheesecake Factory is this thing where it's like, I want to be fancy, but at the same time, it's like, this is one of the trashiest things I've ever experienced in my life. It really is. I mean, they give you a pocket Bible for the menu, and they're like, actually, make up your own menu item and we'll just make it. They're like, we have everything you could ever want. But because of that, you know that everything's going to be frozen or can microwave it, whatever. But I gotta say, actually, I'll start off with this. I'll say the macaroni, the fried mac. I mean, it's cheese and pasta. All right, and it came on some like Chef Boyardee weaved out shoes on the plate. It was whatever. It's fine. I'm gonna hog those down all day. I gotta say though, right now, the bacon burger was good eating. It was a damn fine burger, albeit, and I had to dock some points here. It was soupy. It was a sloppy girl, like a big old girl bud wrestling. That's what they're called, like eating son of a bitch. I mean, it was good. Don't be wrong. Hey, it was fun. We were rolling around the hay, but I'm just saying. That's on this end. We kind of cut it up into these micro bites, and we would just grab it. And that's one thing about me. This is a personal pet peeve. I don't know if this you feel that way. I hate disgusting textures on my hands. That's almost why I never do like fried chicken or anything really greasy. I can't do it. All right. I know I'm a big fat son of a bitch, but still, I have to work around that.
Oh, I need to start making a hole. I guess digging a hole because
and I will say,
I need to live somewhere, and holes are usually the best places to live.
Not order yourself a slice of cheesesteak. Highlighted episode of Lady Boy. cheesecake was incredible. I'd probably just go there just to be like, can I just have a cheesecake?
That's what they have the cheesecake counter.
Yeah, you don't have to sit down in there. You're just like, I just want to get a cheesecake to go.
It was really good.
Oh, God. It was probably the highlight. I love the cheesecake. Ooh. So good. And I will say, it is the first one, so I tried to be relatively conservative with it. So all in all, I would say I'd give it I'm going to give it a 7. 7. Hallelujah's at 10 so far. I think it's good. It's our first one. It could shift. I don't know. Guys, come on. Come on. Go. Oh. A nice little 7. 7 hallelujahs out of 10 because we were doing the weird, just, you know.
God is good, and he accepts everyone.
Well, not everyone.
Everyone.
I know. Alert. Person you see there, that's not really me. This is a character, alright? What? Yeah, just want to put that out there. But, I mean, if anything, these can change. But for now, 7 out of 10. That feels good. That's above average. I guess that's another factor is the price. $85. It was fucking expensive. We know that we're going to have a bit of a hit because we have to get a cocktail, like the house special cocktail at each place. $85. We got 1 burger, 4 macaroni bites. There was 5 of us. So one, I mean, like, you had to like split it up and divvy it out. And then a fucking peach champagne slush.
Why
85
is
bucks?
that
Does that feel
like
steep?
that?
A lot. Times that by 4. Especially like in hindsight now, Cheesecake Factory really feel that much fancier than. I mean, don't get me wrong, it is fancier than some of them, but like it's not like I was like, oh my god, like the service is incredible or whatever. You know, oh whoa, you know, I don't think I was ever like Great Gatsby party kind of like level of excellent elegance. Stroke there. Next up, we went to Yard House. 1, 2, 3, Yard House. You need to tuck it in. Tuck it in.
I don't like
Tuck it in.
I don't want to.
Hey, so here we are at Yard. Smile. Here we are at Yard House. Now this is kind of a brewery. Can you say brewery? Brewery. That means beer. I think we're going to be testing out to see if this is going to compete with Cheesecake Factory. I hear there's a lot of nummy things in there. Oh. Oh. My turn. It was on. Oh. My turn. It was on the list of chain restaurants that we had looked up because also like a lot of the restaurants are like on like TGIF, like Ruby Tuesdays, BJ's, all that they're all gone. Like a lot. This is a dying breed. Which we did start the day at Cheesecake Factory early in the day, so it wasn't that busy. Yard House already though, it was kind of fucking bopping, wasn't it? Yeah. A nice energy to it. Also, already, I like the vibe of Yard House more. I kind of based it also off of if I was like a divorced dad, would I go there and like have a cocktail?
This is where you come once you get it.
Yeah, whenever the woman's doing this, that's when you come here. Which I know is counterintuitive to the family experience that we're doing. But in the back, I think of every man's mind, they're thinking, when it all goes to hell, where can I go? Where's my safe haven, right? Oh, yeah. So that's why you always keep it in your back pocket while you put on your happy face. Welcome to marriage. Yard House, the items we got for the appetizer, we got the boneless wings. The entree was the Korean barbecue cheesesteak. Dessert was the Oreo brookie. And the drink was we got 2 of them because they're like a brewery as well, so we got their house IPA and the Long Beach tea. The atmosphere, 10 out of 10. I liked it. It felt like I was in a fucking like Tim Burton factory. Oh yeah, with all the pipes. With all the pipes and stuff, kind of felt like I was like, I thought Edward Scissorhands was going to come around and be like, cut up my salad or something like that.
Okay,
Way,
I have
the boneless
stories.
wings appetizer, they're like, it was
Getting
like
this.
octopus. You ever eat squid? It's like chewy, like that. It's like all fat. What was weird is like it looked like it had the texture of breading, but then when you bit into it, you're like, could not have come from anywhere but the ocean, is how I pictured it in my head. The dessert, the Oreo brookie, you have like a base level brownie thing, you put a fucking a la mode, throw ice cream on top of it, but then the fucking brownie cookie thing isn't even warm underneath. Listen, it's chocolate and sugar. It's not like it's, hey, I'm not like John McCain in a cage fucking being like, like freaking out in a prisoner of war. But I was just like, why heat up the brownie? Am I wrong? You're not wrong. Okay. The highlight of it all, though, was the Korean barbecue cheesesteak. I don't know what kind of fucking Korean juices they put on that, but delicious. Put it on the fries, too. I'd gladly get that again. Really good? 100%. And then the Long Beach tea cocktail was okay. Jacob said that he liked the beer, but I think Jacob and Nick are very much like you can just microwave a diaper, like a baby diaper, and they'd be like, So it's hard to... they're easy people to please. And I don't drink beer, so I don't know how good it was, but Jacob liked it, so there was points. And also, the total was only $65.
Pretty good.
I thought it felt on, if not a little fancier than Cheesecake Factory. Once again, it's not the most elegant thing, but I wouldn't say, is it the same as like going to Chili's? No. $65 isn't bad.
And
And two drinks. And 2 drinks on top of it, $65. I'm just gonna shoot off the hip here, dude. It was kind of an industrial vibe. It's like a brewery in there. It was kind of vibe where it's like, guess what? You get in a fight with your wife. I'm chugging drinks at that place. For that reason, 7. 7 hallelujahs out of 10. Not bad. I was really praising the Lord with that one. You know what I mean? On par with Cheesecake Factory, just because the cheesecake at the first one was so good. And the burger. The food itself, like Yard House, I feel like I would probably be disappointed. As a whole. Like, if I tried everything, I'd be like, I was mostly disappointed with everything on the menu. Which, I think we kind of, by this point, too, it was really settling in how long this was going to take. And I gotta tell you, it was creating a lot of, not tension, but depression. Like, everybody's moods was kind of sinking to the bottom of the ocean. And that only got exacerbated by our next stop, which was Applebee's. One more time. Let it happen one more time. Or else we're not going to the other 7 fucking restaurants. Stop playing with your shit back there, Nick. I can see you doing it. Would you ease it up on the driving? You're scaring me.
All right, guys, come on. Family photo.
1, 2, 3. Applebee's. Applebee's. Really fuck. Now, when I tell you Applebee's, there's no way Applebee's makes it another 10 years. I went to my grandmother's funeral this year, and it was less depressing than walking into this Applebee's and having lunch.
Well, that's because your grandma was an evil woman.
Fair. For Applebee's, we got the appetizers, boneless wings. It's the same shit everywhere, too. Why don't you get some boneless wings? And then their entree, what they're known for, was a quesadilla burger. Yeah. The dessert was a triple chocolate meltdown. I just didn't tell you what it is. You're like, what is that? It's a triple chocolate meltdown. I was like in the seat having like a panic attack thinking about it coming.
I forgot. What was it? Was it a brownie?
It's just a fucking hodgepodge of sauces and chocolate and stuff. There's really no discernible shape to it. It's like a brownie, ice cream, all the same shit as everywhere else. And then the drink, we tried to do the Dollarita, but then she promptly told us, no, we don't do that, even though it's on the website. That was confusing. So then we just got their House Marg, which tasted like something you would get off of like a Walmart margarita mix kind of thing, you know? Like off the shelf margarita mix, you throw ice in a glass and pour it in. That's what it was. And it was like far too expensive for what it was. Anyways, we ate all of it. It was all dog shit. I will say this, their boneless wings at least had some semblance of crunch to them. The quesadilla burger, it makes me sick to even think about it still now. The buns are quesadillas. It's just like, just haunting. Also, it was just so sad. It was just so sad in there. All these old women like chit-chatting around. They're talking so loud, but yet so hauntingly quiet. They get up, they do that fucking old person walk where they really like, they have to do this. It's like fat fucking old people, they do this. You know what I mean? When they walk, they have like their bags out. Well, I gotta take this home to reheat and eat it later.
Pretty depressing in there too.
Yeah, it was depressing. The fucking bartender had, what was it, his like name tag say good boy or something like that?
I tried to get it, but he was looking at me.
Do you remember what it said though? I think it said good boy or something. Or cool guy. His thing said cool guy. He was just sitting there doing. But then anytime we would try to look at him, he'd be like, and he was like eyeballing us the whole time. Which granted, my legs are a bit of a spectacle. I was being a little bit of a show pony, but still, you can't even see my legs behind. We had a barrier. He was still just.
He could hear us shit talking them.
Well, to be fair, it was rough. fucking rough. They had like a weird homage to like the local area and stuff, and like a bunch of pictures of like hot rods. I don't know, like they do like a hot rod competition out in the parking lot. I don't know. The bill came, it was $41.31. Even the food, like listen, the idea of them are more disgusting than it actually was. Like the quesadilla burger, it's a fucking hamburger with a quesadilla bun. I mean, like you can eat it, it's gonna be fine, but is everything microwaved? Yeah, of course. It's gonna be microwave food. You can go. A lot of these places I think are designed for people to go and just be like, I'm gonna get drunk. It's mostly just a bar. The family aspect of all of them feel kind of dead as well. Like I remember back in the day, it was like Applebee's, Chili's, 54th Street Grill used to have like a bunch of shit on the walls. It was supposed to be like big and bombastic or whatever. Which not that that's like any better, but now it's all stripped down.
Okay,
Cut out of the rock
now
in there.
I
He
go
was there, and I was like,
once
cool,
again.
dude. That was the flashiest thing, and then there's just pictures of motorcycles.
And now I actually go to like that one island I meant to go to originally.
Applebee's, maybe the ugly duckling of the group. I feel like this used to be a very positive place. It used to be a place full of whimsy. It was kind of a place you used to go to escape with your family. That was one of the saddest experiences I've had in my life. Granted, it is during the day, but there was probably 3 or 4 old women in there eating alone. The music was played through a blown out speaker. The food all microwaved. It is what it is. You know, you're at Applebee's, right? I would feel good giving this place a 3 out of 10. I think 3 out of 10 is fair. I will say that was one of the most depressing dining experiences I've ever had in my life. Run away from this place. All right, we're almost halfway. It's a 3. I think that's generous. You were even saying I was being generous with the scores too when we were out of bed. But, ladies and gentlemen, just saying, and he's like, yeah, order the lobster Caesar.
Nick
and I was
is
like, what
hot.
in the hell? What is that? And he's like, oh, I don't know, it's just a thing on the menu, it's there. So then when the nice waitress came over, she's like, what would you like to drink? I'd be like, let's do a round of waters, and then can we just try the lobster Caesar? And she did. Huh?
Are you talking about a drink? Or?
Yeah, it's a drink, but I knew it's good. It is. It's all good. I looked at Jacob and he's like, it's on the website. We were chatting, having a good time. We ended up getting Red Lobster like margaritas or something. There's 2 of them. A passion fruit one. Channel system. So we all these food start everyone's laughing and talking. Staff are all laughing. So as children are singing, so I just realized, is this not the family church of Pentecost? After all said and done, after the praise, so that was also we had giant drinks. I'd say it's probably terrible. I would say it's cheaper. As I was checking, I was walking, stumbling. Like rock, paper,
ankles. I thought to myself, this place is heaven. I'm giving this motherfucker a 9 out of 10. Waitress was awesome, staff was awesome. My boy, pepperoni. Show us a picture again. Motherfucker knows how to run a clean tip. All right, 9 out of 10. That puts him on top so far in my book. I think good things only happen once in your lifetime. I think one of the good things that happened to me was going to that way. Boys, I don't think we're much better than this. I got dump off that marker. Come on!
But if not gone to any of them, to me it could just be about Red Lobster. I probably would have done it. It was that good. Also, too, those cocktails, dude, I love just sitting there and watch like a baseball game and just be like, I'm gonna get day drunk, eat cheddar biscuits, and eat shrimp Alfredo, whatever. That lobster dip. The lobster dip was fucking insane. Also, Harry, my adopted son, he can't have shellfish. But we fed it to him anyways. No. So, but he had cheddar biscuits and chips, and even he was like, it was amazing. You tell me. All right. Margarita. And he did have the margarita, passion fruit one. I tell you, both the passion fruit and the coconut one. You seriously gotta go up there and get them. And we were really high. I mean, at this point, what's funny is we had Red Lobster, and then right across the street in the parking lot was also our next stop, which was Olive Garden.
Olive Garden on 3. 1, 2, 3. Olive!
Olive Garden is interesting. You walk in way fancier than I expected. It kind of felt like a set piece to like White Lotus, that show on HBO. Like a resort or something like that. You get a little touch of Italy in there. I've never been, but...
You've never been to Olive Garden?
No, Italy.
Oh.
It's just, I kept saying this. Let's say you're 65, you're retired, and you're just like, I got a 2017 Mercedes. That's the kind of guy going to Olive Garden and getting wine drunk. And also, the only other experience I had with Olive Garden before this was we have a meteorologist here in Kansas City. His name's Brian Busby. Love him to death. Channel 9 News. He's gay. And after work one night, I went over. I used to work at this place called, well, whatever. I don't want to keep doxing all these places, but after work, across the way, there was an Olive Garden. And in there was Brian Busby at the bar with his mans. And they were macking on each other, dude. And that motherfucker was wine drunk. And I sat there and we noticed that he had his hand down the back. I'm not even joking. Down the back of his boyfriend's pants and stuff. And he was like, I don't know if he was fiddling or doing whatever. But I was like, God damn. And I walked by him. I said, hey, Brian, what's the weather going to be like tomorrow, bud? And he looked at me. He said, I think there's going to be a chance for rain. Lips all stained red and his teeth are all red for wine. It was awesome. Because I don't remember anything about the food. That's the only, every time I remember that. That's the only thing I remember is that there's going to be some chance for rain. So what now? Because everybody talks about the appetizers, whatever. We just did the breadsticks. Because everybody's just like, oh, the breadsticks. So good. Breadsticks are so good. I mean, I don't know. All right. It felt like some fucking like middle school cafeteria shit. Is it just the quantity of breadsticks you get that people like?
I think it's free.
It is free, but that's what I'm saying. Is it free and you get a shit ton of them?
I think that's what it is.
Okay.
It's just carbs. Just load up on carbs.
Load up on carbs. Well, at Olive Garden you have to, because we got the tour of Italy, which is like chicken, Alfredo as well, and then like another dish. I can't remember what all was on it. It's a sampler kind of thing, but it's like one of their most popular dishes, if not their most popular one.
Lasagna.
The dessert, we got the black tie mousse cake, and for the drink, we got the Italian margarita. It was whatever. Here's the thing, all the staff was really cool. I like the vibe of it. Once again, it's one of those places where I'd be like, is there a cricket game going on? Because I'd love to watch some cricket and get wine drunk at Olive Garden. The staff was cool. The atmosphere was kind of nice. It was nice and big in there, too. But the food, I mean, I would never go back to be like, oh, I have to go back. I got to get the tour of Italy again. I don't think I'd ever say that. That being said, people always told me, oh, Olive Garden, it's like the fancier side of whatever.
No,
you
it's
expect
not.
it to be like, oh, this is going to be much more expensive. $45.
To be fair, the appetizer was free, so I'd probably add another $15-20.
Oh, true. Yeah, we didn't get the deal. So you probably could add, let's just say conservatively 10.
Yeah, so 55.
55. It's still, I would say, I bet you'd be cheaper than Yard House.
Yeah.
Not Cheesecake Factory. God damn, dude. Cheesecake Factory. Drop that motherfucker to a 6. Seriously. That's too expensive. You know what? I'd give it a 6. Altogether. I think the atmosphere is fine. The food's okay. The service was nice. It's kind of one of those strong senses, too, where it's like, do you want seafood like Red Lobster or do you want it Italian? And I'm like, I don't know. So all in all, I mean, I'd probably give it a 6. I wouldn't take a lady of the night here. All right? This is for wives. Right? I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I think it's like right in the middle. Would I do it every week? No. But it's like on a blue moon. Take your girl there. Or go up there by yourself. Some fucking short khakis, some cargo shorts, and a nice polo tucked in with socks and sandals. Get wine drunk. Make some mistakes, dude. Why not?
We did make a family of 4 leave.
That I don't entirely know. There was a family of 4 behind us. Well, Jacob was up and he was like cutting the food for us. He was cussing up a storm and swearing and sweating all over the place. And I couldn't tell if there was 2 kids. I was like, God damn, dude, calm down. There's 2 children over there, and it's like their like bald father who was just like. But I couldn't tell if he was mad because the wife showed up late and he was like, they got the lap. So I think he was like, which is one of those things. Which whenever I have a litter of pups, I can't wait to do that. You what? Let's just go home. Let's just go home. They were there for a while too. She showed up late. I don't know what happened. All I know is I'm like, there's some bad blood happening. The Olive Garden extravaganza might have been the straw that broke the camel's back. Is all I gotta say. But then we went to Chili's. Whatever, it's not fucking working. Okay, Chili's does have some good branding. Look at the peppers. Look at the chilies on the deal. Look at that. Hey, right up top. Right up top. It's not the most popular, because I think the most popular on this list is Texas Roadhouse now. But I would say Chili's is probably the most well-known, at least. Or I feel like everyone's probably been to a Chili's once in their life.
I haven't yet.
Chili's baby back ribs. Right? Which, Chili's, there's a couple things going for Chili's. They have the giant chili out in the front, which is kind of nice. There's chilies on the doors. Then you get inside and you're just like, what the hell even is this supposed to be? I feel like when restaurants have a little bit of a theme. Even sports bars have a bit of a theme, even if it's just like TVs everywhere. It's a sports bar. When I go into Chili's, the first thing you see is a giant baby back ribs text on a wall, and you're like, okay, I know the song, but then there's like weird witchcraft stone, like a fucking hobbit's den. And
I
then it
was
branches
that was
into
what
like borderline alt-right propaganda shit all over the wall. I don't know. It's so odd. I was so confused by Chili's. The most popular appetizer is the boneless honey chipotle wings, because every place is just fucking boneless wings every time. And then the dish, we got the baby back ribs, of course, because that's there's the fucking song. And the dessert, we got the skillet chocolate chip cookie. And then for the drink, we got the Presidente margarita. Which, let me tell you, the fucking El Presidente margarita was insulting. Jacob's sitting there like a giant toddler. He has his spit bib and his hard hat on, and this guy comes over and he's just like, here, let me pour the first one for you. Hey, if there's any mess, it's my fault, not yours.
The person behind it, everybody makes a mess. It's my fault.
First, like, what are you talking about? What the fuck do you mean? You don't think I can pour a margarita thing into a cup? I'm like, what kind of clientele are going here? It was all, I'll tell you what, baby back ribs, not a goddamn piece of meat on the bones. What the hell happened there? There's a half rack. I was like, where, hello? Barbecue sauce is tasty. I remember a day and age when them ribs were thick with meat. Do you think we just got a young calf?
Yeah, probably.
Or do you think they're skimping down?
They're skimping.
I think they're probably skimping too. Everything was forgettable. I mean, I don't know. Like, once again, do you want to be the guy who's like, I'm probably going to go to Chili's and get drunk? As a meme, sounds funny. But as like your normal ritual, if I was single, if I was divorced, I feel like I'd just be sad going to a Chili's. Also, all these places are blaring like pop music. And that was a plus for Olive Garden, was it was like a little... But at the same time, I was like, okay, well, I get it. We're fucking in Italy. And it's like... Whatever, like some Italian music. But everywhere else, it was just fucking Katy Perry. I kissed a girl and I liked it. And you're like sitting there looking at these like baby back ribs with no fucking meat on them, and you're like... just biting the bone, because what else can you do? I give it a 5. You know what? It's 4. It's a 4. I would go there over Applebee's any day of the week. I mean, Applebee's, don't ever go. Seriously. I don't know what else to tell you. I just wouldn't go.
Unless they had beer pong tournaments.
No. Chili's and Applebee's, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm so disappointed because I went through life being like, oh, I love Chili's.
We've given out so many gift cards.
We have. That's kind of been the meme. Is we'll give you a Chili's gift card. Now I can't anymore. I have to figure out a new one.
Red Lobster.
It's gonna have to be Red Lobster, but then they might go fucking belly up. So then, where am I supposed to go? Red Robin. We'll switch the whole operation over to Red Robin. We'll be okay. Next up, we went to Texas Roadhouse. Dad, it's time to go eat.
Oh, hold on. And that reminds me, I had a dream where I got like $100 gift card to Walmart. That's just kind of it. It was a really nice dream. It's like you don't like, oh, not just a gift card to Walmart, but $100 gift card to Walmart, bro. What would I actually get? I think I'd just get food. There's a thing that actually comes to mind that I actually like want or need aside from like food. I mean, especially in this economy. In this economy, like it used to be $20 is $20. Then that went to $50 is $50. Like, when hold on. I'm gonna see the origin of that $20 meme, and then like meme origin 2013 inflation calculator. Okay, so 2013 to now. Oh, just $27. But no one's gonna be $27.77. It's like $30 is $30. But I feel like with prices getting, like prices aside, it's not even inflation. So like prices, yeah, I feel like it's gonna be $50. $50 is $50. I mean, hell yeah, $50 is $50. Like,
That is so great. The Trump administration continues to test the legal limits of its power today after Elon Musk announced he has created a federal employee revenge porn database. Late last night, over 2 million federal workers received an email from the Office of Personnel Management instructing them to send in at least 5 images or videos that clearly show them nude or engaging in sexually explicit activities. Musk, who is heading the effort, posted on X, quote, "Failure to send in photos or videos of exposed genitals will be taken as a resignation."
The U.S. economy just shrunk for the first time in a long time. And this is the economy was actually expected to grow by 2.3% in Q1 previously, which is decent, but it actually shrunk by 0.3%. And keep in mind, the tariffs haven't actually fully kicked in yet. The first tariff shipments, they're beginning to arrive now, and shortages are expected. Now, under the hood, economists say the economy looks good, and this is what an otherwise healthy economy looks like. But there's just so much anxiety around the tariffs that it is hurting growth, and when the tariffs actually come into play, which is right about now, the economy is expected to really suffer. And this is the dollar's down 10% in Trump's first 100 days, and the market's been struggling because of Trump's tariffs. Though here, we've now seen Trump denying responsibility for the terrible GDP growth and the stock market implode, with him saying today, this is actually Biden's stock market, not his. With Trump also saying the next quarter's GDP report is also Biden's fault. The one, keep in mind, the market was doing absolutely fine until he started rolling out his tariff plan. And two, funny enough, on January 29th, 2024, before the man was even president, Trump said that the stock market hitting record highs was actually all of his doing, not Biden's, because his polls were so high. So according to Trump, when he is not in office, the stock market goes up and it's because of him, he gets all the glory, but when he's in office and it goes down because of his own dumb policies, it's Biden's fault. Which I'll say, like, if you believe that, I know a Nigerian prince that would love to talk to you. But for now, follow.
Absolutely promise you that this song is not racist.
yo, actually, yeah, it's been a while since I've seen anything from Key Appeal, like an actual thing. Like, what's the most recent one? Is there even a recent one? Oof, there's not a recent one. Big oof. Big oof.
Who can pin the most clothespins to themselves in 1 minute? Keep in mind, by self, I mean not clothes. Yeah.
Okay. Can it cover bone as well?
Absolutely.
Your teeth are bones outside.
Your teeth are bones outside.
That's true. Hair is fair game, too.
Hair is dead skin cells.
Okay.
Sounds like a yes.
Yeah.
All right, players, your scores to beat. Brennan, 19 pins. Iffy, 22 pins. Katie, 17 pins.
That's so many.
It is the least of the amounts I just mentioned. Don't let him get in your head, Katie. Don't let him get in your head. Ready, players. On your mark, get set, go.
Brennan taking an early lead, doing 2 at a time on the lips.
Very interesting to start with the mouth, one of the most painful places. It seems like maybe that's where you'd go last.
If you're plugging up his nose early on, gonna make that hard to breathe for the remainder of the minute. Oh, we got some players dropping clothespin now. Okay, we have Brennan going
10
under the
seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and stop.
Now, I loved Katie's strategy of doing the sort of the bugles finger witch thing with her clothespins.
If hair's allowed, why didn't they all just do nothing but hair?
My immediate
I have very thin hair, and it would have fallen right out.
I wish they could answer us.
Brennan, to beat 19 clothespins, you pin to yourself 19 clothespins. No points for you. Iffy, to beat 22 clothespins, you pinned 21 clothespins. No points for you. Katie, to beat 17 clothespins, you pinned 25 clothespins.
Oh
my strong performance
the
by
most.
Katie.
You know, it's been a while since I saw anything from Dimension 20. That definitely had some, like a recent campaign or something. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Titan take. Let me go to playlists. It's 3 years ago. I already saw the Unsleeping City, or at least a bit of it. Okay, so that's on Dropout, and I'm not gonna get Dropout. I'm poor. Let's do this one.
For years, the most violent armed conflict taking place in the Western Hemisphere has been raging like an inferno across Mexico, consisting of various different cartel factions all vying against one another for power, influence, and the control of lucrative narcotics trade routes and markets in the United States. This war within Mexico between the cartels and against the Mexican government has claimed the lives of around 400,000 people through violent crime-related homicides and disappearances since it began in 2006. While the fentanyl and methamphetamine that they've been smuggling across the border have been ravaging America's streets and fueling the U.S. opioid epidemic.
And I need borax
More than
and stuff as well,
250,000
so I'm gonna
other
get
people
a
have died from fentanyl overdoses alone just since 2018. The
But
numbers of
don't I need-
fentanyl
yeah,
overdose
I need a
deaths in the
cure
U.S. have been
and-
rising almost every single year
But I
since
do,
2012,
yeah, no,
to
I
the
can't
point where they were
cure.
27 times higher in 2022 than a decade previously in 2012. And despite the vast majority of illicit fentanyl originating from labs outside of the country and entering the U.S. by being smuggled by cartels across the border, and despite the fact that the Mexican government has already been officially at war with the cartels ever since 2006, the prospect of the U.S. military stepping in and taking direct action against the cartels in Mexico themselves
It's fucking
always seemed like a
insane.
fringe idea or something out of a movie for years. But over the past few months, with Donald Trump back in office again, that once fringe idea of sending the U.S. military off to its next war with the Mexican cartels across the border has been becoming increasingly more mainstream and plausible. According to a memoir that was written by Mark Esper, Trump's Secretary of Defense during his first term, Trump allegedly asked him privately in 2020 if it would have been possible for the U.S. military to fire missiles at cartel-run drug labs in Mexico and then deny all U.S. responsibility for the attacks afterwards. Trump himself has denied that this interaction ever took place at all, but the rhetoric from him and other
Is it
Republicans
possible we
since
can
then
do
on
this
going
and just
after the
deny it?
cartels and crushing their
Okay.
fentanyl operations
No!
has only grown in
Are you
fervor.
dead?
In March of
Did the water kill
2023,
you guys?
a
It
group of
looks
4
like the water
American tourists
really-
were mistaken
Oh.
for Haitian smugglers by Mexico's
I don't
gold
think you're
cartel
underwater.
in the border town of Matamoros were kidnapped and 2 of them were murdered.
Butcher
Even after the cartel apprehended the men who were allegedly responsible and turned them over to authorities and apologized profusely, the incident sparked an uproar in the United States and led to Republican Senator Lindsey Graham saying that he would introduce legislation to lay the groundwork for the Biden administration to deploy U.S. military force against the Mexican cartels. Something that Mexico's then president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, better known by his initials as AMLO,
Ain't no way
rejected
the
on the
new
basis that it
president-
would have been a violation of Mexico's sovereignty. But since AMLO left office in Mexico in late 2024 and his political successor, Claudia Sheinbaum, assumed office, the U.S. has been steadily moving the pieces into place to confront the cartels more directly anyway.
Shortly after taking office in October of 2024, President Scheinbaum secretly began allowing the CIA for the first time
I
to start
thought she
running
would be
covert
against that kind of
surveillance drone
shit.
flights over Mexican airspace and territory. The extent of this secret CIA surveillance drone program over Mexico wasn't revealed for several more months, until an article was released about the program by the New York Times in February of 2025. While not given any authorization to use lethal force, at least for now, the CIA drones have been busy hunting for cartel-run fentanyl labs across Mexican territory instead, whose intelligence is then passed on to Mexican authorities and likely kept by the US for potential future operations. Since returning back to office again, Trump has ordered an increase in the numbers of these CIA reconnaissance drone flights that are taking place over Mexico, while he's also ordered the US military to step up its own separate surveillance flights along the southern border and along Mexico's Pacific coast. Unlike the CIA, the US military does not yet have formal permission to utilize Mexican airspace. But that hasn't stopped the Trump administration from using the military to acquire intelligence on the cartels anyway. Since Trump returned to office, the US military has conducted more than 24 known surveillance flights along the southern border, using a variety of spy planes and drones. Well, in early February, a US Air Force RC-135V rivet joint reconnaissance aircraft carefully threaded the needle of international waters and airspace to fly deep within the Gulf of California, directly by the Mexican state of Sinaloa, home to one of Mexico's largest and most influential cartels, the Sinaloa cartel. These increased surveillance flights under the Trump administration appear to be gathering intelligence and acquiring targets for potential future attacks, while the Trump administration has also been further laying groundwork for attacks in other ways as well. Trump's pick for the U.S. ambassador to Mexico during this administration is a man named Ronald Johnson, a former Green Beret and a veteran CIA officer with more than 20 years of prior experience leading sensitive paramilitary operations. A pick that suggests the Trump administration's coming posture towards Mexico and the cartels. Between February and March of 2025, the Trump administration sent a detachment of the Green Berets to the Luis Carpizo Naval Facility in the Mexican state of Campeche to conduct joint training exercises with Mexico's elite naval Marine Corps. While on the 20th of February, the Trump administration took the unprecedented step of formally designating the 6 largest Mexican cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, or FTOs. The Sinaloa Cartel, the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, the Northeast Cartel, La Nueva Familia, the Gulf Cartel, and the United Cartels. Now, historically and practically speaking, the Mexican cartels were never designated by the US government as terrorist organizations in the past because there's a pretty clear difference between cartels, who are basically businesses whose ultimate goal is making money, and groups like Al-Qaeda or ISIS, whose ultimate goals are political change and who are ideologically or religiously motivated instead. Nonetheless, the designation of the Mexican cartels as terrorist organizations by the Trump administration does not immediately open up the door to US air power raining down on them in Mexico. It actually offers up no additional military tools against them all on its own. What it does do, though, is it enables US financial authorities to go after the cartel's finances much more aggressively than they used to be able to do. All organizations designated as terrorist groups by the US government get all of their assets frozen that are under the control of American financial institutions, while their known members are banned from entering the country, and it immediately enables their deportation. However, the most significant thing that happens when a group is designated as an FTO is that it becomes illegal for US citizens and even others to knowingly provide what's called material support for the group. If there's a restaurant somewhere in Mexico that pays protection money to one of the cartels, for example, this would enable the restaurant to get targeted by financial freezes or seizures due to the financial transfers with the cartel. The designation can also come with great unintended financial and economic consequences as well, though. Because of how deeply embedded many of the cartels are within Mexican society, there are countless Mexican businesses that are connected to one in some way or another. For example, for years even before Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7, 2023, American financial companies like PayPal simply refused to conduct any business in the West Bank at all, out of fear that since Hamas was a designated foreign terrorist organization, and since Hamas was so embedded in the West Bank, that their services might have ended up getting used by someone linked to Hamas. And then they would get come after by US financial authorities. A similar dilemma could now arise in Mexico, with the 6 major cartels in the country now designated as foreign terrorist organizations, making US-based banks, payment processors, and other financial companies operating in Mexico potentially susceptible to federal prosecution. Formally designating the 6 cartels as terrorist organizations also lays the groundwork in America for justifying an intervention against the declared terrorists later. Very shortly after their designation was made, Elon Musk, one of Trump's top advisors, took to X and said that meant they're eligible for drone strikes. Back in November of 2024, Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, said that the president was committed to calling the cartels terrorist organizations and using the full might of the U.S. Special Operations to take them out. While this new Trump administration Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, has also repeatedly refused to rule out the option of drone strikes and other U.S. military actions against the Mexican cartels when pressed about it, even without the express consent of the Mexican government. During a visit to the southwestern border in February, Hegseth publicly refused to rule out launching cross-border raids into Mexico to pursue the cartels, and said that all options remained on the table. But there also appears to be some degree of division within Trump's inner circle on how aggressively to go after the cartels. Based on insider reports, one of the camps in the Trump administration is being led by Sebastian Gorka, Trump's appointed senior director for counterterrorism on the White House National Security Council. Gorka's camp is apparently pushing towards using the U.S. military to aggressively pursue the cartels within Mexico and to destroy their fentanyl operations as quickly as possible, with or without the prior consent of the Mexican government. This camp argues that the urgency of the fentanyl crisis in America demands rapid and decisive action against the cartels, while the other, more cautious camp is apparently being led by Trump's Homeland Security advisor, Stephen Miller, who is allegedly concerned that going too hard on the cartels without the Mexican government's approval could jeopardize the cooperation between the U.S. and Mexican governments on migration and border issues, which could greatly exacerbate the numbers of migrants who are reaching the U.S. border. Mexico's relatively new president herself, Claudia Sheinbaum, has repeatedly asserted that Mexico will never accept unilateral U.S. military actions or drone strikes on Mexican territory. She has insisted that any U.S. military actions taken on Mexican territory without her government's consent would be a gross violation of Mexico's sovereignty, and that Mexico seeks cooperation or coordination with the U.S., not invasion or subordination. She has allowed the CIA to begin conducting those reconnaissance flights over Mexican airspace. She has deployed 10,000 Mexican troops to the northern border to patrol for fentanyl smuggling. She has sent more soldiers and police into the Sinaloa state, where her government has reported nearly 900 arrests just since last October. And she's already begun extraditing more than 24 cartel operatives to the U.S. to stand trial. Nonetheless, in early April, NBC News reported that several unnamed high-level Trump administration officials were still considering launching drone strikes in Mexico against cartel targets soon, even without the Mexican government's approval. And to understand what's happening right now between the U.S. and Mexico and the cartels, it helps to understand a bit of the context behind the drug war's history and how bad the problem has gotten over time. Drug traffickers and criminal groups in Mexico began growing more organized and advanced in the 1980s, after the historical cocaine smuggling route from Colombia to Miami by sea grew more difficult to pull off, which led to the cocaine smuggling route shifting overland to the U.S. southern border through Mexico instead. Criminal drug cartels in Mexico began coalescing in regionally defined areas, and they began fighting against one another and the government for the control of these narcotics trade routes and markets in the U.S. Under President Felipe Calderón, the Mexican government officially declared war on the drug cartels in 2006 and engaged with the U.S. government on a joint campaign to decapitate cartel leadership, something that they called the Kingpin Strategy. For the next 6 years until 2012, American intelligence agencies passed on information about the cartels to the Mexican government. U.S. law enforcement agents cooperated with Mexican law enforcement, and U.S. Special Forces trained up elite Mexican commandos to go after the cartels themselves. But this initial strategy had its shortcomings. Some of the Mexican special forces that were trained by the American Special Forces later defected and took their training and expertise with them to form one of the most fearsome Mexican drug cartels, Los Zetas, which later became the Northeast Cartel, which is one of the cartels that is now designated as a foreign terrorist organization by the U.S. Targeting cartel leadership also often created power vacuums and triggered fierce succession crises and civil wars within the cartels, which exacerbated the levels of violence further. After Calderón's party was voted out of office in 2012, and Enrique Peña Nieto took over as Mexico's president next, he shifted the strategy away from using the Mexican military to confront the cartels back towards law enforcement agencies, and the joint military operations with the U.S. against the cartels were ended. Nonetheless, despite a brief decrease in homicides in Mexico following President Nieto's reforms, corruption and crime-related violence continue to be serious issues in the country. Near the end of his term in 2016, drug-related homicides in Mexico increased by a staggering 22%, with more than 20,000 people killed that year alone. In 2017, a mass grave that contained the remains of more than 250 victims of drug-related violence was discovered in the country's Veracruz state. And then the violence continued escalating to an all-time high peak of 33,341 reported homicides in 2018, which has remained fairly consistent at levels nearly that high every year since. The murder rate in Mexico continues to remain among the highest in the world, and is more than 3 times as high as it is in the US next door. While between 2017 and 2020, one journalist was killed in Mexico roughly every week on average. Then, after AMLO assumed the Mexican presidency next in 2018, he began pursuing a radically different approach towards the cartels than any of his predecessors. He adopted a new policy that he called Hugs, Not Bullets, in which he sought to address the cartel violence problem by legalizing marijuana, implementing poverty alleviation programs, and rolling out new sentencing guidelines for convicted drug traffickers. He also created a new Mexican National Guard, a sort of hybrid civilian police and military force to fight against the cartels on the ground. Overall, AMLO took a very hands-off approach towards the cartels in Mexico, which effectively enabled them to flourish like they had never before. AMLO claimed falsely on multiple occasions that no fentanyl was even produced in Mexico at all. AMLO formally withdrew Mexico from a security cooperation agreement with the US in 2021, while the numbers of disappeared people in Mexico skyrocketed under his lax administration. More people disappeared in Mexico under AMLO's presidency than during both of his predecessors combined. During the final year of his administration in 2024, an average of 37 people in Mexico disappeared every single day, while more than 120,000 people in Mexico are now listed as officially missing. So while the official homicide rate declined slightly under AMLO's leadership, the disappearance rate also skyrocketed at the same time. And since missing people are not counted by the Mexican government statistics as homicides, the true homicide rate when counting the dramatic increases in missing people since 2018 is likely far higher than the official Mexican data suggests it is. And the problems of violence and smuggling both got much worse under AMLO's watch, while the cartels grew increasingly more powerful. As it currently stands now in 2025, it's been estimated by the US military that the various competing cartels in Mexico now de facto control around 1/3 of the entire country's territory, putting the Mexican government on a level of de facto control within their country that's about on a par with a recognized failed state like the Syrian government. Between all of the cartels combined today are an estimated 160,000 to 185,000 armed fighters and mercenaries, almost half the size of the standing Mexican armed forces themselves. Large swaths of the country in Mexico that are under cartel influence are more controlled by the cartels than by the actual government, which is why the US State Department currently still maintains a level 4 do not travel advisory to the Mexican states of Colima, Guerrero, Michoacán, Sinaloa, Tamaulipas, and Zacatecas, where cartel activities and influence are particularly well pronounced. In addition, corruption and cartel influence across the Mexican government also runs extremely deeply. A report by the American DEA found evidence that the cartels had funneled millions of dollars into the 2006 presidential campaign of AMLO, for example. In 2020, U.S. law enforcement arrested the former Mexican defense secretary while he was visiting Los Angeles, on a sprawling indictment that accused him of accepting bribes from one of the cartels, and of using his position to assist with drug smuggling. Well, in 2024, the former Mexican Secretary of Public Security was also sentenced to 38 years in prison for his role in accepting bribes from the Sinaloa cartel. Facts that now present significant challenges to the prospect of the U.S. military cooperating with the Mexican government against the cartels. If the cartel's influence extends high enough up through the government to the Mexican president's own cabinet positions, to what extent can the Mexican government be trusted to not leak information about impending U.S. military plans to the cartels? It's for this reason why the more hawkish members of the Trump administration advocate for more heavy-handed unilateral military action against the cartels, even without the support of the Mexican government, which they view as being too corrupt and compromised by the cartels themselves. Now, while there are multiple cartels operating within Mexico today, the biggest and most fearsome two right now are the Sinaloa and the Jalisco New Generation cartels. And they are the two that will most likely become the targets of any potential direct U.S. military attacks involving drone strikes or special forces raids. These two large cartels are responsible for the overwhelming majority of narcotics that enter into the United States today, including nearly all of the illicit fentanyl and methamphetamine in America. What sets the Sinaloa cartel apart from the others, in particular, is also the cartel's very close ties to China and the fentanyl trade route. The Sinaloa cartel dominates Mexico's Pacific port of Mazatlan within their home Sinaloa state, through which they're able to import large quantities of precursor chemicals necessary for fentanyl production from China. Sinaloa cartel chemical brokers will purchase Chinese-made chemical ingredients for fentanyl and then smuggle them into Mexico, where they arrive at the cartel's drug labs and are transformed into high-grade synthetic fentanyl, in either pill or powder form, which is then smuggled across the border into the United States, carried in smaller packages by individual drug mules, or in large quantities commingled with legitimate trade goods carried by trailers, where they have been ravaging American communities for years. Drug-related overdose deaths in the U.S. have been steadily rising since the 2010s, as the supply of fentanyl and methamphetamine into the country from Mexico has increased too, to the point where in 2022 alone, the CDC reported that more than 107,000 Americans died from drug-related overdoses, 70% resulting from fentanyl and other synthetic opioids, and the other 30% resulting from methamphetamine and other synthetic stimulants, the majorities of both of which come into the country through the Sinaloa and the Jalisco New Generation cartels. It is the deadliest and most serious drug epidemic that the United States has ever faced in its history. And the sheer brazenness of the Sinaloa cartel's willingness to partner with chemical companies from the biggest U.S. state adversary to flood the U.S. with synthetic drugs underscores how serious of a problem this has become. But the flow of deadly drugs like fentanyl and methamphetamine in one direction from Mexico north to the U.S. is only one half the problem. The other half of this problem that's often left out of these conversations in the American context is the simultaneously enormous flow of weapons and arms in the other direction southward from the U.S. across the border into Mexico. Throughout the entirety of Mexico right now, there is only just a single legal gun store to purchase firearms at. And yet, despite that, there are millions of firearms that can be easily found in Mexico that were manufactured in the United States. It's been estimated that somewhere between 200,000 and 500,000 US-made firearms are smuggled south across the border into Mexico every single year. A problem so significant that Mexican authorities often refer to it as the Iron River. The Mexican government has claimed that between 70 to 90% of the guns used for crimes in Mexico have been illegally trafficked into the country from the US, while the US government itself has reported that more than 40% of the illegal firearms seized by authorities in Mexico over a 5-year period came exclusively from the state of Texas. So while the cartels have flooded the American side of the border with synthetic drugs that have fueled America's opioid and drug epidemics, it can also be argued that American gun manufacturers and sellers have also flooded the Mexican side of the border with firearms that has fueled the violence and war surrounding the cartels in Mexico's long drug war. And as a result of this long Iron River, the cartels have been steadily able to transform themselves into some of the most powerful and well-equipped non-state actors in the world. They are now known to possess heavy weaponry like belt-fed Gatling guns, armored personnel carriers, and even their own custom-made tank contraptions that are usually called narco-tanks. The cartels are also known to have adept bomb-making skills and a proficiency in using IEDs, as evidenced by a recent incident in 2023 when Tucson, Arizona Border Patrol agents came under fire from cartel members, and then after pursuing them, discovered 10 cartel-placed IEDs along the border. As early as 2010, the cartels have also made a pioneering use of drones in multiple applications to deliver drugs across the border, to navigate the flows of migrants from above in real time, and as weapons to attack their enemies with. Apparently having taken lessons from the war in Ukraine, the Mexican cartels have recently been using drones to drop explosives on their enemies during assassination or terror campaigns. The cartels are also known to possess an arsenal of landmines. while recent reported weapons seizures from Mexican authorities indicates that their arsenals may be becoming even more sophisticated. In early 2024, Mexican authorities reported to have seized a heat-seeking FIM-92 Stinger surface-to-air missile from the Sinaloa cartel, which is theoretically capable of downing a commercial airliner. While shortly afterwards, Mexican authorities also reported to have separately seized 2 US-made Javelin anti-tank systems from the Jalisco New Generation cartel, meaning that the 2 most powerful cartels right now are likely advanced enough to have significant anti-air and anti-tank capabilities. Regardless, while significantly out-equipping most law enforcement agencies in Mexico, the cartel's firepower, training, and capabilities are still nowhere near on the same scale as the US military is. Probably the biggest obstacle standing in the way of the US military actually attacking the cartels then are the multiple legal roadblocks standing in the way instead. Since the Mexican government has repeatedly made it explicitly clear that they will never consent to unilateral US military actions on Mexican territory and have sworn to defend their sovereignty, international law prohibits the United States from taking military action in Mexico except through a very narrow exception. Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the UN Charter explicitly prohibits the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. However, Article 51 of the UN Charter later also carves out a narrow exception to this, noting that nothing in the Charter shall impair the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense if an armed attack occurs against a UN member. It's conceivable then that in order to justify US military strikes on Mexican cartels through the lens of international law, the Trump administration would probably try to argue that the level of destruction and death that's been caused in America by the cartel's fentanyl and methamphetamine smuggling operations entitles it to use military force against them on Mexican territory while acting in self-defense. Regardless of how destructive the fentanyl and methamphetamine crisis has been in America, however, the smuggling of those narcotics into the US does not really represent an armed attack on the country in the way that Article 51 of the UN Charter envisioned. Thus, without the Mexican government's cooperation, any US military strikes on the cartels in Mexico would almost certainly be interpreted as a violation of international law at best, and could be interpreted as an act of war on Mexico at worst. Especially if the strikes end up killing large numbers of Mexican civilians, which are likely. This is the same counsel that Trump's former defense secretary, Mark Esper, is said to have cautioned about when Trump allegedly first brought up the idea of firing missiles at drug labs in Mexico back in 2020. It would put the bilateral relationship between the US and Mexico into an irreversible nosedive, and it could lead to massive unintended consequences, like Mexico simply deciding to stop cooperating with the US altogether on migration issues along the border. Mexico is, to put it politely, also extremely sensitive to the US military taking unilateral actions inside of their country. In the early 20th century, the US military repeatedly intervened in Mexico's affairs and conducted operations on Mexico's territory without the government's consent. In 1914, the US military decided to seize and occupy the Mexican port of Veracruz for 7 months, that killed around 160 Mexicans in the process. While for 10 months between 1916 and 1917, the US sent around 10,000 of their soldiers across the border into the Chihuahua state of Mexico in a manhunt for Pancho Villa, a Mexican revolutionary whose forces had attacked a border town in New Mexico. Throw in the very long history of US and CIA-led operations throughout the Latin America region for the past century, and you get an idea of why Mexico wouldn't exactly trust the intentions of the US military and the CIA operating in Mexico again next. Nonetheless, the recent actions of the US military and of Trump himself during his first term in office may be indicative of what actions they'll ultimately take against the Mexican cartels next. The US military and the Obama administration, after all, didn't really care at all about Pakistan's sovereignty or asking Pakistan for prior permission before they sent in a SEAL team deep into Pakistan to kill Osama bin Laden in 2011, due to fears that the Pakistani government was potentially compromised and might have tipped bin Laden off if they knew about it. While Trump himself has historically been very against large-scale US troop deployments like in Iraq or Afghanistan, he frequently authorized drone and missile strikes and special forces raids to expand and intensify other conflicts. In 2017 and 2018, he ordered US missile strikes in Syria against the Assad regime in response to their use of chemical weapons, which was also probably a violation of the UN Charter. He authorized the Special Forces raid in Syria in 2019 that killed the leader of ISIS. And perhaps most indicative of how he might act in Mexico, Trump also authorized the controversial drone strike that killed General Qasem Soleimani in early 2020. 8 months before that drone strike, the Trump administration designated Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, one of the branches of the Iranian state military, as a terrorist organization. Soleimani was then the commander of the IRGC's Quds Force, basically Iran's version of the CIA. While he was at the airport in Baghdad, Iraq in early 2020, Trump authorized a drone strike that assassinated him without asking for approval first from the Iraqi government. The drone strike killed 10 people, including Soleimani, and enraged the Iraqi government, which characterized the incident as a violation of its national sovereignty and considered it a breach of its security arrangement with the United States. Shortly afterward, the Iraqi parliament passed a non-binding resolution to expel all remaining American troops from the country. The incident also might have set a precedent for the Trump administration's potential future actions in Mexico, since Trump had the IRGC designated as a terrorist organization and then ordered a drone strike on their most senior leader just 8 months later without requesting approval of the government where the drone strike took place in beforehand. Similar actions could also take place in the future against the now terrorist-designated cartel leadership in Mexico. So based on Trump's own historical preferences for taking covert actions against designated terrorist groups, like drone strikes and limited special forces raids, these are probably the same kinds of tactics that he's currently thinking about applying to the Mexican cartels as well. While he's probably also using the CIA drone flights that are already taking place over Mexico, and the military surveillance flights that are already taking place along the borders and coastlines of Mexico to build out a targeting deck for future attacks. Nonetheless, there will be multiple problems with straight-up military attacks on the cartels beyond all of the legal and geopolitical issues. Fentanyl, in particular, is produced completely differently than plant-based drugs are. Fentanyl can be produced in large quantities in relatively small labs, and the cartel's fentanyl labs are often located in densely populated, crowded urban areas and in people's own homes. Targeting these labs with drone strikes has very high potential to cause mass civilian casualties, which would further inflame tensions between the Mexican and U.S. governments. Sending in special forces raids instead to attack the labs on the ground could also result in American soldiers becoming casualties or getting captured by the cartels or even by the Mexican government, also sparking a major potential political crisis. Moreover, fentanyl labs are also low-tech and much easier to replace than conventional plant-based drug production is. Blowing up or capturing a bunch of fentanyl labs does nothing to stop the cartels from just setting up more of them afterwards, especially so long as the demand for synthetic narcotics within the US remains unchanged and lucrative. The Trump administration's idea would be to employ maximum military pressure on the cartels by assassinating their leaders, blowing up their labs, and disrupting their logistics in order to try and compel them into abandoning the fentanyl and methamphetamine trade to the United States, and to critically abandon their commercial relationships with state adversaries like China. Particularly acute for the Sinaloa cartel's close business with China in the overall fentanyl supply chain. In some ways, there's already a few early signs that this strategy could actually kind of be working. Just this February, open source intelligence appeared to indicate that the Metros and the Grupo Escorpion cartels managed to broker a ceasefire between them in the Mexican border state of Tamaulipas, and that their ceasefire terms notably included a call to end their fentanyl trafficking into South Texas, potentially out of a fear of incurring the overwhelming wrath of the U.S. military and their foreign terrorist organization designations. On the one hand, the cartels are not ideological terror organizations and they effectively operate as businesses. When ideological terror organizations like Al-Qaeda or ISIS are attacked, they often dig themselves in and continue the fight no matter how badly their organization gets bloodied. If the cartels begin losing access to their revenue streams and their resources begin coming under threat by the military, they, on the other hand, are much more likely to adapt and negotiate instead of continuing on fighting without the ideological incentive. But at the same time, there's also a risk that taking direct U.S. military action against the cartels will also encourage the cartels to retaliate in uncertain and unpredictable ways. Historically, the cartels have avoided deliberately attacking American citizens out of a fear of encouraging a U.S. military response, as evidenced by the Gulf Cartel's apology in 2023, after they mistakenly killed those 2 American citizens. However, if the US military was already actively bombing their drug labs and assassinating their leadership with special forces raids, they would have no more incentive to show any restraint. And they might even be incentivized to begin carrying out attacks targeting Americans for leverage and reprisals to try and force the US government into halting their attacks. There are around 1.6 million US citizens who currently live in Mexico, who might find themselves the target of attacks in the crossfire, to say nothing of the millions of American tourists who travel to Mexico every single year. No matter which option the Trump administration ultimately takes towards the cartels south of the border, risks abound. Cooperating with the Mexican government against the cartels risks critical information leaking to the cartels through corrupt Mexican government officials, while sidelining the Mexican government altogether and attacking the cartels unilaterally risks crashing the relationship between the US and Mexico and compromising their historical cooperation on the border and migration, while it further risks incentivizing the cartels to begin initiating terroristic attacks on American citizens and US interests, potentially exacerbating the conflict and drawing the US military further into the war in another Afghanistan in the mountains south of the border. Any chance of being successful in the long run can also not be simply based on attacking the cartel's operations and leadership and eliminating their members. So long as the unquenchable demand for narcotics in the US still remains high, so long as the flow of guns back across the border from the US into Mexico remains unchecked like an iron river, and so long as the Mexican government's authority over its own territory remains decentralized, weak, and corrupt, the problem will just continue persisting, and new cartels and leaders will just replace the ones that are destroyed to fill in the power vacuum. A multifaceted approach to the long drug war is needed that also addresses the root causes of the conflict in the first place. But addressing those root causes will be no simple task. The Mexican drug war for years has been among the most violent, destructive, and longest-lasting conflicts of the entire 21st century that has evolved through multiple phases that have seen many different cartels and leaders come and go throughout the years. Crushing one cartel and eliminating their leadership without addressing the root causes will never put an end to the conflict. And no other cartel leader throughout this entire conflict has been as powerful or as well known as Joaquin Guzman, better known by his nickname of El Chapo, whose arrest and extradition to the United States in 2017 did nothing to end the drug war's violence and chaos. El Chapo was the leader of Mexico's Sinaloa cartel for years, and at his height, he was arguably even more powerful than Pablo Escobar had managed to become in Colombia in the 1980s. His sprawling empire was once estimated to be responsible for an entire quarter of all the illegal drugs that were entering into the United States, largely through a network of at least 90 underground tunnels that he had ordered constructed between the US and Mexico. A multi-billionaire, El Chapo is believed to be personally responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of people, and for years he was the most wanted man in the Western Hemisphere, with a total amount of bounties on his head that nearly equaled $10 million. Constantly elusive, he managed to escape prison multiple times after being arrested, most infamously in 2015 when he escaped from Mexico's Altiplano maximum security prison, through an elaborate tunnel that he had his men construct beneath the prison without being noticed. After that escape, El Chapo became arguably the most wanted fugitive in the entire world by both the US and Mexican governments, and a worldwide manhunt for his recapture began, the scale of which has rarely ever been seen before or since. I also made an entire video about the years-long manhunt for El Chapo and how the US and Mexican governments were eventually able to locate and capture him in my Modern Conflict series, which I create new videos in every single month, taking deeper dives into more recent, controversial, and darker subject material surrounding modern wars, operations, and conflicts. Over the past 4 years, I have personally created nearly 50 total episodes of Modern Conflicts covering topics as Southeast Asia is a big place. It's often geographically divided between maritime Southeast Asia and mainland Southeast Asia, and something weird is happening in mainland Southeast Asia when you pay closer attention to it on a population density map. There's this sort of population void that's going on in the center of Southeast Asia that roughly lines up with the borders of Laos and Cambodia. Indeed, both of these countries have tiny populations in comparison to their immediate, similarly sized neighbors. While Laos only has a small population of 7.9 million people and Cambodia about 17.6 million people, Thailand to their west has a much larger population of 71.6 million people, while Vietnam to their east has an even bigger population than that at 101.6 million people, making it among the most heavily populated countries in the world. And then the differences between them in terms of population density are even more stark. Vietnam has an average population density of about 322 people per square kilometer, making it the population anchor of mainland Southeast Asia and making it about as densely populated as other crowded countries like Japan and Pakistan. Thailand's average density is much lower than Vietnam's at about 140 people per square kilometer, which is about the average of the Southeast Asia region as a whole. While Cambodia's density is only about 100 people per square kilometer, and Laos's is way lower at only about 34 people per square kilometer. Only about 1/10 the average population density that's seen right next door in Vietnam, making them among the largest differences in population density seen between two bordering countries anywhere in the world. And Laos's super low population density also keeps getting stranger the more you look at it at first. Laos has by far the lowest population density seen anywhere in Southeast Asia, and it's the 8th least dense country located on the entire Asian continent. It's more similar to countries in the deserts and the Himalayas than it is to its own immediate neighbors. So why does this situation exist? Why are Laos and Cambodia so much more empty than their immediate neighbors, Vietnam and Thailand? For one thing, there are several notable geographic differences between these countries, especially in the case of Laos. With an average nationwide elevation of 710 meters above sea level, Laos is way more mountainous than any other country in Southeast Asia is. And it's just as covered by dense jungles as well, meaning that the extensive mountain and jungle cover all across Laos makes developing its land more difficult and expensive than elsewhere in the region. Largely because of all these mountains and jungles, Laos also has by far the lowest amount of arable land in mainland Southeast Asia as well. Only 6.2% of Laos's territory is considered to be arable and suitable for agriculture, compared to more than 20% of Vietnam's land, 22% of Cambodia's, and more than 30% of Thailand's land. And because Laos is also geographically smaller than these other countries are, that means that Laos has only a tiny fraction of the amount of available land for agriculture as these other countries do. Laos has only about 1/3 of Cambodia's arable land, 1/5 of Vietnam's arable land, and only about 1/10 of Thailand's massive amount of arable land. But the availability of arable land and the cover of mountains and jungles does not explain the full picture. Laos has about as much arable land as Slovakia does, and their populations are fairly comparable. But Laos also has nearly as much arable land as South Korea does too. And South Korea still has orders of magnitude more people. And while Laos is largely covered by mountains, the Chinese province of Yunnan just to the north of Laos is even more mountainous with more than twice the average elevation. And yet it also has nearly 4 times the average population density of Laos too. Then, Cambodia is by far the least mountainous, most flat country in mainland Southeast Asia, with an amount of arable land that's not too dissimilar from Vietnam. And yet the overall density of people in Cambodia is still less than 1/3 of what it is next door in Vietnam anyway. So there's more going on here. Part of the answer to the puzzle is that the quality of the arable land that's present in Vietnam is simply much higher than it is in just about anywhere else on the planet. Out of the top 5 most agriculturally productive river deltas in the world, Vietnam controls 2 of them. The Red River Delta in the north that's home to Hanoi, and the Mekong River Delta in the south that's home to Ho Chi Minh City, which is the second most agriculturally productive river delta in the world behind only the Ganges-Brahmaputra Delta that spans across Bangladesh and India. The Mekong Delta itself is massive and almost the size of the entire Netherlands, and it's almost as densely populated. The region is covered in a maze of rivers and canals that bring enormous volumes of nutrient-rich sediment to the area downstream from the Mekong River source high up in the mountains of Tibet. The Vietnamese government itself estimates that roughly 1 billion cubic meters worth of sediment is deposited by the Mekong River to the Delta region every single year, which advances the region by between 60 to 80 meters into the sea every year as well. All of this constant depositing of nutrient-rich sediment to the Mekong Delta constantly fertilizes the region's fields for agriculture, while the year-round humid and warm temperatures with massive rainfall levels enables farmers to carry out multiple crop cycles a year. As a result, the Mekong Delta is one of the most productive rice harvesting regions in the world, where farmers can often produce 3 rice crops annually. The region produces 60% of Vietnam's total rice harvest, which is why it's also known as Vietnam's Rice Bowl. And then on top of that, Vietnam also controls the 5th most agriculturally productive river delta in the world too, up in the north around the Red River Delta. The historical cradle of the Vietnamese civilization, the Red River Delta has similar advantages to the Mekong River Delta and produces another 20% of Vietnam's total annual rice harvest.
Oh, this is finally
Even though
done.
it only makes up
Awesome.
5% of Vietnam's land, 30% of Vietnam's population lives here, and it's home to nearly as many people as in all of Cambodia and Laos combined. Naturally, nearly 60% of Vietnam's huge population all just live in the flat and agriculturally productive regions around the Mekong and Red River deltas, while Vietnam also just has a much easier ability to trade with its neighbors as well. Vietnam has a really long coastline, and it's also much closer to China's major population centers than the other Southeast Asian nations are, enabling them greater trade opportunities and better economic potential. Cambodia has a coastline too, but it's much smaller than Vietnam's is, while Laos is completely landlocked, the only landlocked country in Southeast Asia. Laos especially is a pretty nerfed country when it comes to its ability to conduct international trade. Not only is the country landlocked and has no direct access to the sea, but its borders along China, Myanmar, Vietnam, and much of Thailand and Cambodia are all almost totally covered by mountains, further boxing the country in its ability to conduct trade. To put the scale of Laos's isolation from its neighbors into perspective for you, its mountainous border with Vietnam is so remote and difficult to access that there is an entire species of megafauna that lives there that went completely undiscovered by mainstream science until the 1990s. The sola is a large bovine creature that often weighs around 100 kilograms, and their range is believed to extend across the remote border region between Laos and Vietnam. Despite this, and despite tens of millions of people living in Vietnam nearby, the sola to date is the most recent living megafauna to ever be discovered by mainstream science, being only first reported on in 1992, and only first photographed and categorized in 1993, with very, very few photographs of it being taken ever since. Moreover, even though the Mekong River runs for about 400 kilometers through Laos and forms most of its western borders, Laos cannot use the river for navigation out to the sea like both Vietnam and Cambodia can do, because of the existence of the Cone Falls here, basically directly on Laos's far southern border with Cambodia. The Cone Falls are a massive obstacle to navigation along the Mekong, since it's actually the widest waterfall in the world at nearly 11 kilometers in width from one edge of its multiple channels to the other. It is by far the largest waterfall in Southeast Asia, and it's the principal reason why the Mekong River has never been fully navigable from the sea all the way into China, and by extension, why Laos cannot use the Mekong River to conduct trade with the outside world through the sea either, while Cambodia and Vietnam further downstream of the falls can. Further contributing to Laos's isolation, remoteness, and lack of economic opportunity that attracts people. This is all why, in terms of GDP per capita, Laos ranks very low and is among the poorest countries in the world today, with multiple sub-Saharan African countries having higher GDP per capita today. After civil war-torn Myanmar and tiny Timor-Leste, Laos has the next lowest GDP per capita in Southeast Asia, which further contributes to Laos's lower population density compared to all of its wealthier neighbors. To an extent, these geographic differences explain part of the relative emptiness of Laos in particular, but they don't fully explain the relative emptiness of Cambodia, which basically doesn't have any of the geographic handicaps that Laos has. Cambodia isn't landlocked, it has a major navigable river from the interior to the ocean. It's not covered by mountains that inhibit development, and it has tons of fertile arable land. And yet, it still has only about 1/3 of the population density of Vietnam. In order to fully explain Cambodia's present demographic situation, we have to dive back into Cambodia's deeply troubled history. A very long time ago, the primary ethnic group of modern Cambodia, the Khmer, geopolitically dominated Southeast Asia. The Khmer Empire at its height in the late 13th century controlled most of modern-day Thailand and Laos and southern Vietnam, including the whole of the Mekong Delta. But shortly afterwards, the Khmer Empire entered into a period of steep decline and collapsed during the 15th century, around 600 years ago, and entered into a sort of dark age. The Vietnamese then began expanding and colonizing south during this period of Khmer weakness, while the flat ground of Cambodia itself became a frequent battleground between the Vietnamese at the time on either side of them, which kept Cambodia's population lower than it otherwise would have been under more stable conditions. At the turn of the century in 1900, after both Cambodia and Vietnam had been taken over by the French, Cambodia and Vietnam's populations were even more lopsided than they are now, with colonial Cambodia having only about 1/13 of the population of colonial Vietnam. But of course, both Cambodia and Laos have experienced much more recent catastrophes that have negatively affected their populations and demographics into the present too, because the 1960s and especially the 1970s are probably the worst decades that either Cambodia or Laos have ever experienced in their entire civilizational histories. Most of us in the Western world are pretty familiar with America's involvement in Vietnam during the Vietnam War, but a lot fewer of us are familiar with America's simultaneous involvement in Laos and Cambodia during that war that caused enormous destruction as well. After the French colonial project in Southeast Asia was defeated and collapsed in 1954, Cambodia and Laos emerged as independent kingdoms, while Vietnam was partitioned in half between a Soviet and Chinese-backed communist state in the north and a US-backed republic in the south. North Vietnam then quickly began organizing, directing, and arming a communist insurgency in the south that was known as the Viet Cong. And in order to supply and reinforce them around the heavily militarized north-south border, North Vietnam began supporting another communist insurgency in neighboring Laos called the Pathet Lao. And then they invaded Laos in 1958 to establish what became known as the Ho Chi Minh Trail, a complex network of roads and trails that they built through the sparsely inhabited mountains and jungles of southeastern Laos. The existence of the Ho Chi Minh Trail and its use by North Vietnam to supply and reinforce the Viet Cong proved to be a major challenge to the US support of South Vietnam, especially because in 1962, the US signed an international agreement where they promised that they would respect Laos's neutrality and never invade the country. So, rather than directly invading Laos with ground troops to try and disrupt the Ho Chi Minh Trail that way, the US and the CIA decided to initiate a covert and massive aerial bombing campaign of the country instead that began in 1964. For the next 9 years, until the US finally withdrew their troops from South Vietnam, the US Air Force carried out the largest and most overwhelming bombing campaign in human history across Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia all alike. In Laos, the US Air Force targeted the Ho Chi Minh Trail and communist Pathet Lao positions with relentless and indiscriminate airstrikes. More than 580,000 individual American bombing sorties were carried out across Laos over those 9 years, which translated to one American bombing strike taking place in Laos roughly every 8 minutes, 24 hours a day for 9 years. More than 2 million tons of American bombs were dropped on Laos despite its neutrality status. More bombs than the US dropped throughout the entire Second World War on both Germany and Japan combined, which also makes Laos the most heavily bombed country on a per capita basis in human history. Virtually all of the bombs that the US dropped on Laos during this time period were also cluster munitions, which detonated in the air shortly before impact and sprayed dozens of miniaturized bomblets across the ground below. The US used these cluster munitions to try and destroy as much of the Ho Chi Minh Trail's usability to the North Vietnamese forces as possible. But as a result, the US also dropped an estimated 270 million of those little miniaturized bomblets across Laos's territory, and it's believed that roughly 30% of them failed to detonate upon impact, which means that about 80 million of those small American bomblets have remained hidden and active across Laos to this very day, leaving behind roughly 30% of Laos's territory that is still believed to be infected by massive volumes of unexploded ordnance. Because it was run covertly by the CIA in order to prevent the American public from ever learning about it, the US government only formally acknowledged its secret bombing campaign in Laos in 1971. 7 years after it first began, and they didn't just target militant Viet Cong routes either. They blew up Laotian villages and agricultural land that resulted in massive casualties. While there were numerous reports of American bomber pilots who failed to find suitable targets in Vietnam and then choosing to drop their payloads randomly on Laos instead of returning back to their base with unused bombs. By the end of the campaign in 1973, it's believed that America's bombing campaign on Laos had killed roughly 200,000 people there, which was an astonishing 10% of Laos's entire population at the time. Another 400,000 more Laotians were wounded by the bombing campaign too, meaning that nearly 1/3 of Laos's entire population were either killed or wounded by American bombing, while another 750,000 other Laotians were forced to flee and become refugees by it, all of which has left a significant dent in Laos's demographics that have lasted ever since. Large amounts of Laos's preciously limited agricultural land still remains contaminated by unexploded bombs that are left over from this conflict, which continues to further restrict Laos's ability to grow food and develop. While more than 20,000 Laotians have also been killed by the unexploded American bombs since the war ended more than half a century ago now, with around 80 million live cluster munitions still believed to litter the country, experts believe it could still take more than 100 years from now in order to fully clean out the country's infected areas. Of course, Vietnam itself was also heavily targeted by the US bombing campaign during the war too, and while numerically speaking more Vietnamese were killed during the conflict than Laotians, Vietnam also suffered a lower percentage loss of its overall demographics than Laos did. Between 1964 and 1975, Uppsala University in Sweden, which maintains the Armed Conflict Database, estimates that a total of 1,458,059 conflict-related deaths took place across North and South Vietnam among the Vietnamese population. which, if accurate, implies that roughly 4.3% of Vietnam's combined 1964 population would perish during the course of the heavy US involvement in the war, compared to around 10% of Laos's much smaller population. And then, there's the utterly horrific case of Cambodia, which probably suffered the worst decade of its entire civilizational history during the 1970s, in which roughly 1/3 of the country's entire population would die in one of the most rapid and catastrophic civilizational collapses that has ever been recorded in history, which is a major part of why Cambodia remains more relatively empty than Thailand or Vietnam to this day. By 1969, at the height of the Vietnam War, the North Vietnamese were using Cambodian territory to supply and support the Viet Cong in the south along multiple fronts. The Ho Chi Minh Trail that ran through southeastern Laos also extended across eastern Cambodia to South Vietnam, while another lesser-known but even more extensively used North Vietnamese supply route also ran from Cambodia's ports eastward into South Vietnam that became known as the Sihanouk Trail, named after Cambodia's then king who maintained Cambodia's neutrality, but who also generally tolerated the presence of the communist Vietnamese and their supply routes going through his territory too. A small homegrown Cambodian communist insurgency existed at this point too, known as the Khmer Rouge, that was steadily growing in the northeast and northwest corners of the country. And in order to crush the communist supply routes across the country, then U.S. National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger devised another, even more massive covert bombing campaign than what was also taking place in Laos. Overwhelming American carpet bombing operations targeting the North Vietnamese supply routes in Cambodia began in March of 1969 and would continue on for years, despite Cambodia's neutrality status. Classified data on the Cambodian bombings released to the public by the Clinton administration decades later in 2000 eventually showed that the US dropped way more bombs on Cambodia than was initially believed by anyone before that. That data showed that the US dropped 2,756,941 tons of bombs on Cambodia over just a few years between 1969 and 1973. More bombs than all of the Allied nations collectively dropped everywhere throughout all of World War II, all in a country that's only about the size of the US state of Missouri, and which overwhelmingly targeted the eastern half of the country along the border with South Vietnam. The exact amount of death and destruction that was caused by this enormous American bombing campaign in Cambodia is still hotly disputed and unknown to this day. But most estimates put the death toll caused by it on the order of hundreds of thousands, with most reliable sources estimating a figure of 300,000 or fewer deaths. This overwhelming U.S. carpet bombing campaign and the massive civilian casualties it began causing across eastern Cambodia resulted in several cascading consequences. At first, the U.S. bombing campaign sparked wide-scale protests in the Cambodian capital city of Phnom Penh against King Sihanouk, and his tolerance of the North Vietnamese and their supply routes in the country that had triggered the American bombings in the first place. In March of 1970, with the bombings still ongoing, Sihanouk was overthrown in a coup d'etat while he was traveling abroad outside of the country, and he was replaced by his own firmly pro-American Prime Minister, Lon Nol. The scale of involvement of the US and the CIA in orchestrating this coup that overthrew Sihanouk has been debated ever since. Sihanouk himself later claimed that the CIA was directly responsible for orchestrating the coup, while the actions of the subsequent pro-US Lon Nol government, at the least, indicates that the US probably wasn't too upset by the development. Lon Nol quickly transformed Cambodia into a far-right military dictatorship, aligned himself to the US and South Vietnam, and demanded that North Vietnam immediately withdraw all of its forces from the country, which they refused to do. Then, two things supercharged what had previously just been the small ragtag Khmer Rouge communist insurgency in Cambodia. First, the overthrown King Sihanouk formed a government in exile in communist China, and began calling on Cambodia's rural masses to rise up and resist the pro-US Lon Nol government. On the advice of China, Sihanouk went so far as to ally himself with his former enemies, the Khmer Rouge, in a marriage of convenience to jointly fight back against the Lon Nol government. Initially, Sihanouk then became the public face of the Khmer Rouge and their continued insurgency, which helped to surge the recruitment and popularity levels among the rural Cambodian population. After Sihanouk personally visited the Khmer Rouge out in the field, it reportedly led to their ranks surging from only 6,000 to more than 50,000 fighters afterward, most of whom were at that point apolitical peasants who wanted to fight in support of their deposed king rather than for communism. Then, at the explicit request of the Khmer Rouge themselves, North Vietnam launched a major offensive against the Lon Nol government in Cambodia and their support shortly after the coup, and made
Yeah,
rapid
well, your
gains.
mom should not
Within
have
just
attacked
3
me.
months of the coup that had removed Sihanouk, the North Vietnamese had managed to take over the entire northeastern third of Cambodia, and then they handed over this occupied territory to the local communist Khmer Rouge, further solidifying their influence and power even more. The continued massive and indiscriminate U.S. carpet bombings targeting Khmer Rouge and North Vietnamese forces in the east of the country also kept ravishing the Cambodian countryside and killing hundreds of thousands of people there, which, as time continued progressing, increasingly inflamed and radicalized the rural peasantry in Cambodia against the pro-U.S. Lon Nol government that was based in the capital city, along with the urban population that generally supported him. The Khmer Rouge was able to adeptly exploit the overwhelming destruction of the Cambodian countryside caused by the U.S. carpet bombings for effective propaganda and recruitment drives, portraying themselves as the protectors of Cambodia from foreign aggression, in comparison to the perceived corrupt and pro-American central government, while they also utilized the American bombings as an excuse for their own increasingly brutal and radical ideology and policies that would soon devastate Cambodia even further. All of this resulted in a gradual collapse of the Lon Nol government's control over the Cambodian countryside, and the rapid rise of the Khmer Rouge and its reclusive leader, who would later be known as Pol Pot, in their place. By 1973, the U.S. agreed to withdraw from Vietnam, and they ended their bombing campaigns of Cambodia and Laos as a result as well. The former King Sihanouk had been largely sidelined by the Khmer Rouge by this point, and as the U.S. withdrew their backing of the Lon Nol government following their withdrawal from Vietnam, his forces began rapidly running low on ammunition and supplies and could no longer rely on American airstrikes either, which led to a rapid collapse of his government against the Khmer Rouge. In April of 1975, the Khmer Rouge and their leader, Pol Pot, finally entered into and captured Cambodia's capital city, Phnom Penh, putting an end to Cambodia's civil war that had raged since the coup that overthrew the king 5 years previously. And this, unfortunately, is only when the true nightmare for Cambodia was just getting started. Upon their seizure of power, the Khmer Rouge proclaimed the establishment of a new state in Cambodia that they called Depot, and the new Khmer Rouge regime immediately proclaimed that 1975 was henceforth going to be known as Year Zero, the beginning of a completely new era in Cambodia's civilizational history, in which everything that existed beforehand was going to be completely destroyed and eradicated. Year Zero was intended by the regime to be a complete and thorough reset of all Cambodian civilization starting back from scratch, wherein all former cultures and traditions in the country would be totally destroyed, and Cambodia would be transformed back into a pre-industrial, agrarian utopia, free from all notion of classes and any knowledge of outside Western and capitalist ideas that they regarded as having corrupted Cambodian society. In its place, a new revolutionary culture promoted by the regime would replace it from scratch. Immediately upon seizing power, the first action that the new Khmer Rouge regime enforced upon Cambodia was ordering a complete evacuation of the entire capital city, Phnom Penh, along with all of the other urban environments in the country as well. Phnom Penh's population had swollen by an influx of nearly 2 million refugees from the countryside who had fled the U.S. carpet bombing in the country. And so about 2.5 million people lived there at the time the Khmer Rouge seized power. Nonetheless, the Khmer Rouge forced nearly everyone to leave the city and to relocate themselves into the rural countryside, choking the roads out of the city with legions of refugees and leaving Phnom Penh almost completely abandoned. The Khmer Rouge viewed the urban population in Cambodia with deep-seated resentment and suspicion, based on the fact that Phnom Penh had been the base of support for the previous Lon Nol government that had aligned itself with the U.S. and welcomed the American carpet bombings that had ravaged the Cambodian countryside. Urban city dwellers were generally treated by the regime as potential spies and traitors, and they were anathema to the Khmer Rouge's ambition to transform Cambodia into a nation of peasants. The urban city dwellers in Cambodia who were forced into the countryside were referred to by the Khmer Rouge as new people, in contrast to the rural peasants in the countryside that they called base people. These so-called new people were ordered by the Khmer Rouge to return back to the countryside for work, which is why they called them the new people, since they were new to the countryside where the Khmer Rouge had originated from. The millions of new people in Cambodia were forced to march out of their cities to rural labor camps and hastily set up collective farms, where they were essentially treated as a mass of slave labor, constantly moved around and forced into the most challenging physical labor in the most dangerous environments. New people and base people were completely segregated from one another in the country, too. While the new people were given virtually zero privacy, no medical care, and were afforded the smallest amounts of food rations. While they were frequently subjected to random and arbitrary executions for even the smallest of infractions, and they were constantly subjected to unending political indoctrination. New people families were almost always torn apart and separated from one another as well, as family members were assigned to different labor camps across the country and forbidden to maintain contact. Pol Pot's ambition was to completely transform the entirety of Cambodian society into a vast, unpaid agricultural labor force that he believed would be capable of doubling the country's pre-revolutionary production of rice, at the expense of literally everything else. The result, instead, was catastrophic and enormous food shortages and famine, along with absolute economic collapse. In the pursuit of radical and complete egalitarianism in Cambodia, all religions, money, banking, the concept of families, and private property were all completely abolished by the Khmer Rouge, while all of the country's citizens were forced into wearing the same identical simple black clothing every single day. The only acceptable lifestyle under the Khmer Rouge was that of the agricultural rural peasant, and so all of the country's factories, schools, universities, and hospitals were shut down by them, while anyone who attempted to preserve them or resist in any way was ruthlessly persecuted. Cambodia was to be utterly isolated from the rest of the outside world in order to eliminate all outside influence. Nobody was allowed to travel anywhere or to leave the country without explicit government permission, while all knowledge of anything in the country prior to year zero was prohibited. The regime attempted to destroy all recorded memory of society in Cambodia before year zero by destroying books and even by outlawing publishing. While even wearing eyeglasses was criminalized, as they felt it was a sign that someone might habitually read books from before year zero. The traditional education system in Cambodia was also treated by the Khmer Rouge with ruthless hostility. In addition to completely evacuating all of the cities immediately after they took over power, the Khmer Rouge also immediately began executing thousands of Cambodia's teachers, while those who survived were only able to do so by concealing their identities. Other than teaching very rudimentary math and literacy, the new education system established by the Khmer Rouge was designed to only instill revolutionary fervor and values in the country's youth. In addition to the former urban city dwellers, other classes of people across Cambodia were ruthlessly persecuted by the new regime as well. All professionals and intellectuals in the country, which extended to basically everyone who possessed a university education. Anyone who understood an outside foreign language. Lawyers, doctors, clergy, engineers, teachers, and even people who simply wore eyeglasses. Anybody who had any connections to the former Lon Nol government, and the country's tens of thousands of practicing Buddhist monks, whom the regime began methodically massacring. Anybody who was discovered by the Khmer Rouge's authorities to be praying or expressing any religious sentiment faced the labor camps or executions. The Christian and Muslim faiths in Cambodia were also both deemed by the Khmer Rouge regime to be a corrupt, hostile influence from the outside world, and their followers were also both relentlessly persecuted. In their drive to also ethnically cleanse Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge also legally banned by decree the entire existence of non-Khmer ethnic minorities in the country, including the Chinese, the Vietnamese, the Muslim practicing Cham people, and 20 other minority groups in the country that collectively made up 15% of Cambodia's population in 1975. The ethnic Vietnamese minority in Cambodia was almost entirely massacred by the Khmer Rouge regime or forced across the border as refugees into Vietnam, along with tens of thousands of the Muslim practicing ethnic Cham people. By 1976, within just 1 year of the Khmer Rouge taking over the country, famine in Cambodia was already evident and food was scarce for the entire civilian population, as the little food that was produced was given top priority to the army and even exported abroad to earn money for weapons. The closure of all of the country's hospitals and the persecution of all of the country's doctors completely crashed Cambodia's healthcare infrastructure and sanitation, while the vast numbers of internal enemies in the country declared by the Khmer Rouge led to an almost unbelievable level of executions and killings that have rarely been seen in history before or since. All across the remote rural areas of the country, the Khmer Rouge regime engaged in mass executions of their declared enemies and so-called new people in infamous areas that have since become known as the Cambodian killing fields. Within only the short 3 years and 10 months that the Khmer Rouge regime survived for in Cambodia, and across more than 20,000 known locations of mass graves that have been discovered in the rural killing fields, the regime deliberately executed a staggering total of at least 1,386,734 of their own people, equivalent to about 18% of the entire Cambodian population at the time they took power in 1975. All on its own, a higher percentage of death inflicted on Cambodia's own population than Poland suffered during the entire 6 years of the Second World War. And in addition to the enormous numbers of deliberate executions, runaway famine and rampant diseases because of the Khmer Rouge's misguided policies claimed hundreds of thousands of other lives in Cambodia during their short rule as well. Adding in these numbers, the generally cited total death toll in Cambodia that was caused by the Khmer Rouge regime through executions, overworked labor, starvation, and disease during the 3 years and 10 months that they ruled the country is around 2 million people, equal to about 26% of the entire country's 1975 population getting wiped out. More than 2.5 times the percentage of total population lost in Rwanda during the genocide they experienced in the 1990s. Which is why the events that took place in Cambodia under the Khmer Rouge's regime is often called the Cambodian Genocide. Hundreds of thousands of other Cambodians also fled the country during this time period into Thailand and Vietnam, and also to the US, France, and Australia as refugees, many of whom never again returned back to the country. The enormous chaos and upheaval caused by the Khmer Rouge's policies also led to an absolute cratering in Cambodia's fertility rate, down to somewhere between 1/2 to 3/4 of Cambodia's pre-war levels, which suggests that during the 3 years and 10 months that the Khmer Rouge regime survived, there were somewhere between 300,000 and 600,000 births that never happened that probably otherwise would have, further contributing to Cambodia's present demographic state and relative emptiness compared to its neighbors. In late 1978, drunk on their own ambitions and brutality, the Khmer Rouge's delusions of grandeur led them to believe that they could also somehow restore the ancient Khmer Empire's borders across Southeast Asia from 7 centuries prior, that extended across modern-day Thailand, Laos, and southern Vietnam. These delusions among the Khmer Rouge regime eventually led to a rapid deterioration in their relations with their former allies who had catapulted them into power, Communist Vietnam. As the Khmer Rouge massacred tens of thousands of ethnic Vietnamese within Cambodia, border clashes between Khmer Rouge troops and Vietnamese troops escalated along all of Cambodia's borders in 1977. And then in April of 1978, Khmer Rouge troops actually invaded Vietnam across the border, where in just 12 days, they'd massacred 3,157 Vietnamese civilians. Vietnam finally decided that that attack effectively constituted an act of war, and by October of that year, no longer willing to tolerate a hostile and belligerent regime next door, Vietnam decided to launch a full-scale invasion of Cambodia to topple the Khmer Rouge regime and its violent excesses by force. The battle-hardened Vietnamese army that was well-equipped by the Soviets and that had resisted the American army for decades proved to make rapid work of the inexperienced, starving, and poorly equipped Khmer Rouge troops in Cambodia. Within only a few months, by January of 1979, they had already reached the Cambodian capital while Pol Pot and the remaining Khmer Rouge government fled the city for the mountains and jungles in the northwest along the border with Thailand, where they would maintain an active insurgency into the early 1990s before finally agreeing to peace. Vietnamese troops would then occupy Cambodia for the next decade until 1989 in order to stabilize the country after the catastrophic mismanagement of the Khmer Rouge regime. And the first free elections in Cambodia's entire history were finally held in 1993, which began the current era of a democratic government in the country. Overall, throughout the decade of the 1970s, Cambodia experienced an overwhelming U.S. carpet bombing campaign across the country that likely killed hundreds of thousands of people. A 5-year-long full-scale civil war between a pro-U.S. government and communist insurgents that probably killed several 100,000 more. And then, a hyper-radical Maoist-style regime under Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge that carried out a genocide that killed another 2 million more people, which collectively resulted in around 1/3 of the Cambodian population in 1970 not surviving by the end of the decade, which has left deep, lasting demographic scars on Cambodian society that can still be clearly seen today on the country's population pyramid. Had the terrible events in the 1970s in Cambodia never taken place, the Cambodian population today would probably have ended up closer to around 25 million people rather than the 17.6 million it actually is. Meaning that all of the devastation suffered in Cambodia during the 1970s has meant that there are a missing 7 million or so people who otherwise would be alive in the country today. In other words, had the events of the 1970s never happened in Cambodia, Cambodia's population density today would probably be about the same as Thailand's and the Southeast Asian average, and it wouldn't be the relative anomaly that it is today. Since then, though, Cambodia has made remarkable progress in recovery. Since the Vietnamese withdrew from the country in 1989, the Cambodian population has more than doubled, while the country's fertility rate continues to remain high above the 2.1 replacement rate at 2.3 children per woman. Laos's population is also still growing with a fertility rate of 2.4 children per woman, while Thailand and Vietnam are both beginning to shrink. Vietnam's fertility rate remained high and above the replacement rate until very recently in 2023. So Vietnam's population will probably not begin shrinking for decades until the 2050s, while Thailand's fertility rate fell below the replacement rate all the way back in 1993, and it's currently among the lowest in the entire world at just 1 child per woman, less than half of the fertility rates that are seen in Laos and Cambodia. Thailand's population actually began shrinking in 2021 as a result of this, while Cambodia and Laos will continue growing for some time to come. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, neither Cambodia or Laos will appear as relatively empty to Vietnam and Thailand as they do today, despite the lasting legacies of the Vietnam War era and the demographic shadow of the Khmer Rouge era that continues hanging over Cambodia. Now, there's a lot of data that goes into producing these kinds of videos. Whether it's visually showing you the scale of the population density that's seen across Southeast Asia today, detailing out where all of the arable land can be found across this region, or showing you where American bombing campaigns took place in eastern Cambodia that triggered that country's instability and the rise of the Khmer Rouge, the ability to actually visualize raw data like this on the map instead of just reading about it in text format is exactly what makes learning about these kinds of complicated geopolitical subjects so fascinating to me. And it's why the Exploring Data Visually course is one of my favorite courses that I've ever taken with this video sponsor, Brilliant. They start out by teaching you some real bare-bones fundamentals through interactive exercises and straightforward explanations. Then as you progress, they bring these small concepts together into the bigger process. And soon enough, you have a decent grasp of what originally seemed like a daunting subject. And the same goes for all of the other subjects they cover too, from calculus to artificial intelligence to computer science, advanced physics, geometry, and so much
Plus, I don't
more.
think I have a belt
I think
yet.
that Brilliant is perfect for the kind of person who genuinely loves understanding new things, as they get you to the level where you can apply the concepts you learned back in your everyday life. And they also make learning super practical too. Their courses break down into short segments of about 15 minutes, so you can easily use their app to make steady progress in learning while you're commuting or have some free time. So, if you're the type of person who loves learning new things, you can try out everything Brilliant has to offer for free for a full 30 days by clicking the button here on your screen right now, or by visiting brilliant.org/real-life-lore, or by clicking the link that's down below in the description. And best of all, you'll also get 20% off of an annual premium subscription. It's an incredible way to help support my channel and learn some cool new things at the same time. And as always, thank you so much.
You know what? Oh no, actually my phone's gonna die soon, so. Okay. Yes. So hypothetically, I should be able just to get andesite from mining a bunch. Oh, there's just too much ore. It's like that. It's like that one meme of copper or diamonds in Minecraft after the update. It's just so much. There's also a mod that makes extra ore. And like a fool, I thought that mod was a good idea. But there's fucking ore everywhere. I don't even need 10. You can't even do anything with 10. Please. No more. Please. No more. I can make this. I can make that. And I can make that. I think this is for coins. I guess I could always make more chests. Oh, why is this a problem? One more. I know that when I eventually get iron and whatever, I'll be having a heck of a time. I really need copper more than anything else. Can that do anything? Shit. Never did I ever, I imagine I'd even regret having a mod that makes more ore and stuff. The thought didn't even cross my mind. 1, 2, 3. Might as well start expanding this way. Just by 1. I plan on this being a quarry anyway. That's enough. That is enough. But let's get the fuck out of here. I'm done with this. I just have too much. What am I supposed to do with all of this? Like, actually. Need a chisel. Coal is... yeah. So, I make a chisel, I make a cairn, I get chalk, I start preparing to get, fucking leather. And also, don't I have a... yeah, let's see what this does. There's a hole somewhere over here, which I think has just regular water. And hopefully I'm able to make a water source. God damn it. Okay. Maybe shift crouch. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Oh, my spawn is somewhere over here anyway. Let's do this. Oh, you're pregos. Oh, no, you're a dude. What's with your UI? No, your AI. Aren't you, like, super murdering me right now? Why are you running? I don't know what that was about. No idea what that was about. Oh, did not expect that. Okay, try this again. If I need a regular bucket, I'm low-key gonna be a bit upset. This is more like a cup, if anything. Okay. Oh, I completely forgot. Where the fuck is that tool? Where the fuck is that tool? Okay. I can't do anything with 10, just alone 10. Nothing. Why? Yeah, isn't pewter for that one mod? So would it be, if I search gold, yeah. If I search jug, one made of lead, I think. Nope. Okay. Wait, no, I actually need 4 rocks. I forgot I need the top part too. Rock. Nope. Nope. Please. Please. Fuck. Please. Please. Yes. Okay. That's all I needed. Goes like that. And then it goes like that. With one here. Oh! One here. One here. Yes. Okie dokie. Okay. H. You may have seen a bucket. Oh, you put it in a bucket so it doesn't dehydrate. Okay. I never knew that. Yeah, I can do that. Do 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 do. Somewhere I have. Wait, no, yeah, that was it. Oh, please be enough. Okay. Yes. Just 240, okay. I think over here is where I saw the... Oh, a bismuth. Okay. And it's rich. I think it goes like rich to bountiful, with bountiful being the most. But I do like the way bismuth looks, generally speaking. Like in IRL and in the game, so... Oh, there is a crystallized chunk, I saw it. Oh, there that thing goes. Silver! Oh, it's my lucky day. Oh. Okay, so you're far. But I'm pretty sure you still can hit me from where you are. Tin is fucking everywhere. Not expecting silver. Was not expecting more silver. Yes, crystallized ore is the thing I want. Oh, I'm gonna have a lot of silver. Now, if I found gold... Well, I mean, it's like, not 50-50 with, gold and quartz, with, like, silver in between. Because you mine a bunch of quartz, most of the time it's just going to be quartz, but some of the time there's going to be silver in it, and some of the time there's going to be gold in it. Ooh, look at that. Oh. Any more silver? My pickaxe is gonna break in a bit. It would be... I have enough to get out. Probably. But yeah, you know what? Let's not get greedy. Let me get the fuck out of here. Yeah, it was totally fine. Boop, boop. Boop. So let me take this. Boop. A bismuth. A lot more silver. Okay, then I take this. What's the ratio? 1 to 1, and I have 8. Means I need to go get more, which means let me deposit more stuff. Yeah, that should be good. Fuck, where is that hole? Good enough. Okay. Now I want to get more silver and other shit. Nothing here. Back here, if I remember, had a bit. Yo! Olivine. Do I even need that yet? Olivine. Smelts into green glass, which I don't really need. brushes into this. Bauxite, which I know where that is. What is ilmenite? Titanium, okay. Wait, sure, let's get some olivine now. You know, having a green house that's actually green sounds nice to me. Yep, stack is good enough for me. What the fuck? Ooh! I like these. Ah, these ones do have an expiration date, but these last for a fucking long ass time and I love it. Ungodly amount of tin. I mean, of silver. I mean, yeah, of tin as well, though. Like, when I saw it, I was like, oh, there's just so much tin fucking everywhere. Please, devs, please give tin, like, a really good use for something in the future. Shit's fucking everywhere. Bountiful is the one where you get a bunch, though. Like, the crystallized one is the best one. Which sucks because I'm not getting any. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Okie dokie dokie doo. I'm gonna listen to Distractable. Go. Oh. Or. More silver. Bro, why am I not getting any fucking crystallized ones? I don't really have a use for quartz at the moment. I don't really need glass yet. Oh, gotta take care of you. I think I was over here earlier. Oh, god damn. Silverware I'm gonna have. A lot of silverware I'm gonna have. It is actually just too much silver at this point. And it's like ever since I did the... Ever since I did the Feeney. Man. Having that mod that just makes much ore actually makes the game less fun. I don't need all this silver, my guy. I'm gonna just leave. I don't even... Why am I even mining anymore? Unless I see something that isn't silver or tin, I don't care. Oh, there's nothing. Yo, drop something good. Good enough. Okay, nothing down here. That's just silver. Oh, oh. Yes, please. I want to mine that. That's just more fucking silver. Oh, glowworm. Really? That was everything that was in there? Great. Great. Do-do-do. Dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun. 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 No, I already went that way. Oh, actually, more like I came from there. Yeah, I came. Drop something good, please. Nope, okay. Quartz, what? Oh, bismuth. Yo. Let's go. Fuck, I forgot about my torch got... Shit. Shit. Okay. Shit. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Ooh. Thank you, glowworms. Okay. Shit. Up. Up. Yes, up. Didn't okay. Fuck. Okay, I'm getting... Shit. Came from that way. Where the glowworms are from. And there's nothing that way. Why is the only way the glowworm way? Don't make any fucking sense. Let me leave. Fuck. Oh, let's do this the hard way then. This looks new. Yes, this is new. Okay. God fucking damn it. I don't... That is actually not progress. That's a whole ass new area. This is also a whole ass new area. Yeah, fuck. Get me the fuck out of here. Yes, this way. Okay. Let me try to not automate this, but just have this be. Oh, oh. Don't do all that. Have this be. Oh. Like that. And then I put this. Yep. Fuck, are you kidding me? Just when I got this shit set up? I literally just got it set up, my guy. Okay, now let's try this again. So, like this. And I put this and I place it like that. There we go. My phone's fully charged, so let's see.
Who made this chicken? It's dry. I mean, who made this chicken? Was it you? I follow you. I know this.
I swear another time. Just the couple to always be a very old white. It's the devil's playing deep, and the devil's out of luck, because guess what? They can fucking done. Basketball Pope at 7:30 on CBS. We love,
issues or anything. It's just her incision has an infection, which is tough on dogs because we've had like the donut on so she can't lick it and stuff. But she's doing okay. But
It's fucking annoying because I can't get them to give me her goddamn medicine. They prescribed her antibiotics, but they sent it to CVS, which I don't know why it never occurred to me, but the vet was like, do you want us to send it to a pharmacy near you guys? And I was like, I don't know if we have any veterinary pharmacies. And they're like, just a CVS or whatever, like it's the, I was like, you can do that? Oh my God. But it turns out CVS doesn't give a fuck about dogs. So it's been 2 straight days of me trying to get her medicine and failing so far, but I should have it tomorrow.
You show up for the medicine, they're like, you don't look like Lexi. Are you sure you're Lexi?
Yeah, well, that was a whole part of the thing is they sent the info and the pharmacy was like, we don't know this person because they sent it for Lexi Meiskins. And I was like, it's a dog. That's my dog. And they were like, a dog? No, we have a prescription for a child named Lexi Meiskins. Is that? I'm like, no, it's a dog. It's my dog. This is why I thought it wouldn't come here because it's confusing for you people. Anyway, American healthcare sucks even when it's for dogs, so.
I laugh, but inside I cry.
I don't even want to talk about it, but I'm still in the throes of I talked about I needed prior authorization for my diabetes treatments. Still not settled. I have about 2 weeks supply right now of what I need, and I'm not sure where my next ones are coming from because I have a prior authorization, but somehow that's not enough.
You need a poster authorization as well.
Prior auth, a during auth, and a post auth. You actually need to get the post authorization from a coroner. But you have to know which coroner is going to intake your dead body when you die to go from your future coroner, and you're committed to that coroner once you get a post auth.
Do you think people that make coffins have extra wood scraps you could use to make things?
Not the salespeople, but the factories maybe. But a lot of factories, their offcuts are all bundled up and sent to specific places. So
I guess I'm thinking of very specific old, board caskets, whereas they're not really like that in funeral homes.
You mean like old pine boxes, like it's the wild, wild west out here? No, I don't think that's how they do it anymore.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone buried in a coffin like that anymore.
I know an expression about a coffin of having a
Pine overcoat.
Something about pine, something.
Yeah, something like that. I remember it so vividly. Like it was yesterday.
I'm gonna fit him with a new pair of pine shoes.
Oh, you're referencing the old phrases, I see.
He's sleeping with the squirrels. Pine shoes? I don't know.
Pine overcoat. Pine overcoat is the coffin.
Pine overcoat, that was it. This episode is brought to you by Walmart. I'm a busy guy. I don't have time to grocery shop.
I'm always busy, but more importantly, I'm very lazy. I like to have things delivered because it's convenient. Neat. What else people buy?
You can choose the date and the time. You never feel more powerful.
Walmart subscriptions, groceries and essentials delivered on repeat. Welcome to your Walmart. Shipping, delivery, and minimum order fees may apply. Eligible items only. Terms apply. All right, so the idea.
I'm excited.
I hope you are.
I just want to know what it is at this point. There's been a lot of build-up.
A lot of build-up for something that I've been trying to imagine how it's going to go. And I think I just got to trust in you guys for this. Okay. Hey, everyone listening and or watching, remember when I said that idea wouldn't work? It didn't. But I've got an even better one for you. It's Nine Win Part 3!
Bruh, I need a fucking burrow
The title
like that
just changed,
episode.
but you didn't know that up until this moment.
Yeah, so we're actually going to change the title 20 minutes into the release of the episode, make everyone feel crazy, right? But you're not crazy, except you are! And for everyone at home, the way this works is these guys are brimming with confidence. They can surmount every unsurmountable obstacle in their path. If there's a wall, they're going right through it. In fact, man versus wall would probably be one of those. I have a similar one here, but it's not going to be first. But damn it, they'd win. No matter the matchup, no matter what kind of logic or science or physics gets in the way of them claiming victory or surviving whatever is coming their way, they'd win. And they're going to tell me exactly how that's going to happen, and I'm going to remember to actually get up a D20. So they're going to present an option. I'm going to paint the scenario of what's happening, what the objective is, what the enemy they're up against, and they are going to tell me an action, a single action that they will do to try to overcome that obstacle. Each action that I deem advantageous
actually advantageous, gets them a bonus point on their roll. They have to get 20 to overcome this obstacle, but every bonus action that stacks the odds in their favor will give them a bonus towards their roll. So whatever they roll, they get one more if they get one good action, 2, 3, it goes up from there. I have and will not give points if the action very clearly isn't going to help them, but I encourage them to try whatever they want to try. Now, in an invisible coin toss that was extremely fair and no one saw, Wade won a coin toss. Yes! So Wade's gonna go first. All right, Wade, you are an ant.
Okay.
A weird particle of dust landed on your head from the Ophiocordyceps unilaterus mushroom. If you don't know what that is, it's the mushroom that is going to take over your brain and turn you into a zombie and force you to rise up high so that your head can explode and have other spores blast out and infect other ants around you.
In fact, cordyceps is the main catalyst in The Last of Us.
That's not nerdy. That's just a thing that's true.
But to be clear, our goal here is to defeat cordyceps.
If you get infected, you wouldn't die. Nah, you'd win. How?
Alright. There I am, hive mentality, going and gathering food for the ant colony. When cordyceps lands on my head, first thing I do,
scream! Get off me! Alright. I guess the shaking might help.
Oh, and I got the little legs trying to bat at it? Yeah.
Can ants scream?
Oh, we can.
Bob, you think this is good action?
I don't want to set that bar too high. I know what I do in these kind of games.
Damn it, didn't make it. Got an 11. You get infected, you rise up high and your head explodes. Bob, remember, you have to recite everything he just said.
Sure, great.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that part.
I'm an ant. I'm out gathering food for the colony, and cordyceps lands on my head. And I scream! That doesn't do anything. And I remember that fungus goes on pizza. Oh, that's the stupidest thing I've ever thought in my life. Hang on.
No.
So I go to the old piece of pizza that's laying next to the anthill, and I just roll around in the pizza, try to get the fungus off of me.
That might work.
It's greasy and cheesy, and there's tomato sauce, and I don't know.
I'll give you that one. Yeah. Okay, all right. So that's another point. So there's +2 now. I gotta actually remember this, so. And, so close. You got a 17, +2 is a 19.
No!
You were right there. Oh, almost got it with the pizza, but it was dry, old, crusty pizza. Dust didn't come off. Your head explodes.
Why did I think of pizza? God damn it.
I love the pizza idea.
All right. No, it's a good idea. It's a good idea. You're right.
Wade.
There I am, an ant, gathering food for the colony, got hive mentality. Cordyceps dust lands on my head. Still there. What do I think? Fungus. Fungus goes on pizza. I find a piece of pizza. I'm rolling around hoping the cheese will yank the fungus off, but it doesn't. Luckily for me, the cheese sticks to my head, so I go into the colony hoping the other ants will eat it off.
Your head, or?
The cordyceps covered in cheese.
Wouldn't that just infect the whole colony?
If it doesn't work...
Hey, if you can't beat them, infect everyone else. That's what I always say.
I don't know if I could give that one a bonus point. In fact, I kind of want to subtract a survival point here. I feel like you disguising the spore with your cheese hat and trying to go back into the colony.
This is about my survival, not the colony.
You didn't say which side we were on.
I don't think I'm going to give a bonus point for that unless Bob thinks otherwise.
It's about saving us the ant, Bob.
I think you're probably right, Mark. I don't know.
All right, it still is.
Even if somehow that saves you, if you destroy your entire colony, it's not like you survive that as an ant.
If they eat it off and kill it, I'm fine.
How would they kill it by eating it? That's how they would get infected.
Digestion.
Did we lose a point for that, or?
I won't deduct a point, but I'm not giving you. Fuck, nat 20. Holy shit.
Oh!
That's good Lord. Destiny itself has spoken on my behalf.
Not even joking, it's nat 20. I can share my screen.
Doubt you would lie about that.
It is just straight up nat 20. Somehow going into the colony and having them eat the cheese, it saved you for sure. I don't think the rest of the colony survives, though.
I call that not my problem.
All right, well, that was a great matchup. Short, but not bad. All right, Bob, you're gonna go first.
All right.
You find yourself in some tight enclosed space as your consciousness awakens. You're cramped. You're trapped. You need to be free, so you poke with your tiny little sort of beak out, and then you put your flippers all kind of, there's a bright light behind you, and then there's kind of a moon-shaped thing over where you kind of hear a little bit of water. Also, birds are around, and everything's terrible, and there's cars rushing by on the road that just so happens to be nearby. You are a baby sea turtle that just hatched, and you gotta get to the ocean. Everything's killing you. The light, the road, the cars, the predators, everything is out to get you. How would you win?
34, yeah.
Am I fully out of the egg, or am I just erupting from the egg?
Let's say you're half out. Your upper half is out.
Because obviously the first step is get myself fully out of the egg, get all the egg goop off of me, and aim towards the water sound.
Okay, all right. You try that. That's a +1 for sure. Nope. You get 13. +1 is 14. You get swooped up by a seagull, instantly dead. All right, wait.
I open my eyes, I see the light. I get myself the rest of the way out of the egg. I hear the water. I start to go that way, and I realize I need to stealth. I dip my head back in the egg, get a little bit of goop to put some stealth paint on my face, and then I make my way in.
Sure. +1. I'll take it.
5.
Did that work? Nope. Well, +2, 14. The time you took to put it on your face, another seagull just swooped up right behind you.
Man, if only we were old enough to have established brains.
Nope. Bob.
I erupt out of the egg. I take my time, I get myself all out of the egg, I hear the ocean sounds, and I look that way, and I start walking, and I realize I need to be disguised. So I go back to my egg, and I camouflage my face with egg goop for some reason, and I realize going towards the water is what they want me to do. So I go the opposite direction from where I hear the ocean noises, as fast as I can.
I don't know if that's been in my science class. I've learned that might be bad, but I like where you're going with it.
I'm a maverick.
All the other sea turtles are sprinting towards the ocean, and they're still dying. Clearly, I'll give you a +1 on that. I'll give it to you. Did it work? Ooh. +3.
That's not great.
Is a 5. It turns out going the wrong way. Not great. Dead. Crushed by a car instantly. Smooshed. Wait.
I hatch out of the egg. I am alive, and I hear the water, so I start making my way toward it before I realize I should probably have a disguise. Dunk my face back in the egg to stealth up. And I think to myself, all the other idiots are going that way. What if I think outside the shell? I turn around. I start going the other way, and I find this weird, stinky, white, kind of gray pile. And I flip over and roll in it, thinking if I cover myself in bird shit, no one will want to eat me. Mm-hmm. My face is covered in goop, my shell's covered in shit. I will survive.
All right, I'll give it to you. +4. Ooh, 14 +4 is 18. Close, but not quite. A lot of delaying does not seem to be helping you.
Delaying what? I'm already going the wrong way, man.
All right, fair enough. Bob.
I am born. Out of the egg, I get all the shell off of me, I start towards the water sound, I realize I need a disguise, I go back to the egg, I dip my face in the egg, I get the disguise, I decide I'm gonna be a maverick, everyone else is going towards the water, I go away from the water, I come across a mysterious pile of white stuff, I suddenly realize it's bird shit, obviously I need to roll around in that, so I do. My shell is now very, very slippery, I look to my right, and there is a steep hill down into a small stream of rushing water. It's an estuary connecting the inland oceanic waters to the beach, all the rushing out towards the ocean, and I try and slide down the hill into the water to escape.
All right, yeah, +1. I'll give that to you. Did it work? Oh! +5, 23, the estuary. What is that?
I don't think estuary is the right word.
No, you're absolutely right. A partially enclosed body of water where rivers meet the ocean, mixing fresh water with salt water.
Hey.
All right, Bob,
Okay,
it's Maverick Turtle. Congratulations, Bob. You made it into the ocean. There's more threats in the ocean, but you made it to the ocean.
No, I'm fine. Once you're in the ocean, safe.
Nah, I'd win. Nah, I'd live. All right. Wade, you feeling a little something. A little something, something. A little something, something, something. You look across the leaf you're on, and you see the most beautiful lady praying mantis you've ever seen in your life. You, my friend, are getting lucky tonight. Nothing bad ever happens to a praying mantis when that happens,
25,
except
24,
it bites your head off.
8.
For those who don't know, when male praying mantises
Definitely
mate with
not
the female,
enough.
they then get their head eaten by the female. But not you! Wade, how would you win in this scenario?
I show up to my date, this female praying mantis, and I am ready to go. I broke my neck, so I'm wearing a nice little wooden neck brace. So that way when we get done, the only thing I have on is exactly the protection I need.
God, I hope that's a nat 20.
I love the drunk time. I really like it. It's great. All right. Did it work? Fucking hell! Holy shit. What the fuck? What the fuck?
No.
What the fuck? Great scenario, Mark. Holy shit. All right, Wade got a nat 20 if people didn't guess from that. Holy shit.
Hey, praying mantises out there, all you gotta do is fake a neck injury. They'll stick around longer.
Wow, the wooden condom really did you right.
Hey, protection is always the answer, everyone.
Bob, you didn't even get a chance to get laid.
That means I survived. I don't know.
That's true. Man, I am burning through my scenarios. All right, so here we go.
It's okay. We'll only need to catch one good one for it to take the entire rest of the episode.
All right, Bob, it's night. It's dark. Can't see a thing. You're just minding your own business. What is that? There's some kind of weird bright light over there. It's so captivating. It's got this weird buzz to it, but that just makes it more appealing. You being a moth. It's only until you get close enough that you realize you're on a collision course with a bug zapper. Now, in this scenario, not only you can't just fly away. You gotta stop this bug zapper so that none of your people, ever, because that's what you witness one after another of your friends, family, brothers, sisters, even some people that you work out at the same moth office with that you don't really like, they get burnt to a crisp right before your eyes. You need to stop this. It's up to you and you alone.
Okay. Flap, 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 flap. I'm a moth. I see the bug zapper. I'm drawn to it. I'm on a collision course with it in a last-ditch effort to break the trance it has over me and save myself so I can continue to fight this fight. I wrap my wings around myself and hug my ass goodbye, but in doing so, I cover my own eyes and break the trance that the blue light has over me.
Alright, that's good. I'll give you a point for that. Alright, did it work?
24. Oh, come on.
You aerodynamically fold your wings in so that you actually increase your speed and you kind of like meteor straight into like right between the wires, straight into the actual light itself, the most electrified area. At least it's quick. Just, no luck there. Wade?
The light, it's so beautiful. I can't look away. I fly toward the bug zapper, and at the last possible moment, I realize I need to cover my eyes. I fold my wings in over myself and begin to plummet. I plummet and plummet and plummet. And then, oh no, I'm gonna splat! Oh, I'm fine. Because I'm so light. I didn't do anything useful there. I just fell.
Alright, no points for that, but yeah, you're right.
Was that helpful?
No.
I just really wanted to land, you know? Come on, 20!
Yeah.
You land, the bug zapper explodes for no apparent reason. Scenario over.
All right, cheer up. I'm gonna share my screen preemptively so that we just know if this does happen. I don't know. Here we go. So close there. It's an 11.
Damn it.
Plus 1, because you didn't get a bonus point, but you had 12.
I can't believe hitting the ground wasn't a bonus point.
Turns out the bug zapper, it detached at that moment, crashed down right on top of you.
The odds!
Bob, it falling is not in your reality. That's just for his reality.
No, I got it. I am flapping, and oh, the blue light is so beautiful, and I start flying towards it. At the last moment, I realize I need to close my eyes, I need to break the line of sight, and I wrap my wings around myself, and I just barely miss the bottom edge of the bug zapper, and I plummet, and then I realize, oh fuck, I'm falling, and I and land delicately, and I've landed delicately on the fly rink of Gary, the night watchman who sits beneath the bug zapper. It's there to protect him from bugs. Dude, I get to keep going. This is a kind of a long step. I just realized I have a couple more things I was hoping to accomplish. I don't want to overdo it.
I don't know. I wanted to accomplish more than falling too, man.
I have gotten his attention.
All right, cool.
He knows I'm there.
That's fair. All right, I think this could work in your favor. I'm going to give you one because I think I know where this is going, so there's 2 points right now. Oh, 17!
Oh.
38.
Oh, so close.
If only I'd earned a point for you.
Yeah, imagine if you'd done anything at all. Aside from describing what I did in slightly more detail.
I think it's a strategy. He's really playing the smart game. The third episode, we know how to really play it. But no, that did not work. But you did grab his attention. He ended up just...
Yeah, I was afraid of that.
Did you fly to his head or did you land on his head?
That's the thing we landed on after plummeting.
Okay.
All right, wait.
The light is so beautiful. I fly toward it. I can't help myself until the last possible second. I close my wings around my face, blocking the light, and I fall, I plummet, until I land on the fly rink of one Gary. Gary, feeling something on his head, immediately goes to reach up and swat at it, but I'm right below the bug zapper. What if he hits it? What if he knocks it off?
What if?
What if? What are you doing about it?
Watching Gary swing?
Not actually technically doing anything.
Fuck!
Man, Wade really likes not doing anything this round.
I'm rubbing his head to add extra itchiness.
Wade's entire action can be described as...
Very moss-like.
Very good. Man, I really went downhill from that 20.
Let's see if it works.
If that fucking works.
Nah, it did not work. 14 plus 2, 16. Again, he notices his hand as you watch it. You're like, oh, wow, he might hit it. Wow, that's getting closer. Huh, that's really...
Bob, I'll do better. I got this, man. I'm gonna lock it.
It's not a bit or a strategy you're doing on purpose. It's very impressive.
Thank you. I'm locking it.
All right, he's locked in. All right, Bob.
All right, I'm mothing around. Oh, the light is so beautiful. I fly straight towards it until the last possible moment when I cover my eyes with my wings and I start to dive. And I just missed the bug zapper and I dive straight down, landing on the fly rink of one Gary. Gary notices me land on his fly rink and I do something. I'll tell you what in a second. I just want to make it clear. I'm doing a thing. I'm not just standing there waiting to see. Gary starts to swat at me, and I do that thing that moths do, where I start flying, but I start flying right into his forehead in the same spot repeatedly, even though I could clearly fly in any other direction. But my goal is to get him to start swatting wildly and hope that he knocks off the bug zapper and destroys it. And I did something that time.
All right, this is great. You're dodging, you're weaving, multiple slaps. Let's see if that goes well for you. You get a bonus point. It's plus 3 now. 18.
God, wait.
No, that's good. Yeah, plus 3. Yeah, you did it.
Yes.
Congratulations, Bob. You actually did something.
Doing something works.
Something that he flailed twice, 3 times, and on the 4th, his hand connects with the bug zapper. He gets electrocuted right as you just so happen to leap off of his forehead, so you don't also get. You see his skeleton light up. My family, my kids, no. But then, boom, him and the whole thing just explode. You're Moth brethren saved forever.
I fly away like the guy from CSI Miami, and I don't even look back at the cool explosion.
That's incredible.
And then they play that Who song. Yeah, that one.
I see.
Don't copyright strike that. I know it's really good.
I really want to say I want to thank Bob for
doing anything,
carrying a little bit that round. My contributions, I think, aided in your creativity. You're welcome.
Sure.
But my actions, I think, speak for themselves.
We'll see how this next round goes for you. I'm curious and excited.
Nat 20.
Okay, wait. Once again, we're visiting Bugland. Channel your inner bug.
I was a great mantis.
We have done a fly matchup before. You are actually the same fly that killed that frog.
Fly who lived. Got a little lightning bolt?
Oh yeah, that's true. You got a lightning bolt. Remember that detail. It's very important.
Alright.
You're actually distant cousins with the moth who lived also. So legends, a lineage of legends here. And on your victory lap, you notice, oh, there's such a sweet, delectable scent in the air. It's down there from that plant. It's so open and ready for me. And it smells so succulent and sweet. You deserve a tasty, delicious treat while you are doing your victory lap. You land on it. So you're already on it when you realize you're in a Venus flytrap.
Quite the scenario I'm in. I am the fly who lived. I have the scar on my forehead to show it. My cousin Moth has tried to one-up me, but I know that the legend of me will be larger than any moth. So I knew what I was flying toward. I knew it was in this area, the Venus flytrap. I flew down. I landed on it.
I have to say all this.
Don't worry, there's an accident coming.
This is why I set up the scenario so you didn't have to say it again. But it's part of it, alright.
I was just sitting here like, keep that one. He's gonna do something, right? The violin. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut off on your very extensive speech. Go on.
I land on the Venus flytrap, but I've got my fly boots on, so I can get up. What? I have my fly boots on. I slip them off and get ready.
Like you land and your boots stick and you slip your feet out of your boots.
Oh, okay. Because this wasn't a trap for me. This was a trap for ants.
What, do the boots have explosives in them? How was that a trap?
I don't know, it's up to you, man. I took the boots off.
Oh, okay.
Alright, here we go. Sure.
There's no way.
No.
Swear to fucking God. Wait.
No!
What in the fuck is wrong? I mean, Bob, you're safe from having to recite all that bullshit. How in the world? How in the fuck?
I'm gonna tell you, I play D&D every Wednesday on Lost Initiative. I have never had more than 2 20s in a session, I don't think. 3 out of like 5 scenarios? My character's gonna die next session because of this luck today.
I don't know, man. It was the setup.
I love these scenarios, man. I don't want to win like this. I want Bob to do my monologue.
Well, he was the fly who lived, so I guess, alright, sure.
Died in my boots?
Choked on your boots and died, I guess.
Your objective wasn't to kill the plant, it was just to survive.
No, I wanted to kill the plant.
I was with you, Wade. I was also working on a way to kill the plant.
That would have been fine. I would have accepted. Would have loved to see that one. Alright, fine. Whatever.
I didn't roll the dice, man. Maybe roll worse on my behalf, asshole.
I have one more. I
have a strategy, Wade. I think it's going to keep us in this one for a while.
I'm going to do stuff.
Good.
And monologue less.
Okay.
Alright, okay. Bob, you're Bob.
Okay.
Just Bob. Bob is out on the top of a hill in the middle of a park. Lovely, beautiful day. Sun is shining. Birds are mysteriously silent. There's a strange air rushing kind of down. That's odd. getting brighter too. That's even stranger. You look up and you see what looks to be like a second sun that's getting really big, fast. Oh shit! It's a meteor. It's heading directly towards you. You're on top of a hill in the middle of a park. Meteor's coming down on you. How do you do this?
All right, I have a strategy. Everyone just needs to come along with me. I'm trying to make this scenario play out for as long as possible.
This is stupid. What did you think was gonna happen? Literally, what did you think was gonna happen?
You in the room. The fuck? Cease your walking this instant.
Great Mantis. Great Mantis.
We have done a fly matchup. You are actually the same fly that killed that frog.
Fly who? Got a little lightning bolt?
Oh yeah, that's true. You got a lightning bolt. Remember that detail.
On the top of the slide. And James is just sitting there with this stranger's phone in his hands, just like, mine now. And she's at the bottom of the slide like, give me my phone, baby. Give me my... And he, like, contemplated, and eventually he was like, oh, okay, and tossed it down the slide, and it was very nice. But I thought I was about to have to go wrangle my son from stealing a stranger's cell phone at the playground.
I thought you were going to be like, oh, you found us a new phone. Thanks, baby. And then, like, leave with it.
Out. James, ask for money for this. Oh, yeah. $200.
But anyways, I'm so excited. It's going to be a great playground year for this man. He's about to have a lot of near-death experiences that make me shit my pants only a little bit.
Big tires.
Big tires?
Big tires.
So that's my day.
That was great. The adventure that is parenthood. Neither of us know anything about it.
You mean you and Wade? I was going to say, I know a little bit.
No, none of us know anything about it.
Oh, so you know all about it, do you, Bob? You got the book on it, eh?
Compared to you guys, I'm like the Stephen Hawking of parenthood. Or the LeBron James of parenthood. The refs when the baby trips me.
Going like this. The baby. That was for the whole viewers out there. Listeners, you have no idea what I just did. You have no idea.
You don't know what he did, but it was hilarious. You better start watching.
Did you guys know, did we tell anybody that we came back to YouTube?
I don't know if we actually ever, like, said that out loud in an episode or not.
We're still on Spotify.
Still on Spotify, baby! We love Spotify! Almost. I love it.
Yeah, I saw that one.
You already got your prune juice points.
I will say, the world of 3D printing is both as cool and very uncool as I thought it would be. I will not explain why. I will not expound into it. It's Wade's turn to talk.
Thank you. Mark, I think you're going to relate to my small talk a little bit.
Okay.
A damn deer, man.
Yes! I'm giving you a point right away. I don't even know what it's about, but I know.
Outside, it is nice. It's warming up. But here in Cincinnati, we had a lot of snow. Then we had a really wet period where it was like snow and rain and snow and rain. And apparently, the deer going through our yard, I don't know what happened, but they have made a muck of everything. There's just deer prints and hooves. Molly has bird feeders. The bird feeders are like half destroyed. One of them's like half buried in the mud. It looks like the Planet of the Apes theme where like the Statue of Liberty head's on the ground or whatever. It's just a total nightmare out there. And around every spot of our yard that looks awful, deer prints everywhere. Annihilated.
We should annihilate them back.
I thought about putting on some deer hoof-shaped shoes, walking on them, and then I realized none of that would work. So I'm still working on a plan.
Yeah, what would that do? Would it attract the deer or would it make you?
I don't think it would attract them unless they're like the step on me weighty. Like, I don't know if they'd like that.
They're freaks, those deers. They
Well,
probably
making
would.
damage.
For all of you hunters out there, recommend what type of tank, what tank best?
I take damage. Actually.
We're posting Wayne's address in the comments of this video. Go just stake out a big circle around his whole property.
Here it is in Morse code for the listeners. This is his address.
Here's a little patch of what sounds like white noise, but if you analyze it correctly, it actually contains a lot of personal information, including his address.
You pull it up into an audio editing software and look at the spectrograph, you'll see his house and a map to it in the audio file.
I'm gonna wake up like, open the curtains, be nothing but deer blinds, my entire yard. Deer blinds. They're called, right? The things, you know what they're called? The things people post up in to hunt deer?
That's the thing, yeah. Hunting blinds is where you like up in a tree or like a little tent on the ground, and you wait in there.
I've never been hunting, can you tell me?
I haven't either, but I've played hunting video games, so I'm familiar.
I have one time, and I didn't shoot anything because I couldn't bring myself to do it. My friend was a hunter, and he's like, yeah, you gotta come with me. I hated every second of it. I was like, God, I hope you miss. Like, I was like the anti-hunter. I was like, do I tackle him to save the deer? What do I do?
Did he miss? No. Do you think my 22 could take out a deer?
Oh yeah.
If you hit the right spot, I guess.
Yeah, if you hit exactly in the right spot, you can take out anything.
It was not a pleasant experience for me. I've always admitted to being a hypocrite. I can eat meat, but if I had to hunt my own food, I would starve to death.
I don't like the idea of unnecessary killing. Pretty much anything. Some things, alright, I'm gonna say it, I was saying it. Some things deserve to die. Let's just be clear. Let's be open. Let's all get it out there. We all think this. There are okay Pennsylvanians. There are okay some. I'm just saying.
What are we, live on stage in Pittsburgh?
Hey, it's better than what happened with Tyler in France. Or Ethan in Zolberg.
Oh, Ethan wasn't even offensive, but Tyler in France was a whole special kind of fun.
I felt pretty offended by Ethan's Berg.
Nah, he's harmless. He's just a funny guy.
Yeah, I didn't think they didn't understand that they were being made fun of.
Well, that's because it was so bad.
That can't be our accent.
That must be some weird American bit. Nah, they don't know they're in Europe yet.
I just love that we started off like pretty sure we're like, all right, we're not going to do any funny accents. We're just going to do our show normally. And the first thing you did was with that bear.
Well, that's because with Ethan, and you both his noses, whenever you're talking to him, in his head is his joke he's got ready. He's practicing it. In his head. Yeah, I said, you remember how he would always like you would say something to it and he would say it again under his breath?
He turned into like a Beavis and Butthead character.
Mexican.
I missed the show, man.
Anyway, some things deserve to die is where that's tonight. Don't think
some things deserve to die. No more information needed.
Listen, I think we can all agree mosquitoes, they deserve to die.
Do they do anything good in the ecosystem?
No.
I feel like a lot of stuff, you'd be like, yeah, it does this. I don't know that mosquitoes do anything valuable whatsoever. They just pass around communicable bloodborne diseases.
Yeah, there's flies for eating. There doesn't need to be mosquitoes. Flies serve a purpose. Mosquitoes, just a menace. Same with deer. No purpose.
I hate watching deer go around with their big proboscis sucking blood out of wolf coyotes.
The vampire.
What would a deer mosquito be called? Taquito? No.
That's probably it, yeah.
Mosquito?
That sounds very mysterious.
Alright, I got a conundrum. I got a story. No, it's not a conundrum. I don't need to put this on. Well, maybe I did in the past. If I'd have known, maybe I could have gotten through this. But I didn't. All the editors in the town. We had done a full week editing and we were going to go out and eat. Now, we had thought about going to the place where we're family, but we decided against that.
Is that Applebee's?
No, you fool. It's a place where you're family. When you're there, you're family.
Toots?
When you're there, you're family. Wait, that's... When you're there, you're family.
Disney World?
No, when you're there, you're magic. You're there.
Perkins?
Casa Bonita?
Oh, I've never been to Casa Bonita.
Casa.
I really want to, because I heard. Let me. quote unquote recently, but like 30 or something years ago that they reopened or something.
What is it? I don't know the advertising for this place.
I'll tell you later. I'll tell you later.
Okay, when you're there, your family, wherever the fuck there is.
This story isn't about us going to the place where we're family. We didn't go that night. It's a different place. We all went in there, and I should have known it was going to be a kerfuffle when we got up to the host stand, and the guy looked at us, and I was like, how many? We got 8. And he goes, he started looking around like this. And I would think he would look at his computer that says all of the tables. He starts going,
You've been hosted long enough, you could smell the open seats, you know.
well, it was open everywhere. That was the thing. It was not busy. But he goes, looks around, and he goes like, I'll find you a waiter. And then he runs off, comes back with no one. He says like, all right, we'll go to your seat. So we go over, we get sat, and there's other people in here, and it's fine. We didn't think anything was weird. It took like 20 minutes for someone to come by, and it was the same guy being like, so sorry, getting you a waiter.
I thought he was gonna like put on a mustache and be like, all right, I'll get you a waiter. Get you all something to drink.
No. And then 5 minutes later, pretty quickly, he brings his waitress, and she takes our drink order, and then it's okay. It's like, right back. And then pass by.
What?
It was gone.
8 is probably a large number for places.
So empty in there. And the other side of the restaurant was packed with waiters and people eating, having a great time. Oh, God.
Oh, that's the eating section. You were in the waiting section.
Right. So she gets our drinks after a little bit. We bring them over and we put in like some appetizers. Some people, for some reason, are like, oh, I haven't thought about overeating yet.
We've been here for an hour and I have no idea what I want.
Editors, if you're watching, not you, but you know who you are.
It's, not them, but the other. I mean, the order comes, goes away, 15 minutes pass by, she comes back, hits the other tables, leaves, not us, comes back with 2 appetizers. 5 minutes later, puts in front of me, someone in the middle of the table. It was just like, wait.
At this point, you at least have salad or breadsticks or something, right?
No. Oh, and 3 people at the end haven't gotten their drinks yet. I had to reach over. Well, what she did, I totally forgot. When she brought the drinks, she set out some of them, set the tray down on the table next to us, and left. And I had to go grab them off of the tray from the other table and pass them down the tables to the other people. It was a minor thing. And things started to go weird. We finally ordered. And meanwhile, people are getting seated in our area as we're ordering food. They get their drinks, appetizers, and their full meals before we finish getting our appetizers. And there's 8 of us. That's not an exorbitant. Anyway, so I need advice. Potentially illegal advice on how you guys would remedy this situation, starting with Heads Box. What'd you do?
Actually, me is a bitch, and I would just deal with it and be annoyed, but I would just deal with it.
I'm putting you down a point for actually a bitch.
Yeah, well, that's just the truth of the matter. I very much, when I'm in a restaurant, whatever happens, unless my food's wrong, then I'm nice. I'm like, hey, this is wrong. Can I get it fixed? I will not eat bad. I want my food right. But as far as like bad service, I just deal with it. I'm like, this sucks. They're probably having a shit day. I could get mad, but what's that going to do? Then I spit in my food. I'm just going to suck it up and deal with it. What's some good illegal advice? At this particular place, I believe you do get bread. So I would get bread, I would stuff some in a bag or just hide it, or just ask for some more to go, just keep getting bread. Wait outside, like hiding in a bush until close, figure out where this person's car is, and then now that you know which car is there, you come back the next day, stuff all the bread in their exhaust pipes. When they go to leave, their car just explodes. That'll fucking
That is a slow burn and an explosive ending. I like that.
The really long, that wire that catches fire before the dynamite explodes.
Fuse?
That's the word.
Fuse?
That's the word. I'm gonna be. You guys realize the older I get, the scarier I will become because I have the worst memory of anyone I know right now, and it's all downhill from here. But I can't remember the word fuse.
I guess my thing is there's a lot of words I don't remember. Just use a different word.
I go descriptor. I'm like, I can't think of the thing I'm thinking of, so Long fire forge leads to dynamite boom.
I mean, it was effective. It's not like it didn't work out, but
I like it because the time it takes to get to the tailpipe that you know is theirs, the bread has gotten more stale, so it really compacts it. And everyone knows, just like a critical point on a boss, big red and glowing the tailpipe, shove something in there, whole cargo.
Yeah, and as they're like screaming for help, you drop a banner that just says, "We'll be right with you." And then remember us, party of 8.
I'm sorry, sincerely, the work of our editing team.
Make sure they really know. I think it's a part made a few guys at the table, so they really know.
Give a picture they took at the end that cost us $40. Yeah. All right, good. Bob?
all right, this approach requires a quick snap decision. I'm not saying you'll never get it wrong, but I am saying you have to be really thoughtful. Because what you want to do is you reach the point of, like, service is too long. Clearly your waiter is distracted or something has happened, whatever. What you do is, you don't leave. You're still going to eat. You're already at the restaurant, and, like, it would take so long to get somewhere. It's not like you're going to save time going somewhere else. If you want to speed up, go out, step out, excuse yourself, go out to the car, grab your 8-ball of cocaine that you keep in the car purely for planting evidence purposes. Go back inside, ask an employee where the bathroom is and look kind of lost, and wander your way back to the employee locker room. You notice the name on the waiter's name tag before all of this started, so find the locker that has their name on it, stick that in there, go back to your table, get the manager's attention, let them know that you saw some white powder or substance or something on the waiter's nose and you have some concerns, they're behaving erratically, whatever. Cops will be there in 10 minutes. You'll get a new waiter. Service will be impeccable. The manager will see to it that you get everything you want so that you don't do anything crazy and talk about their coked up waiter who wouldn't bring you your drinks and appetizers.
I believe it would work. How much is an 8-ball? How much is that?
I honestly don't know. I know that term from, like, procedural crime drama TV shows. I assume an 8-ball is either 8 ounces or magic 8-ball size.
If you buy the whole rack of 15, it's 1/15 of the price.
Okay, that's weird. 8-ball refers to 3.5 grams of cocaine. Oh, because it's 1/8 of an ounce. Why didn't it say that first?
That must be how much a 8-ball in a billiard set weighs. 3.5 ounces. That's probably right.
I also know the term nickelback from Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
No, it's pronounced nickelback.
Give me those drugs! Look at drugs! Every time I do it, make me high. I think we both went the wrong way on this, Bob. What did Mark say at the start? He's like, when you're here, your family or whatever. So what we should have done, we should have kidnapped the waiter or waitress, taken them someplace, concreted their feet.
Okay, maybe there's oak
why.
somewhere on this island.
Treat us like family. You let down the family. But in a better accent.
Yeah, what accent was that? Were you trying to be like a mobster or something?
I'm Ohio mob. Yeah, it's supposed to be.
You let down the family.
You let down the family.
Hey, Tony. Give me some of that gabagool. I need some pasta fajoule.
Now you guys are never gonna know where the place where your family is.
I think I figured out where it is.
Oh, okay, well, bonus points if you got it.
It's Chuck E. Cheese.
Nope.
No, isn't that Olive Garden's slogan?
It is.
Yeah, that's why I said the salad and breadsticks, because it was only.
Well, I did that cryptically because the Portuguese didn't know about them. They probably did, but I assumed that they didn't.
Is there a big rivalry between Olive Garden and Portugal?
Say they hadn't seen Edward Burback's video about Olive Garden? I got another option. Mine involves, okay, in this universe,
Which means I do have oak somewhere.
with Vin Diesel. You call Vin, you tell him you're at a restaurant where they claim that when you're here, you're family, and then he gets outraged for you, and Vin Diesel comes into the Olive Garden and just starts shouting at everyone, "It's about family!" And then they're all like, "Vin Diesel," and your service is actually way worse, but Vin Diesel's there.
Alright, there's an option. Alright, but what if you find your server's crux and you stop a kid and you leave the kid on their doorstep as your final revenge?
That
They've got to raise
should mean I
your
have
kid with their
hope
crush.
somewhere, but I guess not.
Alright, what you do is you reach into the novelty pumpkin Halloween candy container that you use as a purse, and you pull out cans of SpaghettiOs that you always carry with you, just in case, and then since it's Italian food, nobody notices, and you just eat cold SpaghettiOs right out of the can. Because you're family.
I thought you... Alright. What you do is you help them hook up where they get to have sex, but it turns out they're at Camp Crystal Lake where having sex is a death sentence, and then Jason Voorhees comes and machetes them. He moves the restaurant secretly. No, just their fucking time.
Alright, this Olive Garden is on the moon. You're inside where nobody has spacesuits on. You look at your waiter when you finally get her attention and you say, "Hey, excuse me, I think one of our party is outside trying to find the entrance. Would you mind peeking out the door and letting them know how to enter the restaurant?" And without thinking, they go to the door and crack it open to peek out. But they don't have a spacesuit on. And they get sucked down into space and they freeze to death on the surface of the moon. Then you get spaghetti from someone else.
Alright, well done. I think that's pretty good.
Does any of that solve your problem?
All of them solve it. All of them solve it. Problem solved forever. I can't believe you did an entire episode about Olive Garden. All right, we got some more, Bob. Let's go back.
You're in the peach in the claymation movie, James and the Giant Peach. You're the spider. James is the waiter.
What you do is you kill him. That's it. That's great, guys. You really tapped into it. Very, very illegal. All those.
I think we're on it. Yeah, I think we're really on this, Wid.
Oh, man, that's great. Okay, what about something a little, less devastating? So this happens every time I travel. Like I'm flying, I check my bags, I get a free, because a fucking diamond medallion me over here. Holy shit, 3 free bags or something?
Unbelievable.
Even they can be overweight, they don't even care. Not Southwest anymore, apparently. Did you see what they're getting away with? They're stopping their one thing people like, just a free bag. Oh, I thought it was pick your own seats, which I hate.
Yeah, that's not a positive. That's just them pretending that something shitty is actually a positive. You get to pick your own seat. You don't get to sit with your party. You get to pick your own separate seats. They're all middle seats. Have fun, stupid.
When I'm flying, and I'm in the lap of luxury and beautiful comfort plus.
Sure.
Incredible. But after I get off and I gotta wait for my bags, I'm standing, like a sane person outside of the actual belt, away from it, so that I'm not blocking up everything. And, people come off and they get to my left, they line up right next to me, or maybe someone's there, I line up right next to them, right about where, the benches and the sitting area is. Then comes fucko McGee over here as soon as it goes, and they start moving, right up in the middle of it, right, and knees touching the metal. I'm gonna get it as soon as it comes here. It's gonna be fast. I better be ready. And then suddenly every douchebag in the world comes flooding up and blocking everything. Like, even in front of me, side of me, it doesn't matter. I was like, I can see everything. Now I can see nothing. I don't know why I picture them all looking like Fonzie, but out of Thriller. Kind of walking like with their hands like this, like bent leg as they approach the belt. Exactly that. The douchebag one. Bob, you're first. What do I do?
This makes me so angry. I don't understand what happens to people, but the solution is easy. It helps if you've been on a longer trip, but you can actually start preparing before your trip if it's a short trip. What you're gonna want to do is not shower or in any way bathe or wash yourself for a minimum of 8 days in a row prior to having to stand and wait at baggage claim. I think the outcome here is pretty self-evident, but basically you want a pigpen-esque visible cloud of stank that not only smells so bad that people want to stay away from you, but creates an actual physical barrier where if people try to get close to you and they try and enter your area, it's like they're caught in a miniature tornado. and little splinters and debris get lodged in their skin if they stay in it for too long. It's like a supernatural force field of stank. And I think you'll find you'll have lots of space in a number of different scenarios if you just prepare for your trips in this manner. And if it's a long trip, you can start your trip fully washed and then just make sure you lead up to the, because when you're going somewhere and you have to do the baggage claim thing, it's still stupid. But when you're getting home from a trip and you're like, oh, just let's get to the car and fucking the airport, that's the one where you really can't stomach the morons who push. You're 3 feet away from the thing. You're at the absolute minimum distance where you're like, I'm respecting the boundary, but I'm claiming my, and there's still some asshole who's like, excuse me,
The douchebag walk.
excuse me. It's not illegal even. You're totally welcome to do that. Like, no, you can't, what are they gonna do, arrest you? They can't get in the force field.
They make a portable fog machine that I've used before on set. Don't you? If you stuck that in your pants and suddenly you started emitting a fog, I think people would run away in the same way.
You just burst a bunch of stink bombs inside of it, then you turn on the fog.
You fill it with stink juice instead of fog juice. That would be horrible. Well, you gotta make yourself immune to it, so you gotta endure it for like many months of just stink juice up your nose.
The Rocky montage of fart juice.
Yeah, no, it's like the princess. What's that? Princess Bride. You slowly build up your resistance to iocane powder, but it's not iocane. It's stink juice.
Or a little bit in your drink every day.
This is a complete aside and not related to what we're talking about. But can I just put this out there? Is there a greater joy in life than coming across a video on the internet of a person in one of those inflatable suits where there's a fan constantly sucking air into the suit to keep it like inflated and puffy, and someone comes up behind them with a little bottle of fart spray and just hits them with the old and then the person in the suit is just like is there anything funnier than that? Like, I know that there is, but because those always come out of nowhere. You'll be online and then it's like there's just a video of a guy in a Barney suit or something, and then the fart spray happens and you're just like, oh, I needed that.
Not particularly illegal, but I'll still take it. Wait, what you got?
All right, here's what you do. You've been waiting. They come up. They think they're all smooth, right? They're smooth sliding by you, getting right in front of you, like, oh, pardon me. They get right in front of you, get their bag. Well, that's why you carry around your travel sandpaper. You get your travel sandpaper out. You put it on the conveyor belt.
I wouldn't like install a mod for that.
And slowly their skin just gets ripped off by the sandpaper, and then their bag comes, their nose, just to rub it in even further.
Coat the entire belt with sandpaper, or did you put one square and you shove them down? You're like, this will teach you.
Ow! Gotta really wait for it to come back around.
It's a really big roll of travel sandpaper. It takes up a lot of space.
It's a good size, like, square, but you do have to, like, rub it, wait for it to come around, rub it again.
The dread of it coming back is what really will teach them a lesson. Alright, I'll take that. Relatively tame compared to the restaurant, but I guess.
Well, I sort of thought we were going to escalate this when I started I thought we were going to.
You got more?
So you've got your carbon fiber retractable Assassin's Creed sleeve blade, right? And they push by you. You wait until you see their bag coming, and you just stand there and you blend in with the crowd like in the games. And when the nuns start to get confused why you're walking around with them when you're clearly not one, and as you see your nemesis eye their bag, so you can tell there's a thing that happens when the bag comes out and around, and the person is like, they like prepare their body to grab the bag. You get up right behind them, just outside of the range where they can sense you, real close, and right as they're about to reach for the bag, right through their hand. Yeah, like intercept the grab, right through their hand, retract the blade, walk away. Back to the nuns. Go climb into a wagon full of hay.
You go through the crowd, do you do the touch everyone on the shoulder?
Yeah, you walk through the crowd and you do like the swimmy arms. Like,
just don't accidentally bump the blade early.
Yeah, you gotta really watch out.
Okay, alright, that's good. That's great.
Wait. Alright, I get there early.
Like before I like did the pre-flight, long time. And I
I'll
know a guy
go
working
around
there,
and
so I get some time to
propagate
set up.
more
You wait for your bag.
bushes.
Everyone's got their like generous 3 feet of we'll call it 3 feet of space between them and the conveyor belt, and then people start coming in. They get close, and then the little and you hear the conveyor start to go. But as that triggers, something else triggers, and everyone standing within that 1 foot radius of the conveyor belt. And then they lift up, and you got your space to get your bags, and you were patiently waiting the correct amount of space.
I was thinking also what you could do in preparation time. I thought of something where you paint an optical illusion spiral into the conveyor belt that only activates when it starts moving. So all the sheeple that start walking forwards, they fall asleep, fall into the conveyor belt, and then get ground into the mechanism. And you are smart enough to look away.
That's where airport Taco Bells get their beef.
I forgot about the luggage shredders inside the conveyor belt.
Oh, I'm sorry, you put anvil in the ceiling and a luggage shredder is too much for you?
Wild E. Coyote doesn't believe in your luggage belt shredders.
You don't get your bag fast enough, it gets shredded.
This one isn't affecting you directly, but it's affecting your experience and also like public sanctity and common rules and like common decency for fellow humans and guardians on this planet, right?
Sure.
Yes. You're at an aquarium, having a lovely time. Best time, look at all the fish. Oh, the jellyfish exhibit, it's all dark in here. You see, oh, they're glowing, so cool. Walking through. All right, then you hear tink, 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 tink. That's a fox. Tink, 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 tink. It's getting louder. Tink, tink, tink. You look behind you, there's someone, could be a little kid, just ding, 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 ding on the glass everywhere. Every single exhibit, ding, ding, ding on the glass. That's illegal by itself, probably. How do I solve this? Even more illegally.
Well, you bring your little shit bag out, pull it out of your backpack. Little shit bag for the little shits that you have to deal with when you're at the aquarium.
Is it a bag for shit?
No, for little shits. Little shits, like with a hyphen. Not little shits, but little shits.
Okay.
You press the button, and it turns into a little exhibit of its own, and you slam it on top of the kid, and then you tell everyone, hey, little shit, little shit. And they all come over, and you all start tink, 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 on the kid in the glass.
Well, they all know what that means instinctively, huh?
Oh, everyone knows. Even the parents will probably join in and be like, oh, they're right. Tink, 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 tink.
Actually, there are statues. I believe there are statues in China, I believe, of like these traders that they made statues of. They're kneeling, like their hands are tied, and people come up to them and they slap the statues, spit on them, do all kinds of this. They're traders.
With an IT, I was thinking DERS, like they were trading, and it was like, we don't like trade.
If there's one thing about China, they don't like trade.
Grow your own or steal, no trading. Just food, maybe.
I visited China once and they found out I was a barterer. Almost got caught in the crossfire.
They made a whole statue of you.
No, I'm not a trader. I'm a barterer.
All right, great. All right, Bob.
Obviously, you were going to the aquarium, so you slung Maui's magical fish hook off your back before you headed out the door. It's not made of metal, and it looks decorative. So when you're entering the aquarium and you walk through the metal detectors, everyone's cool with it. They think you're just goofing around. The little shit behind you starts knocking on the glass. You take Maui's fish hook off your back, turn around, transform into top half shark, bottom half legs, so you can still stand there, look at him with your weird shark face, and go, yes? And the kid is like, what? What? And you say, you knocked, right? And the kid goes, what? And then you bite his fucking hand off, and before you turn back into a human, you swallow his hand and you say, don't fucking knock on my fucking glass! And then you just turn back into a human and walk away. The kid will remember that lesson for the rest of their life.
Is that from the show? I'm not familiar with Maui's fish hook. Is that from the show, The Shark, whatever the hell it's called?
Oh, yeah, it's Disney Channel Shark Week.
I know that from Moana, but I think that's actually just like part of the legend of Maui, demigod.
So super illegal, very good. All right, any other ways to deal with this guy, or can we move on?
Oh, yes. Oh,
okay.
You walk up to him and you say, oh, course, there's some really cool fish. Like, these are pretty cool, but I'll show you the really cool ones. Then you tie the little fucker up and you dangle him slowly into the piranha tank and let them nibble away at him piece by piece. Like nothing.
Cartoon, they turn into a skeleton. there's like wood chipper noises. You dangle them in the piranha, it's just like skeleton comes out. And they're like, oh no! And you're like, now you learned your lesson! And then they leave, but they're a skeleton forever.
Alright, yeah, that's good. That's decent. I'm gonna get that one. Bob anymore?
I don't think you can do much better than Maui's magical fish hook.
That was
I have an easy.
Also, when I
don't own
it
Maui's
wasn't
magical
until
fish hook,
now that I realized that it wasn't talking about Mao Zedong.
and just give him a really disapproving
Bro, what
glare.
the actual fuck?
Nothing is more biting to a completely unaware child than the disapproving glare of a stranger they're not paying attention to. And you can go home with the satisfied feeling that you know that they know that you know what they did, and you did not approve of it.
I can de-escalate if that's what we're doing. You give him some really thick, comfy gloves.
So for God's sake, just end it and move on.
And
Fucking
the gloves
just tell him out of my
are
head.
magical fish summoning gloves, but actually they're just really thick cloth, so when he knocks, it doesn't make noise.
All right.
I thought we were doing the reverse. We're not doing Bob. We're doing the thing, right? Come on, Bob.
You fart. That's it. You fart. That's the end of it. You fart. You just hope they walk through. You don't even fart at them. You just fart in anger.
You cup your hands around your butt. You somehow keep your hands closed, hands under your feet, like one of those, like a prisoner escaping with handcuffs. Go up to the kid and go, hey kid, look at this. Ah! Because I was eating pure cyanide.
Whoa.
Somebody's go.
Whoa. Oh my God.
Well, hey, it's illegal here. It's illegal. All right.
I thought we were de-escalating. You went the wrong way, man.
Oh, actually, wait. You wait till he gets to the giant exhibit with the big glass, and it happen, right? You have one of those glass breakers on the tip of your finger, but you go up next to him, you look him in the eye, and you start going, and crack. Crack. Crack, crack, crack. And he's still going, and then
You hold him up like Rafiki holding Simba in the whale shark. Whale shark, great white.
All right. What you do is you go up to the kid and you say, you know, when you do that, you're summoning the sharks to come and eat you. And the kid is like, nuh-uh. And then you jump up and a shark comes out of the tank and grabs you and in front of the kid eats you. And you do die. But the kid learns a lesson for the rest of their life.
it's like Deep Blue Sea, you know, when Samuel L. Jackson's like, I've had it with these motherfucking sharks on this motherfucker, and they get the shark that bites him. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. That's my favorite part of that movie.
Oh.
Alright, moving on. I'm sure everyone has experienced this, but I'm going to put some specificity. You're walking, hallway, sidewalk, wherever, path, where there's guardrails, it's this fixed width, it's very wide, but it's fixed width path, right? 2 people, just 2 are in front of you, and somehow, some way, this couple taking up the whole width. I've experienced this, where they are somehow, like their arms are spread, their backpacks swinging so wide that they couldn't and slow. Just wide and slow. Blocking up the entire space. You can't get around them. You're locked into this. It's cars going a million miles an hour. It's a subway train this way. Not the same places, different places. Or the same place, whatever your mind's eye sees. Sorry. And so it's just, you can't get around it, no matter what. How do you do this? How do you deal with it?
You're walking down the path towards them. You use your special cloning ability to become a of yourself. You take up the entire path, like there's no physical way. It's Red Rover rules. They're not coming on over. They are getting pushed off of the path.
Why are there so many?
Whether
Goddamn.
they get pushed into the
You
oncoming
guys just
subway
died.
train or into the
Damn.
oncoming traffic on the road that are
Oh,
sandwiching
what?
this path you're walking on with not a millimeter of space between path and certain death. And you lock arm in arm and you slowly trudge towards them and let them pick their reward for taking up the entire path for no fucking reason.
God, it's just train after train, one after another. It's just non-stop car.
It's like Frogger in this bitch. It's just like multiple ways. It's like 8 tracks wide. Even if they miss the first couple, there's no way.
That's really comprehensive. It teaches them a lesson with the lesson they were failed to be taught. Technology's come a long way. So you're behind them, you're listening, you listen to their conversation, you pick up their names, so on and so forth. Eventually, you manage to trudge out ahead. You find a gap in the trains or cars just to pass them, get up ahead a bit. And you get some photos of them together, cute photos for later. And then with technology, you become Brad's best buddy. You get some photos of you and Brad together. You get some photos of Brad and his other lady friends or male friends or what have you. Some compromising photos of them. And you keep getting your dirt built up. You fall back behind them again, and then you come jogging up. Brad, is that you? Huh? Buddy, I missed you. Oh my God, I can't. Who's this one? And you pull out your photos, and it's a, nope, that's not her. That's not him. Well, this is all 3 of us. And you ruin that guy's fucking night. So long, Connor. They'll never be walking together again.
How long are these people walking on this path?
Well, they're not that much, man. They're walking real slow, making out every few steps.
Technology has come a long way. That's fast.
Anyway, Bob, you got any other ways?
Alright, this is illegal, but it's not violent against the people. You drove here in your tanker truck full of nuclear waste. Everyone, this is a path that loops back. So you know they're walking out, they're going to walk back. This is a, whatever. It's a park where it loops back. Everyone parks in the parking lot and ends up back at the parking lot. You cut your walk short. Head straight back to the parking lot. Boom. Huge chemical spill. Somehow this tanker truck full of nuclear waste emptied just all over every single car in the parking lot. It's quarantined, it's locked down, no one can come within 5 miles of that location for the next 3,000 years thanks to the half-life of whatever green goop was in your truck. Nobody gets hurt, unless there was someone in the parking lot, but they should have known better. And they learned the lesson that... They learn it. The lesson, they learn it, because it's in there. And that's where they learned it. At the park.
They'll be, well, we're not parking at this parking lot anymore. They won't be walking that path.
They'll come back and they'll see all the people in hazmat suits, and there'll be people fleeing for their lives. And they'll be like, oh no, we're blocking the whole sidewalk. We should let these people flee for their lives. And then they'll be like, yeah, we shouldn't block the whole sidewalk anymore. That's how they learned the lesson.
Somehow their repulsion field just prevents anyone from escaping, and the wall of radioactive waste is just tunneling. And they're like, what are we gonna do? Oh, sorry, that makes fun. You take a bat and you beat their legs and break their legs and break their arms. Say, hey, should have made more space for us. But you're a cute couple. You guys want to be together forever? So then you human kissipede them by sewing their mouths together so they're permanently kissing with their broken legs and broken arms, and they can't really resist it. And you kind of hang them up Hannibal Lecter style, making a fucking little thing to walk under, like an awning or something, of them with their broken arms and legs and mouths kissed together. That'll teach them. Fucking Jesus. But not too violent. Well, they're alive, so I think.
Have you seen the movie Walrus? Alright, well, you should look into it. It kind of spoilers, but it stars Justin Long, and there's no actual walrus in it. But there is at the end. It's not great, but it's mostly confusing.
Oh, it's called Tusk.
Whatever the fuck, Tusk. I don't know. Fucking, if you Google Justin Long Walrus, it comes up.
Oh, I don't like it.
You know why I found out about that and why Justin Long finds himself in that situation?
Why?
Because he's an asshole podcaster who does a podcast where he kind of makes fun of people for having eccentric beliefs or whatever. And the guy who eventually captures him and does this to him agrees to be a guest on his podcast. And so Justin Long goes out to his mansion place and is interviewing him, but he's kind of an asshole. And then the guy does the walrus stuff.
Is that what you do to the people?
Basically, you tusk them, yeah. But actually, they become 2 meerkats
but not so cute, because big and, patchy.
Okay, got it. So you go on Etsy or Amazon, one of these sites. You order a Captain America outfit. You put it on. You're running up behind them as they're walking through the path, and you say, "On your left," and then they hopefully move out of the way, and you pat.
All right. This is such a wild swing from just come along with
Hey, listen, I give you a variety of options. You choose what level of intensity you want to go with.
I appreciate that, man. All right, let's wrap it up there.
Man, we had some more ideas. What about Olive Garden, Bob? That's
So you call your friend Ultron.
Ulti! I'm gonna read the points, and then I'll add, who had the best time, whatever definition that is, to the wheel. But we'll start with Bob, because you're on the left here. You got a point for suicide hole. You got a point for how much is an 8-ball. That was just a question I had. Olive Garden. Separate point for Olive Garden on the moon. Pigpen-esque cloud. Fart suit prank. Assassin's carbon fiber. Maui's magic hook. I just wrote shark. That was a separate idea. 8 magic. Nuclear waste and Yatuscum.
I'm killing it. Mark usually only gives out like a handful of points.
Wait, you got the deer. Actually a bitch. That'll fucking teach them. Give me those drugs. Give me those drugs. I don't remember. Your travel sandpaper. Anvil's little shits bag. Sorry. Piranha tank. Technology's come a long way. Human kissipede. And on your left, which 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Nickelback. Give me those drugs.
Oh, yeah. I knew it was funny. I laughed at it. I just couldn't remember why. All right, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Damn. You guys are killing it this game. Bob, Mark,
Okay, what do I need to do?
By 1 point, but we'll see how the wheels shake up.
Oh, yeah, I need to finish the thing I was trying to do earlier.
Guy, here we go, and start.
All right.
Damn.
And I added for you, Mark. I added had the best time, right? Wearing the least amount of clothes.
I got 3 pieces.
I have socks, pants, underwear, undershirt, and shirt on.
No socks.
Oh yeah, usually do 2 shirts, Bob. I forgot about that.
I do. I have an undershirt on today. It's
just fun.
So that's 1 up. It would be tied right now. It could technically be a tie, depending on how these points shake out.
Oh, one-man show opportunity.
Oh shit. That's a tough one for this episode. Who got the biggest laugh?
What did get the biggest laugh? There was a lot of laugh.
Bob, you had consistently really funny stuff, but I think one of Wade's jokes made me laugh really hard. It was either between I think it was the 3rd iteration of That'll Fucking Teach Me, just because it had callback in there, and also just the insanity of Human Kissipede. Oh, 8 magic clones and the Froggers stuff really made me laugh hard.
This was a laugh-heavy episode. I don't know what the biggest laugh is.
This was the Olive Garden and the moon. I was dying. Give me those drugs. I did laugh. Oh man, I don't know. I don't fucking know.
I mean, I feel like it's pretty balanced actually. It's your discretion, Mark. I laughed a lot at Wade's stuff, so.
If you think it's an even one, I'm okay with respins on this if we can't figure it out.
I think if anything, this was pretty equivalent in terms of the funnies. I had a great time. You boys should be very proud.
I laughed really hard at my own stuff, Bob's stuff. I think we all had some bangers, so I don't know.
Yeah. How about I flip a coin for heads, tails? Heads.
Hey.
Bob's up by 1. This could either decide it or tie it.
All right, come on, baldest.
Yeah. I don't know if there's going to be a debate if it's baldest. That's trouble for Mark. Well, that's a point for the viewers there.
The viewers took it away from me.
Phillies landed on those a lot. Lucky. So, with an extremely close game, the toss-up of that coin toss, Bob takes it by 1 point. Congratulations, Bob. Whew.
Oh, that was very fun. Guys, I know that puts a lot on you guys for making up the stuff, but just like last time, what was it, like a 5-gallon bucket of...
It didn't wait to kill God with a shotgun or something. That was fucking
probably. Kill God. Just shoot a shotgun in the air and hope you hit God because it's his fault. If you haven't listened to the first illegal advice, it's back in 2023 in October. It's a ways back, but very funny. Again, Bob, I'm gonna let you go first. Winner speech.
I love these episodes. I can never tell when they're starting off if stuff is just gonna be like unhinged and weird or unhinged and funny.
Oh, he died to the bushes.
Say or do something that will get me in the right mindset to just like completely go off the rails and say the craziest shit I can think of. And I honestly think if it was not for Wade, I wouldn't have won this one. But I did win it, and it's my win, and I'm...
Alright.
Wade, I'm happy to be someone's muse. That's what it is. I just enjoy the laughter. I think laughing and smiling.
Whole
is
family
so much
died to
better
the
than
bushes.
alternative. So even if I lose, knowing that we got the laugh, even if no one watching or listening laughed, I laughed. I found us hilarious. And that's all.
Whole pack died to the bushes.
What a hot take. Laughter, fun.
I love me, and when me happy, me like that.
And as the host who had nothing to do with most of the jokes, I take all the credit. So that's an incredible episode that I host. Thank you, me, being me, and everything that I'll do. Hopefully, something that. Thank you. Follow the podcast for more. We're on Spotify and YouTube and anywhere that we are listenable, but only watchable. Spotify.
I thought you were dead for a second.
Be sure to follow on all of them so it makes us look real. And then,
where those death bushes be?
Podcast.
Took a while for me to actually get one. Death bushes, death bushes, death bushes, death bushes. And that finally grew. I don't even think I planted the rest.
Good evening, gentle listener, and welcome to Distractable. This week, the People's Trio bring the house down again. Fucking Mark gives out pity points and asks for Involvement House. Bravely Wade advocates armed robbery and a blow. A Chucky's bombastic Bob admits the war is like a weak angel and proposes cafeteria clowns.
Okie dokie.
Psychotic. Time for.
Yes, that worked.
Can I just say before Mark starts? Wait, I don't know if you changed anything or if it's because you have a black background now or what. You look very well lit. I like it. Thank you.
He does.
You look nice today. Sometimes you look really like bright or I don't know, it's too direct.
Well, since I added the distractible poster, I've turned off the brighter light on my left. I do have one less light, but it's been the same way for our last few recordings.
I think Mark said something last time. I just like had a flash and then I looked at your camera for a second. And I agree with last Mark.
Last Mark knew what he was doing. Now Mark doesn't know anything.
Look at now Mark in his dark red room.
Okay.
Almost no light at all on his face, and it turns off and on.
The light will randomly turn off here because I can't connect to him anymore.
We noticed when we couldn't hear you, we saw you go, and then the light clicked on as you disappeared.
Yeah, so do you really not know why that happens? Are they Elgato lights or something? What is...
Yeah, they're Elgato lights and they've started acting up recently. I don't know what it is. I can't connect to them through the app anymore. I can't, for some reason. I've reset them, and ever since I reset them, this one just turns off and on. So I'll just let it be haunted for a little bit longer while I don't do anything about it.
The box is waiting. Hi, box.
That's horrifying. What is happening?
to that box.
Hi, Box. Hi. Okay, you stay back there. Don't attack me while we're recording.
Unless that'd be great footage.
I don't like that.
Mandy's actually just off screen right now, just doing that, and at some point she's just gonna lurch out, tackle me.
Okay, so hi, welcome to Distraction. Just that it started already.
When did we start?
The haunted box really threw me. We're not going to talk about why that's doing that. If you're watching this on Spotify, you're seeing it, but you're seeing it in like just you got really squinted. Hold your phone really close up to your face.
Yeah, it's probably small on your phone. It's fine. Fine. Don't worry about it.
It's totally fine.
Will won't zoom in on that or anything. Wait, it's just not a big deal.
It's not a big deal, and neither is this episode. So hey, hi guys, welcome to Distractable, the podcast. It's not a big deal at all. We are the trio of people that are here to entertain you for about 1 hour, plus or minus maybe like 10 minutes.
That's actually what Time Magazine called us in the article they wrote about us being people of the year. We are the trio of people who are here to entertain you for approximately an hour.
Wasn't that a terrible intro? Don't you wish you could do it all over again? I'm getting into the topic way too early because I'm not leaving any room for small talk, which is another error that I'm going to cringe at in my shower later. So let's talk about that later and let the horribleness of how this intro is going just stay solid in history for all time for all of us to remember and look back unfondly on. And let's go back to introducing the other contestants, Bob and Wade.
Hello.
I'm other contestant number 2.
I put curtains up, so now my room is dark, but I'm still lit. So it looks. I don't actually think it's better. I think I look red now.
Yeah, it's hard to get rid of like the spill of the purple unless you painted your wall in front of you black. I don't think that you would be able to get rid of that.
I could do that. I will not paint it yet, but I could. I have a black.
Right now?
No, not right now. It's in the garage. They have the notes in the garage though.
I actually just painted my garage black, but I used a specific color called, I think it's called video black, which is only 3% reflective. It's used on sound stages and stuff when they want to control the light as much. And the extreme black, the scientifically made.
The blackest black.
Yeah, exactly. That is like a reflectivity of 1.5%, so it's like looking into just darkness.
It's crazy.
That seems like a dangerous way to park your car.
Got him. Because your garage.
Oh.
Your garage opens and it's just an abyss of nothing, and you're like, well, I hope the sensors work.
Whoa, there's a wall somewhere.
Who uses their garage to park their car? Who does that?
People who don't live in California use their garage to park their cars because
you can't park your car if you don't own one.
No, that's true. I don't know. I'm grouping Wade with me.
No, I'm with you. Come on, let's do it.
It snows here, and also we don't need our garage for another room because we have a house with enough space. That's why.
I feel really bad for my car because the garage isn't heated or cooled. So I let the car sleep in bed with us.
That explains why Molly won't let you get one.
Yeah.
I don't know, but today's episode is very haunted. Bob has his box. I have my light that just randomly turns off.
And I'm Bob.
God, is that Guru Stefan? Guru and Harold's bald cousin?
I don't know what happened to me today. I was possessed. I'm haunted.
Man, get ready for that to be quoted for a very long time.
I want to make that a notification sound on my phone.
Yeah, but I find that garages are much more useful as a productivity space than just housing your car. But I guess I am privileged to say that because I have a garage, so some people don't. Or they have an apartment. It's a parking garage, and you definitely can't make that a utility space. So.
You get a parking space in your garage. Just paint your space black.
Just paint the space on the wall in front of you. You own the space in the wall, and
It's your spot. I don't know if there's anything going to stop you in your apartment building if you just section off your parking spot. That's extra square footage that you're paying for.
Just get the thinnest plexiglass panels you can and build a perfect rectangle around just your spot. Then paint the inside all black.
Who's to say you can't? It wouldn't be very secure.
Your own personal abyss that smells like pee and car fume.
That's true. But yeah, it's much nicer, and controlling the lighting is something that I'm learning a lot about, which is not a very interesting subject, which is why I'm going to gloss right over it. How are you guys doing?
I had the worst migraine headache I've had in like a decade last night, and then I woke up to someone in my yard grinding a tree stump this morning.
In your yard?
Yeah.
You aware that was gonna happen? Or
Well, apparently they texted this morning while I was sleeping to let me know they were coming to grind a tree stump. So I was up till 6:30 in the morning, and then I was woken up at 9 in the morning.
A perfectly reasonable time.
I laid down at midnight, but this headache was so bad. I took Excedrin, didn't help. I was just writhing for a very long time. It was awful. It was an awful migraine. I don't get them that often, but when I do, every now and then I get a banger, but I haven't had one this bad in a long time.
Should you get it checked out?
Sorry, I associate bangers with like songs pretty exclusively, even though I use that term whenever I want.
I was headbanging, it was writhing so much. So
When you said that, I just imagine you standing alone in your bedroom, just like, God, this migraine's a banger.
I was more so laying on my side in the fetal position than writhing side by side. I was like a fetus in a rock clump.
Yeah. I don't know, man. You maybe get that stuff checked out. I mean, I did I mention that I went to the hospital just to get my weird headache checked out?
The arm and head?
Yeah, the numbness thing? Yeah.
Did I talk about that? Did the Twitter account freak out about it yet?
I don't think that's out yet.
Oh, okay, it's not out yet. Okay, well, double freak out coming.
We're just so far ahead. This will be out before.
Yeah, don't brag about that. But Bob, how you doing?
Good. I'm not sick anymore. I felt like I was sick forever, but I was only sick for like a week. All of the rest of the house is really unpacked, but my office, there's a haunted box, and that's only the start of it. My office is just a mess, and I hate it. I don't want to be in here right now.
Got like water leaks.
No, the house is great. Just like, somehow my office has the most stuff in it of any other room in the house. Like, we were unloading the trucks when we moved in, and it was like, that box goes in my office, kitchen, my office, my office, my office, my office, that's a couch, my office. Like, I have so much shit in my office, I don't understand what happened. I didn't have a big office before, and now I have too much stuff for this room, and the closet that's in it. I don't understand. I hate it. I just want to burn it down and start over.
Order a dumpster. It's like $500. You know, it's expensive, but
Or a fire.
How much is a fire? Which one's cheaper?
Like, what's the match cost? You know,
it's either plus a few $100,000 depending on your insurance policy, or minus 30 years of your life in jail for arson.
It's a pretty big upside.
You want to flip the coin? You want to flip the coin?
Are you allowed to burn down your own property? Probably not.
See, the thing is, no. But if you get away with it.
Well, not to claim insurance, but like just to burn it.
If you just like have a building and you want to get rid of it, it's by no means the best or most efficient or the best for your property or like costs. But yeah, you could burn down your own building if your goal was just to destroy it.
It gets complicated because you have sewer, you have like gas lines and stuff.
I don't think this very
so assuming it's a house that's like on a property where it's not so close to any other person's property, if you have a house in the middle of like a 20-acre property, and if you burn the house down, the only thing that would be destroyed is the house. I'm pretty sure there's something illegal about that.
Can you burn your own house down?
If you burn, like my house is in a suburb, right? So there's houses on both sides. If my house burned down, the houses next to mine would be in serious danger of like catching fire. That would be illegal.
Wow, the guy who went to law school is right. You will not be charged with a crime for burning your own property unless you do so with the intent to defraud or the fire injured another person or another individual's property.
I know things. I have a whole sheet of paper that says I know things.
You just get a bunch of sprinkler systems, put them around your house, then light that fucker up and watch it go.
Yeah, but I don't want to burn my whole house down. The rest of it's fine. Just this room.
Put the sprinklers in the rooms you want to save.
Oh, okay.
Water damage can be fixed. Take it from me. I'm the drowned man.
What are you fighting, Mark?
Weirdly enough, it's mostly legal in most places. However, in Texas, it might be illegal under any circumstances, which doesn't sound very freedom to me.
But you can shoot your house down.
You can't burn it down, but you could contract an AC-130 to come blast it into bits with a 30 mil cannon.
All right. I mean, I think it's subjective. This Texas arson laws, I only glanced over it, but I think a glance is all you need in the eyes of the law. You can't look too long into the eyes of the law, or else you'll turn to stone like
Use it.
It's actually the definition of legal research. And well, that's the thing, right? You have to lock eyes with the law, or else it's like those statues from Doctor Who, where when you look away, they can move. So you have to maintain eye contact with the law, and you glance to do your research, and you're like, no, that's illegal.
Weeping angels,
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
The creepy angel.
You have to lock eyes with the weeping angels of the law and glance quickly to get your information.
We at Distractable can only offer 1/3 of a full point of legal advice.
Oh, I can't offer any. No, that's super illegal. I don't offer any legal advice.
But if we offer less than half of legal advice, I think it's...
No, that's actually...
What about illegal advice?
I could offer illegal advice. I'm pretty sure that's illegal, but...
Oh, wait, I gotta do...
I could do that.
This.
So can we for any type of advice?
There's a class in that every law student takes that's entirely about ethics, and like there's a lot of rules. Obviously, being a lawyer, there's a lot of stuff you could do to take advantage of people or situations, but there are such strict rules about even hinting at possibly offering someone what might be considered maybe legal advice. Super illegal, incredibly sketchy. And you know, it's funny because you would think like, oh well, lawyers just don't want anyone to get hurt by someone who's not a lawyer. No, that's not it at all. Lawyers don't want someone who doesn't pay them money and didn't do all their bullshit to get a law license to be able to be a lawyer. You have to be in the secret club if you want to be a lawyer. And you have to pay them their money, and you have to go to their classes, and you have to participate in the secret club of the Bar Association if you want the privilege of pretending to be a lawyer.
Do you get a decoder ring?
I can't discuss specifics, but there are several types of jewelry pieces you can get in regards to accessing certain restricted areas. And
Well, I think that's Mark itching his chin ASMR.
Oh, sorry.
I was like, what is that scratching noise? I looked down and you were just like...
I really want to change the topic of the episode to illegal advice now.
I mean, you could mid-episode topic change. I'm in for that. That's honestly a pretty smart move, just in case the original topic is one we already talked about. You have much better odds after changing a topic.
You're right.
Just, you know, it's like the 3 doors right behind each. They eliminate a door. You pick the new one. You got a 50% chance. Everyone knows that. And I'm sure I explained it correctly. Don't be mad at me, Andy.
People search for free illegal advice.
It's not necessarily illegal. There is a subreddit for illegal life pro tips. But have you guys ever seen the subreddit unethical life pro tips?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of, right?
That's a very fun subreddit where people will be like, oh, my neighbor's really petty, and they like blow their leaves onto my lawn, or they reported me to the HOA for like minor violation or something. How can I get back at them in a way that's legal but incredibly inconvenient for them, or you know whatever?
That therein lies the change of topic that I think seals the deal for me. I want to now make the episode about who's going to give the best illegal advice for this episode.
There's a hidden gourmet point in cattails.
Of things in our lives that are very relatable that everyone runs into from time to time, and you guys are going to give the beautiful and or I was going to say ugly listeners out there, the beautiful and or ingenious listeners and viewers out there, so they can tackle their problems in the most illegal way possible, or unethical, or morally ambiguous.
Do we need a disclaimer on this so we don't...
Distractable would like to disclaim that any advice given during the course of this episode is purely for comedic and entertainment purposes. None of this advice should be followed. Even if it isn't illegal, it's probably not a good thing to do, so don't do it.
Yeah, and I, as a host, disavow any information that my fellow contestants here put forward. It is not my responsibility. I do not endorse any of their opinions. They're entirely their own.
Love that. So, how do you make napalm? And also, as the interviewer, I just want to say it's not my responsibility if anyone learns how to do that from this. I'm just asking questions. I didn't cause anything. I'm not giving any information. I don't condone any activities. So, anyway, go on. Explain. How exactly does one make napalm?
That is illegal, though, right? That would be very illegal, right?
I actually don't think it's illegal necessarily. If you're like an adult, then you can make napalm with completely legal ingredients, as far as I know.
You never do that in school? You make ice cream, you make napalm, you kind of like go through the different things in science?
It's just a stupid thing to do and very dangerous because, you know, how that's a weapon of war. I mean, also, you're not making like real like weapons-grade napalm. You're making stuff that is effectively the same type of. But yeah, it might be illegal. I don't even know. I think it's illegal for kids to make napalm, and I guarantee you that kids are the ones who want to do that most of the time.
Then I will leave the napalm tutorials up to you guys, and the future content on the Distractable YouTube channel that people look forward to, and then video exclusive tutorials here on Spotify. That's the only video on Spotify. What those tutorials may or may not be, it's not my responsibility. I disavow any content of the tutorial, even if I appear in it. It is not my words. It was an AI representation of me. It was not actually me. This whole episode is an AI recreation of our personas. It went awry in this one particular episode, but every other episode it actually is us, except for the ones that put us in legal trouble.
That's the new generation of criminal defense. It used to be, no, Your Honor, that was my twin brother. I know everyone thinks they saw me do that, but that was not me. Now, that was just AI imagery. That's fake news. Someone made that with AI, and my voice was AI, and me showing my birthmark on my right ass cheek, beginning of the video, AI, all of it.
Really, it was a hilarious way to start the episode, but now looking back on it, I can tell that wasn't me. I'm not that funny. Never do something like bare my right ass cheek to the camera. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you some
Mark's light turned off, non-watchers. He didn't just get his scrotum gently grabbed by an invisible monster. His light turned off.
That may or may not have happened at the same time. I'm going to give you some inconveniences that we face in our lives, and it's going to range. The start is going to be from like minor, everyday things, little things, to major, like huge life events, like big inconveniences, possibly legal trouble, possibly the government coming after you, you know. And you're going to give advice on how to best handle that in the most unethical way and or illegal way. All of this will definitely not come back to haunt us.
Sounds good.
Great. Sounds good. We all agree? We all agree.
And I take no responsibility for anything I might say. All right, good. I'm covered.
Same. I also...
We are going to fully disassociate from this moment and purge it from our memories, so none of us will remember this ever occurring.
You know, really, it's the editor's fault. They leave it in.
Yeah. Absolutely. That was our editors that we pay took that out of context and made us look so much worse than what really happened.
Yeah, if there's a single cut in this, you know that they stitched it together in a way to make us look terrible.
The rest of the episode, every time I talk, I'm just gonna go, and then we.
And actually, if you really think about it, it's the listeners and or watchers. It's actually more the watchers, because they are bearing witness to this. The listeners, you know, that's just like a conversation happening on the bus. You can't stop your ears from working in that moment.
I mean, this might be on in a public place. You might be at someone else's, house or workplace, or not even your fault at all. But
well, if the government didn't have all these laws, we wouldn't be breaking them.
Is that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Question mark? Like, we can't really make a definitive statement.
All right, look, I take no responsibility. I'm just asking questions.
Okay, so I'll present the situation, and let's see. I gave Wade more pity points during the small talk. So Wade, you're gonna go first.
Hell yeah.
For your migraine, like it sounded really bad, and also like the stump in the back wasn't that.
I feel intoxicated. Like I'm a half year more than usual.
Basically, this is something that everyone's encountered. In fact, I encountered it just a little bit ago. I was going to get a milkshake, and I was like really looking forward to it. Sometimes when I'm editing, I want to like it's like 7:30, and I'm like, I really just need something to keep going. So I go to the drive-thru. It's a long line, and that's not too bad, but it was an exceptionally long line. But I was like, no, I'm gonna get my milkshake. Can I get?
Where is the thingy?
So it took forever to get through. Like 15 minutes just to go 5 cars ahead of me. But I get up there and I get to the window. I've already paid, and I get to the window. The guy leans out and he goes like, "Hey, we're out of chocolate. Well, we're not out, but we just don't have time to replace the chocolate. Is vanilla okay?" And I said, "Yeah, I guess it's okay." And I nod my head, and they're like, "Okay, great. Can you go park in the parking spot? We'll take it out to your car." And so I park in the parking spot, and it takes even longer.
That never works.
And then it takes another like 10 minutes because they're slammed, and I get it. It's fine. I'm a patient guy. But when I finally get my order, not only do I not have the chocolate, but the limited edition, like pumpkin and cream pie that they had, I got an apple pie. I don't like apple pie. So yeah, I got the wrong one. How would you guys, or Wade specifically, how would you give me
advice on how to rectify this situation?
Well, first I'd cut off a section of my own fingers one at a time until I started liking apple pie, because apple pie is delicious. Help or not like.
Okay, don't die on that hill. You're outnumbered here, buddy.
Once you start liking apple pie, you got the vanilla milkshake eventually?
Yeah.
Okay. What you do is you go to any big store and you buy a hairdryer. Then you go over to a convenience store and you rob them of all their chocolate bars. Get in your car, you blow dry the chocolate melted into the vanilla, stir it up with your straw, and you make it a chocolate milkshake. And then, once it's chocolate enough, you go back to the place that gave you the vanilla milkshake and you throw it in the guy's face that gave you vanilla. And you say, "Change it! I ordered chocolate!"
Does unethical mean something else than what I thought it meant?
He asked me what to do, I gave him advice, man.
Is there an additional definition to that word that I'm just unaware of? Is this a bombastic situation all over again where Wade knows something that I don't?
I feel like there's a wide dearth of interpretations to take from this episode. I won't lay down judgment just yet. Bob, you just go with whatever you were thinking, but I like the visual of my fingertips cut off, blood into the shake. Probably liquid, not chocolate at this point, because the ice cream is melted and probably, well, chuck it back in their face.
I solved the problem. I don't know what the issue.
All right, anyway, Bob, how would you do? What should I do?
So you've just got your order, you're sitting in the mobile, whatever, the spot where you wait, where they bring you the wrong food. That shit never works quite right. You always get the wrong something, or they don't give you the sauce for your nuggets or whatever. It's always disappointing. You get delegated to those spots. What you do is move to a normal parking spot so you're not inconveniencing the next people. That spot. Go to the trunk of your car and you get out the Ronald McDonald costume and clown makeup that you keep tucked around the side of the spare tire in the well of the trunk of your car, and you get fully made up as Ronald McDonald. The face makeup, the whole thing, wig, all the stuff, and then you just march confidently into the store, and you walk up, you cut in front of anyone who might be in line, you walk up to the cashier and you say, "I need to speak with your manager." And then when they get the manager and the manager comes up and they're like, "No, I know Dave, he's the regional manager, I don't," and you say, "Whose clown name is on this clown restaurant? Is it an inspection?" And then you force your way back into the kitchen and you find the meekest looking teenager who's working there so that you know that they'll listen to you. And you single them out and you go, "You! Show me my chocolate cakes!" And they go, well, we're out of chocolate actually right now. And you say, "What are you wants a Chucky shake?" And you scream at them until they make a new batch of chocolate milkshakes. You go through all this, and once they do it, you're not trying to ruin this one individual employee's day, so they do it, and you're like, "Good job!" And you give them like a star on their name tag or something, whatever they do at McDonald's, and then you just storm out with your big clown shoes. Go back to the trunk of your car, wipe the makeup off, put your regular clothes back on, go back inside and order your chocolate shake, because now they have a whole batch of chocolate shakes, and you get what you want. They got a little reality check from the clown himself, and nobody gets hurt.
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
This is really very specific.
Okay, you go back to your car and you get the wing and the
I think based on, the unethicalness, I'm not really gonna question too much. I will say that Wade is wrong about apple pie. It's very rare that an apple pie is good, and most of the time you cannot go wrong with a pumpkin pie, and I actually really enjoy, like, it's got pumpkin and like some kind of cream cheese frosting or like some kind of frosting in there, and it's just delicious, and I wanted it so badly. Get it, but I recommend it highly. I'm gonna give it to Bob. I'm gonna give Bob the point on this one because it was like the clown voice reminded me of that whatever the sketch with the clown just freaking out. And
oh yeah, the Raka Raka guys, Ronald McDonald video. Yeah, that's what it was inspired by. Yeah,
it was great. It was perfect.
I was borrowing from their Ronald McDonald impression.
Mine was an original idea.
Well, actually, Wade, the whole melting the chocolate bars with the hairdryer is actually from 1992. Called Into the Streets.
I hate movies.
The pivotal scene in that movie, so it's pretty clear that he stole that, but that's fine.
we're gonna move on to the next subject. We're still keeping it relatively relatable. Everyone's agreeing this. All these will be relatable.
No, everyone likes apple pie, but you, that's unrelatable.
Look, I'm not saying I hate apple pie, but I am saying if there's any other kind of pie other than apple pie, I'm not getting apple pie. I'm getting whatever other option there is.
And I get that I'm the taco hater. Like, I should be like the guy from the Tom Hanks movie with the paintings who, like, whips himself in the back every time tacos are brought up. Like, apple pie, turn off those ranches.
Don't make that face, Mark. You know he's talking about Silas, the guy who's working for Rector. That's not a joke. That's actual factual information.
I believe you.
I'm trying to remember the name of that movie. Is it based on the book? Like, I couldn't even remember the name.
Da Vinci Code? Da Vinci Code, right?
The Da Vinci Code is the first one. Isn't the second one?
Oh, how to not in 60 seconds. That's the Leonardo Code.
Starring Tom Hanks in Catholicism. Gone in 60 seconds.
It's fantastic. Thank you. But no points for that. The next situation is something I think everyone has encountered. So, Bob, you're going first. So,
okay.
Imagine you had a bad headache all night long.
Oh, my headache. Yep.
Okay. For you can't sleep at all. It's 6 hours, and you're just like, oh man, and you finally fall asleep, and it's like 6:30 in the morning or something, and you finally manage to fall asleep. But then you're woken up by a horrendous noise, just an outrageous noise, just like someone's grinding like a tree trunk or something like that at an ungodly hour in the morning. All you want to do is sleep, and you look out your window and you see someone is indeed just grinding a stump right in your yard, right? Your yard. Like, how do you do this? How would anyone?
I already have an answer for this. I knew what I was going to do before you finished talking, because this is just such a relatable thing. I almost had to use this. So this person is in my yard. I paid them. I hired them. I scheduled this, and I'm upset about it. And they're grinding my stump that I wanted removed.
I did not schedule this.
So what I do in this situation is I go and I get the 10-gallon bucket of wood glue that I keep in my garage, and I get a little some gloves, maybe an apron. Just it's gonna be messy. And I go park up in a little stool next to them where they're chipping away at the stump, and wherever those little chips are being fired out, because usually when you're chipping something, it makes a pile of wood chip, right? There's I sit by the pile of wood chips and I just start dumping the glue into the pile of wood chips and making a slurry and forming it like I'm the potter at the potter's wheel in Ghost, back into the tree trunk that it once was. And then right as they finish a section of whatever they're doing, they're like, all right, that's done. Reposition the thing. I take my pile of glued together tree trunk and I plop it right exactly back in the same spot. And I say, it's not done. Please continue removing the stump. You're clearly making very slow progress. And I stand there and I make them continue to remove the tree trunk that I then continue to glue back together and plop right. So it becomes like this thing with, what's that guy? Sisyphus's wheel rolling it up the hill or something?
Silas.
It's Silas's tree trunk. Silas's tree trunk of flagellation.
It's the trunkus of Theseus, if you think about it, because if you rebuild it, it's still the same trunk. But what you really do is as he's behind, because he's got your protection, he can't hear you, and he's so concentrated on his job, so you're doing this while he's not looking. So when he finally finishes down to the last nubbins, and he goes, and he turns around, and there's another tree trunk right behind him. He goes, whoa, wait. Standing behind him all like Scooby-Doo style, and sees you.
This is unethical, but I'm not trying to be cruel to this person because I paid them. I asked them to be there. So I'm paying him for the overtime too. This is, he's earning money. This is still fair. Fair is fair. I just making, I'm gaslighting him with the regenerative tree that he's tried to remove that he's losing the battle against.
All right, that's very good. Good start. Wait, how do you handle this?
All right, so I buy some property that has those big sequoia trees. And I would have a get-together where I invite him, his family, friends, whatever over. I have some security cameras set up. We have a lunch, barbecue or something. Everyone eats, has a good time. Fast forward. I hollow out one of these sequoias. I get mannequin replicas made of this guy's family, and I fill them with pig's blood. And I put them in the sequoia.
I hire him to cut down the tree, and I put some speakers that sounds like people screaming. And he's cutting down the tree, and he gets to a certain point, and there's like blood even out. He looks, and he sees what he thinks is his family in there, and he freaks out. They're bleeding, they're dying. They're not really. He just thinks they are. And I'll tell him, that's what you get for cutting a tree in the middle of the morning while trying to sleep and having a migraine. And he'll never, ever just do that unprovoked again.
Is there like a looky hole in the tree that he peers his head in, or is he looking in the cut he's making? Like,
oh, it's like after the cut is made and the tree starts to fall, then he sees like the torsos.
oh, I get it. Okay, he just thinks he's crazy because the chainsaw's going, and he thinks he hears.
He could stop at any time and investigate, but what he'll see will horrify him.
Can I ask a question for clarification?
Sure, yeah.
Why did you have the barbecue part of this?
Well, I had to get like a visual on the security cameras of his family so I could make the mannequins accurate.
Okay.
That was really well thought out.
It was a misdirect.
I think this is very much like that boat video where the guys are going to the radio like, guy takes off his helmet.
Yeah.
This time my screaming is like, sounds like my, and then they're dead. That's great.
Well, it wasn't actually, so it wasn't that bad, but it was still pretty horrible.
But while he's doing that, you go to his house and actually kill his family, so that once feel like he thinks he's safe, and then he goes home and he sees what's actually happened. That doesn't sound good, Wade. That sounds terrible. That's not just unethical. That's illegal. Why would you recommend doing that?
Thank you.
Does he go back to his family and then think that they're fake because he deep in his heart that he just chopped them down in the evil tree?
He goes back and all he sees are wooden carved out figures of his family and his real family I have somewhere else.
He gets home and he looks at his family and they're like, are you gonna sit down for dinner or are you okay? And he's like, you're not real, you're a tree!
And I know what to do with trees. Wade, I would give you the point on this one.
I know.
I would.
I know.
It is an expensive solution. It takes a lot to get this done. Property with sequoias is a lot of acreage to even get one of those.
That's far away, too.
It's also very far away, and you would never live in California. So I don't know how.
I live in Oregon. There's sequoias.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But he would never leave Cincinnati, so I think it's impractical in that regard. It's not like a typical thing where I'd be like, this is a very unethical and interesting solution, and it does lead, like, there could be a whole movie about this, but it's also just like, it's not a quick turnaround, and it's very expensive to buy that.
Oh, no, it's the long game. I didn't know we had monetary restrictions here. I thought we were filthy rich.
Well, I'm okay with, like, long game things, but really the reason that Bob is going to get the point more is I loved, and I don't know why, I loved the visual of a 10-gallon bucket of wood glue in your garage. It was sealed from that moment, so I'm going to give it to Bob. But my reasonings are, that was a close match.
Good try, Wade. You didn't have enough goop in your idea.
Just brace yourself for whenever, I decide to get revenge for that horrible thing.
I feel like I gave plenty of justification of why it was troublesome. I didn't feel like the problem.
So did the guy grinding a stump this morning.
I feel like you're also like hinging on a lot of this guy's bad eyesight and inability to determine what is real and what is fake. And
he only needs to believe it for a minute. Second, really. Just enough to let the horror and trauma seep in, affect him for the rest of his life.
He's right about that.
That is true. But I'm still going to give you the point, Bob.
All right.
It's your chance to redeem yourself. You're trying to go to the grocery store for whatever nefarious purposes that you're doing with your various wooden mannequins. It doesn't matter. Grocery store or wherever, whatever store. You're going out in the world, you're driving. Imagine if you had a car and you're in the parking lot and it's like jam-packed full and you're driving around and around and you're looking for a spot and you're like, ooh, is that a spot? You see like a glimmer of empty space, but by the time you pull up, you realize that it's someone taking up both spaces. Like they're right in the middle of that line. It's not a little bit over. It's not like maybe I could squeeze it. They are dead in the center. Two spaces taking up everything. What do you do?
I'm first this time?
If you need a second, you can take time.
No, I'm good. Okay. I'm going to relate this to a story from whenever I was a younger lad going to college. And I made the wrong turn down the Clifton area of Cincinnati. And as I was going down the street, I saw a nice car parked like way up ahead, and I saw some dudes around the car. And by the time I got up to it, dudes had disassembled a good portion of the car, had the radio out, and were loading up their truck with it. I would find those guys, and I would have them come disassemble this guy's car, move it over, and put it all in the right parking space, but not put the car back together, leave it disassembled.
I think this
the
is
spot. Get on
yeah,
my
it's
phone,
just
get the
late.
groceries delivered to my house just to waste the time, gas, and money being there, and really just hurt the environment by having someone come get the groceries, take them to my house while I sit here, and then I would go get myself a treat, laugh maniacally in my car by myself, go home and bring my groceries in.
I love the visual of the guy coming out, just like, and like his whole car just like is in pieces in the spot next to it, just like everything is laid out.
You know what else I would do? I'd put a chalk line around his car in that spot where he was before, and write like, "This is 2 spots. Next time you'll be in peace." But really get the message.
It's blood like flowing down in the brain.
I do have extras from the Sequoia. I had like 10 gallons of blood.
If only it was 10 gallons, it would go.
It looks the same.
But it's not. Yeah, okay. Bob, that was a good start. How do you solve this problem?
My solution is, well, this guy's going away for a long time. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to Wade's mannequin guy, get the most realistic mannequins I can get. Small children-sized mannequins, so that it's more horrific. I'm also gonna go and buy from like a secondhand store, like a wheelchair one or maybe 2, or maybe if they have a child-sized walker or something. It could starting look. And I'm gonna go back to this where this car is parked. I'm gonna take my mannequins filled with real human blood. I've been saving it up in my basement. I knew I had a reason. And take the wheelchair or whatever else, whatever other props I might have. Oh, and I bought clothes. I bought some clothes for these mannequins so that they look, so they're dressed up. I went to play those claws. Good stuff. Dress them up and wedge them up under what I assume is an enormous lifted truck with balls on the back, the tow, what are those called? Trailer hitch ball sack, and a big ridiculous grill. I would have wedged one up under the front, like he ran them over. I'm gonna wedge one up underneath, under the drive shaft, like he's just mowing down anyone in his way, and then hanging out the back from like under the bumper, like he backed into someone, is the last one. And then you make sure that the blood is all starting to really drip out, so it's just like the most horrific, graphic scene ever. And then you just call the cops, or if you know they're going to be in the store for a long time, wait for someone else to call the cops to report that this enormous vehicle has been running down children, including one in a wheelchair, because you can see that that's clearly wedged up underneath the body of the truck. And then the cops show up and they're just confused. Like, they're gonna look and be like, wait, are these men? Hey, what the hell? He's not actually gonna like get in trouble because he didn't actually kill anyone. This is gonna cause him such a headache. Like, there's gonna be real human blood mixed in with these mannequins, which the cops are gonna be able to discern. They're gonna be like,
yeah, I
"That's no
can
blood." They're
just
gonna test, and it's not gonna be his blood. And they're gonna be like, well, where did you get like 30 gallons of other people's blood? And they're gonna tear his life apart. And everyone's gonna think he's some sort of weird basement murderer. Everyone's gonna be afraid to walk down the same side of the street as him. He's gonna have to move because his neighbors are gonna see CSI tearing his house apart and his weird blood-covered truck and all this stuff. He didn't do anything wrong, and he's not gonna ultimately go to jail. This is gonna absolutely tear this man's life.
I have I don't want points for this, but I do have a bonus solution.
You don't want points for it? Why would you?
I don't want points for it. I just want to offer. I already gave my option for points.
Let me comment on Bob's because I don't want to like interrupt.
Just try to recency bias yourself out of him or giving me positive comments here.
No, I just truly liked this. I don't know if it's unethical. I just liked it.
Hold on to it. We'll get to it. Like, Bob, that's really clever. Horrific. I don't want to know where you got 30 gallons of blood.
It's my blood. I'm periodically taking a pint or 2 out of myself and just keeping that ready to go with me.
So not that blood to like.
No, I'm using it for my own petty purposes. I don't care if they need that or not.
You might as well rob a blood. Yeah, you. However, just do it with strands of hair. That's even more. Add it with down. And if it didn't have truck nuts, I think you should add truck nuts. So no matter what, it's going to have truck nuts, even if it's like a
absolutely.
It's like a hatchback. It's going to have.
Yeah, the truck nuts.
And you dip the truck nuts in blood, and then so I think it's a little art. What is your solution here? I love that we choose good things.
The alternate solution.
bleeding a bit. But I also have to do something, so just keep that warm.
I can see that being done in this scenario. Do you know how fast professionals can take a car apart? Well, if you're not concerned about putting it back together, you can take a car apart insanely fast, and that's kind of the thing. I'm just saying, like, I was done by the time I got down the street. That's fair. That's fair. That's good. But I'm still gonna give it to Bob. I'm shocked. It's an elegant solution. I'm not saying bias here. I'm just saying, like, it's just is what it is. No, that's fine. Yeah, Bob, would you like any of my notes for the next round? No, I know what you said. I'm gonna just take that basically verbatim, throw it out there. Sure. All right, cool. Yeah, next round. Hey, you can't say I didn't credit you. I said it was your mannequin guy. Yeah, he did say it was your mannequin guy. I wasn't trying to steal your idea. I was just making it better. And you know, because you credited my mannequin guy, even if I had one, I would have had to defer the points to my mannequin. I couldn't.
Fucking damn it.
I didn't like the mannequin part. I was saying you could do without the mannequin, so I didn't really like the part that was explicitly Wade's idea. He still didn't like it. Yeah, fair. At least you're consistent. All right, Bob, you're up. So here's the thing: you're going on vacation. You've been looking forward to it. You researched it. You're traveling at the exact right time. It cannot be any other time than this time because some crazy event occurs at this vacation spot at exactly this date that you're going to. You got the perfect hotel for it. You're lined up. It's one night only. You're gonna be there. It's your dream vacation. You've been looking forward to it all your life. You get to the check-in counter. You're like, I'm ready. I've got my luggage. I've got all my equipment. I'm ready to go. And they go, thank you. 1 second. Uh-oh. Ooh. We overbooked this flight. You don't have a ticket on this one. We're gonna refund you. And you look at this person, thinking about how great this vacation was gonna be, how incredible it was gonna be. You've got everyone, your whole family's with you. Everyone ready.
And while that's going down, let me do this.
Well, what I would do, I would go to Clifton and find those guys who took that car apart that Wade saw. And I would bus them over to the airport, and I would get them some high visibility jackets and fake credentials, whatever you gotta do so that they can get out into like the area where the planes are. And I would tell them which gate we were gonna be at, and just have them standing by. And as soon as I got the bad news that the flight was overbooked and I had suddenly I had this huge vendetta against this airline, I would send a text to the guys that say it's a go, and they would know that that means I want them to disassemble the plane at my gate as expeditiously as possible. And I would put a chalk outline around the plane to like where the plane had been, and then once it's apart, it's like a pile of stuff. It's in the plane parking. It's taking up 2 plane parking spots actually. And so so when the pilot comes out of the grocery store and he's like, oh, where'd I park my plane? Oh, what the hell? And he sees his plane's all disassembled. It's all there, and it's not damaged. It can be put right back together. But that would really just get his goat, you know? Yeah, that would get his goat. All right, strong start, Bob. Strong start. I got no criticisms whatsoever. Wade, how would you handle this situation? Well, I'd go into one of the bathrooms. I'd put my clown costume. I'd walk up. Which clown? What kind of clown? What kind of clown? Which clown? Oh, you know, like red hair, yellow. Oh, okay. Hamburger. I believe that's called hamburger. Classical hamburger clown. I'd walk up to the person and I'd say, don't you know whose plane this is? And they'd go, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Our Clown. And I'd go walk on the plane. I'd get some hair with some blood that I've been saving in my basement. And I'd put hair on each of the seats. But because there's blood, it becomes a biohazard. They have to get a hazmat team to come look at the plane. And in the meantime, I would probably go get like the longest range weapon I could find and shoot a guy non-stop with it, hoping to kill God because this is his fault. Like he did this. Because he's gone and the plane is under hazmat, people can't take off. I feel like I vindicated myself, and I call a cab to go somewhere else, I guess, for vacation. I have a bonus. I have a bonus one. I don't want any points for it, but I just have a bonus. Let's not take any time on mine. Let's jump right into it.
I don't even want to comment on Wade's. Go, Bob. Yes.
I think it would be really funny. The pilot of that plane that's screwing me over, the one that's overbooked, I would just go around in his life and slightly move switches around in every cockpit he flies in for the rest of his life. Just go in and just flick a couple switches the wrong way and hope that it doesn't cause the plane to crash. But then, just move it just a little bit so that it doesn't quite line up,
And I got another bonus. So they're refueling the plane, and they pull out the big fuel thing once they're done. I would take it and reassemble it and put it back. So every time they think they can back off, they're like, oh, but the fuel's still engaged. And they would go to take it apart, and while they're turned around, I'd get another one that I'd put together and put it in there. So they'd keep thinking that the plane was being fueled.
With some kind of plane glue?
Yeah, I'd probably have let's call it 10 gallons of plane glue.
In some kind of bucket?
Yeah, I was thinking like a bowl, but yeah, a bucket, like a 10...
Or a vat of plane glue?
Ooh, a vat's pretty good. But something about the word bucket just rings points to me. I don't know.
I'm still laughing at hoping to kill God.
Well, clearly he's ruined my fucking vacation. Like, who else are you gonna blame? I'll shoot the messenger.
Just Wade standing out on a runway, just like, do the cartoon thing where it like scrolls up really fast and like, God is up in heaven, just like, oh God, I didn't think I could get up here.
Does he say, oh God? He say, oh me?
Oh me!
Alright, so I was gonna give the point to Wade just because if I didn't, he would think it was unfair. But now, I'm gonna give him double points because, God, that was funny. Jesus Christ. So Wade, there you go. So you feel better? You not only get a point.
Well, now that I know they were going to be pity points, but I'm getting 2 of them, I'll forgive that it was pity and I'll take it.
One was a pity point. The other is a bonus point.
Oh, I earned 1.
Because you won the round, and also very funny, very good.
Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna wrap it up with one last one. Let's just say it's all tied up for entertainment's sake.
2 bonus points.
Well, actually, Bob's up by 1, but I'm gonna say yeah.
Did I get 2 or 3? Did I have 3?
I think you were up 3 to nothing, and then I miraculously have 3 points now.
Yeah. So let's say it's all tied up unless it's unless this point I don't feel should go one way or another, and then I'll leave it up as maybe Bob wins. Who knows? Maybe Wade. Can't imagine.
Okay. Gotta fix the blooding. We're blooding all over the place. Gotta take care of that.
Let's just say it's all tied up.
Hey, they cash the same at the banks.
Don't you get a sad look from the bank when you cash in pity points that I don't have to deal with?
Not if you don't look at them.
With my real, legitimate points.
If a teller frowns in a bank and you're not around to see it, did they really frown?
I've been asked my family that lives in the tree.
Alright, okay.
Because my wife's a bank teller, not because of the tree reference, so.
Wade, you're up first. You have business of some kind. You worked there for 10 some years.
I just found out I have a bunch of Marvel.
You worked your butt off too.
More than I originally thought.
To get them their deadline.
Also, what are one of these guys gonna drop with Time Gear or whatever?
Every year over, you've done it for years, and up comes the yearly performance review. You've been looking forward to a raise for ages and ages and ages. And when you get in that meeting with the human resources officer,
It is just, it's simply peculiar.
Budget, and also it's a new hire that is getting paid more than you because reasons. So not only are you getting denied your raise, there's someone else at the company that is doing exactly the same as you are doing, except with less experience but being paid more. So you get twofold. What do?
I fucked the boss's daughter.
Go on.
Is that it? Is that the whole thing?
No, that's it. That's it. That's really mad. And then I'm like, that was worth it. Then I guess I get a better job.
What an early 2000s comedy movie solution to a real life problem.
Hey, at first from that 1978 movie, The Boss's Daughter,
1,
where disgruntled
2,
employee didn't get a
3,
raise. So he had sex with the boss's daughter,
4.
and then they fell in love. But then he wasn't really in love, so he divorced her, took half of what she was worth, and got his raise that way.
Yeah, that was actually inspired by a 1930s era art house film from France called Les Bosses d'Alter.
Which is stolen from a 1600s William Shakespeare play called Bosses Daughter of the Pale Moonlight, that of which I see, fighteth thee.
I was going to be impressed if that was iambic pentameter, but I don't think it was.
I don't think it was. I was going to go for it, then I was like, I need some more Shakespeare words.
That's okay. That's okay. All right. A strong start, Wade. Bob, how do you solve this conundrum? And let me remind you, you cannot fuck the boss's daughter. That has been taken.
Okay. Does the boss have a son?
Let's just not.
Does the boss have any figures in their life, preferably that work at the company, that they view as like almost a daughter?
Their mom works there.
No, yeah, it's only their mom.
Grandma's in the HR department. Cousin Steve.
What I would do
Oh,
back at my
okay.
boss is I would start just doing like a really mediocre job at all the things that I'm responsible for. Presumably, if I've been at this company for so long, I'm such a loyal employee, they love me that much. I'm probably one of those types of employees where like literally the whole company comes to a screeching halt if I take my knowledge elsewhere. And I don't really care to like go and try and establish myself at a new place. I'm close to the end of my career. I want to keep my benefits, and like the raise would be nice, but it's not like gonna kill my situation. But what I do is I start just subtly ruining things from the inside of the company. I just, emails don't get sent. Maybe they get sent to the wrong person, or they have the wrong time or date or something, like little things. And I make it so that it seems like it's not me that's doing it. I scapegoat all of this onto the new hire who's doing the same job as me, and act like I'm the one who's swooping in trying to clean up all the messes. I just kind of ruin everything, and it doesn't destroy the company. The company doesn't go out of business. This doesn't really even do that meaningful of damage to the company long term, but it like shrinks the profits. The shareholders start to get upset because we're underperforming quarter after quarter. It makes the boss look like he's just losing control, right? And what this ultimately leads to is the boss having to do something drastic to try and right the ship. It's not really, like, the company's still totally viable, but it's just not making the shareholders enough money, and they're pressuring. And the boss has to clean house and start over. And what I've known this whole time is that
I could just do it all in one. I don't have to worry about any of that stuff.
but
Okay.
I have an ironclad severance package that is just absolutely banging. Like, just the nicest, most ridiculous severance package, which I renegotiated in my last salary renegotiation because I knew I didn't want to leave. If they went on to fire me, they were going to have to pay for it, and they need me, so they would. And so I basically just put this pressure on over months and months. After a couple years, the new hire's gone because they felt the burn too many times, and they already got let go. The boss goes to clean house, fires me first, and it's tragic. All the employees in the company turn on this boss because they love me, because I hold everything together. And the boss is firing one of the core members of staff, firing one of the people that is the heart of the organization. Everyone hates this boss now. They keep their job. They want to keep their salary. They just bought a second vacation home. They can't afford to lose this job right now, but they're hated. Absolutely hated. Every day, mean notes get left on the windshield of their car. Every new person they fire to try and cut costs and right the ship, more mean notes. People start keying the boss's car. Someone takes a huge shit right on the hood. All of this pressure, this boss developed such a huge complex about being hated that they start to become conspiratorial. They think that the world is against them. They think that everyone hates them. They think that their kids hate them, that their wife and their in-laws hate them, that there's just nothing good in the world anymore. Turns them to an embittered, old, retired husk of a human. They live alone because they got divorced in their 50s when work consumed their entire being and they were no longer fun to be around or redeemed in any way. And they die of old age, a long, long life, surrounded by big piles of money and boats and vacation homes that their wife took in the divorce and they only half kind of own, but they only get one weekend a year to use it. They die sad and alone, feeling like the world hates them, feeling like there was some sort of grand conspiracy against their life, that there was nothing they could have done, that it was just an inevitability. They must be a bad person. They must be going to hell because of what the world has done to them.
Well, God's dead, so that makes sense. Meanwhile, I might have laid like 6 bosses' daughters in that time.
Yeah, wow. I was really trying to get the win for you, Bob. You lost me halfway through, I'm not gonna lie.
And then I fucked the boss's daughter.
Nah, I'm gonna give the point to Wade.
With glue? I have a 10-gallon bucket of glue, but...
It almost got me there. No, you know what? I realized...
I have a tray full of wheelchairs.
No, it's too late.
I drew a chalk outline around his career.
It's too late, Bob.
I reassembled the airplane inside the office.
I'm giving the point to Wade. I didn't want to, but here it is. We're all tied up now.
Didn't want to.
I took a shit out of the pilot's wife.
We're actually tied up. Okay, so I'm gonna give one last chance, Bob, for you to claim this victory rightfully from Wade's jaws.
I deserve it.
Here's the situation. It's really simple. You ordered something online and your package was delivered to your neighbor's house. That's it. That's all you know. You were looking forward to it. You're waiting for it. You saw the tracker and then you saw that truck go right past your house to your neighbor's house. It is now sitting on their porch. What do?
I put on the all-black ninja costume that I still own from when we did the You're Welcome tour together, including black gloves, black shoes, and a black balaclava that covers my face. And in the light of day and in full view of their security cameras that I know exist and that I know will show that I came out of my house, walked across our lawn directly onto their porch, and then walked back with the package directly into my own house. I just do that without any explanation or anything. And then the next day, I go over there and I knock on the door and I say, hey, I had a package delivered. It says delivered yesterday. It looks like they took a picture of your porch. Did you guys get a package yesterday? And when they're like, no, well, let me look. Well, yeah, because I didn't see a package. And they go and they check their security footage. And then I just never answer their phone calls, their texts. I don't come to the door. If they wave at me while I'm driving my car through the neighborhood, I pretend like I don't see them. I never speak to that person again. It's really not their fault. I'm really mad at UPS, probably. But I take it out on this neighbor because UPS is pretty much untouchable.
I love that. That's great. Wade, how would you solve this? Because you have multiple targets here.
I put on a clown pump, and I fuck the delivery driver's boss. And I fall in love with them, and I convince them all the horrible things the delivery driver has said and done, just to make me miserable, so that they'll in turn make this delivery driver miserable. And that's it.
I have a bonus one that I don't want any points.
Yes?
I would go to my garage and get my 10-gallon bucket of wheelchairs. I'd go in the backyard and pull the glued together wood stump up out of the ground, and I would put that in one of the wheelchairs, and then I would crash that into the back of my neighbor's car parked in the driveway. And I would crash it hard enough that it would just slightly move the car so that it doesn't line up with the garage.
I'm a bonus. I'd get a dog that's good at, like, tracking. If you go hunting, it can track whatever you've shot. It'll find God, drag it back, so I can eat him and inherit his powers. Give the guy some, like, minor aches and pains that delivered it. So he's just like, every time he goes to deliver a package to the wrong place, I'm just like, God power. And he's like, oh, this is the wrong house.
I have a bonus. It's very much like Wade's, except from before with the airplane thing. When I did kill God, because my vacation got slightly delayed, I realized after I killed God that I assumed the powers without needing the hunting dog thing. And so from the word go, I'm just over here going, God powers, and the delivery guy's just like, ah.
I pull a mannequin out of a 10-gallon bucket of glue, and I give it to the delivery driver, and I say, why is my package covered in all this glue? What have you done to it? And I end up an X-Acto knife to make him carve the glue off of my mannequin, and whenever he does, he realizes the mannequin is of himself.
Mark, you okay? Do you need a 10-gallon bucket of chocolate milkshake?
The dumbest shit we've ever done. Is this our arc on Distractable, just stealing each other's shit?
I think we've peaked. I think we've reached the peak of comedy. Mark is literally unable to speak.
There's 2 people at home also laughing, and the rest are like, what the fuck was this episode?
I go into my garage where I keep a 50-gallon drum of methylamine. I pull out my 10-gallon bucket of glue that's in there in a plastic bag. I cut up the plastic bag, and in the 10-gallon bucket of glue, there's a 1-gallon bucket of my own blood. I pour that on the pile of airplane parts, and then I use my god powers to ignite it into a blood fire, which summons the devil himself to the airport.
I hire a magician who goes up to the guy that couldn't park, and he reaches behind his ears, and he pulls out his broken, torn apart car, and goes, was this your car?
Oh shit. Okay, if I was judged, that would have been the episode by itself. Was this your car? Like he wants to say card, but that's not the right word. Sir, please tell me, is this your car? Sorry, it's usually a card. This is confusing for me. I don't usually do vindictive magic, but he pays really well. Yeah, see, magic's supposed to be used for good, you know? I'm probably going to magic hell for this. The guys back in the magic castle are gonna never let me live this down. You alright, Mark?
Oh, God, let's throw up. Need a 10-gallon bucket of antacid.
Next time it's gonna bring a 10-gallon bucket and just like, I pull into the driveway and Mark's like, hey, over here! And it's just like, donk. Mark dies of laughter in that exact moment.
Oh, already
It'll be
had
happy
one.
when I get that moment with a
Okay.
10-gallon bucket of Mark's tears.
No, it's not funny, it's not funny.
Oh, okay. Did you know that in Korea, 10-gallon buckets are actually only 8 gallons?
Why is that?
Just, they don't know what a gallon is. They use the metric system.
Metric system or something.
No, they just, you know, it just happened, you know, over time. You know, 2x4s aren't actually 2 inches by 4 inches anymore. I think they're 1 3/4 by 3.5 or something. Not even close.
It's very dangerous for construction purposes.
Well, they know the secret system, so they're not going to do about it.
Well, yeah, what if you're a do-it-yourselfer?
No more funny. The funny's gone. You've killed comedy.
I'm going to go get my 10-gallon bucket of comedy for Mark.
Oh, oh God, was that comedy? Fuck, comedy.
Oh no.
A fucking dog brought back 2 corpses.
I don't know why that got me. Because what started it was I envisioned, because you said the dog going to get God's. I imagine it was like Duck Hunt, where God just. God, it killed me. I don't know why the bucket kept making me laugh, but every time you said the word bucket for a while there, but nah, I think I gotta give the point very narrowly to Wade on that one.
Wow, I'm shocked. I don't know if I feel good or bad. That might be the biggest laugh I've ever gotten out of both of you at the same time.
Everything I do, if you do it, it's just funnier, Bob. I'm not gonna lie, to the first 3 rounds, I was like, okay, Bob's are pretty funny, but I feel like this is a handshake deal that happened behind my back of like...
No, I was trying to be fair. It's a narrow decision here, but I think Wade ekes it because I also remember his exclamation from the beginning of this episode. And I'm fault, so I think like that. But the zingers this episode have been great. So Wade, congratulations. It might have been the closest competition we've ever had. You really were the underdog for a bit there, and I kind of undid my cheat of giving you 3 points, and I retroactively did it to 2, and you still managed to eke out the victory. I think you well earned this victory, so give your winner's speech.
Thank you. This just goes to show that anybody can do it. All you have to do is be willing to kill God and be bald, and you too can be a winner. This is for you out there, you underdogs.
Well said, well said. I think everyone's going to take that to heart. Bob, loser's speech.
Everybody loses all the time. It's a fact of life. It takes skill to lose while being as successful as I am. I've never accrued so many points so quickly in an episode of this podcast. I think that's definitely true. Nobody checked that. Somehow, despite being so funny that we actually made Mark and Wade fall off camera laughing at the same time, I also managed to lose this episode, and that's just the mark of a true artist. I'm not here to win. I'm here to steal Wade's jokes.
They are funnier coming from you.
Well said, and so true, bestie. We are done here. Thank you so much for watching. Look forward to Wade's hosting in the next episode. Go check out store.distractiblepodcast.com about 2 months from now. Don't check it now. Check it 2 months from now. Then you'll see something incredible.
You should have checked it a week ago. You just missed it. It was fully stocked. Everything was in stock for like one.
It was crazy. You just missed it. So
it'll happen. It'll happen again later, like Mark said.
If that makes you angry, you know what to do. Get your lube, get your mannequin, get your boss's daughter, and get to work.
Behind your 8-gallon Korean bucket.
That's offensive. How dare you? Thank you. You can find Bob and Wade on their respective channels, me and Mark Lara. And we'll see you whenever the next episode comes out. We did 2 weeks. Did you know that?
I did know that.
Sorry, guys.
Okay, I see. That was...
Podcast.
I'm surprised.
What?
I'm surprised Wade knew that. It's just a joke.
Ow. Podcast.
Sorry, Mark. Were you trying to end the podcast?
Podcast out.
Good evening, gentle listener, and welcome to Distractable. This week, Easy Rider Bob tells us how to outwit the corporate giants on core trees. Movie-making Mark explains why later seasons of Heroes sucked and relates his encounters with pyramid schemers. 60% Farmer Wade starts vexed with call centers, but gets the giggles later. From Elon Musk to churches for lawyers. Yeah. It's time for I Wasn't Ready. Now sit back and prepare to be distracted and enjoy the show.
Hey everyone, welcome to the podcast. Distractable podcast. That was an intentional transition from nothing. Hope you're all doing well. If you've never been here before, welcome to your first time. If you're back,
Oh, pink
why
bubble.
are you here? But you are, so I guess we'll move on.
Got him.
What kind of pessimistic opening is this? Is this all
What's happening to you?
I don't know, man.
Are you still recovering from your laugh?
That was a week ago, man.
I know, but you're still making weird noises.
I don't even remember it.
Oh. Who are you, me? I never remember anything. Oh boy. Do we make any secret handshake deals I need to be made aware of before this episode kicks off?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, good. 'Cause I don't remember shit.
I watched you drink some soda, I drank, or whatever it was, I drank some water, and Mark downed a bowl of chili.
Can of water.
Oh, okay. Bottle of water myself.
I got a bucket of water. I find it easiest to get access to the bucket. What with the open top.
Dude, I don't know if you've seen, but like Starbucks has like a Trenta-sized thing now, and it's basically a bucket of coffee. It's so much to drink.
What is Trenta? What does that mean?
It's bigger than Venti. I don't know. It's big. It's really big.
But what does that word mean? It's 31 ounces. But what does Trenta mean?
I don't know. I saw you could get it.
What does Trenta mean?
It means 30.
One, two,
But it's a 31 ounce cup.
Ah, so maybe it's Trent-ish. I know how things work.
I don't know why I'm laughing so much at that, but good joke, I guess. You got me.
And this was an intro-ish. It was kind of an intro. If you've never been here, there's a show where we bullshit like we just did. We make somebody hosts, they make up shit, give away points, declare a winner, next person hosts. Things happen. We talk about whatever we want to because that's just who we are. And I think I'm legally obligated for small talk. So, how are you guys? I'm saying this because I care, not because of the obligation.
You know, Bob, we could leave. We could just go.
The door is right there.
The door's right there.
Your door's in shot. I didn't even have to pretend to leave like I could. And I wouldn't pretend. I would leave. I can leave. I can leave this room whenever I want.
That's what they tell you.
Kudos to you, host.
You know, I wasn't prepared for this, Bob, but 2 points.
Oh, thank you.
2 points to Bob.
What if I do it? Kudos to Wados.
I'll give you 1 point because it's sad, the attempt to recreate.
Mark has forgotten how to laugh, everybody.
If you didn't watch last episode, then you have no idea why this is happening, and that's okay. Go watch it.
If you didn't watch it till the end, you definitely don't know what's happening.
I'm good. Since you sincerely asked and are generally interested, I'm good. I'm pretty good. It's the weather's getting nice here in Northern California, which is nice. That's a fun time. That's it. I got nothing else going on. You guys don't want to hear about the baby anymore. Baby takes a lot of time. It's all baby stuff still.
I have been doing a lot of research and making a few purchases in relation to camera equipment, and most of it has come in. Look at this thing!
Wow! Ooh, that's a DJI Ronin. Oh, it is a Ronin.
It is. It's a Ronin. I too can read R-O-N-I-N.
Hey, I knew that before it was on screen. Okay, so.
Put it into Ronin.
No, awful. -2 points to you.
All right, cool. No, it's this is one of many things. I got this. I got the new Komodo X, which I'm very excited to use. I got some sweet lenses that everyone else on the internet said was garbage and overpriced, but I went, I want those, and I bought them.
You silly fool. Shouldn't you have the equipment before you film the movie, not after? Didn't even tell you now you're supposed to edit. You don't need to film it now. Buying lenses for the post process. Silly fool. Got him. Good points to me.
Oh man, sometimes it makes me laugh. Sometimes it makes me laugh.
I'm like a Build-A-Bear that got messed up in the build process, but you kept it anyway. You got it for a discount.
Yeah, that's what makes you so adorable. But with the stuff I've been getting, I've just been very excited because one of the things that I want to do after I'm done with this one, of course, is obviously make more. But I want to go back to how we did, like, not we, you and I, but like with Who Killed Markiplier and like Day with Markiplier, where it's just like going out and making something. But now we can make it to such a higher level because I know more, and like, you know, we all know more, and I've had experience with these crews, and it's not like I don't ever want to work on a big project.
I guess.
But at the same time, part of the reason why I love YouTube is just being able to do individual creation. So being able to do that to a level that could be out in theaters, or you could watch on any of the streaming platforms and stuff like that, is like, that's what I want to do.
Point. I just remember being so brave.
When I think about my dream of just making really, really high quality running gun content, and just really, it just makes me, you know, I feel the same way, man.
I feel you're creative, trying to escape from your body right now. You just want to go create so badly.
Absolutely.
Contain it a little longer, pal.
That's actually how Mark is on the set. The assistant, the AD comes over, is like, Mark, we're setting this up. We're thinking, well, where do you want? What kind of light do you want? And Mark is just like, on. All right, I've got it.
Hold on a moment. All right.
How'd you like that take, Mark? Oh, it was okay. It was squeezing. Oh God, it was okay.
Can I make a bold, and what a time to make a statement like this, bold statement about unions?
Ooh, yeah, oh yeah.
I would love to host the union episode.
Mark does not represent the opinions of this podcast. He speaks only for himself.
You mind if I make some sweeping proclamations? All right, cool.
Only if you generalize on top of them.
No. Okay, so right now, as everyone knows, a writer's strike is going on.
Probably.
Oh, this is going to be bold. I can't wait for where this goes.
I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to end, but it could end at any point if the, production companies just are fair. But go on.
Yeah, apparently it's cost more than they would have asked for by now, if they would have just given them what they want. And also, it's fair. Like, I'm a big proponent of unions. Unions are great. Like, yeah, especially when you're negotiating for the betterment of the people that are part of the union and doing that at a constant pace and regularly, it can work in favor because they're working towards a future. Now, all that aside, this is not about the writers' union at all. I didn't know that when you, because we did for Iron Lung a union shoot, and I wanted to do that because I wanted it to be, by the books, pay people well, people being taken care of. But there is a legacy role in film production that requires you to have someone specifically there to do playback. Do you guys know what playback is?
Literally, when you just play what you just recorded. You do a shoot, and then you go over to the monitors, and you're like, let's watch that back, and you watch what you just did, right?
Exactly. Everyone out there, if you ever record a video on your phone, you watch it, that's called playback in the industry. If you are on a set that's a union set, you cannot request playback if you do not have a playback person hired and there. And this is I believe, a legacy thing from when film was predominantly.
So this is the plan. This is the
Because
plan.
they need to maintain, like, protect the film so it doesn't get damaged or degraded or whatever.
Finishing wedge for the marble.
And so this was a new thing to me, and also
No, finishing chisel for the
it was just
marble.
like, I got nothing against like
And
them
wedge chisel for the slate.
shitting on the union. It was new, and it made no sense to me because it was pushing its playback, right? So we heard this rule on one day, and it was Friday or something. And then over the weekend, I think Evan went to Home Depot, or Evan or John went to Best Buy, and they got 2 Elgato external recorders, because on set we have big monitors that have SCI cables routed to them for the camera, so we can all see what's going on. So you can watch it live as it's happening. It was just like playing it again was the problem. So we got 2 external recorders, and then I opened OBS on my laptop. And Amy was able to just hit record with a double wide screen, both camera views there, to be able to play back things.
And still make sure.
The camera department.
So finishing and
they kept being
wedge.
like, how are you doing this? Everyone says, how are you doing this? How are you capturing both camera feeds on one big? Like, it was just making everyone, and they were thinking, like, because in the camera world, these things cost thousands of dollars. A camera itself costs tens of thousands of dollars if it's a movie camera. Lenses can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Insane.
It's insane. And here we are with basically $300 worth of external recorders going into my laptop and a free piece of software, and it is just blowing the minds of these people that have worked in the industry forever. And it got to the point where once the people got to know me, they realized, like, oh, maybe it was kind of silly to enforce this rule because I treat the crew so well, and I want them to be treated well, that all the camera department and every department came over to Amy, who was running, like, was our playback person, was like, can I see that again? Even the camera would come up and be like, can I see that again? Hey, can you pull up that shot? It's just like, yeah, exactly, because it's just interesting, some of these union rules that are old, and it's just like, I've got nothing against it, but it is just funny when the solution actually is much, much easier. And I wonder how many more things are just like much easier to solve than they would imagine.
Yeah, no, that does happen, right? It's not, I'm sure it's not exclusive to that industry. There's a lot of, in tech stuff, there's a lot of legacy things where it's like, we've always done it this way, need this, and this, you need these items, and they all play, but there are like modern versions of it where it's like what you did, where it's like, if you have one tool in a laptop, you could accomplish the exact same thing, but the industry standard is whatever. Yeah, and like, absolutely. And I totally get why that person needs to exist in a world where it's recorded on film, right? You take a shot, and at best, you have maybe a couple reels of film. If the film gets, I don't even know how delicate it is, but touched, scratched, exposed to too much light, like, I don't know the details of film, but it's incredibly delicate, and it's gone forever. There's no digital backup, there's no other film strip, like, it's gone. So, as a legacy thing, like, yeah, I get that, why you would want to have someone protecting your physical creation. But that is funny that they didn't know that Elgatos exist.
Okay, so wedge.
We will buy that shit and plug it in and be like, yeah, capture this, capture that, great, sweet, awesome.
God, we don't even realize how good we have it, because back in the day, like, we used to use, what was the software?
I mean, Fraps, LogMe and Hamachi.
Fraps, LogMe and Hamachi, yeah, like Gmod, we literally had to have Hamachi, like, every time back in the day.
Doing this, what we're doing right now, which we're doing this on Riverside, and that's
impossible.
It would be to be able to do this a dozen or so years ago. This tech didn't exist. Even though it could have been done, the programming could have been done, the internet bandwidth could have been done. It just wasn't put together because there wasn't a need for this. And it's just like the tech just advances.
I remember, Wade, you hosted a show back on Polaris or Maker or whatever it was.
Are You a Robot? I think it was called.
Are You a Robot? And it was this format where Wade was a host, and there were 3 or 4 people who would like do like this, where we're all in separate places videoing in. The way they did that was with Skype and really janky, like, window capture.
They had a studio. Like, they actually had a studio, but none of us were physically there, but they used the production process to put us together.
There was a whole team of people janking that together, and it was not as good as this in terms of, like, quality and latency. It was kind of awful, if I'm honest. It did not work very well.
Fun fact, back then, I didn't know who Elon Musk was, and we kept getting questions about him.
and I referred to him as Elon Musk for like 2 years. Nobody ever corrected me.
God, I'm gonna do an episode in the future that's just like, wait, do you know what this is? And I'm just gonna like get a lot of modern
The answer would probably be no. You could mispronounce something, I would just go along with it, because I'd be like, yeah, of course. Yeah, I know who Elon Musk is. The owner of Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla, Telsa. Yeah, but anyway, unions, right?
You know, that was a lot better than I thought this was going to go when you were like, I got something to talk about with unions. I was like, oh boy, this is happening.
No, but if you guys want to talk more about unions,
I don't know, this isn't union related.
I'm gonna change the topic.
Well, it reminded me because of like the annoyance with just like how things have been done. That being a requirement, which made no sense with, like you said, being able to get a laptop and just do it anyway. We're in the process of moving, and whenever you move, it turns out you've got to call and have like your electric turned on and your water turned on, all that stuff set up.
Common knowledge, sure.
So I spent a day, it took about 4 hours to make the phone calls, to get all of those things ready to transfer, to set up, whatever. And it was annoying, but I had to make like 8 calls. It was like, okay, whatever. A couple of them took like 20, 30 minutes, but whatever, got it done. I found out one of the appointments I set up was on a day where we record this. I set it up on a Tuesday. I was like, I'm going to move that so we can keep Tuesday open for recording the podcast. Tuesday's just my busiest day. I want to not add more stress to it. I'm just going to call and move the appointment. Should be a quick, easy phone call. Let me call and do that. I call. No one answers. Well, no, you have to go through like the 8 robotic steps of, for this, press 1. For this, press 2. For this, press 3. For all other, press 4. It's like, I am one or another. I don't even, like, one maybe? I don't know. My question doesn't really apply to any of these things. You go through all those options, and finally you get somebody, and it's like, yeah, I had an appointment set up for this date at this time, and I really just want to move it to like the next day, or whenever you guys can reschedule it. Oh, sure, let me take a look. Well, I can't do that from my post. Let me transfer you to someone who can. Great, that's fine. Hi, what's your name? What's the address? What's this? I just went through it, but that's okay. It's a new person. Let me give him everything. Oh, I can't actually help you with that. Let me transfer you to someone that can. But I just got transferred to you from, yeah, but they thought I was this, whereas then what you really need is this. Okay. I didn't know that nobody in customer service is qualified to change the date of an appointment. That's kind of strange to me, but fine. Let's go to the next one. In my head, I'm saying this. I got transferred 7 times to change the date of an appointment. I was sent finally to the right person. No one was in office, so it went to voicemail. The voice message mailbox is full. Can that happen with a company? So I couldn't even leave a voicemail. So I just had to call back and go through the process a second time. It took me an hour and a half to change the day and time of an appointment.
Well, if you had just done it right the first time, yeah, a little attention to
How
detail.
can 7 different people not be qualified to change the date of an appointment? What do they do if they can't do that? That seems like such a simple thing. It was like, nah, you'll have to talk to the manager's boss if you want to change the date. You want to change the date, and my hands are tied. I can set up an appointment, I can sell you stuff, but change the date? That's madness. What are you even asking me? I just needed to bitch about that because I had to listen to those, press 1. Here's your hold music. And they were like, all right, let me put your address in here. I'm just going to put you on hold real quick to talk to, no! And twice that put me on hold real quick turned into disconnect or transfer to somebody. Like then it starts ringing again and it's like, oh God, it's ringing again. Where am I going? Who will I talk to? And I don't know. I was in the hedge maze of change the date and it was the worst. And I don't know why it's set up like this. It's so bad. It makes me never want to use these companies. I want to find somebody who, God, I made another call right after this, and it was like a small, family-owned business, and a person answered, and I was like, hey, I was trying to reach this person for this. Oh, yeah, you're trying to reach so-and-so? Let me patch him through. Hey, come here and get to the phone. Okay. Hey, what's up? And I was like, God, I love you guys. Please never change.
Oh, that reminds me, I mean, that's shit that you went through, but that reminds me of a great customer service experience that I had. I will never buy computers from another person, manufacturer ever again. I want to give a big shout out to Steiger Dynamics. They are, by far, the best computer company I have ever worked with, and you probably have never heard of them. I'd never heard of them. They made my most recent computer, and what sold me on it is I was on their website and I was looking through the customization because they made home theater computers, which was a niche thing. And then they also made
like enterprise class workstations with like custom liquid cooling solutions at reasonable prices. These are not reasonable prices for everybody, but for the parts you're getting, it was reasonable. And I go on their website, and the 4090 had just come out, and I ask him like, hey, do you offer like custom water cooling for a 4090? And he goes like, actually, we just got those in a day ago. Let me go look. And he in the email, this is just an email. He goes and looks and comes back and is like, yeah, we just got those updated. Like, I'll get the website updated right now so you can see that option. And then 5 minutes later, he goes like, okay, refresh the page. And I refresh the customization page, and there's a new option for a 4090. And I'm like, what? I've never experienced this before. Someone actually is working there, like right then and there. And like I couldn't fathom it. And then I was like, well, actually, I'm looking to get 2, and I know that's kind of crazy. And they're like, nah, screw it, refresh the page again. And I refreshed it with like 2 options. I'm like, oh my God, is anyone else here? And it's like, and then months later, just like a couple weeks ago, I emailed the guy because I'm like, for some reason, my computer doesn't have enough storage. Even though I got 32 terabytes of NVMe storage, the movie's too big, so it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit on all that. So I go like, hey, do you have any idea how to do Thunderbolt to USB-C? That was that whole deal. The guy emailed me back and didn't stop helping me. Like, literally came up with 4 different solutions. Like, I think this might work. It probably doesn't work. Thunderbolt to USB-C is a very troublesome thing. Steiger Dynamics. If you want a computer, if you want a workstation class computer or a home theater computer, which is a cool thing, Steiger Dynamics.
Okay, before this episode comes out, I need to make sure to reach out because I want to get there before the hordes get there.
Yeah. I'm not sponsored by them. I literally just had the best experience in the world. I've never had a better experience.
That's awesome. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. That like mom and pop shop type like response where it's not like 80 different robots you talk to before you talk to a person that's like, dude, I don't even work here. How'd you get transferred to me? Let me call the company. I'll send you there. I don't even know. I work at a Wendy's, dude. What do you want? I work at a Wendy's. It's like, who am I talking to? What are you qualified to do?
Listen, grandparents, I know back in the day, everyone answered the phone with a smile and shook your hand through a telegram, and we all yearned for the times when communication took weeks instead of minutes.
I don't want to hear it. This is ripped right out of Bob's Fridge episode, Your Phone Call Experience. I saw the animated again recently because I loved it so much.
This is the world we live in, okay? This is like, I was on the freeway and some guy was going faster than me. Over the speed limit. I was going 5 over and he went right past me slightly faster. How could he speed? I'm jaded, what I'm saying. But also, yeah, I mean, I've every phone call I've ever made to any company ever, it's exactly what you're saying with phone trees and disconnects. And I know the Bob's Fridge one was a whole saga because that was a particularly rage-filled tirade I went on. But yeah, that's how every phone call is. Like, you're describing it. I'm like, yeah, that's the first phase. You know what I've learned is if you really want to get to the heart of something, half the time, not all the time, but a good amount of the time, I call and the robot answers and I'm like 00000000000 because if you spam 0, it'll just put you to the general like desk. It'll put you to like the operator, right? And a person will answer the phone, and then I'm just like, hey, I didn't give a shit to go through your stupid menus because I don't have 4 hours for this phone call. Can you connect me to this person or place or whatever? And I would say most of the time, that person at least is like, yeah, I'll connect you, and you go directly, correct phone number, do it. Abuse the system. Spam 0s. Get through that shit and talk to a human. It's way easier.
It just blows my mind that general customer service was not qualified to change the day of an appointment. And when I finally got a hold of someone that was qualified, they had to talk to 2 supervisors before they could do it. But thankfully they were like in the room or something because they were just like, I'm putting you on a brief hold, but they were even like, I promise you, sir, you won't be transferred this time. Because I was like, I've been put on hold for questions before and I got sent to the abyss. Don't do it. Please don't put me on hold. Like, I was crying. I was like, please don't put me on hold. Don't do it.
Phone trees are just archaic. Like in the day, in 2023, all customer service should just be like online based, Discord based. I don't care. You chat with someone instantly, and they're like, "Oh, we should get on a call." It's not a phone call. It's just like it just pops up right then and there, and like, "Oh, I hear you," because almost every device has a freaking microphone and camera in it. You can just get up. It's just like these archaic phone companies.
You know what's been a surprisingly good experience for me? There are companies that have Twitter DMs open, like they'll have a support Twitter account, and you could DM a bot through Twitter, but then you'll DM the bot and give it some info, and it'll like, a person will read that and respond to you eventually, but it's in queue, right? So like, I'll be going about my day and it'll be like, oh, I got that Twitter person responded, and then I give them a little more info or whatever, and it's slow, but you could just do it whenever it comes up, and it's not like you have to be on the phone on a call waiting for shit. Whenever that person reads your message, they respond, and then you actually surprisingly good compared to phone calls. I mean, it's still a pain in the ass because you're like sending a dozen messages when it could be a 5-second phone call. But compared to phone trees and getting on hold and mailboxes being full and shit, I prefer messaging the bot through Twitter DMs or Discord, like you said. Like, that's fine. Give me that as an option, please.
For everyone listening, being like, man, they're complaining about such old person shit. Look, when you become an adult, you gotta get on the phone a lot, and we're trying to change it. Don't get mad at us for complaining about it. We're trying to change the world.
I would prefer a world where I never called another living being for the rest of my life unless it was because I wanted to, because it's family. Yeah. I would do emails, I would do chatbots, I would do messages, whatever, man. Anything to avoid fucking sitting on a chair just like listening to the whole music, like, I hope they answer this time.
I even miss the music. Now you get the thing where they interrupt you with the same, like, 3 cycles of messages. They're like, hey, this is Bill. I own this company. Thanks for calling. Your call is very important to us.
Oh, I hate that. Your call is very
But we'll be back in a moment. And then, like, you hear music for 10 seconds, and that same message cycles back. Hey, this is Bill. I'm the CEO of this company. Your call is very important. It's like, dude, you said this literally less than a minute ago. Please, it's been 10 minutes of hearing you say the same sentence. Stop!
I like when they play ads during that part, too. It's like you're on hold, and it's like, oh, you should get our new ultra premium service and upgrade your thing. And I'm like, I am trying to cancel this shit. Don't tell me things!
Or when you are trying to get the service, they're like, have you heard of fiber internet? Would you like that? We offer...
You should sign up for our service today. All you have to do is call.
This brings me to, it's kind of late to introduce it now. We've kind of been going for a while, but that does bring me to today's topic. Mark, you pretty much segued it perfectly. The topic is things in life we just weren't prepared for just weren't prepared for. It can be any time in life. In my brain, it was like becoming an adult and kind of going off on your own. But really, it's just anything. Dealing with phone call customer service seems like it should be so simple. And the further we get into the future, it's like, dude, I should be able to press 3 buttons and be done. Instead, everything is so compartmentalized that you can't even move an appointment time without getting some super specialist that's only in the office 1 day a week for 1 hour at a time. It's wild to me, but that's something I wasn't prepared for. Being a homeowner and dealing with all of the stuff where you have to call somebody and they're just like, hey, you want to get scammed, little boy? Like, no, please, just help me. I've got a leak. Oh, I'm going to scam you. You need more mud. Press 1 for more mud. Press 2 for even more mud. Can you replace the mud? Wasn't ready. That's life.
Weren't ready for it.
I've got topics I can go into, but you guys, if you have something you come up with,
are we being boomery?
Oh yeah, no,
yes,
we're fully we're doing that. Yes.
This feels old.
I miss when phones were connected to the wall in the kitchen with that dangly cord.
You know, honestly, I do miss that. That was like
I do
a
too.
small portion of my childhood that existed. But I miss the curly things.
You wind it around your finger, and your finger would start to turn purple.
Dude, my childhood house, we had like one of those cutout walls, and the phone was like on that little portion of wall that was left. You could dial the phone, pass it around the wall, and go like sit on the chair, like
frick
the TV
yeah, dude.
while you were on the phone. It was like I could kick back in that chair while on my phone, and you could have the cord to play with and stuff. It was so.
How old were you when this was? What?
Oh, like second grade-ish.
I was about to say, yeah, I remember when I was like 6 or 7, I accidentally, well, not accidentally, my brother told me to, called the cops, and I was like, oh, it's an emergency. Boing, boing, oh, I don't know.
Did you you like not know what the cops were? Did he just tell you to call a phone number?
Hey, sit down 911, and I'm just like, I don't know. What's your emergency? And I'm like, I don't know. And it's like, you want cops over at your house right now? Biggest nightmare for a kid was realizing the cops can call back, because when that phone started ringing, the phone, and I'm like, sending cops to your house. And I'm like, I don't want to die.
I thought that was you for a second. But child Mark answers the phone and is like, I'm sending cops to your house. The good guy on the other end is like, oh, you know what? No one's done that before. Shit. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It's very threatening. I regret that I've done that so many times now.
That was horrible. Yeah, very, very scary. I mean, we're prepared for it. They can call back. Doing.
Oh, you know what? You know what I wasn't prepared for? This is older but still youthful ignorance shenanigans. How easy it is to get a motorcycle and just have one of those. I had a motorcycle in college, and I literally I had $700 in cash, and I went on Craigslist, and I was like, what kind of motorcycle? $700. Probably a good one. And I found this guy who lived in Kentucky, just across the river in Kentucky, and who was selling this old 1970s.
He told the story on here?
I've talked about my motorcycle, but not this specifically.
Yo, I
did not
finally
have to
got
take any
one.
Classes. You can get a a motorcycle learner's permit license in Ohio by filing paper. I turned in like a sheet of paper, and it was like, I want to ride a motorcycle, and the DMV was like, okay, yeah, just go ahead, I guess. You know, come back and do the test at some point, and we'll give you a real license. But this is a fake license. You could totally ride a motorcycle with this, no worries. I never learned how to do it, and I just bought this motorcycle from this dude with cash. I met him in a parking lot in Kentucky, and I had a helmet and a jacket, and I looked at it, and I was like, And he was like, you're gonna ride this home right now, right? Which requires like going on the highway and some stuff. Do you know how to ride a motorcycle? And I was like, I've ridden a bike, so I don't know. And I drive a stick shift car, so I know how like gears work, right? And this dude had just happened to have some free time. He taught me how to ride a motorcycle in that parking lot. He was like, now just go real easy. And it was like a kid with his dad. I was like going up and down the parking lot like, whoa. And then at some point he was like, okay, stranger, I'm gonna go. I hope you don't die in a fiery accident on the way home on this motorcycle. You've clearly never ridden anything like this before. He just drove away in his truck.
He's like, my conscience is clear. I gave you some instruction. I won't feel bad if you're splattered now. See you later. Good luck.
I lived, so it was fine. And I actually really enjoy motorcycles, but they're a little dangerous. And now that I have like a kid, I can see why it's maybe a little irresponsibly risky to like have a motorcycle instead of just a car, where if I get in an accident, die, or become maimed and terribly injured and road rash all over my body just from a simple accident. But yeah, like I love that motorcycle. I had a good time, but I was not prepared for how easy it was to buy one. And then I'm just standing in a parking lot like, I guess let's go home. Okay, me, you're in charge. It was really scary.
I had a family member who just got licensed to drive like semi-trucks, and it was like a 4-week class, which is about as long as you just get your general license. For me, it was like, dude, if you're gonna drive one of those giant semis around, you gotta be in school for like years. There's probably like semi-college you have to go to. You have to like go get your semi-master's degree. If those things are so big and dangerous, there's so much stuff you have to like learn to pack and undo the trailer and all this. That's gonna take years to get that. And he was just like, I'm done. Like, what? I wasn't done thinking about how long it must take to get your license. Like, no, I got it. Like, that quick. And that blew my mind.
I don't know. Those have never intimidated me that much.
Well, I got hit by one, so I guess my brain's a little different.
A tractor trailer backing up, even in a video game, which I'm good at. I'm like, how I couldn't even do the math in my head. I feel like there should be at least a class.
Well, there was a class. It was just very short.
It's probably very intensive, but I mean, it's a lot of it is is learning about how the truck works and, like, you know, check the brakes, check the fluids, whatever. I'm sure it's like a checklist. It's not that the driving skill. Yeah, I might hope they would develop that a little bit more, but it's not like that. It's like a big car. You know how cars are, Wade. I know you don't have a car, but you're familiar with cars.
Anyway, you both get 3 points for whatever that was.
No, thank you. That was here. I hadn't turned it on yet. What were your topics, Wade?
Things. I mean, I've got several. One thing I wasn't prepared for, that's kind of a sillier one, is like whenever a show you really like either ends or is canceled. They're really not bad. I forget what show it was, but I remember loving Are You Afraid of the Dark, but I remember when, like, I was really upset when Angry Beavers didn't last very long. Like a Nickelodeon show. And I loved Angry Beavers. Angry Beaver. Yeah, I loved Angry Beavers, man. And when that went away, I was just like, well, it's gotta come back. Mom, make it come back. It's like, fix it. I want more Angry Beavers. And I just wasn't prepared. I wasn't prepared for that to happen. I know people that only got the one season of Firefly were pretty devastated by that. Apparently a lot of Netflix shows, like, they get like 2 to 5 seasons and they'll keep going. There's a lot of people that are like, man, I want that show back. I don't know, just that's something I wasn't ready for whenever it happened. 'Cause it's like, this has existed my whole life. I'm like 7. I've always loved this show from the 2 years it's been on. I can't remember life before it. And then it ended and I was just like, it's gone. And I remember it. Where is it? I want it back. And I've always had a pit in my stomach for Angry Beavers.
You know what I realized? Something that ties back into what we were talking about before, but also was just like, was news to me. Because the writer's strike is going on right now. And there was another writer's strike back in 2008. And there was a show that I watched in that year called Heroes. Yeah, Heroes, that I really liked. I didn't learn until this writer's strike that the reason Heroes was so good in the first season and so ass in the second is because of the writer's strike. It's because they tried to just push the show through and just be like, we'll figure it out as we go. And I don't know who they hired to write it, if it was just like the director or something like that. I have no idea.
Yeah, well, it was a complex show, right? The thing.
It was Chat GPT Alpha.
I don't know if that was out there, but that was the thing, right? Heroes, they had a ton of like characters, right? There were like a lot of intertwining stories and new characters that were sort of introduced in the second season, and then when the writer's strike happened, they were just like, shoot some stuff, film a scene, oh my god, and none of the characters got developed, and all the stories just like fell flat and sucked.
Yeah, exactly. And it was bad. It was very bad, and it was because of the writer's strike. And I'm like, if you guys had just waited like a couple months, like just a few, it would have been fine. It would have been totally fine.
Why did you have to fight for your employment rights now? Wait until the season.
No, not the strike.
No, you mean delay filming the show. Oh, okay, I'm with you.
These uppity writers,
selfish writers, why couldn't you just wait for these shows to finish?
You build your strike around my show.
No, I'm with you. That makes more sense. Postpone. I mean, what? I can't imagine what people think, though, right? Because that is. I've been hearing stories about that. Heroes was a big one, but there were other movies and shows where they, like, what? They had, like, a, what was it? One of the Transformers movies started filming during that 2008 strike, and apparently, like, Michael Bay or someone just showed up with, like, one piece of paper that had, like, an outline of the movie on it, and they were like, oh, we can start filming stuff. Like,
that has to be just like a rumor, right? That can't be real.
The writers are not the only ones that make the show happen or the movie happen. But I can't imagine what people think when they're just like, oh, we'll just start filming it. It'll come together. Just get some shots, do some setups. It's like, no one is steering this bus. You're just hitting the gas on a bus and letting it go over a cliff or like wherever.
No, it is exactly like that. No. It is so much like, yes. Why do you think it would be otherwise? Why?
It should be otherwise. That's why.
According to who?
I can't, man. No. No. This is like styrofoam to my innards.
No, it's not planned like you think it is. It's not like, ooh, this is a great idea. Let's do it now. It's like, oh, we have a gap in our schedule that needs to be filmed.
Transformers? That did good before. Yes, go. You're gonna get this guy, and you guys going, whose schedule's open? Who's available? You. And that's how it happens.
It's so much money to just toss shit together like that. It's millions and millions of dollars to be like, we better make this happen. Just start filming. I don't care if there's no script. You talk third. All right, it's a scene. Let's go. You're like, really?
Think of how much money would be lost if they didn't go for that time slot and actually thought about what they were doing. No, not at all.
I choose not to believe this. I can't.
It's a fact that I don't believe you, Mark, and I only deal in facts.
Okay, all right.
Well, it's a fact that I don't want to believe you.
You caught me.
Con 4K with the facts on my end. Anyway, that's wild. We're so goofy. Oh my gosh.
TV shows was one. There's the obvious ones, right? Like taxes, no one knows. Being self-employed, there's no planning for that. Money in general is just very confusing sometimes. Like trying to plan things out, knowing like how to. Like when I was working at UDF doing ice cream years ago, it was like trying to budget out like what I was making to help pay bills and be prepared for everything. Like you learn how to balance a checkbook, or at least we used to. I don't know if they do it anymore, but I remember learning how to balance a checkbook in like 9th grade. And other than that, there was no help whatsoever with like finances and stuff. And it was like, I got a paycheck. Great. How I gotta pay a bill somehow. How do I? Like, nothing. There's no help for that. I had no idea what I was doing. And I remember I had like a car payment and student loans and stuff. And I was just like, how am I supposed to know how to do this? What do I do?
I'll tell you what I wasn't prepared for in that similar vein is just college in general. And I'm not talking like, oh, the workload, you gotta like be responsible, stuff like that. I went into college not even knowing what college really was. I mean, it's serious.
I would agree. No, I agree with you. I feel that too.
Yeah, it's just like, I barely understood what high school was. I barely understood why school occurred. It was just something that you did. You showed up and that happened. And you go to class and that on a conceptual level was all it was. College, as a nebulous idea, was just like, it's high school plus. Yeah. But I didn't even understand what high school was, let alone going to college, suddenly being thrown into this cocktail of not only responsibility in classes and then the student loan debts and how easy it is for getting a credit card, that whole experience there, but just like, I didn't understand why I was there. I did not know why I needed to. That's
how you get lots of money to have a family and a picket fence. Duh.
Yes.
College.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's it.
People just went like, of course you did, and no one explained it on the way. It was such a given.
Didn't you pick your job in junior high like the rest of us? That's how it was. Literally, there was one day in junior high where we went to like our computer room, because we had a computer room in the high school, or the junior high school, I don't know if you guys remember, and they like had us fill out this little survey, and this survey popped up with like a little wheel, or a pie chart rather, not wheels, a pie chart. It was just like, oh, I matched with 60% farmer, 30% lawyer, 10%, like, it told me how I matched with different careers, and I was just like, so I pick one of these and that's my job? I guess I'll go lawyer. Those make good money. That is literally why I was pre-law. Because I took something in 8th grade that told me I might be okay at it.
I love that you're 30% farmer. I'm gonna read it.
60% farmer.
Oh, 60% farmer. Oh,
it's amazing.
Why is my phone stopping? What's wrong, phone? Nothing's wrong, you just closed YouTube. YouTube crashed, question mark? That is interesting. My YouTube is acting up.
it was just something that you did. You showed up and that happened. And you go to class and that on a conceptual level was all it was. College, as a nebulous idea, was just like, it's high school plus.
Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah.
But I didn't even understand what high school was, let alone going to college, suddenly being thrown into this cocktail of not only responsibility in classes and then the student loan debts and how easy it is for getting a credit
Well, I
card,
just
that
came
whole
from there.
experience there. But just like, I didn't understand why I was there. I did not know why I needed to.
That's how you get lots of money to have a family and a picket fence. Duh.
Yes,
Go to college.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's it.
People just went like, "Of course you did," and no one explained it on the way. It was such a given.
Didn't you pick your job in junior high like the rest of us? That's how it was. Like, literally, there was one day in junior high where we went to like our computer room because we had a computer room in the high school or the junior high school. I don't know if you guys remember. And they like had us fill out this little survey, and this survey popped up with like a little wheel, or a pie chart rather, not just wheels, a pie chart. It was just like, oh, I matched with 60% farmer, 30% lawyer, 10%. Like, it told me how I matched with different careers, and I was just like, so I pick one of these and that's my job? I guess I'll go lawyer. Those make good money. That is literally why I was pre-law, because I took something in 8th grade that told me I might be okay at it.
I love that you're 30% farmer. I'm gonna read
60% farmer.
Oh, 60% farmer. Oh,
he's amazing. He should have gone farmer.
He's so farmer.
I like that all those tests only had the cliched ones too. They're like, I'm 12% firefighter. I'm 16% police officer. Oh man, thank God I didn't match with factory floor worker.
They didn't have health insurance, actuary on there or whatever. They didn't have stuff like that. It was very specifically like the broad topics. They were like, you could go into law, medicine, farming, or cooking, or shit like that. It was like, I guess those are the things I matched with. So I literally went through college thinking like, okay, well, that was one of the things I did. I liked watching Law & Order. I liked doing my pre-mock trial stuff and all that. I was like, okay, I guess I'll go do that. And then I finished college. It's like after I finished college, it was literally like, that was the first time I was even adult enough in my brain to have the thought of like, what do I want to do now that I have this degree I owe thousands and thousands of dollars for?
I did not care very much about like being responsible and planning.
None of us did. We were kids.
For like high school and college, like I got to college and I was like, this is fun. This is like a party. But I have a striking memory of after I graduated, looking at like I still was working at Jimmy John's at the time, and I was like, oh, I should get like a job, like a career job, because I didn't really have a plan for that. And I started looking into stuff and applying for jobs, just like desk jobs. And I remember I took more than several. I had a lot of interviews and went and did like, some of them were like scams. Some of them were like, come sell insurance for us. It's great. Total scam type job things. And every time I'd get there and I'd be in the middle of the process, just like, why would I want to do this? What's my motivation here? It was such a weird realization that I'd gotten through college and not even ever thought about like, why did I do?
Yeah, people would ask me like, well, what do you want to do? And it's like, I don't know, like you have to like make up an answer. Like they would push you until you answered. It was like, here's my answer, I guess. And it was just like I lived on that until like for some reason something finally like triggered internally. It was just like, what do I want to do? It was like, well, now it's too late. I've gone through all of this. I took my LSAT. I'm so invested, like I can't change now. And that's why I just kept working at like this ice cream place for a while, because I was not motivated to apply to law schools because I knew deep down I didn't want it. But I felt like I was stuck and compelled to do it. And then we fell into doing this with Drunk Minecraft, and then obviously you taking off and all that. But it was just like,
in terms of not being prepared for how college works, law school was hilarious to me. I went to law school and like I knew nothing about it. I didn't know how the classes work. There's a specific method they use in law school. It's called the Socratic method. It's much more discussion oriented than a lot of like higher level education stuff where it's just a lecture. You sit there, you listen, you take notes. In law school, everyone is expected to participate in a conversation. So you're expected to have read whatever material, usually read, a handful of cases, and have some analysis and something ready to add to the conversation. And I was completely unfamiliar with that. And I showed up on the first day of law school. They were just like, orientation starts at like 9 a.m. Wear a suit and a tie, wear your nice suit, come to this room for first year orientation. And I got there and I was like, okay, cool, we're lawyers. Everyone's in suits and stuff, and it's like, cool, yeah, all right. this is where, and immediately they were like, all right, so here's all your homework. Have these cases and stuff read and brief them, and be ready to have discussion on, tomorrow classes start or whatever. So read this. You should have already read this, but here's your homework. And I was like, what's a brief? What's a case? How do I analyze a case?
Unlearn
They just started
points
saying
from
shit. You're
line?
supposed
Are
to
you
extract things like a holding
kidding?
from the case, which is, the actual decision of the judge. The issue of the case, which is where you distill down the core legal thing that's in dispute in the case. All this stuff. And so we sat through that, and I was kind of like, I'll figure out how to do that. That's a later issue. And then the next part of orientation, they took us to a church where they were going to have some speeches.
I hate that.
But before the speeches started, we were all sitting, a bunch of 1Ls in suits, sitting in this church. A woman in full costume comes out of the side of like the stage front area of the church and just starts singing. It's a song from the Disney movie Hunchback of Notre Dame called God Save the Outcast, or God Help the Outcast, or something. This woman just comes in, she's holding a rose, she's in like a costume, and she just starts going, God help the outcast. And I think I'm having a fever dream or some shit. Like, I'm sitting here in my suit and tie, just like,
I forgot that church was a mandatory requirement of law school.
Well, I was a pretty conservative private law school that I went to. But yeah, no, like she just comes and she's singing it, and I'm sitting there like, oh my god, I've lost my fucking mind. What is happening? Did I apply to a joke law school? No. Like, that was the weirdest shit. That was orientation. She sings the whole song. Nobody introduced her. She just did it. And she finished, and she like walked through the aisles of the pews and through the audience, and we're just like,
she collects money.
Oh, hey, okay, yeah, no, cool. She's singing in the audience. This is cool when they do it in musical theater. So this must be pretty neat, I guess. And then like that finished, the dean gave a speech, and he was like, "All right, go home and start reading, and never stop reading for the rest of your lives."
They never acknowledged it.
That's it. Yeah, no explanation. On my way out, I grabbed a program because I didn't get one on the way in, and I looked, and it was like, meet and greet, take your seats, musical performance, speech from the dean, and I was like, oh shit. Wow, that was so.
I wish it was unscripted. There was just a lady who knew that you guys would be there, and she was just like, I'm gonna get dressed up and perform for them.
It still is one of the most unbelievable moments, because I just, for a long time, it was like a 5-minute long song, right? So I'm just sitting here like, no one else is getting up or saying anything, so I'm not going to be that guy who's like, oh, what are you doing? I'll just listen and clap along, and do we participate, or what do I sing? Am I in the chorus for this, or what? Is this like street performance art? I don't know, man. But yeah, nobody explains shit in law school, and they're just like, read these cases, here's a song, this lady's going to sing at you, it'd be real sad. All right, be a lawyer. Nobody fucking prepared me for that, man. It was tough.
Here's your homework. Here's the song.
Every day you get done with classes, and they're like, wait, the song's starting. Everyone gather in the atrium for the song of the day. Big part of law school.
Have I ever talked on this podcast, Bob, you know about this, but the time I almost got roped into a pyramid scheme?
Oh, yeah, I remember that. I don't know if you've talked about that.
I went to a couple meetings for pyramid schemes. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was the thing. It's like I think this was freshman year of college. This was in around the same era as when we got signed up for that credit card real easily at the pizza party.
Yeah.
And I think some friends of mine had talked to me about like, oh, they wanted to get started in this business opportunity. And right now, we all know that that's code word for pyramid scheme. But at the time, had no idea. I'm like, oh, business, that sounds pretty cool. You starting your own business? And they go like, yeah, I'm starting my own business. I'm like, good for you, man. Good for you. And he's like, you want to be a part of it? And they're like, oh, I don't know if I'm ready for that. And then they give the spiel. And at this point, I didn't know what the spiel was. And so I'm like, oh, that sounds pretty cool. So you have this company that you buy products from, and then you sell those products, and then you can rank up for every referral that you have. It sounds great. I have friends that I could refer into it. Oh, this is easy. You only need to sell how much per month? Oh, you can buy your own. It's easy. Money comes from the referral. That's why I talked to you about it. And it was like, I don't even think you fully were aware. I think you had a clue that it was like a pyramid scheme.
You talked to me about it, and I was like, that sounds weird, but also I want to make money.
Like, I was kind of into it. I was like, yeah, no, I could see how you would make money doing this. That's interesting.
So the turning point for me was like, yeah, this sounds great, because they invited me out to this seminar, right?
I think I went with you to that. There was like a big thing at like I remember you and I going to like a big, it was like a ballroom kind of thing.
You were there?
Awesome. I went to one of those. I went to that. Yeah.
You can corroborate this, because this is how insane it was, because it was like what you were talking about reminded me of this. It's a room of maybe 1,000 people. Wait, think like our when we did a panel at an event.
I went to a couple of these seminars. I don't know if I was the only talking about. I wasn't with you guys, but I also had friends who were like, dude, there's a way we can make lots of money. All we need is like an $80 investment, and then we can make hundreds back. Go ahead.
Exactly. It might have been something else. There were a lot of scams flowing by. But it was like a room. Everyone was in great suits. Like my buddy was there, and he was in this fantastic suit with like a tie chain and everything. And this guy comes up like, woo! And everyone's like, people lost their minds.
Bitcoin!
It was like being in the audience for like a daytime television show whenever you go to these seminars.
Yeah, and he was talking about, you want to make money? Everyone was like, I was like, I've worked so hard to bring you guys here, and let me tell you, it was an investment, but I'm here now at Ruby level, or whatever the shit was. He was talking about these different levels, and it's like, I've recruited 1,000 people, therefore I'm making 6 figures.
When I hit Ruby level last year, the company sent me this Rolex, which is worth $25,000.
Yeah.
If you want to get your own Rolex, what do you got to do? Get to man, it's crazy.
It's like a cult. It is so much like a cult.
It was so like a cult. But I could see how people would be roped into that, because it was just, it was infectious. You wanted to be like, I want to be a Ruby. Like, and so I was not prepared for what a pyramid scheme was. And he would be like, he had his money. He was like, this here's a $10,000. He was fanning it. He would like,
this is less than I make in 1 month. This is just one of my checks. Blah, that sort of shit.
And so afterwards, like, everyone take a picture of me and my money. And I remember this very, very distinctly is, I didn't get a picture.
Oh, no, I have to
I remember him panicking because he let people hold his money, and there was less money than there should have been by the time he got back. So somewhere in there in the chain of picture taking, someone just started taking money from him.
Oh, how are you going to do that with not prop money? Who's going to use real cash for a bit like that? Holy crap.
They couldn't afford to waste money on the prop money.
Yeah, so this was like, back then, I was not prepared for the credit cards, the scams, the schemes, the pyramid schemes. What is the one that goes around today that people know now, but not people in it know?
I don't know. There's a few. I mean, there's Herbalife is like a kind of a pyramid scheme.
Yeah, they call it multi-level marketing now.
Yeah, MLMs, right?
Dude, they focus so little. I don't know about the one you went to. They focus so little on the product. It was like some kind of like, people are going through a hard time. This book will help them and help you feel better about yourself, and you can spread the message and make money while you do it. And then it was like, that was all we knew about the product. After that, it was how we could make money. It was 3 minutes on talking about the product and like an hour about how we could make money doing it, how many referrals you need to get, like you said, get to certain levels and stuff, how much money they make. Like, it was all focused on how much money you could make and so little on what the product itself was. They very much knew that you were there to make money, not for the product. Someone else needs the product. You just need the money.
They would always have like the hype guy like Mark was talking about, but they always have someone who followed them who would kind of explain how you make the money. And it was listening to them was always like trying to figure out how the Fortnite Battle Pass works, right? It's one of those things where it's like, oh,